Antique dealer Chu Chen, through a moment of misjudgment, acquires an extraordinary ability. From that point onward, invaluable antiquities, exquisite calligraphy and paintings, and dazzling jade artifacts all fall within his grasp. Chapter 1. The Misjudgment. Chu Chen's countenance turned ashen, and a wave of frustration surged within him. 5 years ago, at the tender age of 16, he arrived in the capital with merely 2,000 yuan, driven by ambition. With his astute intellect and diligent nature, he gradually learned the intricacies of the antique trade from seasoned veterans, transforming from an inexperienced rural youth into a discerning antique dealer in Panjiayuan. The effort and sweat expended during this time are beyond what can be conveyed to outsiders. The antique business is fraught with peril, and Chu Chen has suffered numerous losses and misjudgments along the way. However, such experiences are commonplace. One cannot truly grow in this field without encountering a few pitfalls. Fortunately, Chu Chen is prudent and not overly greedy, suffering only minor financial losses. Over the years, his discerning eye has improved, and fortune has smiled upon him, allowing him to uncover several significant treasures. After 5 years, aside from his living expenses, he has managed to save 400,000 yuan. Yet, in an instant, this hard-earned fortune has been obliterated by his recent misjudgment. In 2001, the housing prices in Chaoyang district of Beijing hovered just above 4,000 yuan. Chu Chen had envisioned purchasing a modest 2-bedroom apartment near Panjiayuan for convenience in his antique dealings. Furthermore, after 5 years in the capital, he has developed a fondness for the city. As a solitary individual, establishing a home and leading a family life in Beijing has become his most fervent desire. Now, with this setback, it seems uncertain when he will ever realize that dream. The misjudgment itself was not particularly complex. In April 2000, a pair of rare Tang Sancai ceramic horses, belonging to a wealthy Hong Kong collector, fetched over $150,000 at a Sotheby's auction in New York, purchased by a Jewish businessman. This news captured Chu Chen's attention and ignited his obsession with Tang Sancai. Tang Sancai, a type of pottery popular during the Tang dynasty, is characterized by low-temperature, colorful glazes. It employs a dazzling array of hues: yellow, green, white, and more intertwined on the same object, creating a vibrant artistic effect. Typically, 3 colors are used, leading to the common designation of Tang Sancai. The vivid and lifelike forms of Tang Sancai, coupled with their rich colors, reflect the vitality of life, harmonizing with the resplendent silks, breathtaking murals, and dazzling gold and silver artifacts of the era, painting a magnificent portrait of Tang culture. Tang Sancai not only holds immense artistic merit, but has also made significant contributions to ceramic craftsmanship. Its brilliant decorative techniques broke the dominance of monochromatic glazes, paving the way for the development of polychrome ceramics that emerged in later periods. Since the Song dynasty, various types of low-temperature colored glazes and painted porcelain have largely evolved from the foundation laid by Tang Sancai. Due to its high artistic value and unique status, Tang Sancai has always been exported overseas, capturing the admiration of foreign collectors. After its rediscovery in the early 20th century, it has garnered increasing attention, especially in the last 2 decades, as both domestic and international markets have opened up, leading to a surge in collectors. Tang Sancai was often used as burial goods, as its fragile composition and poor water resistance make preservation exceedingly difficult. Its popularity among foreign collectors further drives up its auction prices. For instance, on December 12, 1989, a Tang Sancai black horse sold for £3.74 million at Sotheby's in London. Numerous sales ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars have ignited fervor among collectors. Since gaining insight into Tang Sancai, Chu Chen has become almost enchanted, dreaming of acquiring a magnificent piece that would not only please the eye, but also yield substantial economic value. A.S. Marx famously stated, "If there's a 20% profit, capital stirs. If there's a 50% profit, capital ventures. If there's a 100% profit, capital dares to risk the gallows. If there's a 300% profit, capital tramples upon all earthly laws." Since the reforms of the 1990s, significant strides have been made, and living standards have risen, leading to a flourishing entertainment and cultural industry. The saying goes, in times of chaos, gold shines. In prosperous times, antiques flourish, and the number of individuals entering the realm of collecting has increased exponentially. Consequently, some unscrupulous individuals have set their sights on this lucrative field, bringing forth all manner of deceit. The market is rife with counterfeiters and forgers, and given the value of Tang Sancai, they are drawn to it like moths to a flame. As Tang Sancai is a low-temperature ceramic, its production process is not overly complex, and raw materials are readily available. The formulas for the glazes are well known, and there are many skilled forgers, some of whom are experts in Tang Sancai research. It can be said that many high-quality replicas are nearly indistinguishable from genuine pieces, and 99% of them can easily deceive the untrained eye, with only 1% exhibiting distinctive characteristics that cannot be replicated due to their natural formation over centuries. Among these 1%, some expertly forged pieces may only be discerned by those with extensive experience. Fortunately, Chu Chen has always been cautious, and his 5 years of experience as a dealer have equipped him with invaluable knowledge. Despite encountering numerous high-quality fakes, he has navigated through them with care. Nevertheless, his aspiration for a fine piece of Tang Sancai has not waned. Rather, it has intensified. 3 days ago, an opportunity to acquire a superb Tang Sancai camel at a bargain price presented itself before him. Professor Xiang, a retired history professor from a university in Beijing, has long been involved with historical artifacts and possesses a deep passion for antiques. After retirement, he frequently visits the antique street to seek various treasures, becoming a familiar face there. He claims, "Antiques are my second spring." Having spent years in the world of historical artifacts and possessing a solid background, Professor Xiang has occasionally misjudged items, yet his collection boasts several exquisite pieces, including a beautiful Tang Sancai camel. In conducting business, he has always upheld integrity, a principle that Chu Chen has adhered to throughout his 5 years in the trade. This integrity is fundamental to his success as a young dealer in Panjiayuan. Professor Xiang has become a regular at his stall and has even stumbled upon a few treasures there, leading to a friendship that transcends age. Thus, Chu Chen has had the privilege of viewing the Tang Sancai camel. It is a double-humped camel, predominantly glazed in a rich brown, adorned with splashes of green, white, and yellow in varying depths. The camel's head is slightly raised, its front legs sprawled, while its hind legs stand tall, its mouth agape, as if calling out, capturing a particularly expressive demeanor. Between its humps hangs a saddlebag, flanked by silk and a water flask. This Tang Sancai camel features a natural glaze with a fine, even crackle. There is evidence of lead return, with some impurities of brown and black seeping into the glaze, similar to certain authentic Tang Sancai pieces. Although there are minor damages to the hind legs, the overall presentation can be regarded as a masterpiece among Tang Sancai artifacts. The moment Chu Chen laid eyes on the camel, he was utterly captivated, as if it were the only object in his world, a sentiment that could only be described as love at first sight. He immediately inquired with Elder Xiang about the possibility of acquiring it, but Elder Xiang shook his head resolutely, refusing to part with it, and subsequently elaborated on its backstory. This camel had been discovered by Elder Xiang during a trip to Xi'an last year, in an antique shop where he, like Chu Chen, was entranced. After much negotiation, he managed to procure it for the sum of 420,000. Elder Lu, whose full name is Lu Jia, is a venerable 82 years old, hailing from a family steeped in the tradition of antique collecting. He is erudite and began authenticating artifacts for the state shortly after the founding of the nation. Having served as a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Culture, he possesses a wealth of experience in antique appraisal, earning him a revered status within the realm of antique collectors. Elder Qian, whose real name is Qian Yuan, is 71 years old and presides over the Beijing Collectors Association. That he has dedicated a significant portion of his career to the National Museum and serves as a consulting expert for the Palace Museum, holding considerable influence in the field of antique collection. Although these two esteemed figures in the world of antiques did not categorically declare the Tang Sancai camel a counterfeit, they also refrained from affirming its authenticity. Their hesitance stemmed from a perceived lack of charm in the piece, yet they could not pinpoint the exact flaw. Elder Xiang typically adopts a philosophy of collecting for the sake of appreciation, but he possesses a certain temper. Should he find any of his possessions lacking, he would rather destroy them than pass them on to another. Now that he harbored doubts about the Tang Sancai, he was resolute in his decision not to sell it, thus firmly denying Chu Chen's pleas. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen felt a deep sense of emotion. Historically, the essence of Chinese culture has been rooted in integrity and reliability, qualities that define a person's character. In recent years, with the advent of reform and opening up, while the economic status of individuals has improved, the moral fabric has not kept pace, and in some instances has even deteriorated. In contrast to Elder Xiang, many contemporary collectors, particularly those newly initiated into the field, often display a lack of concern as long as their interests are satisfied, disregarding the quality of their acquisitions. This trend inadvertently emboldens forgers, like Chu Chen, who remains convinced that the Tang Sancai camel must be genuine. He reasons that since neither Elder Lu nor Elder Qian identified any specific issues, his intuition must hold merit. This belief does not stem from a lack of respect for his elders, but rather reflects the youthful hubris of a man in his 20s. He considers his years of experience as a vendor to have sharpened his discerning eye, and having suffered little loss, he has developed a sense of overconfidence. Such is the nature of human affection. Once enamored with an object, one tends to overlook its flaws, fixating solely on its virtues. Chu Chen is no exception, his thoughts consumed by the Tang Sancai camel, dreaming of possessing it. Now, an opportunity has arisen. Elder Xiang's only son, who studied in England and subsequently settled there, has been urging his father to join him, threatening to sever ties should he refuse. Faced with such an ultimatum, Elder Xiang found himself with little choice. However, the older generation often remains deeply connected to their homeland, and thus Elder Xiang resolved to liquidate his extensive collection, stipulating that none of his treasures were to be sold to foreigners. Upon hearing this news, Chu Chen was filled with exhilaration, imagining the prospect of finally acquiring the Tang Sancai. He pressed Elder Xiang persistently, and after much persuasion, the elder reluctantly agreed to part with the camel for the original price of 420,000. Since obtaining the Tang Sancai camel, Chu Chen has lost interest in his market stall. Over the past 50 hours, apart from eating and sleeping, he has devoted himself to admiring and handling this exquisite piece, even employing a magnifying glass to scrutinize every detail of the camel. However, in doing so, he encountered a significant issue. Thus, the scene unfolds as previously described. Chapter 2. The Mutation. As previously mentioned, this Tang Sancai camel has its mouth agape, and when Chu Chen scrutinized it with a magnifying glass, he discovered two minuscule characters, Hua and I, inscribed on the upper jaw. This revelation left him utterly bewildered, his countenance paling to a ghostly hue. Hua and I refers to a renowned counterfeiter from the Republic of China era, whose surname was Zhang. His full name has been lost to time, and he is commonly referred to as Zhang Hua and I, celebrated for his remarkable imitation of various ceramics. His replicas are strikingly lifelike, and his skill ranks among the finest throughout history. Not merely Chu Chen, but even many esteemed ceramic appraisers have been deceived by his work. Each piece crafted by Zhang Hua and I is subtly marked with his name in an inconspicuous location, the characters measuring less than a grain of rice, showcasing his exceptional artistry. In the case of this Tang Sancai camel, the inscription is discreetly located on the upper jaw, a detail that most individuals would overlook, especially given the diminutive size of the characters that remain invisible without magnification. Additionally, after the successful imitation, the camel was reburied, having lain underground for approximately 70 to 80 years, further complicating its authentication. The reason why the elders, such as Lu and Qian, harbored doubts about this Tang Sancai was due to their extensive experience with antiques, which endowed them with an innate sensitivity to the passage of time reflected in artifacts. Despite the camel's flawless imitation, the centuries of aging impart an authenticity that cannot be feigned. For individuals like Lu and Qian, the slightest sense of discrepancy would solidify their suspicions, prompting them to investigate further. However, the astonishing realism of this piece rendered it difficult for the two elders to identify any flaws, leaving them unable to reach a definitive conclusion. After all, authenticating antiques allows no room for error. One must substantiate any claims of inauthenticity with concrete evidence rather than mere intuition. For to suggest that something feels amiss without justification would be a source of ridicule. The inscription of Hua and I, glaringly evident through the magnifying glass, plunged Chu Chen into despair within the span of 3 days, as he felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, his mind clouded and disoriented, his heart heavy with regret. He could only blame himself, a living testament to the adage, heed the wisdom of the elders, lest you suffer the consequences. Words from a figure like Lu carry immense weight, especially in the antique community, where such venerable individuals are unlikely to jeopardize their reputation. If they were to misjudge an object, the repercussions on their standing would be severe. Could such experienced appraisers truly misinterpret an item without cause? Yet in his folly, he had been blinded by arrogance, believing his discernment surpassed that of Lu and Qian. Had he not succumbed to greed, he would not find himself in this predicament. 5 years of savings had dissipated into nothingness. While many had appraised the Tang Sancai without identifying any issues, allowing for a potential sale, Chu Chen could never entertain such thoughts. Chu Chen's adoptive father had instilled in him from a young age the principles of integrity in both business and personal conduct, emphasizing that only through honesty could one sustain a lasting enterprise. Since arriving in the capital 5 years ago, he had embodied this philosophy, which had enabled him to establish a foothold in the antiques market at such a young age. Had Chu Chen been unaware of the counterfeit nature of the Tang Sancai, he could have easily passed it on. However, Now that he was cognizant of its fraudulent status, he could not bring himself to do so, for it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Furthermore, this Tang Sancai would inevitably remain in his possession, for its authenticity was undeniable. Should it be sold as a high-quality replica and fall into the hands of a discerning buyer, it could lead to another's ruin, and he would bear a part of that guilt. With this thought, Chu Chen let out a long sigh, feeling the weight of his self-inflicted plight. Grabbing a bottle of erguo too, he drank deeply, only to find that drowning his sorrows only deepened them, a bittersweet realization that lingered in his heart. He consumed 3 bottles of 750 milliliters of erguo too, and despite his usual tolerance, the Tang Sancai camel before him appeared to multiply in number. Pointing with his left hand at the camel, he attempted to voice his thoughts, but before he could utter a word, a loud crash echoed, and he fell to the ground. In his descent, his left hand inadvertently nudged the camel, which tumbled down alongside him. With a sharp sound, the Tang Sancai camel shattered upon hitting the floor, breaking into more than a dozen pieces, despite the low height of the table. One shard grazed Chu Chen's wrist, severing a vein, and blood gushed forth, instantly soaking the floor, with most of the fragments stained by his blood. Aside from the broken camel, the entire scene bore an eerie stillness, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Moscow, the president of the International Olympic Committee, Juan Antonio Samaranch, proclaimed the awarding of the 29th Olympiad in 2008 to the city of Beijing. In that instant, the capital erupted with jubilation. The city transformed into a vibrant sea of joy, fireworks illuminating the night sky, as throngs of people poured into the streets to celebrate, reveling until dawn. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Chu Chen awoke with the dawn, his senses dulled and his head throbbing, a painful reminder of the previous night's indulgence. As he groaned and propped himself up, he inadvertently caught sight of the shattered Tang Sancai camel. "Ah, my treasure!" he exclaimed, rushing to gather the fragments, his heart aching for the loss. Although the piece was a counterfeit, his affection for it had not diminished. After all, its artistic merit was undeniable, and one could argue that art transcends the boundaries of authenticity. Nevertheless, the camel lay in irreparable disarray, its chances of restoration slim. Defeated, Chu Chen gazed at the remnants for an extended period before finally letting out a deep sigh, resigning himself to the notion that this was perhaps for the best, severing his emotional attachment and sparing himself further heartache. Sigh. Despite my musings, life must continue. These past few days, I have scarcely eaten properly, particularly following last night's indulgence in drink. Now, my stomach is quite unsettled. I pushed aside the shards of pottery I had swept up, my head still spinning as I changed clothes and washed up before heading out, determined to procure some breakfast to ease my discomfort. In my bewilderment, I wondered what joyous event had transpired. After inquiring with acquaintances, I learned that our capital had successfully bid for the Olympics. The streets had been abuzz with discussions surrounding this momentous occasion, and while I had engaged in fervent debates about it, I had recently become completely engrossed in the world of Tang Sancai, leaving little room for attention to such significant news. My inebriation yesterday caused me to miss this historic moment. This national celebration invigorated my spirits, yet my excitement was not solely for my country's achievement. I was also pleased that the successful bid would attract more visitors to the capital for business and tourism. This would undoubtedly enhance the antiquities trade, and perhaps within 5 years, I might once again afford a home in the city. Little Chun, August is just around the corner. Upon hearing this, I initially felt a bit dazed, but as the realization dawned upon me, I was suddenly overwhelmed. I turned to Aunt Zhang, smiling as I assured her, "Rest assured, Annie. I have some matters to attend to, but we shall renew the contract next Friday." Aunt Zhang responded with a warm smile. "Oh, Little Chun, you are an established tenant. I trust you completely. However, with the recent rise in housing prices, shall we not consider an increase in rent? But worry not, as a long-standing tenant. It will only rise by 50 yuan. I felt a wave of exasperation. Aunt Zhang had many admirable qualities, yet she was rather sensitive when it came to money. One might say she was rather mercenary. Nevertheless, it was understandable. As housing prices rose, so too would rent. Currently, I was renting a one-bedroom apartment not far from Panjiayuan in a prime location where I had resided for 3 years. The thought of moving was daunting. Not only would I have to find a comparable place, but I would also need to readjust to a new environment, which was exceedingly troublesome. My current rent was 1,450 yuan per month, and a 50 yuan increase seemed reasonable, bringing it to 1,005. However, we signed contracts annually, and I would need to provide a 3,000 yuan deposit. Fortunately, I had already paid this last year, which could be waived. but I would still require 18,000 yuan. Initially, this seemed manageable, but at present, I found myself lacking such funds. With a sigh, I resolved that I might have no choice but to part with one of my prized possessions, a Qing dynasty imitation of a Wanli blue and white character bowl, to alleviate my financial predicament. Yet, I maintained a cheerful demeanor as I addressed Aunt Zhang. You are right, Annie. We shall proceed with the rental agreement, as you suggest. After exchanging some trivial pleasantries, we bid each other farewell. Uncle Wu, whose full name is Wu Zipping, has just turned 60 this year. He runs a modest antique shop in Panjiayuan, specializing in ancient porcelain. He can be regarded as the guiding light in my journey through the world of antiquities, and our relationship is rooted in my own experiences. In his youth, Chu Chen endured a rather tragic existence. He was somewhat dull-witted as a child, and by a stroke of misfortune, was abducted by traffickers at the tender age of 5. He subsequently found himself in the mountainous region of Shund in Yin province. However, the traffickers' luck was equally poor. A family they had initially arranged to sell him to abruptly reneged on their agreement, leading to a violent altercation during which young Chu Chen managed to escape amidst the chaos. Chu Chen's adoptive father, Lu Guomin, was a lecturer in the history department at a prestigious university in the capital. Due to the circumstances surrounding his family background, he was labeled a capitalist sympathizer and subsequently sent to this remote area for labor reform. Although Chu Chen appeared as a ragged street urchin, his attire hinted at a more privileged origin. Observing this, Lu Guomin deduced that the boy had likely been trafficked. He intended to question him for clues to report to the authorities, hoping to reunite him with his parents. However, fate had other plans. After arriving at Lu Guomin's home, Chu Chen fell gravely ill. Once he recovered, he was afflicted with amnesia, and given the lack of an interconnected police network at the time, his case went unresolved. Lu Guomin, having never married, took it upon himself to adopt the boy. Chu Chen's name was derived from a small pendant he wore, intricately carved from exquisite mutton fat jade, measuring no larger than a thumbprint. The pendant bore a lifelike lotus flower on one side, with the characters Chu Chen inscribed on the reverse. Perhaps due to its diminutive size and the trafficker's ignorance of its worth, it remained with Chu Chen, serving as a clue to his origins. As the old adage suggests, fortune often lies hidden within misfortune. Despite his memory loss, Chu Chen unexpectedly blossomed into a remarkably astute individual. Lu Guomin, with his expertise in antiquities, imparted a portion of his knowledge to Chu Chen over the ensuing years. Regrettably, Lu Guomin's health deteriorated due to the hardships he faced during the political upheaval, and had it not been for his mastery of Tai Chi, he might have succumbed much earlier. By the time Chu Chen reached the age of 15, Lu Guomin passed away. Before his demise, Lu Guomin bequeathed over 2,000 yuan to Chu Chen, advising him to journey to the capital. He recalled that when he first encountered Chu Chen, the boy spoke with a capital accent, suggesting that his family resided there, and it was possible he might find them. Additionally, Lu Guomin entrusted him with 2 letters to be delivered upon his arrival in the capital, which could potentially lead him to a new home. One letter was addressed to Lu Guomin's sister, with whom he had lost contact due to past misunderstandings. However, the bond of kinship remained strong, and she would likely welcome Chu Chen. The other letter was for Wu Zipping, a lifelong friend of Lu Guomin's, whose family was renowned in the realm of antiquities. This connection would provide Chu Chen with an opportunity to apply the skills he had acquired. Once Chu Chen had settled Lu Guomin's affairs and reached the age of 16, he set forth on his journey to the capital. However, when Chu Chen arrived in the capital and located the address of Lu Guomin's sister, he discovered that the owner had changed, and neither the current owner nor the neighbors knew the whereabouts of the previous household. Fortunately, Wu Zipping's address remained unchanged. Upon hearing of Chu Chen's intentions, he felt a bittersweet mix of emotions. He was profoundly saddened by Lu Guomin's passing, realizing that a childhood friend had been separated from this world, yet delighted that Chu Chen had come to seek refuge with him. In his words, "Old Lu's son is like my own." In the ensuing days, it became evident that Wu Zipping genuinely cherished Chu Chen, frequently inquiring about his well-being and personally guiding him in the art of antique identification, sharing knowledge without reserve. However, Chu Chen, being somewhat independent and influenced by various other factors, was reluctant to reside in Wu Zipping's home or work in his shop, leading him to contemplate a career as an antique vendor. To Wu Zipping's credit, he did not take offense. Instead, he advised Chu Chen on sourcing goods and introduced him to brokers specializing in old residences, which deeply touched Chu Chen. On several occasions when funds were short, it was Wu Zipping who lent him money. Over the years, their bond had grown akin to that of close relatives. Chu Chen had not troubled Wu zipping for quite some time, and now, the thought of asking for financial assistance left him feeling somewhat ashamed before his fellow townsfolk. After much deliberation, he resolved to part with a colorful figurine bowl instead. He retrieved a box containing porcelain from his bedroom and placed it on the coffee table in the living room, intending to appreciate it one last time before relinquishing it. Upon opening the box, a beautifully crafted colorful porcelain bowl came into view. The bowl measured 14.5 centimeters in diameter, featuring a flared rim, a curved belly, and a foot ring. Its entire surface was adorned with a pale blue-white glaze, lustrous and smooth, with a blue and white pattern along the inner and outer rim. The interior rim showcased a colorful floral design, while the bowl's center bore two blue and white patterns enclosing colorful dragon and phoenix motifs. The exterior depicted blue and white figures. The base was inscribed with the 6-character Kaishu mark of the Ming Dynasty's Wanli period. From its patina and other characteristics, it appeared to be a mid-Qing imitation of a Wanli period blue and white colorful figure bowl. This bowl, in excellent condition, featured vividly rendered figures that beautifully conveyed its artistic essence. Its current market value was estimated between 20 to 30,000 yuan. Under Wu Ziping's guidance, this was the first time Chu Chen had successfully discovered such a treasure, having acquired it for merely 200 yuan, making it particularly significant to him. Though its value was not exceedingly high, he had cherished it in his collection. Gazing at the bowl, Chu Chen sighed deeply. If it were not for his dire circumstances, he would never consider parting with such a piece. Seizing the opportunity to admire it while it was still in his possession, he lifted the bowl with his left hand, a tinge of melancholy enveloping his heart. Once he regained his composure, he was startled by a sudden and inexplicable sensation, nearly dropping the bowl in fright, wondering if he had encountered a ghost or if the earlier oddity had merely been a figment of his imagination. After some reflection, he concluded that even though the peculiar moment lasted less than a second, every sensation was vividly clear and certainly not an illusion. He raised his left hand and examined it closely, finding nothing unusual. It remained simply a hand, not a hand of gold. Then he scrutinized the bowl from left to right, discovering no discrepancies. Chu Chen mused, how peculiar indeed. After pondering for quite some time without reaching a conclusion, he speculated that perhaps the peculiar energy he sensed only manifested upon first contact. If that were the case, he could simply find an object to test this theory. Hastily, Chu Chen approached a few baskets in the living room, filled with an assortment of porcelain antiques, all of which were mere artifacts, his tools for sustenance. Taking a deep breath, he gently picked up a porcelain vase with his left hand, only to be met with utter disappointment. There was no reaction whatsoever. He subsequently tried several other porcelain items, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Indeed, the items he had handled were merely crafts, not genuine antiques, and it was likely that the extraordinary ability he had sensed would only manifest on authentic antiques. Realizing this, Chu Chen found himself in a quandary. He had no genuine antique porcelain at hand. Without the proper subjects for experimentation, he felt utterly lost. It seemed he would have to visit Uncle Wu's antique shop to test his hypothesis. Just as he was about to set off, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Though he lacked other antiques, he must surely possess some ancient copper coins. While these might not hold significant value, they were undeniably antiques. I must succeed. I must succeed. With that determination, Chu Chen did not hesitate and directly retrieved a Kangxi Tongbao coin from the basket. Instantly, a faint aura, much weaker than before, was drawn into his left hand from the coin, so subtle that he could only perceive it by concentrating intently. Chapter 4. Verification. This development invigorated Chu Chen's spirits. Having gleaned the desired results from the Kangxi Tongbao experiment, he quickly picked up another coin, this time a Xianchun Yuan Bao. Although the aura remained faint, he noted that the duration of the sensation was slightly longer than before. From his experimentation with the Xianchun Yuan Bao, Chu Chen arrived at three principal conclusions. Firstly, the duration for which the aura was absorbed into his left hand appeared to correlate with the actual age of the antique. Approximately 500 years yielded around half a second. Of course, this conclusion was drawn from just 3 instances of aura manifestation and might not be entirely accurate, but the actual situation should be fairly close. Regarding why he based his conclusions on only 3 instances, it was because after the Xianchun Yuan Bao, while he could still sense the aura emanating from the coin, it seemed to have reached its limit and was no longer absorbed into his left hand. This indicated to him that his peculiar ability, as he had come to call it, was restricted. It seemed that within a certain time frame, he could only absorb a maximum of 3 auras into his left hand, with no apparent limit on their intensity. The time frame in question was likely a day. Yet whether it was calculated from the completion of each use of his ability or from midnight each day remained to be confirmed through further experimentation. There is yet another query. If today's extraordinary ability remains unexhausted, can it be carried over to tomorrow? This remains to be determined through future experimentation. Although there are limitations on its usage, one can sense a presence within the ancient coins, which is notably advantageous. This serves as initial proof of their authenticity. However, discerning whether they are merely replicas and assessing their true worth relies on one's own judgment. Yet, even this function alone proves immensely beneficial. Furthermore, the intensity of this presence may very well correlate with the value of the antiques. This aspect necessitates validation from Uncle Wu, as aside from those ancient coins, all other items have been dealt with previously. It was mentioned that Chu Chen originally possessed a savings of 400,000, along with a few thousand in liquid assets earmarked for purchases. In pursuit of acquiring a Tang Sancai camel, he hastily liquidated various valuable jade artifacts and antiques, netting merely 20,000. This explains why, after nearly 5 years of operating a stall at Panjiayuan, he is left with only these relatively worthless ancient coins. Following his earlier validation, Chu Chen arrived at several conclusions that left him feeling as though he had been struck by a treasure pot. He envisioned a wealth of priceless antiquities beckoning to him. Thoughts of rent and the Tang Sancai were cast aside in mirth. From the delight of obtaining the Tang Sancai to the disheartening realization that it was a counterfeit, his spirit bore considerable strain, for the losses had been tangible. Subsequently, he received both uplifting and distressing news, alongside the discovery of his extraordinary ability. Had his mental fortitude not been reasonably robust, he might have succumbed to madness. Even if he avoided insanity, such emotional upheaval could lead to a serious illness. His current release of pent-up emotions alleviated potential suffering and significantly bolstered his psychological resilience, establishing a solid foundation for his future endeavors in antique collecting. 3 to 4 hours had transpired since the discovery of his extraordinary ability, and Chu Chen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, likely a consequence of mental exhaustion. He casually consumed a bowl of instant noodles before succumbing to rest. When he awoke, it was already 6 in the morning of the following day. His sleep had been profoundly restorative, leaving him feeling invigorated and full of energy. Upon rising, Chu Chen's first act was not to freshen up, but to proceed to the living room where the ancient coins were arranged. With his left hand, he swiftly grasped one of the coins. As anticipated, he immediately sensed a faint presence, which was quickly absorbed into his palm. This revelation confirmed to him that yesterday's extraordinary ability was not a mere figment of his imagination, and it became evident that the absorption was likely refreshed daily at noon. Nodding in satisfaction, he cheerfully prepared to wash up. However, after taking a few steps, he paused with a furrowed brow. This approach would not suffice. If the daily usage mirrored that of the earlier experience, wasting it on trivial antiques will be a lamentable loss. Was it possible to exert control over this extraordinary ability? Upon this realization, he promptly turned around and returned to the pile of copper coins. Taking a deep breath, he extended his left hand toward another coin, silently reciting to himself, "Do not inhale, do not inhale." Success. In that moment, Chu Chen was as elated as a monk with a wooden fish. Unable to contain his joy, the ability to control this power was truly magnificent. Thus, he could allocate these 3 precious opportunities towards antiquities he deemed valuable, significantly enhancing his chances of unearthing exquisite artifacts. A sudden ringtone from Du Du's bedroom interrupted Chu Chen's training. He hurried inside and, without checking the caller's identity, answered, "Hello? Who is this?" "This is Chu Chen." A somewhat hoarse yet resonant voice emanated from the phone, instantly recognizable. "Uncle Wu, you rascal. I heard you purchased that Tang Sancai from old Xiang. You haven't even come to practice at the market these days. Something must be amiss, right?" "It's Uncle Wu. I'm fine. I've just been engrossed in studying that Tang Sancai," Chu Chen replied, feeling a warmth spread through him at the concern in Wu's voice. "Oh, have you discovered anything significant? I heard that both old Lu and old Qian are skeptical. With such a major issue at hand, why didn't you consult me beforehand?" "Well, it was a bit urgent, so I didn't have the chance to discuss it with you. Please don't be upset, Uncle Wu. As for the Tang Sancai, I actually have some intriguing insights to share. I'll explain when I arrive at your shop." With newfound confidence from his abilities, Chu Chen felt little concern regarding the Tang Sancai, his demeanor devoid of any despondency. Furthermore, he harbored a vague speculation that perhaps this power was bestowed upon him by the Tang Sancai. After all, It was rather coincidental that he gained this ability right after the artifact shattered. What? Uncle Wu, you've gone out of town? Wu's teasing tone echoed through the phone. You little rascal. Here I am, showing such concern for you. And you didn't even know I was away. How disappointing. All right then, Uncle Wu, I accept your apology. However, we've just had lunch, so no need to treat me. Very well, I'll come over right after I finish eating. After ending the call, Chu Chen promptly washed up, changed his clothes, and wrapped the shards of the Tang Sancai in newspaper, placing them in a convenient bag before heading out. After a simple lunch, he navigated his way to Uncle Wu's antique shop. The antique shop faced west. Its entrance adorned with a plaque inscribed with the characters C.I. E. Zhai in clerical script. The storefront was modest, its door less than a meter wide, requiring two adults to turn sideways to enter together. The door stood open, revealing the shop's layout. Although the space was approximately 20 square meters, it was organized with precision. At the entrance stood a corner counter, while the other three walls were lined with multi-tiered display shelves. The lowest tier served as storage for more valuable porcelain, while the upper levels showcased an array of high-quality replicas. Additionally, a few small, multi-tiered racks occupied some floor space, similarly displaying various types of porcelain, all of which were high-quality reproductions. These exquisite replicas of porcelain are clearly priced, and the sellers always ensure to communicate this to their customers. In contrast, the prices of the ceramics within the storage cabinets are subject to negotiation. Uncle Wu, a former expert appraiser at the Forbidden City, ventured into the antique business in the early 1980s, amassing a considerable fortune over the years, enough to afford a larger storefront. This success stems partly from his daughter, Wu Ku, who at 21 shares the same age as Chu Chen, indicating that Uncle Wu welcomed a daughter later in life, having had her at the age of 39. He and his wife cherish her deeply, providing for her every desire, while also maintaining strict academic expectations. From her birth, they resolved to send her abroad for further studies, diligently saving for her future. Uncle Wu, however, displays remarkable generosity towards Chu Chen, readily assisting him within his means, which deeply touches Chu Chen. Initially, Chu Chen was determined to forge his own path and moved out of Uncle Wu's home, a decision influenced by his desire to improve their situation. He has resolved to enhance Uncle Wu's environment once he achieves financial stability. Chapter 5. The Qing Dynasty Imitation of the Three Fruits Bowl. Upon entering the shop, Chu Chen observes Uncle Wu behind the counter, clumsily operating an antiquated computer with 2 fingers, while a basic computer tutorial lies nearby. This computer, a relic acquired 4 months ago for 2,000 yuan through a friend, is said to feature an outdated processor, the 586 model. Uncle Wu, excited about his new gadget, had previously summoned Chu Chen to showcase it. Although intrigued, Chu Chen expressed his disinterest, humorously questioning the wisdom of spending 2,000 yuan on such an old machine. Uncle Wu, are you tinkering with that old television again? Chu Chen approached him, chuckling. Honestly, I find books far more comfortable for learning than staring at a screen. Glancing down, he noticed an auction announcement revealing that a mid-Qing dynasty white jade 3-child washing bowl had sold for 990,000 yuan, complete with clear photographs and details. This computer can fetch such information? Of course. How else could I justify spending 2,000 yuan on it? Moreover, their essay section called a forum where collectors can communicate. The location from which I procure my latest items was recommended by a fellow collector. Chu Chen, astonished, remarked, "Is that so? But what if the person on the other side is a fraud?" With a confident demeanor, Uncle Wu replied, "Who do you think I am? With my discerning eye, it wouldn't be so easy to deceive me." Chu Chen nodded in silent agreement, noting that Uncle Wu was beginning to resemble a shrewd old woman. Uncle Wu continued, "Little Chen, you must learn to use this computer. If your home lacks broadband, feel free to come to Uncle Wu's place. Look at me, Uncle Wu. Ever since I acquired a computer, I have learned an abundance of knowledge. Reflecting on it, I realize how astute my decision to purchase a computer was." With a mischievous grin, Chu Chen remarked, "Uncle Wu, don't flatter yourself. If I recall correctly, it was Xiao Ke who urged you to buy it, and Aunt Wu mentioned how painful it was for you, as if you had lost a precious Ru porcelain." Uncle Wu playfully slapped the back of Chu Chen's head, saying, "You little rascal, always exposing my shortcomings. It was a wasted effort to care for you." He chuckled at his own words. Chu Chen shivered at the thought of Wu Ku's masculine demeanor, which, while strikingly beautiful, lacked the gentleness one might expect. He had often been at the receiving end of her teasing, and he waved his hands dismissively, saying, "Uncle Wu, let us save this discussion for another time. I just turned 21. It's still too early." Uncle Wu chuckled and chose not to press the matter further, understanding that young people often have thin skin. Excessive discussion might lead to aversion. He shifted the topic, saying, "Suit yourself. After all, it's a matter for the youth. But remember, once this opportunity passes, it may not return. By the way, have you brought your Tang Sancai? Show it to me." With a cheerful smile, Chu Chen retrieved the Tang Sancai pottery shards, wrapped in newspaper, and placed them on the table. Upon seeing them, Uncle Wu sprang from his chair, his expression one of pained astonishment as he gazed at the fragments. What happened? Chu Chen recounted the entire story, pointing out the relevant details, adding that laughter was far better than tears. He considered it a lesson learned. Uncle Wu held a shard inscribed with the characters for Hua and I, sitting back down to scrutinize it meticulously through a magnifying glass. He sighed, "Xiao Chun. While replicas made by Zhang Hua and I are difficult to identify, the crux of this matter lies in your own greed. Take another look at the quality of the clay. It exhibits slight discrepancies compared to the genuine article. Of course, this is merely hindsight on my part. If one was unaware of its counterfeit nature, such differences alone would not definitively indicate a fake. You must always remember this lesson. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders will lead to immediate consequences, especially in our field where age brings experience. However, your mindset is better than mine. Had I been in your shoes, I might have been utterly despondent." Chu Chen examined the subtle differences, unable to discern them as he had never encountered an authentic piece before. He noted them mentally, nodding as he reflected that had it not been for his newfound abilities, he would not possess such a positive outlook today. Then Uncle Wu spoke with gravitas. "On one hand, remember this lesson, but on the other, do not allow one misstep to deter you. In the world of antiques, we must be bold yet meticulous, a principle founded upon knowledge. Conveniently, I have a rather representative piece among my current collection. Let us see how sharp your eye is." With that, Uncle Wu retrieved a Schwanda glazed red 3-fruit bowl from the northern storage cabinet. Placing it on the counter, he inquired, "What do you think of the Schwanda glazed red 3-fruit bowl?" As he began the appraisal, Chu Chen's expression remained serious as he picked up the small bowl and examined it closely. In the realm of antiques, there exists an unwritten rule: delicate items, such as porcelain, should not be directly transferred from the seller's hands to those of the buyer. Instead, the seller must first set the item aside, allowing the buyer to retrieve it independently. This precaution is taken to avoid disputes regarding responsibility should the item be damaged during the handover. Similarly, this principle is upheld during appraisal. Any individual with a modicum of understanding in the antique domain adheres to this guideline. Even between Chu Chen and Uncle Wu, who share a bond akin to that of uncle and nephew, such caution is exercised. The red glaze, known as glaze red, is a precious variety from the imperial kilns of the Ming and Qing dynasties, although its origins can be traced back to the Yuan dynasty. The copper red glaze is notoriously unstable at high temperatures, resulting in a low success rate. It was not until the Yongxin period of the Ming dynasty that a more accurate coloration was achieved, leading to a scarcity of such pieces. During the mid-Ming era, the more straightforward process of using alum red often supplanted glaze red, leading to a temporary cessation of its production. It was not until the early Qing dynasty that production gradually resumed. Upon acquiring the small bowl, Chu Chen's latent abilities stirred within him, confirming that the bowl was indeed an antique. However, he refrained from immediately absorbing its aura, opting instead to authenticate it through his own expertise first. This Schwanda glazed red bowl, adorned with a 3-fruit motif, features a flared lip, deep arched walls, and a circular foot. The outer surface is beautifully embellished with pomegranates, persimmons, and peaches, symbols of fertility, prosperity, and longevity. The bowl exhibits a substantial patina with a vibrant and pure red hue, and the base bears the 6-character inscription De Qing Kangxi Nian Ji in 2 rows of regular script, suggesting it dates from the Kangxi reign. At a cursory glance, this glazed red 3-fruit bowl appears to be an exquisite imitation crafted during the Kangxi era, modeled after Ming dynasty Schwanda pieces. Such bowls were produced during both the Kangxi and Yongzheng periods, with those from the Kangxi era being particularly rare. If this bowl is indeed a genuine Kangxi imitation of the Schwanda 3-fruit design, it would hold significant collectible value. However, as Chu Chen examined it further with a magnifying glass, he discerned certain issues. After absorbing the bowl's essence, he validated his initial assessment and gently placed the bowl back on the counter. Uncle Wu, observing this, inquired, "So what do you think? Have you made up your mind?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu's eyes gleamed with interest. "Oh, please, elaborate." Chu Chen chuckled softly, lifting the 3-fruit bowl once more. "Uncle Wu, first and foremost, while the red hue of this 3-fruit bowl is indeed striking, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the color is not entirely pure. Hints of black mar its brilliance. If it were indeed produced during the Kangxi era, it is highly unlikely that it would have survived in such condition. Secondly, observe the clay quality. Although it has been refined to the best of its ability, it still falls short when compared to pieces from the Kangxi period. The body is not sufficiently thick or dense, though it surpasses the quality of late Qing dynasty ceramics. Next, let us examine the inscription. While it bears resemblance to official kiln works, a closer look through the magnifying glass reveals that the character formade lacks the precision typical of official kilns. Finally, consider the patina. Although this bowl possesses a gentle sheen, it does not approach the substantial thickness characteristic of the Kangxi period, nor does it match that of the Qianlong era. In summary, this imitation of the Ming Xuande glaze red three-fruit bowl is likely a product of the late Qing dynasty's folk kilns, crafted by a skilled artisan. Although not from the Kangxi era, the exquisite quality of this bowl still renders it remarkably collectible. It is through the prowess of his extraordinary abilities that Chu Chen confidently draws this conclusion, having absorbed the essence from the three-fruit pattern bowl. Well done. You've accurately articulated the characteristics of this bowl, Xiaoqing, Wu Shu remarked, clearly impressed. Upon receiving such praise, Chu Chen bashfully scratched his head and replied, "It is all thanks to your excellent guidance, Wu Shu. However, I still have much to learn, and I hope you will continue to mentor me." Chapter 6, Zhao Xuei. Wu Shu chuckled, "Do not be so modest. In our line of work, one either knows or does not know. Your statement about needing more learning holds true, not just for you, but for me as well. With 5,000 years of Chinese history, there is an inexhaustible wealth of knowledge to acquire. Today, you performed admirably, and I have a reward for you. Next Tuesday, I will take you to Jin Province, Yunqing, to explore an old residence. When we go, remember to speak less and observe more." Hearing of this delightful opportunity, Chu Chen exclaimed in joy. Over the years, although he had explored old residences with Wu Shu and others, those were minor endeavors. Now, with Wu Shu's promise, it must be a century-old estate filled with treasures. While he may not have a significant role in such a grand transaction, the experience would be invaluable for his collecting journey. Noticing Chu Chen's excitement, Wu Shu smiled. "Seeing you so elated, I never took you to grand estates before due to your limited knowledge. Do not let envy cloud your judgment when you see valuable items. It is easy to be misled. Since you are no longer merely a theoretical learner, I will certainly include you in future ventures." Chu Chen recognized the wisdom in Wu Shu's words. As a newcomer in the antique realm with only rudimentary skills, encountering major transactions could easily lead to envy and rash decisions, particularly when faced with high-quality replicas. This demonstrated Wu Shu's thoughtful consideration for Chu Chen's development. Wu Shu then inquired, "By the way, Xiaoqing, do you have enough funds? Would you like me to lend you some?" After a moment's contemplation, Wu Shu, aware of Chu Chen's financial situation, nodded and said, "All right, if you find yourself short, do not hesitate to tell me, or I may not be so accommodating." At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a light gray short-sleeved shirt and perspiring profusely, rushed into the shop, bellowing, "Old Wu, quickly, bring me some water. I am parched." Wu Shu handed him a bottle of mineral water and replied, "Old Zhao, could you lower your voice? Every time you come to my shop, you bellow so loudly that my porcelain bowls and vases are at risk of shattering." Old Zhao, whose real name was Zhao Xuei, owned a modest shop in Panjiayuan, but was also a well-known antiques broker in the area. His reputation was stellar, and many dignitaries sought his expertise to acquire cherished antiquities. Uncle Wu and Zhao Xuei have been friends for many years. When it comes to porcelain, Zhao usually consults Uncle Wu before seeking others. Zhao Xuei gulped down a bottle of mineral water and sighed with relief. "Ah, old Zhao, I have also learned to cultivate my character now. I don't usually raise my voice like this, but that would have put pressure on our guest." Uncle Wu chuckled. "Haha, I trust you will cultivate your character, but that is akin to believing that pigs can climb trees. However, I'm quite curious about who could pressure you like that." Zhao Xuei, rendered speechless, replied, "If you don't believe me, so be it. The one who pressured me is none other than that spoiled girl from the Li family." He continued with a smile. "She said she couldn't adapt to life in the military and shamelessly begged old Li to arrange a transfer for her. She is now a junior police officer at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. With old Li's birthday coming up, she came to me asking for a three-fruit pattern bowl. As for why she didn't come to you, it's simply because she couldn't bring herself to do so." Uncle Wu pondered for a moment and understood the reason, shaking his head with a smile. Chu Chen, who had been listening, curiously asked Uncle Wu, "Who is this Li Bei? I've never met her. Why couldn't she come to your shop?" Zhao Xuei was taken aback by Chu Chen's words and responded, "Oh, it's you, little Chen. Chu Chen, feeling a bit frustrated, remarked, Uncle Zhao, you just noticed me? Seeing his amused expression piqued Chu Chen's curiosity, making him wonder if there was some connection between Wu Ku and Li Beibei, and he resolved to inquire about it next time. Little Chen, I heard you acquired the Tang Sancai camel from Old Xiang. When will you bring it for Uncle Zhao to admire? Here it is. Uncle Wu pointed to a pile of pottery shards, somewhat annoyed. Although Chu Chen's oversight involved a top-quality replica, it was somewhat excusable. Yet Uncle Wu was still irritated that Chu Chen hadn't consulted him beforehand. Now reflecting on it, Chu Chen felt somewhat guilty for not considering Uncle Wu's feelings. And thus his expression turned a bit awkward. Zhao Shui hurried to the counter, and upon seeing the shards, exclaimed, Ah, how did this happen? Chu Chen then recounted the entire story once more. After listening, Zhao Shui took out a magnifying glass and examined the crucial shard carefully, exclaiming, The craftsmanship of this fire clay is truly remarkable. Had it not been for these two characters, I too would have been deceived. Little Chen, your oversight is nothing to be ashamed of. It doesn't even count as tuition. After all, it is merely a Republic-era imitation. Chu Chen curiously asked Uncle Zhao, Have you never seen Old Xiang's Tang Sancai? Uncle Wu and Zhao Shui were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged knowing nods. Zhao Shui then patted Chu Chen on the shoulder, saying, Good, with your character, I will certainly look out for you in the future. Haha, old Zhao, I need to trouble you with one matter. Uncle Wu pointed to the three-fruit pattern bowl and said, Little Chen, please share your assessment of this bowl with Uncle Zhao once more. Zhao Shui, intrigued, added, Yes, I too wish to hear about Little Chen's expertise. Chu Chen smiled apologetically, yet he was not daunted. After clearing his throat, he articulately reiterated the conclusions he had just drawn. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shui applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, Excellent. Based on this, Uncle Zhao has agreed that you may accompany us the day after tomorrow to inspect the house. Lao Wu, is that what you just mentioned? Lao Zhao, you are quite quick on your feet. What do you think of this tri-fruit pattern bowl? Zhao Shui picked up the imitation Xuanda red glazed bowl, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Though this bowl is merely a replica from the late Qing dynasty emulating the Kangxi period, it is hardly inferior to the originals. Its quality is truly exceptional. It will certainly suffice. Come, let us hasten to my store and swiftly dispatch that young lady, lest her persistence brings me to an early grave. Haha, Lao Zhao, look at you today. Uncle Wu chuckled as he carefully packed the bowl into a gift box, instructing Chu Chen to tend to the shop in their absence. He then took the box and departed with Zhao Shui. The shop, now devoid of Zhao Shui's boisterous voice, fell into a serene quietude. Chu Chen noticed an intriguing phenomenon. His reflexes had markedly improved compared to before. In the past, he would not have been able to discern even the slightest differences in half a second. Today, he had one final opportunity to utilize his extraordinary abilities. Yet the shop lacked particularly valuable porcelain. Thus, he decided to apply this chance to a blue and white plate crafted during the mid-Qing period, confirming his earlier assessments. He felt a surge of joy within. With such extraordinary powers, how could he fear missing out on hidden treasures? Next, Chu Chen found himself at a loose end. Observing that the computer was still on, its screen displaying the news page from earlier, he became intrigued. Though Uncle Wu had encouraged him to learn about computers, his previous disinterest had prevented him from engaging. Fortunately, there was a basic tutorial on computer operation nearby, allowing him to learn while he practiced. He picked up the book and began to read. To his astonishment, he found that he could read 10 lines at a glance, and, crucially, everything he had read was etched clearly in his memory. Closing the book, Chu Chen was utterly astonished. Could this be the legendary gift of photographic memory? How extraordinary! This was undoubtedly a boon granted by his abilities. Chu Chen was now brimming with joy. Possessing such an impeccable memory was akin to being endowed with wings. While his extraordinary powers indeed facilitated the appraisal of antiques, he still needed to rely on his own skills outside of the 3 daily opportunities. With his newfound ability to remember everything, learning about antiques became significantly easier. Moreover, this aptitude extended beyond porcelain to other areas such as jade, calligraphy, and paintings, greatly enhancing his chances of discovering hidden gems. How could Chu Chen not feel exhilarated? Today, we common folk must rejoice. He hummed merrily, following the instructions from the book as he began to operate the old computer. Chapter 7. An Unexpected Individual. On Tuesday, July 17th, the day had finally arrived for Chu Chen to explore the old residence in Jing Province. Overcome with excitement, he rose early, dressed meticulously, and purchased breakfast. Strolling leisurely to Uncle Wu's shop, The previous day, aside from exercising and dining, Chu Chen had spent the entire time indoors. Initially, he had intended to procure goods, but with the anticipation of the forthcoming visit to the old house, he decided against it, opting to save his funds for potential use during the expedition. Throughout the day, he diligently perused the antiquities literature available at home, significantly expanding his knowledge in this domain, though he still lacked practical experience. Regrettably, most of the materials focused on porcelain, with only a smattering of information regarding jade and other artifacts, leaving him predominantly a theoretical scholar in these two areas. Arriving at Uncle Wu's shop just past 6 o'clock, he found it unsurprising that Uncle Wu had yet to arrive. However, possessing a key to the establishment, he was not compelled to wait idly outside. Upon entering, he tidied up a bit before booting up the computer, skillfully navigating the web, a testament to his rapid acclimatization to technology after only 3 days of learning. Before 7, Uncle Wu arrived, and after making necessary preparations, he led Chu Chen to gather with Zhao Shui. Upon their arrival, Zhao Shui and an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 50s, were already present. This gentleman was no stranger to Chu Chen. He was the proprietor of the renowned antique store, Yuebao Pavilion, in Panjiayuan, Mr. Zhu Dafu, an old friend of Uncle Wu's. The world of antiques, while seemingly expansive, is rather small, especially in places like Panjiayuan, where those of any repute are generally known to one another. The realm of antiques thrives on connections, and unless there are deep-seated grievances, individuals tend to coexist amicably. Though Mr. Zhu appeared to be in his 50s, this youthful visage was attributed to his diligent self-care. In reality, he was a master of Tai Chi and had reached the venerable age of 72. After exchanging greetings with them, Mr. Zhu, with a warm smile, addressed Chu Chen. "Xiao Chen, I have a small favor to ask. I heard that your Tang Sancai caught your eye, and I mean no harm. I merely wish to broaden my horizons." Mr. Zhu's affability was not merely a pretext for his request. As previously mentioned, Chu Chen's adoptive father had imparted the family's Tai Chi lineage to him during his youth. For years, apart from those few days with the Tang Sancai, he had diligently practiced, achieving a commendable level in the form, intent, and spirit of Tai Chi. The proximity of Chu Chen's abode to Mr. Zhu's led to their serendipitous meeting during a Tai Chi practice session in the park. Both practiced traditional Tai Chi, emphasizing combat techniques, which made communication with others somewhat cumbersome for Mr. Zhu. Upon witnessing Chu Chen's adeptness, he was instantly intrigued and approached him for an exchange after Chu Chen completed his practice. Chu Chen held no prejudices regarding martial arts, recognizing that in this technological age, even the most formidable skills pale in comparison to the power of a bullet. With the decline of martial arts following his adoptive father's passing, Chu Chen found himself devoid of a training partner, and thus, meeting Mr. Zhu brought him considerable joy. Thus, through a series of exchanges, they became unlikely friends despite their age difference. Subsequently, Zhu Dafu learned that Chu Chen was the nephew of Uncle Wu, which further deepened their camaraderie. However, this also meant that Chu Chen had to regard Zhu Dafu with a sense of reverence. Upon hearing Zhu Dafu's words, Chu Chen clapped his hands in delight and exclaimed, "Uncle Zhu, I thought it was something monumental. Yet, given your vast experience, it's only natural that you would take an interest in my Tang Sancai." Zhu Dafu replied with a hint of exasperation, "I've told you not to call me Uncle Zhu. It makes me sound like a bloated caricature." He sighed and continued, "Moreover, I cannot claim to be particularly knowledgeable. I have merely walked a few more miles than you. In our line of work, the prevalence of counterfeiting has become alarmingly sophisticated, making it nearly impossible to guard against. Zhang Huoni can be considered a master in this field, and thus, his works are of great reference." Then, Zhao Shui addressed the group. "All right, everyone is here. Let's set off." Uncle Wu, bewildered, inquired, "Is it just the 4 of us?" As Zhao Shui walked, he explained, "There is also our old acquaintance, General Zhao, but he is currently in Jinyang. We will rendezvous with him upon our arrival." Noticing Chu Chen's puzzled expression, Uncle Wu introduced General Zhao Chirue of Hute Trading, a tycoon with a fortune exceeding 10 billion. He too has a passion for antiques, although he usually acquires them through your Uncle Zhao. Chu Chen suddenly understood. Hute Trading was a renowned import-export company in the capital, and it was rumored that its owner wielded significant influence. He was surprised to learn that he also had an affinity for antiques. The quartet arrived at an old Santana, and Zhu Dafu chuckled, "I must say, little Zhao, with your wealth in the millions, why haven't you upgraded to a better vehicle?" Zhao Shui opened the car door and replied, "You might be surprised to hear that although this car is a bit dated, I am quite accustomed to it. If I were to switch to a new one, I would need time to adjust. The three shared a hearty laugh before piling into the car and setting off. After driving for a while, Zhu Dafu turned to Chu Chen in the front passenger seat and remarked, "Little Chen, I sense a distinct change in your spirit compared to a few days ago. Could it be that you have made a breakthrough?" Startled by the observation, Chu Chen smiled and replied, "Uncle Fu, your perception is remarkable. I have indeed just achieved a breakthrough to the small Zhou Tian stage. In the practice of the ancient Tai Chi he and his companions trained in, there are three realms: small Zhou Tian, large Zhou Tian, and the innate stage. While it may sound akin to the martial arts depicted in novels, it lacks the fantastical elements of defying gravity or inflicting harm with mere leaves. Yet, reaching the innate stage could allow one to live beyond 150 years with ease. However, as Chu Chen had heard from his adoptive father, no one had attained the innate stage since the Qing dynasty. Beyond that, he was utterly oblivious to any higher realms that might exist. His recent breakthrough to small Zhou Tian came unexpectedly. Just yesterday, as he practiced, he sensed a transformation in his internal energy, a clear indication of his advancement. He felt a mix of joy and confusion, ultimately surmising that it might be influenced by an extraordinary ability. Zhu Dafu, upon hearing this, joyfully exclaimed, "Well done, little Chen. You may now consider yourself a master of Tai Chi truly. The younger generation surpasses the older. When I broke through to small Zhou Tian, I was already 40. Had it been in ancient times, you would undoubtedly achieve the innate stage." Chu Chen, feeling bashful, repeatedly insisted that he did not dare to claim such a title. As Zhao Xue drove, he inquired, "Is that so-called small weak truly akin to what is depicted in martial arts novels?" Zhu Dafu chuckled. "How could that be? If it were like the novels, wouldn't they be superhuman? The martial arts world wouldn't be as feeble as it is now. However, upon reaching the small weak, one could at least expect to live to 90, and a few grown men would still be manageable." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xue remarked, "That is not too shabby. It surpasses even special forces, especially in our line of work. If we were to find ourselves in unfamiliar territory, confronted with schemes, we would not be without means to defend ourselves. The antiquities trade is indeed fraught with peril. Throughout history, schemes akin to deception have been prevalent. Thus, one must remain vigilant during transactions, for a moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences." Zhao Xue's scenario was not uncommon. As he continued driving, Zhao Xue shared insights about the homeowners they were visiting. After listening, Chu Chen realized that this journey was not strictly about excavating the residence. Rather, the elderly owner wished to part with cherished collectibles accumulated over the years, leading to Zhao Xue's involvement. Subsequently, Zhu Dafu exchanged some martial arts experiences with Chu Chen. The conversation soon turned to amusing anecdotes about antiquities, and a serene silence enveloped the vehicle. After 4 hours, they stopped at a service station for a quick lunch before resuming their journey, this time with Uncle Wu at the wheel. For Zhao Xue was quite fatigued after hours of continuous driving. Their destination was Qinxiu Town, located beneath Yunzhong City, not far from the previous service station. After an hour, they arrived at the rendezvous point with Zhao Qirui. Zhao Xue, while driving, expressed his frustration. "What bad luck. Zhao Zong has brought along that fool Qian Chongxing." Zhu Dafu exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't Zhao Zong always relying on Old Dong for appraisals? Why has he switched to Old Qian this time? Uncle Wu explained, "That's quite normal. Old Dong and Qian Chongxing share a good rapport. Perhaps Old Dong had other commitments, hence Qian Chongxing is here in his stead." Chu Chen was aware of the reasons behind the animosity towards Qian Chongxing. While he possessed some expertise in antique appraisal years ago, he leveraged connections to gain a position at the Palace Museum, performing similar work as Uncle Wu. However, his character was lacking. He engaged in schemes to acquire forgeries, a fact that Uncle Wu discovered. Although he escaped imprisonment due to family intercession, his career was irrevocably ruined, fostering resentment towards Uncle Wu. During the early days of reform and opening up, Qian Chongxing relied on his knowledge to assist others with appraisals. Had he acted with integrity, he might not have achieved great wealth, but he would have amassed a modest fortune. Yet, he remained undeterred and returned to his deceitful ways. Chapter 8. Precious Furnishings. Initially, there seemed to be no repercussions. However, as the saying goes, frequent travels at night will eventually lead to encountering ghosts. Ultimately, he attracted the ire of a powerful individual. Not only did he spend a year in confinement, but he also incurred substantial costs to resolve the matter, which had a significant impact within the antiquities community. Zhao Xue expressed some dissatisfaction, remarking, "Old Dong truly is perplexing. He is fully aware of Qian Chongxing's character, yet he continues to protect him." Sighing, Zhu Dafu responded. I understand this situation. Old Dong finds himself in a predicament. Their families have been friends for generations, and moreover, Qin Changxing's father once saved Old Dong's life. Can you expect Old Dong to disregard him? Everyone has their own struggles. The carriage fell into a contemplative silence. Before long, two vehicles arrived at the doorstep of a residence. Upon disembarking, rather than surveying their surroundings, everyone began to stretch their limbs, having endured over 5 hours in transit, leading to a certain stiffness in their bodies. Fortunately, the two elderly individuals were in good health. Otherwise, it would be quite taxing for anyone in their 60s or 70s. Zhao Chirui was accompanied by 3 individuals, one of whom served as his bodyguard. Upon noticing the demeanor of the driver, Chu Chen immediately recognized him as a skilled individual. Although he had never encountered the legendary bodyguards of Zongnanhai, this driver seemed to be of comparable caliber, indicating that Zhao Chirui's background was likely formidable. As Zhao Chirui and his companions stepped out of the vehicle, Chu Chen and the others approached to greet him. During this interaction, Chu Chen took the opportunity to scrutinize Zhao Chirui more closely. Zhao Chirui appeared to be in his early 40s, with a robust physique, striking features, and an aura of refinement that belied his billionaire status. He exuded a warmth that made him quite approachable. Zhao Chirui and Uncle Wu were old acquaintances, exchanging warm handshakes upon meeting. However, when it came to Chu Chen, Zhao Chirui hesitated for a moment before smilingly inquiring of Uncle Wu and the others. Who is this young man? He looks quite spirited. I don't believe I've seen him before. Standing at an impressive height of 183 meters, Chu Chen possessed equally striking features, with a well-defined nose and a physique devoid of any excess weight due to his years of martial arts training. He radiated an aura of vitality, and his frequent smiles contributed to his sunny disposition, leaving a favorable first impression on many. Chu Chen promptly bowed and introduced himself, saying, Hello, Mr. Zhao. My name is Chu Chen, and I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. Zhao Chui's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. Yet he smiled and patted Chu Chen on the shoulder, saying, All right, young man, you seem quite impressive. I will certainly assist you with anything within my capacity. This elicited knowing smiles from the group, and Chu Chen expressed his gratitude, though he remained somewhat skeptical, believing Zhao Chirui's words to be mere formality. The atmosphere was one of camaraderie, yet an undercurrent of discord lingered. Qin Changxing, who had been mentioned earlier, stood aloofly beside Zhao Chirui, casting glances at Uncle Wu and the others that betrayed a hint of resentment, remaining entirely silent. Naturally diminutive in stature and possessing a somewhat shifty appearance, complete with a goatee, Qin Changxing had already left a negative impression on Chu Chen, and now his assessment of him sank even lower. Even if Qin Changxing held disdain for their company, a simple greeting would have sufficed to maintain appearances. Now Zhao Chirui is engaging in jovial conversation with Uncle Wu and others, while you remain motionless. Do you believe your status surpasses that of Zhao Chirui? It is no surprise that Zhao Chirui would harbor discontent. In fact, it is palpable that he feels a measure of dissatisfaction and distance toward Qin Changxing. Subsequently, the group made their way toward the residence, at which point Chu Chen began to observe his surroundings. This household exemplifies the traditional style of a Jin merchant's courtyard. Although it may not rival the expansive estates spanning tens of thousands of square meters, it certainly exceeds 1,000 square meters. The walls of the courtyard stand impressively tall, resembling a fortress, indicating a robust defensive capability. Zhao Shui approached and knocked on the large door of the residence. Before long, an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s yet looking quite sprightly, opened the door. Upon stepping outside, he greeted the group with a courteous gesture, saying, I sense you were about to arrive. Please come in. After extending an invitation with his hand, the group entered the courtyard. Chu Chen continued to survey his surroundings, noting that the architecture adhered to the characteristics of Jin merchant courtyards, with predominantly single-slope roofs. The courtyard itself was rectangular, narrow from east to west, and elongated from north to south, resembling a simplified version of the renowned Qiao family compound. The elderly gentleman, surnamed Li, was known to Zhao Shui as a passionate collector. Having been acquainted for many years, this visit was prompted by an invitation from Mr. Li. He graciously invited the guests to take a seat in the living room and serve them tea, then began, As this is your first visit, I shall share a bit about myself. My brother Zhao is aware of my situation. I have spent the better part of my life immersed in antiques. Regrettably, my children are not inclined towards this passion and have emigrated abroad. As I grow older, I realize that upon my passing, they will likely sell off my collection. Therefore, I wish to pass these treasures on to friends in the antique community, rather than allow my children to mishandle them. Zhao Shui nodded in understanding, saying, Mr. Li, I have already informed my friends about your situation. Time is of the essence, so let us proceed to examine the items. Mr. Li chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation, and led them to a storage room. Upon entering, Chu Chen was surprised to find that the room did not contain the anticipated array of antiques. Observing the puzzled expressions of the group, Mr. Li remarked, I apologize, everyone. Several local collectors were aware that I would be parting with my items, and have already come by. Zhao Shui, somewhat agitated, responded, Mr. Li, this seems rather unfair. We have traveled a great distance from the capital. Must we settle for what others have left behind? Mr. Li waved his hand with a smile, saying, Brother Zhao, please do not be upset. I have saved the finest pieces for you. I assure you that each of you will leave with something worthwhile. With that, he directed them to a square table, gesturing towards it and 2 accompanying armchairs, saying, Please take a look at these 3 pieces while I retrieve more treasures. Once Mr. Li departed, the group eagerly began to examine the table and chairs. Firstly, let us discuss this table, which measures approximately 1.6 meters in width, about 50 centimeters in depth, and stands roughly 80 centimeters tall. At first glance, the wooden grain on the table is strikingly clear, reminiscent of flowing clouds and water, exuding a captivating beauty. Additionally, one can distinctly observe the naturally formed ghost face patterns, which are quintessential characteristics of Hain Wangwali wood. The substantial thickness of the patina on the table suggests that this Wangwali piece has indeed aged gracefully over the years. Zhu Dafu produced a handkerchief to gently wipe the table surface, subsequently taking out a magnifying glass to scrutinize it closely. After a brief examination, he proclaimed to the group, Indeed, this appears to be a Hain Wangwali table, judging by its patina and craftsmanship. It likely dates back to the late Ming or early Qing dynasty and possesses significant collectible value. The others seemed to have no objections, nodding in agreement. Only Qian Chongqing stood silently to the side, his expression impassive, causing discomfort for Chu Chen, who chose to ignore him, preferring not to see him at all. Next, let us turn our attention to the chairs. A cursory glance reveals that both chairs are crafted from rosewood, designed in a 5-panel armchair style. Rosewood furniture is a classical masterpiece, combining artistry and individuality, made from this precious material. Traditionally, rosewood furniture has held a prominent status in China, reserved exclusively for emperors during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Rosewood is an exceedingly valuable timber, known for its slow growth. It takes centuries to mature, making substantial pieces exceedingly rare. Its dense and hard nature makes it ideal for intricate carvings. Items made from rosewood, when polished, radiate a satin-like sheen without the need for lacquer. The wood's delicate, flowing grain, with endless variations alongside its deep, dignified hues, renders it a paragon among woods. The saying goes, 1 inch of rosewood is worth an inch of gold, as the largest rosewood logs rarely exceed a diameter of 20 centimeters. Historically, only the imperial court possessed the means to procure rosewood from the southern seas. Various nations paid tribute to the emperor, and the common folk were entirely deprived of such luxury. Although rosewood eventually became available in local regions, it remained the privilege of local nobility. Thus, a finely crafted antique rosewood piece is exceedingly rare, making the 2 exquisite 5-panel armchairs before us a sight to behold. These 2 rosewood armchairs are nearly identical, with the backs and armrests constructed from solid planks, forming a 5-panel screen style. The armrests exhibit graceful curves, while the backrest features a significant backward curve reminiscent of scroll. Both sides of the backrest are adorned with high-relief carvings depicting auspicious motifs, while the armrests showcase intricate dragon patterns. The seat panels are crafted from generous materials, and the workmanship is exquisitely detailed. Considering the patina and craftsmanship, these chairs likely date back to the Qianlong period, representative of the exquisite furniture produced in the Guangdong region. The term Guangzhou craftsmanship refers to the furniture produced predominantly in this area, characterized by its generous use of materials and uncompromising standards. Guangzhou furniture emphasizes uniform wood characteristics, avoiding the mingling of other wood types, with artisans selecting only the finest materials for their creations. To showcase the beautiful grain, Guangzhou furniture is left devoid of lacquer, allowing the wood to remain completely exposed. During the Qing dynasty, all palace furniture was crafted by master artisans from Guangdong, and even today, only these masters possess the most traditional and authentic techniques. The 2 5-screen armchairs, when examined for their craftsmanship, undoubtedly stand out as exquisite examples among the Guangzhou collection. holding significant representational value and are indeed rare treasures. Chapter 9. Unexpected Discoveries. Merely by observing the workmanship of these chairs, one is immediately captivated. However, a verification is necessary to ascertain their authenticity as being crafted from rosewood. The initial step involves scrutinizing their hue and grain. It is well known that rosewood furniture exhibits a regal purple-red or purple-black surface, with a consistent grain and minimal or nearly absent patterns. One may observe golden specks or fine S-shaped curls akin to the texture of cowhide. Under the scrutiny of a magnifying glass at 60 to 100 times magnification, one can discern that the tubular pores are filled with golden rosewood essence, reminiscent of a vast starry sky, twinkling with starlight. Although these chairs were both crafted during the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty, their condition reflects the care taken by their various owners over the years. While the surface has developed a slight grayish-white patina, the previously mentioned characteristics are still discernible. Furthermore, the delicate, velvety curls and the silky, smooth texture of rosewood are irreplaceable by any other timber, thus leading to the conclusion that both five-screen armchairs are indeed made of rosewood. Consequently, both the pearwood table and the rosewood five-screen armchairs possess considerable value. Moreover, the trio of furnishings forms a complete set, further enhancing their worth. Exchanges of glances among the onlookers indicated their appreciation for the fine items. However, Grandpa Li would not consider selling them separately, which posed a slight dilemma. At this juncture, Zhao Cui cleared his throat and, with a smile, addressed the others. "Do not mind me. I have no interest in furniture this time. Please feel free to discuss amongst yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere lightened considerably, making negotiations easier. Zhao Shui, being a dealer, needed no further consideration, while Uncle Wu, despite his fondness for the items, faced the dual challenges of not having sufficient funds at present and his expertise lying in porcelain, leaving him at a disadvantage in any competitive bidding. Thus, it came as no surprise that the entire set of furniture ultimately belonged to Zhu Dafu. However, during this process, Chu Chen observed an interesting interlude. After Zhao Chirue's remark, Qian Chongxing, who stood beside him, appeared to harbor intentions of making a purchase, only to be met with a sharp glare from Zhao Chirue, which caused him to hesitate. Subsequently, Qian Chongxing seemed somewhat disgruntled. Although the expression was fleeting, Zhao Chirue, being the astute CEO of a large company, had caught the nuance, leading to an intensified discontent in his gaze towards Qian Chongxing. Yet, it seemed that Qian Chongxing remained oblivious to this. Chu Chen inwardly scoffed, deeming Qian Chongxing a fool, overly self-assured, and thus, not surprisingly, disliked by Uncle Wu and others. As they engaged in price discussions, Chu Chen took the opportunity to survey the room. It was evident that this space was designated by Grandpa Li for the storage of antiques, impeccably tidy. However, apart from the aforementioned 3 pieces of furniture, it was almost entirely empty, likely in accordance with Grandpa Li's previous remarks about items having been distributed to other collectors. As his gaze swept across a corner of the wall, Chu Chen discovered a statue of Buddha, piquing his curiosity. However, due to the dim lighting in that area, he found it challenging to discern the details, prompting him to approach for a closer examination. Upon a cursory glance, Chu Chen felt a profound sense of disappointment. The statue of the Buddha stood at a modest height of approximately 40 centimeters, embodying the familiar depiction of the Buddha seated on a lotus pedestal. It was entirely carved from ordinary camphor wood, and the craftsmanship was rather unremarkable, judging by its patina and carving technique. It likely dated back to the late Qing dynasty or early Republic period, which explained its placement in the corner of the room. However, having taken a look, he resolved to examine it thoroughly. As Chu Chen attempted to turn the statue, he suddenly sensed something unusual. His left hand unexpectedly detected 2 distinct auras emanating from within the statue. One was undoubtedly that of the statue itself, while the other aura intrigued him, leading him to ponder whether something might be concealed within the statue. With this thought, Chu Chen wasted no time and activated his extraordinary abilities. Indeed, 2 auras were drawn into his left hand. One was short and faint, while the other was long and exceptionally potent, arguably the most powerful aura he had encountered thus far. This revelation invigorated Chu Chen's spirits, prompting him to scrutinize the statue more closely. Yet, despite inspecting it from every angle, he could discern no apparent issues. This was to be expected. If the flaws were so easily identifiable, the statue would not have remained in that location. Meanwhile, the price negotiations were nearing completion, and the others might speculate on the peculiarities of Chu Chen's behavior, compelling him to hasten his actions. If he could not identify the issue soon, he would have to secure the statue first. Perhaps fortune favored him, for with the aid of his magnifying ability, he soon discovered a minuscule crack at the junction of the statue and the lotus pedestal, barely perceptible to the naked eye. This was likely the source of the mystery. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he lifted the statue and approached the others. At that moment, Zhu Dafu and Mr. Li had settled on a price, with Zhu Dafu acquiring the exquisite furniture set for 450,000. Both parties appeared quite pleased, as evidenced by the smiles on their faces. Initially, there was a moment of surprise, particularly from Uncle Wu, whose eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity, while Zhao Qirui exhibited a sense of disappointment. Subsequently, everyone began to appraise the Buddha statue. It was evident that the material was ordinary camphor wood, and the craftsmanship was likewise pedestrian. However, as a piece from the late Qing dynasty, it could be considered an antique, suitable for the offerings of an average household. Mr. Li inspected the statue, then turned his gaze to Chu Chen, remarking, "This statue was obtained by my grandfather many years ago." He paused, studying Chu Chen, but the latter maintained a guileless smile, revealing no signs of unease. This caused Mr. Li to feel a twinge of disappointment, thinking perhaps he had been overly anxious. Relieved, Chu Chen felt a weight lift from his shoulders. During Mr. Li's scrutiny, he had nearly betrayed his emotions, but ultimately he had managed to compose himself. Suppressing his excitement, he expressed heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Li and successfully acquired the statue for 1,000 yuan. At that moment, Qin Chongqing derisively remarked, "Wu zipping. Your nephew has rather poor taste. He would choose such an ordinary Buddha statue. Has he never seen anything of greater value? Should I introduce you to a more impressive piece?" Upon the utterance of these words, an immediate tension enveloped the gathering, with a palpable sense of indignation rising within each individual present. The sentiments of Chu Chen and his companions were particularly fraught, for their initial impressions of him had been far from favorable. His remarks had inadvertently offended old Master Li, who had just expressed pride in the fact that this exquisite statue was a treasured heirloom from his grandfather. Such a comment implied a lack of taste on his ancestor's part, which was sure to incite old Li's ire. Meanwhile, Zhao Qirui was incensed by Qin Chongqing's utter disregard for decorum. While personal disputes may be settled elsewhere, in this instance, Qin was representing Zhao as the appraiser. Thus his words could only serve to embroil Zhao in unnecessary conflict. Realizing he had become the target of collective disapproval, Qin Chongqing quickly recognized the impropriety of his previous remarks and felt a wave of regret wash over him. After years apart from Wu zipping, it seemed he had lost his composure, pondering whether he and Wu were simply incompatible, which left him feeling quite ill at ease. Observing the awkwardness of the situation, Qin Chongqing retreated to a corner, his expression marked by embarrassment. To alleviate the tension, Zhao Qirui cleared his throat and addressed old Master Li with a cheerful demeanor. Old Li, what treasures lie within these two boxes? Shall we indulge our curiosity?" With a warm smile, old Li exchanged pleasantries before unveiling the contents of the boxes, prompting gasps of astonishment from the assembled onlookers. Within the smaller box rested a dotsi bowl, a porcelain decoration technique that combines underglazed blue and overglazed colors. Originating from the Jingdezhen kiln during the Ming Dynasty's Changhua period, dotsi porcelain is renowned for its innovative patterns and delicate hues, representing a significant achievement in the history of Chinese ceramics. This particular bowl showcased exquisite craftsmanship, with the rim adorned in blue floral patterns and the interior featuring a vibrant lotus pond design, accurately known as the Dotsi Lotus Pond Mandarin Duck Bowl. Its patina, body quality, painting technique, and glaze color suggest it to be a Dotsi piece from the Qing Dynasty's Kangxi period, imitating the Ming style. The larger brocade box, however, contained a stunning white jade rui adorned with the 8 auspicious symbols, which elicited further gasps of admiration. The rui, an ancient Chinese artifact symbolizing good fortune, evolved from a scratching tool into a ceremonial scepter and ultimately became a cherished decorative item, measuring approximately 40 centimeters in length. This rui was meticulously carved from a single piece of Heqian white jade, showcasing a magnificent quality, smooth texture, and elegant curves, with exceptional craftsmanship evident in its polished finish, a rarity indeed. The head of the rui was shaped like a lingji fungus, with delicate lines following its contours. A shallow relief of the character for longevity was surrounded by auspicious symbols, including a parasol, lotus, plate-like intestines, and goldfish. The curved part of the handle featured openings with a white cover, a treasure vase, and a conch shell, while the tail end revealed a bat motif. The handles front and back were interspersed with swirling cloud patterns, exuding a sense of free-spirited grace. This exquisite piece of jade, intricately carved with clear and vivid patterns, embodies auspicious symbolism, epitomizing the elegance of imperial artifacts. Chapter 10. The Xuanda Blue and White Jar. The 4 treasures at the head of the Rui. Along with the 3 treasures on the handle and the tail adorned with the 8 auspicious symbols, represent the 8 significant emblems of Tibetan Buddhism, symbolizing the power of the faith. The 8 auspicious symbols frequently adorn Ming and Qing porcelain, yet their presence on a jade Rui is indeed rare. This Rui is exceptionally rare and magnificent, exquisitely crafted, and radiates a royal essence. Observing its patina and intricate carvings, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. Remarkably, this Rui remains in pristine condition, with no flaws whatsoever, making it a true gem worthy of heartfelt admiration. Zhao Chirui, noticing the absence of doubt among the attendees, exclaimed, "What a splendid jade Rui!" He then clasped his hands together and addressed the gathering. "I kindly ask you all to let me acquire this treasure. I express my gratitude in advance." With such a request, the attendees graciously obliged Zhao Chirui, as only he and Zhu Dafu had the means to purchase the Rui, and Zhu Dafu had previously acquired a set of furniture, thus refraining from further contention. After expressing his thanks, Zhao Chirui turned to Mr. Li and said, "Mr. Li, I genuinely admire this Rui. Could you please offer a reasonable price?" Mr. Li, feeling pleased, contemplated for a moment and replied, "Since you truly appreciate it, I shall not be overly coy. Let us settle on 2 million. 2 million might seem modest for an item of such caliber at an auction, yet it is somewhat steep for a private sale." Nevertheless, while Mr. Li's asking price was not exorbitant, there was still room for negotiation. Zhao Chirui pondered and suggested, "Mr. Li, this jade Rui could fetch a higher price at auction, but not excessively so. Therefore, I propose a fair price of 160,000. What do you think?" Mr. Li contemplated for a long while, acknowledging that 160,000 was reasonable. Yet he thought no one would shy away from more. He then countered, 160,000 is a bit low. How about 180,000? Zhao Che furrowed his brow, deliberating before responding. "Let us meet halfway at 170,000. Does that work for you?" Mr. Li considered for a moment and nodded. "Agreed. Let us proceed as you suggest." Subsequently, the flambe lotus pond mandarin duck pattern bowl was seamlessly acquired by Uncle Wu for 65,000, much to everyone's delight. At this moment, Zhao Shui turned to Mr. Li and inquired, "Mr. Li, with your many years of collecting, do you have any more remarkable treasures to enlighten us?" Mr. Li smiled apologetically and replied, "I'm truly sorry, but I've already shared several fine pieces with friends." He paused before adding, "However, I do possess one item of considerable artistic value that has sparked some debate among a few experts. Would you all like to see it?" With this statement, the curiosity of the crowd was piqued, and they eagerly expressed their desire to behold the piece. Approximately 5 minutes later, Mr. Li entered, cradling a blue and white porcelain jar. As he reached the doorway, the crowd was instantly captivated by the exquisite jar in his arms. Upon placing it on the table, the onlookers gasped in unison at the jar's full splendor and turned their gaze toward Mr. Li. Seemingly anticipating their reaction, Mr. Li beamed and proclaimed, "This jar stands at a height of 224 centimeters and has a diameter of 28 centimeters. It is indeed a blue and white floral jar from the Ming Xuanda period." Before anyone could fully absorb his words, Qian Chongxing eagerly inquired, "Mr. Li, may I examine it closely?" After receiving a nod of approval from Mr. Li, he donned gloves and cautiously inspected the jar, eventually employing a magnifying glass for a more detailed examination. After setting it down, he exclaimed with excitement, "This jar is undoubtedly a genuine piece from the era. Mr. Li, was your previous appraiser truly reliable?" Although this statement affirmed the jar's significant value, it left an uncomfortable impression, prompting Mr. Li to frown, while Zhao Chui discreetly pulled him aside. Subsequently, Mr. Wu and others approached to appraise the piece. Zhao Shui found no issues upon his inspection, but Mr. Wu and Zhu Dafu, after their evaluations, displayed a hint of skepticism. Finally, Chu Chen, also gloved, began his meticulous examination of the blue and white jar. The gloves, a staple in the antique field, serve to protect these delicate items. Human hands carry bacteria and moisture, which can be detrimental to the preservation of antiques. By wearing gloves, one provides an essential safeguard. Moreover, the gloves worn by Chu Chen featured tiny latex particles that enhanced grip, preventing any accidental slips that might shatter the fragile artifact. Upon holding the jar, Chu Chen felt an involuntary admiration swell within him. Blue and white porcelain, also known as white-bodied blue and white, is one of the quintessential varieties of Chinese ceramics and is classified as underglazed color porcelain. This porcelain is crafted using cobalt or containing cobalt oxide to depict intricate designs on the ceramic body, which is then coated with a layer of transparent glaze and subjected to high-temperature reduction firing. The cobalt material, upon firing, exhibits a striking blue hue, characterized by its vibrant coloration, strong tinting power, high firing rate, and color stability. The origins of primitive blue and white porcelain can be traced back to the Tang and Song dynasties, but it reached its zenith during the Yuan dynasty at Jingdezhen's Hatian kiln, with Ming blue and white porcelain becoming the predominant form of ceramic artistry. The Qing Kangxi era marked the pinnacle of this craft. Among these, the blue and white porcelain produced during the Ming Xuande period is renowned for its archaic yet elegant forms, its brilliant blue luster, and its diverse and intricate patterns. The craftsmanship achieved its zenith in Chinese blue and white porcelain. As noted in the writings of Ming dynasty scholar Wang Shixing in Guangxi, the Xuande and Changhua kilns were deemed the finest, with Xuande excelling in blue and white and Changhua in polychrome. The Jingdezhen Tao Lu praised Xuande porcelain for its exquisite materials, declaring that blue and white was the most precious, and its artistic accomplishments were hailed as unparalleled in a generation. Su Zhiheng, in Yin Lu Zhai Shua Ci, recorded that the beauty of Xuande porcelain was unmatched throughout the Ming dynasty, citing not only its stunning reds and yellows, but also the myriad inventions in blue and white and polychrome that were revered by subsequent generations. Such accolades narrate the extraordinary achievements of the Xuande imperial kiln in the realm of porcelain artistry. This exquisite blue and white jar features a plain inner wall, adorned with a design of flowering branches around the neck. The shoulder and lower portion are embellished with a pattern of lotus petals, while the central theme of the abdomen showcases entwined floral motifs, including peonies, camellias, lotuses, and chrysanthemums. The lines flow gracefully, presenting a form that is both beautiful and pleasing to the eye. The entwined floral design depicted on the jar's belly, also known as the wanshou vine, symbolizes the notion of perpetual continuity due to its unbroken structure. The composition is spacious and natural, with judicious use of negative space that avoids the common pitfalls of dense and cramped patterns typical of entwined designs. The brushwork is delicate, though meticulously crafted. It does not succumb to weakness, instead revealing the bold spirit of the cobalt blue through the interplay of light and dark shades. The glaze is warm and lustrous, exuding a sense of timeless beauty that has endured for centuries, harmonizing perfectly with a rich and vibrant blue, thus embodying the essence of exquisite porcelain craftsmanship. The base is coated with white glaze, and within a double blue circle, it bears the 6-character inscription in regular script, made during the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty, reflecting a rustic yet vigorous ancient charm. From this blue and white jar, one can discern that the high praise bestowed by our predecessors is not mere flattery. It can also be concluded that there exists an 80% probability that this jar is indeed a genuine Ming Xuande blue and white entwined floral jar, and a fine specimen at that. However, considering the earlier remarks by Mr. Li and the puzzled expressions of Mr. Wu and Mr. Zhu, Chu Chen speculated that there might be underlying circumstances. Thus, he decisively employed his extraordinary abilities. Upon doing so, Chu Chen was utterly astonished to discover that this blue and white jar was, in fact, a high-quality reproduction from the Republic of China era, prompting a flicker of suspicion within him. Subsequently, he retrieved a magnifying glass and meticulously examined the jar inside and out, his mind quickly formulating conclusions. Chu Chen carefully placed the blue and white jar on the table and gently shook his head towards Mr. Wu and the others. Upon hearing this, he felt a tinge of irritation and remarked, "What is true is true. What is false is false." Unlike certain individuals who, despite their failing eyesight, still insist on fabricating falsehoods, Qian Chongxing merely chuckled, dismissing Chu Chen's words with a scoff. "All right, if you claim it is not genuine, then please point out the flaws for everyone to see." Chu Chen surveyed the surroundings, offering a reassuring glance to Mr. Wu and the others, before addressing Mr. Li. "Mr. Li, would you mind if I share my thoughts?" Mr. Li shook his head, replying, "Not at all. To be honest, the issue surrounding this blue and white jar has troubled me for over 20 years, and I am eager for you to unveil the mystery." Chu Chen nodded, organizing his thoughts before speaking. This blue and white jar, as you all have likely observed, boasts a graceful shape. The decoration is executed with great precision. The lines are fluid and the patterns are clear, imparting a sense of cohesive artistry. Furthermore, it possesses a substantial patina, indicating that, based on these aspects, it is a genuine piece from the Xuande period. We know that Xuande blue and white porcelain is characterized by its refined and delicate body, being white and hard. However, please take note that, under magnification, this jar exhibits a hint of yellowish tinge in its whiteness. At this moment, Qian Chongqing interjected, "Such a slight yellowish hue is merely nitpicking. What does it prove? It's truly laughable." Chu Chen cast him a glance and replied, "Why the haste? Have I finished speaking?" Qian Chongqing mocked, "Very well, continue, and let us see what pearls of wisdom you have to offer." Chu Chen shook his head and continued, "Let us discuss this blue pigment. As we all know, there are two types of materials for blue and white porcelain, imported and domestically produced. From a perspective of heirlooms passed down from the imperial court, the primary depiction is executed with imported materials. This imported blue pigment, known as sumaliking, hails from Persia. Porcelain crafted with this pigment exhibits a deep, rich black-blue hue, characterized by a naturally diffused artistic effect, with the pigment melding seamlessly into the glaze, as though it penetrates the very bone of the piece. Particularly concentrated areas reveal silver-black crystalline speckles, which, under certain lighting, exhibit a tin-like sheen, forming triangular crystals. One can feel the unevenness of the glazed surface when touched. Chapter 11. Self-inflicted humiliation. Chu Chen continued, "Let us first examine the color of this blue and white jar. While it is indeed clear and translucent, does it not appear somewhat lacking in vibrancy? Furthermore, is the diffusion truly natural, or does it seem a tad rigid? The tactile quality of the glaze also feels excessively smooth, lacking that delightful irregularity. Now, regarding the bubbles, authentic sumaliking, when viewed under a magnifying glass, displays a star-like distribution of bubbles, varying in size and spacing. Yet the bubbles on this blue and white jar do not resemble such a configuration, do they?" At this moment, Qian Chongqing interjected with mockery, "I can see that you have a point, but the differences from genuine articles are minuscule. Perhaps there were minor issues during firing? How can you definitively prove that this blue and white jar is not authentic? I suspect you are merely indulging in conjecture." Ah, the youth of today. He shook his head, feigning a dramatic display of despair. Unfazed, Chu Chen smiled and replied, "Mr. Qian, considering your advanced age, one would expect you to show a modicum of respect for others. Might I finish my thoughts? Indeed, the earlier points may seem ambiguous, but I urge you to observe this particular area. There should be no further doubts." With that, Chu Chen tilted the blue and white jar at a specific angle, encouraging the onlookers to use a magnifying glass to examine a section of the inner neck. After scrutinizing the area, the crowd gasped in shock and disbelief, for there, inscribed in minuscule form, were the characters an I. Previously, Chu Chen had discerned, through his extraordinary abilities, that this blue and white jar dated back to the Republic period, which immediately led him to recall Zhang Hua and I. Following Zhang Huani's customary practices, he indeed discovered this marking in a very concealed location on the inner neck of the jar. Upon seeing this hidden mark, Qian Chongqing's complexion shifted, alternating between red and pale, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "You must have known about this mark all along. Why did you not reveal it sooner?" With a smile, Chu Chen responded, "Mr. Qian, was it not you who insisted on disclosing any inauthentic aspects? Moreover, it appears you were the one incessantly interrupting me just moments ago. Why now turn your ire upon me? You, enough!" Zhao Qirui barked. Upon witnessing Zhao Qirui's anger, Qian Chongqing, aware of his precarious position, promptly fell silent. Yet, his gaze towards Chu Chen was rife with venomous resentment. Zhao Qirui turned to Chu Chen with a smile. "Truly, the younger generation is formidable. I had not anticipated that you, dear Chu, at such a young age, possess such keen insight and can stand on your own." Chu Chen waved his hand apologetically, saying, "President Zhao, you flatter me. I merely caught a glimpse of the intricacies within Zhang Huani. Otherwise, how could I possibly compare myself to my esteemed predecessors?" "Ah, so you have indeed taken a discerning look." Qian Chongqing interjected disdainfully from his side. The group fell into a moment of silence, taken aback by Qian Chongqing's audacity. It was surprising to see such a lack of shame in someone at this stage, uttering such words with the demeanor of a sore loser. Even Zhao Qirui felt disinclined to engage with him further. At this moment, Zhu Dafu gently caressed the blue and white porcelain vase and addressed Old Li. Old Li, might I persuade you to part with this exquisite vase? Old Li was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, No, no, this vase is my lifeblood. I shall never let it go. Even in death, I intend to take it with me to the afterlife. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. If the vase were indeed an authentic treasure, it would be understandable to cherish it so dearly. Yet, why would Old Li cling to it so fervently if it were a mere counterfeit? Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Old Li, with a tinge of sorrow, began to recount the story of the vase. He had first encountered it over 20 years ago while visiting a fellow collector. The moment he laid eyes on it, he was utterly captivated and vowed to acquire it. After considerable effort and a handsome sum, he finally persuaded the collector to part with it. However, while Old Li succeeded in convincing the collector, he could not persuade his wife. The vase was of considerable value, and purchasing it would deplete their family savings. Naturally, his wife was opposed, as they had elderly relatives and children to support. Nevertheless, Old Li stubbornly went behind her back and purchased the vase. At that time, Old Li was not as affluent as he is now, with countless treasures in his possession. He was merely dabbling in collecting. Eventually, he found himself compelled to sell the vase to raise funds, only to discover that the original collector had moved away. In hindsight, it seemed likely that the collector had realized the vase was a counterfeit and had set a trap for him. After much difficulty, Old Li finally found a buyer. But the appraiser soon identified the very flaws that Chu Chen had previously mentioned, casting doubt on the vase's authenticity. Consequently, Old Li was unable to sell it. In desperation, he considered selling his house, but by then it was too late. One might wonder why Old Li did not think to sell his house first. It is essential to remember that this was during the early days of reform and opening up. Even if his house was substantial, what value could it possibly hold? Moreover, even a wealthy of that era would not consider purchasing property in a still rural area. Furthermore, during those times, familial bonds were paramount. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. No one in a position to manage would think of selling their home in times of crisis. As Old Li finished his tale, tears streamed down his face. The others listened with heavy hearts, reflecting on the nature of the collecting world. When one's greed surpasses reason, disaster is often not far behind. Old Li was somewhat fortunate. At least he still had his home. After completing the bank transfer with Old Li, Zhao Chirue, with matters to attend to in Jing province, prepared to take his leave of the group. Before departing, Zhao Chirue presented a business card to Chu Chen, his face adorned with a beaming smile. Chu, let's stay in touch, he said. Chu Chen, somewhat taken aback, accepted the card with gratitude and hastily produced his own card, handing it to Zhao Chirue. Certainly, if there is anything within my humble abilities, please do not hesitate to reach out. Zhao Chirue nodded with a smile, then greeted Uncle Wu and the others before heading to his vehicle. However, upon reaching the car door, he paused and addressed Qian Chongxing, who stood nearby. Qian Chongxing wore an incredulous expression, glancing at Chu Chen and the others before huffing in disdain, flicking his wrist, and departing in a hurry. Zhao Shui, suppressing a laugh, shook his head and remarked, It seems Zhao has reached his limit with him. Unfortunately, even Old Dong has been implicated this time. Zhao has always referred to him as Old Dong. A silence fell over the group, each feeling sympathy for Old Dong, reflecting on the adage about a single rotten apple spoiling the barrel. Then Zhao Shui patted Chu Chen on the shoulder and said, Well done, little Chen. You have caught Zhao's eye. Otherwise, he would not have given you his card. This will surely benefit you in the future. Chu Chen waved his hands, attributing it to mere luck. Zhu Dafu chuckled and remarked, Without strength, no amount of luck will reveal your potential. Little Chen, consider this your initiation. However, let me offer a word of caution. While we must acknowledge your merits, do not let pride cloud your judgment. The world of antiques is indeed profoundly intricate. At that moment, Chu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that he had momentarily basked in the praise of others, reminiscent of his earlier mindset when attempting to purchase Tang Sancai. Zhu Dafu's words were like a bucket of cold water, jolting him back to reality. Although he now possessed supernatural abilities, granting him a natural advantage, he understood that without sufficient knowledge, acquiring valuable antiques would rely solely on luck. The use of his abilities was limited. After assessing the blue and white vase, he had experimented and discovered that his powers could not be compounded, thus allowing for only 3 uses each day. Chu Chen bowed deeply to Zhu Dafu, expressing his gratitude for the guidance. Uncle Wu and the others smiled with delight, and Zhu Dafu replied with a broad grin. All right, No need to be so serious. As long as you can absorb the lesson, that is what matters. In the private room, after ordering the dishes, Zhu Dafu took a sip of tea. Inside, this old body of mine feels like it's falling apart. Next time, we should take a plane for long distances. It's much more comfortable. Indeed, age brings with it a decline in vigor, Uncle Wu reflected. Then he turned to Chu Chen and inquired, by the way, is there an issue with that Buddha statue? I know my old friend has never married. Seeing Zhao Shui and the others looking puzzled, he clarified, Little Chun is the adopted son of my old friend. The two suddenly understood and turned their gazes toward Chu Chen. He chuckled and said, I thought you, Uncle Wu, wouldn't inquire about that. Uncle Wu, somewhat amused, replied, Your Uncle Wu is not so oblivious as to overlook that detail. I simply refrained from asking earlier to avoid distraction during our journey. Chu Chen chuckled. Uncle Wu is indeed meticulous. That statue is rather extraordinary. It must conceal profound secrets. Chapter 12, The Zigong Plaque. Noticing the eagerness of the group, Chu Chen suggested with a smile, let's first have our meal before delving into this, as there is little we can do in this setting. The others agreed, and after a hurried dinner, they arrived at Uncle Wu's shop. Chu Chen picked up the statue that had been set aside earlier and placed it upon the counter, gently wiping it with a cloth. He then pointed out the location of the seam, and the group examined it closely with magnifying glasses, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship that allowed such a seamless construction. After setting down the magnifying glass, Uncle Wu turned to Chu Chen and said, Xiao Chun, your observation is indeed astute. Please share your thoughts on what you were considering at that moment. Of course, Chu Chen could not disclose that his discovery was due to his extraordinary abilities, so he recounted the explanation he had prepared earlier. I stumbled upon this statue inadvertently. My initial reaction was one of disappointment, but upon reflection, I began to notice certain anomalies. I had previously heard Uncle Zhao mention that the Li family was not only a prominent merchant family, but also one of scholarly lineage with an interest in antiques. It would be unlikely for them to commission such a rudimentary piece. The reality was quite similar to Chu Chen's deductions. Mr. Li's grandfather had commissioned the statue, but before he could reveal its secrets, he suddenly passed away from stroke. Subsequently, Mr. Li speculated that there might be something amiss, yet perhaps due to fate. He had failed to notice the seam until today, unwittingly benefiting Chu Chen in the process. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu nodded in approval. Well reasoned. It is indeed a skill to seize opportunities. Xiao Chun, remember, in the antique business, one must think critically and creatively to discern the genuine from the counterfeit. He continued, Now let us discover what lies within this statue. With that, Uncle Wu produced a small scraper approximately 3 to 4 inches in length and began to gently scrape along the seam. After revealing the end points of the seam, he proceeded to scrape horizontally. After about 10 minutes of careful work, the concealment layer atop the seam was removed. At this point, the back of the statue revealed a rectangular wooden panel embedded within. However, the group was left perplexed, for the seam was exceedingly narrow. Even a fine needle might struggle to fit through, making the extraction of the embedded panel seemingly impossible. Unfazed, Chu Chen took up the magnifying glass once more to scrutinize the seam. It was not in his nature to concede defeat. As he examined a spot an inch from the bottom on the right side, he suddenly detected an anomaly. Chu Chen et gleam sopti, picking up the scraper and delicately working at that spot. In no time, he had created a small hole situated just a centimeter from the seam. Perhaps Uncle Wu had scraped a bit too much earlier, alleviating the frustration of the previous moment. Zhao Shui observed this with excitement, exclaiming, We found it. This must be the mechanism. Uncle Wu hurriedly rummaged through the drawers and produced a needle of similar size. Chu Chen took it, gently piercing it into the small hole. After a brief moment, he encountered a slight resistance, and with a little force, a soft pop was heard as the wooden panel sprang free, landing in Chu Chen's hand. Zhao Shui, witnessing this, remarked in awe, What an extraordinary skill. I never imagined that the mechanisms of that time could be crafted with such finesse. It's a pity that such craftsmanship seems to have nearly vanished. Indeed, this mechanism was remarkable, representing a highly intricate concealment technique from ancient China. The knowledge of its construction is scarce, with even fewer individuals possessing an understanding of it. It is vividly referred to as the Duzhong Tang. This particular Duzhong Tang was relatively simple, with even more complex versions featuring a tiny hole that functions as a lock, requiring a specifically shaped needle to unlock it. Moreover, hidden within are destructive devices that would self-destruct the contents if forced. Upon removing the wooden panel, a thick layer of cotton was stuffed inside to muffle any sound from the concealed treasures. After clearing away the cotton, two silk pouches were revealed. One of the pouches contained two objects. Chu Chen carefully opened it and gently poured out the contents, revealing two gleaming gold ingots. Zhu Dafu inspected the gold ingots closely, noting the inscriptions of Exen, Tian, Qiu, Tian Bao, Zhu Chu, and the double happiness symbol, all exquisitely crafted. He chuckled, well, two gold ingots from the late Qing to early Republican period, in pristine condition. Just these two items alone have yielded a profit of several times over. After speaking, Zhu Dafu handed the gold ingots to Uncle Wu and the others for their inspection, and they nodded in pleased acknowledgement. Chu Chen was also elated with this discovery. He had secured a substantial portion of the rent. However, he felt a twinge of curiosity as to why his abilities did not react to the gold ingots. Unable to fathom it, he decided to open the other pouch, filled with anticipation, as he sensed a potent energy emanating from within. This pouch felt soft to the touch, and Chu Chen cautiously emptied its contents. The first thing he saw was another layer of cotton. After removing it, a remarkably exquisite jade plaque lay quietly atop the surface. Let me see. Zhu Dafu, filled with eagerness, leaned in and carefully took the jade plaque into his hands, retrieving a magnifying glass to examine it closely. This jade plaque stood approximately 5 centimeters tall, and judging by its intricate craftsmanship, it appeared to be a work of Zigan. Zigan, also known as Zigong, was a renowned jade sculptor from Wumen in Jiangnan during the Ming, Jiajing, and Wanli eras, celebrated for his exceptional artistry. Throughout his life, Liu Zigan created numerous stunning jade carvings, with a single jade hairpin valued at 56 gold pieces, and his jade plaques were particularly cherished. The Zigan jade pendants, typically square or rectangular, are robust and solid, resembling plaques, hence their abbreviated name, Zigan Gang Plaque. The unique allure of the Zigan plaque lies in its distinctive form, exquisite jade quality, and meticulous craftsmanship, showcasing the artistic elegance of Liu Zigan's jade sculpting mastery. The Zigan brand jade plaque, renowned for surpassing the price of Changyu, immediately captivated both the elite and common folk alike upon its release, particularly among scholars and literary figures, often leading to a scarcity that sparked a significant trend of imitation. This phenomenon extended beyond the Ming dynasty, with clandestine copies appearing even during the Qing dynasty and the Republic of China. Today, numerous jade shops in Suzhou and Yangzhou continue to replicate the Zigan brand, maintaining a substantial market and a devoted clientele, underscoring the profound influence of Zigan. Post-Ming, there emerged jade plaques attributed to Zigan, yet not crafted by Liu Zigan himself, referred to as Zigan-style plaques, distinguished from those personally made by Liu Zigan. The jade plaque in the possession of Zhu Dafu is a Zigan-style piece. This rectangular jade plaque features a perforation at the top, with both sides adorned with identical designs of a legendary creature, while the front showcases a shallow relief of a scholarly figure beneath bamboo, evoking a sense of tranquility amidst bamboo rain and pine breeze, harmonizing the essence of music and literature. The reverse is inscribed with poetry and a signature. Examining the jade plaque reveals exceptional craftsmanship, with intricate carvings that are both elegant and fresh. The depicted figure is rendered with lifelike precision, while the poetry on the back flows gracefully, the carving embodying the spirit of calligraphy. Although it may not rival Zigan's work, it is certainly of a high caliber. The jade material is of superb quality, an exceedingly rare type of mutton fat jade, crystalline and immaculate, making it a paragon among its peers. Zhu Dafu, unable to part with the jade plaque, handed it to Zhao Shui, exclaiming his belief that, based on its patina and characteristics, it must be a piece from the Qianlong era, meticulously crafted for the emperor. He remarked that aside from Liu Zigan himself, this is the finest craftsmanship he has encountered to date. Remarkably, the jade's flawless quality enhances its value, rendering it an exceptionally rare treasure. After everyone took turns admiring the Zigan plaque, they were all astonished by its exquisite beauty, despite the plaque feeling somewhat rough due to years of neglect. It was evident that with careful handling, its former luster could be restored. At that moment, Zhu Dafu playfully suggested to Chu Chen, "How about you let Uncle Fu have this Zigan plaque?" Zhu Dafu retorted angrily, "Get lost. You made over 100,000 a day, and still want to snatch it from me? Besides, at my age, you should show some respect for your elders." Zhao Shui chuckled. When one encounters a treasure they covet, who can be bothered with such considerations? Zhu Dafu clasped his hands in supplication. "Old Zhao, do me a favor and let it go. If not, I can offer you a choice of 2 pieces from my collection tomorrow." Zhao Shui, intrigued, asked, "Really? Anything I can choose?" Zhu Dafu, with a pained expression, replied, "We'll discuss the specifics later. as long as it doesn't exceed 300,000. Chapter 13, 500,000. Zhao Xue smiled and said, then let's agree on this, but you mustn't go back on your word. Of course. Do you not trust the credibility of old Zhu? Zhu Dafu turned to Chu Chen and said, little Chen, please 50,000 for this exquisite Zigong plaque. What do you say? Seeing that Chu Chen did not respond, Zhu Dafu grew anxious and exclaimed, little Chen, do you think Uncle Fu's offer is too low? We can negotiate the price. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen quickly replied, no, I am merely astonished that this Zigong plaque is valued so highly. Zhu Dafu, upon hearing Chu Chen's words, wiped a bead of sweat from his brow and said, such a finely crafted Zigong plaque, with excellent jade quality, is undoubtedly worth 50,000. In fact, Uncle Fu is getting a bargain. If it were to go to auction, the price would certainly exceed this amount. Chu Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, 50,000 is already quite generous. The auction's outcome is always uncertain. Huh, so, little Chen, does that mean you agree to let me have it? Zhu Dafu joyfully inquired. What is there to disagree about? After all, it is a hefty sum of 50,000. Even if the auction could yield more, there would be commissions, taxes, and various other expenses to consider. Who knows how much more one could actually gain, but the hassle would certainly increase. I still feel more at ease keeping 50,000 in my pocket, Chu Chen mused. Zhu Dafu, with a beaming smile, declared excellent. Let's draft the agreement now. Uncle Wu, chuckling from the side, remarked, old Zhu, have you considered what time it is? Will the bank even be open? Zhao Xue, having heard Uncle Wu's comment, joined in the laughter. Zhu Dafu, feeling a bit sheepish, replied, indeed. It seems we must wait until tomorrow. He cast a lingering glance at the Zigong plaque. Zhu Dafu, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then radiantly exclaimed, really? Little Chen, you trust me so completely? Chu Chen smiled and replied, what is there to distrust? We have known each other for so many years. How could I not trust you, Uncle Fu? Since you say so, I shall not be overly formal, but we must still keep a written record. Otherwise, it would be improper. With that, Zhu Dafu found a piece of paper, wrote a note, and handed it to Chu Chen. He then joyfully picked up the Zigong plaque, tenderly caressing it as if it were his beloved. Seeing Zhu Dafu's demeanor brought smiles to everyone's faces, reminding Chu Chen of the moment he acquired that Tang Sancai piece, which bore a striking resemblance to Uncle Fu's current state of joy. Uncle Wu pointed to the gold bars on the table and asked, little Chen, what do you plan to do with these 2 gold bars? Chu Chen held the gold bars in his hands, admiring their craftsmanship, and said, these 2 gold bars are quite exquisite. I intend to keep them as a memento. At this, Zhao Xue yawned and remarked, all right, it is getting late. Shall we disperse? Everyone noticed it was already past 11, and after a long day of travel, they were all quite fatigued, so they bid farewell. Before leaving, Uncle Wu said to Chu Chen, I will keep this Buddha statue for now. I intend to show it to old Lu. After all, it is a treasure left by our ancestors, and I hope to see if we can restore this art. Sure, no problem, Chu Chen replied, then sheepishly added, Uncle Wu, when can I meet old Lu? I have great admiration for him. Uncle Wu laughed heartily and said, all right, on this visit, I will gauge old Lu's sentiments, but to meet him, you must first pass his test. Chu Chen exclaimed in surprise, meeting with old Lu is indeed a test. Isn't it difficult? Uncle Wu remarked, do you think meeting old Lu is that simple? Whether it is difficult or not depends on old Lu's disposition. He is the one setting the questions, but they should not stray beyond the realm of antique appraisal. Observing the sigh of relief from Chu Chen, Uncle Wu shook his head, pondering that the questions posed by old Lu would hardly be easy. Nonetheless, it is beneficial for the young man to face some challenges rather than suffer genuine losses. However, if he were aware of Chu Chen's extraordinary abilities, perhaps his thoughts would differ. After a refreshing bath, Chu Chen leaped onto the bed, the soft and comfortable mattress eliciting a pleasurable sigh from him. The fatigue from a day of toil dissipated almost instantly. As he turned over and cradled his head in his hands, he contemplated his future plans. The first thought that struck him was how to allocate the 500,000. Should he proceed with his initial intention of purchasing a house? Yet, he quickly dismissed that notion. With newfound abilities, is there still a need to worry about earning money? After reflecting on how effortlessly he earned 500,000 today, how far could 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million be? Turning his thoughts back to his abilities, he pondered the limitations of this power. Although it offers many advantages, the restriction of absorbing that essence only 3 times a day is undeniably inconvenient. While it is said that contentment is a virtue, one should also harbor aspirations for the future, shouldn't one? Moreover, what exactly is that essence, And why was it absent from the gold bars? Could it be that the gold bars are counterfeit? That seems implausible, as Uncle Wu and his associates would surely possess enough discernment. Perhaps there is a critical aspect that he has yet to consider. Furthermore, that essence must be beneficial to the body, having not only enhanced his memory, but also advanced his martial arts skills. He senses a newfound strength within himself, as if that essence is a panacea. If that is the case, let's refer to it as spiritual energy. One cannot help but wonder what transformations a continuous absorption of this spiritual energy might bring to his body, and whether it might eventually increase the frequency of his abilities. The thought is indeed filled with anticipation. As he mused, fatigue overtook Chu Chen, and he gradually drifted into slumber. Aunt Zhang abruptly pulled him aside, asking, "Little Chun, I heard you made a misjudgment last time?" Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Auntie, I didn't realize you were so well informed. Are you worried I might lack the funds to sign a contract?" "How could that be?" Aunt Zhang replied with a serious expression, but then turned to ask, "So, shall we sign a contract on Friday without issue?" Chu Chen, exasperated, replied, "There will certainly be no problem. If it concerns you, we can sign this afternoon." Aunt Zhang, beaming, said, "Who would doubt you, little Chun? But since you say so, it would be a disservice to your goodwill if I didn't agree." After hearing this, Chu Chen found himself both amused and exasperated, truly a testament to Aunt Zhang's frugality. However, a new thought crossed his mind, and he said to Aunt Zhang, "Very well. Let us re-sign the contract this afternoon, but I have another matter to trouble you with." Zhang Dama, with a vigilant expression, inquired, "What is the matter?" "If it pertains to the rent, we have already come to an agreement, and we cannot alter our decision now." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen felt as if a flock of crows had flown over his head, and he managed a wry smile, saying, "Annie, am I truly that kind of person? I merely wish to trouble you to assist me in activating the broadband. Rest assured, I will cover all costs, including the materials, and I will pay for a full year of broadband service." Zhang Dama pondered for a moment and realized that this was indeed a good idea. Even if Chu Chen were to vacate the premises in the future, the broadband would remain, and he could simply renew the service. Delighted by this prospect, she slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, I thought it was something serious. This is simple. We shall finalize the contract this afternoon and proceed with the setup." Subsequently, Chu Chen and Zhang Dama arranged a place for their afternoon meeting and bid each other farewell. When the clock struck 9, Chu Chen brought along the Tang Sancai pottery shards, preparing to visit Zhu Dafu's shop. The Yuebao pavilion owned by Zhu Dafu was significantly larger than Uncle Wu's establishment, boasting more than double the space on the ground floor, along with a second floor dedicated to rare antiquities. Unlike Uncle Wu, who specialized solely in porcelain, Yuebao Pavilion accepted all fine antiques, although it did have a particular emphasis on jade artifacts, a passion of Zhu Dafu's that had been evident the previous day. Upon entering the shop, Chu Chen observed 2 large glass display cases positioned at the front and left, showcasing an array of exquisite jade pendants and bracelets. A few young men and women were engaged in conversation with the sales staff across the counter regarding the jade items. To the right near the entrance stood a corner reception counter, which also served as the cash register. At the far end on the right was a wooden staircase leading to the second floor. The remaining space was thoughtfully arranged with several antique cabinets, displaying a variety of beautiful antiquities. Chu Chen also noticed several middle-aged individuals and elderly patrons leisurely admiring the pieces, while a sales assistant stood nearby, ready to assist if needed. Chapter 14. The Art of Tea, Part 1. Upon entering, Chu Chen approached a sophisticated woman in her 30s at the reception counter and inquired, "Sister Xin, is Uncle Fu available?" The woman looked up, recognized Chu Chen, and smiled. "Ah, it's little Chen. My father is upstairs. He asked you to go up and see him." "Very well, Sister Xin. Please carry on with your work. I shall head upstairs now." After exchanging pleasantries with Sister Xin, Chu Chen ascended to the second floor. The second floor comprised 2 rooms of varying sizes. The smaller room was designated for displaying antiques, as a true antique shop would not house an abundance of exquisite pieces. A space of around 20 square meters sufficed. The larger room, approximately 30 square meters, was intended for receiving guests. This division offered a distinct advantage, particularly for gatherings with friends for tea and conversation, as the moisture from the tea, though minimal, could be detrimental to delicate antiques. Even the slightest accumulation of humidity could pose a risk of damage. Upon ascending to the second floor, Chu Chen beheld Zhu Dafu engaged in lively conversation with a middle-aged gentleman. On the table lay an exquisite tea set, accompanied by a small stove, upon which water was boiling, presumably in preparation for tea tasting. With keen eyes, Zhu Dafu quickly spotted Chu Chen at the doorway and beckoned him over, exclaiming, as the saying goes, it's better to arrive early than to arrive by chance. Allow me to introduce you. With that, Zhu Dafu commenced the introductions. This young man is my nephew, Chu Chen. Do not let his youth deceive you. He possesses a remarkable expertise in porcelain appraisal. Master Song, should you require assistance in this regard, do not hesitate to seek his help. Chu Chen promptly shook hands with the middle-aged man and exchanged business cards. Zhu Dafu then introduced the gentleman, stating, Young Chen, this is Song Jun, a highly esteemed master in Yixing known for his craft of Zisha teapots. Furthermore, he is a master of the tea ceremony. Henceforth, we shall rely on his expertise for our culinary delights. Chu Chen offered polite compliments, saying, a pleasure to meet you. Song Jun modestly waved his hand in response, indicating his humility. At this moment, the water in the stove had reached a boil, prompting Zhu Dafu to suggest, it is a rare opportunity to have Master Song in the capital. Might he share his insights on the art of tea tasting with us? Following his request, he clapped his hands together. Chu Chen echoed the enthusiasm by applauding and voicing his approval. Seeing the warmth of their invitation, Song Jun agreed. Very well. I shall share some thoughts with everyone. Let us first discuss what constitutes the tea ceremony. The essence of the tea ceremony lies in the appreciation of the aesthetic qualities of tea, which inevitably leads us back to the act of tasting it. As noted by Su Cixu in the Ming Dynasty's tea treatise, tea relies on water. Water depends on the vessel. The brew is formed by fire. All four elements must harmonize. Without one, the others falter. Thus, the three most vital components of tea tasting are water, tea leaves, and tea utensils. First, concerning water, the finest choice is fresh, natural spring water. For our gathering today, we are utilizing the jade spring water brought by Zhu Lao. The Qianlong Emperor, a connoisseur of tea, personally investigated and deemed jade spring water as the best in the realm, even composing the record of jade spring, the world's best spring. Today, we shall savor the flavor of this esteemed spring. Next, regarding tea utensils, traditional tea ceremonies encompass as many as 27 different implements. While we may not possess such a comprehensive collection, it is not necessary to adhere strictly to ancient customs in our casual tea gatherings. What truly matters is achieving the right ambience. Having discussed these three aspects, Song Jun prepared the tea utensils and began to brew, explaining the necessary precautions during the process. This time, he demonstrated the method of brewing tea using both a teapot and a cup. After admiring the tea leaves, Song Jun lifted the kettle, pouring boiling water into the teapot. Following a series of intricate yet visually pleasing maneuvers, he raised the teapot, angling his wrist to form a 90-degree angle, palm facing himself, pouring the hot water into the tasting cup, a step known as warming the pot. Once the pot was warmed, Song Jun placed the tea leaves into the Zisha teapot, arranging the larger leaves on one side of the water hole and the finer fragments on the handle side, to prevent the latter from blocking the spout during brewing. The usual quantity of tea leaves is approximately half of the teapot's capacity. Song Jun further advised that for those unaccustomed to drinking oolong tea, a lighter brew would be more suitable, requiring only about 1/3 of the pot's volume in tea leaves. However, this should be adjusted based on the tightness of the tea leaves. If they're tightly compressed, one may use less, whereas looser leaves can be used more generously. And for broken tea, one should indeed use less. At this stage, Chu Chen had already caught a whiff of the rich aroma of tea guanyin, its authentic fragrance making his mouth water. Yet, the essence of gongfu tea lies in savoring such moments, appreciating the nuances, which enhances the flavor when it comes time to drink. During this minute, Song Jun was diligent, using the gentle water from the previously warmed teapot to warm the tea bowl, aroma cup, and tasting cup. After a minute, the tea was ready. Song Jun poured the brewed tea into the tea bowl, then transferred it to the aroma cup, discarding a small amount of dregs-laden bottom water. Finally, he placed the tasting cup over the aroma cup, his right palm facing up, fingers pinching the sides of the aroma cup, with his thumb supporting the base of the tasting cup. He then turned his wrist to the left, allowing the bottom of the tasting cup to rest on the tea tray, subsequently placing the tray into the left section of the tea set. Thus, the entire demonstration was completed. Song Jun offered each cup of tea to Zhu Dafu and Chu Chen, gesturing politely, after which everyone began to savor the tea. Following Song Jun's instructions, Chu Chen pinched the sides of the aroma cup with his thumb and index finger, rotating it upwards to let the tea flow into the tasting cup. He then held the aroma cup with both hands, gently rubbing it, before raising it to his nose, parting his thumb to create a small gap through which he inhaled deeply the fragrant essence at the bottom of the cup. Soon, the fragrance began to evolve. With a refreshing aroma intertwined with a hint of grain, transporting Chu Chen to a serene field of ripened grains, filling him with a sense of tranquility. If the aroma was so unexpectedly delightful, one could only imagine the taste of the tea itself. The tea liquor glistened with a golden hue, resembling a piece of amber before Chu Chen, making him hesitant to take a sip. As it is often said, tea should be savored in 3 sips, the first for drinking, the second for tasting, and the third for appreciating. Chu Chen carefully took a small sip of the tea. Upon entry, he was enveloped in a rich, smooth flavor. As he allowed it to linger on his tongue, he first detected a bitterness, which, after a moment, transformed into a sweetness. This sensation brought to mind his early days in the capital, a period filled with hardships yet rich in fulfillment, where he felt his progress each day. Taking a second sip, he experienced the astringency of the tea, a bitter taste that evoked memories of his unhappy childhood. Back then, he was often scolded as a wild child, while other kids had mothers, and he did not, only to later discover that he was not even his father's biological son. After finishing the 3 sips, Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Truly, the taste of tea reflects the essence of life, living freely and modestly, finding contentment after enduring hardships." After savoring the first infusion, I proceeded to the second and third, following the same meticulous steps as before, with the only difference being a slightly extended steeping time. The resulting brew remained rich and smooth, its melodies emerging gracefully, albeit with a hint of subtlety compared to the first. Nevertheless, it possessed a distinct charm. After relishing the 3 brews, Zhu Dafu spoke up, "Xiao Chun, how do you find this Gongfu tea?" Chu Chen could not help but exclaim, "Uncle Fu, Master Song's Gongfu tea is truly exceptional. The tea itself is splendid, and the artistry is even more remarkable. It is only today that I truly understand the essence of tea tasting. It has brought me immense joy and enlightenment." Zhu Dafu, stroking his beard, smiled and remarked, "As the saying goes, flowing brilliance purifies the bone, while the serene heart washes away distractions. Today, Master Song has indeed imparted a valuable lesson to us." Song Jun quickly waved his hands in modesty, saying, "I dare not claim such credit. Without your superior tea leaves and exquisite spring water, I cannot brew such fine tea." Chapter 15, The Way of Tea, Part 2. Chu Chen chuckled, "In my opinion, today's tea, water, utensils, and artistry are all impeccable. I consider myself fortunate to have been graced by both of you, allowing me to partake in this fragrant and delightful tea." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Zhu Dafu and Song Jun exchanged knowing smiles, agreeing in unison. Indeed, Xiao Chun is right. The tea, water, utensils, and artistry are all indispensable. Now, Uncle Wu will test you. What insights have you gained from our tea tasting today? Chu Chen, slightly troubled, scratched the back of his head and replied, "Uncle Fu, this is actually my first experience with tea tasting, and my knowledge of the tea ceremony is rather superficial, mostly gleaned from books. If I err in my observations, please do not take offense." Encouraged by the supportive gazes of Zhu Dafu and the others, he continued, "Song Huizong Zhao Ji once articulated in The Great View on Tea that drinking tea requires an emphasis on the selection of leaves, the craftsmanship of preparation, the excellence of tasting, and the finesse of brewing. Furthermore, he insisted on the need to clear the mind and purify the heart, achieving clarity and harmony with a serene essence that embodies tranquility." From these words, we can infer that tea tasting necessitates both material and spiritual considerations. On the material side, we have water, utensils, and the environment. Let's first discuss the environment. As the ancients said, the optimal setting for tea tasting is amidst clear mountains and beautiful waters, with charming bridges and pavilions, complemented by music, chess, calligraphy, and painting within a serene abode. Of course, this is an ideal scenario that most cannot attain, yet generally speaking, a tranquil and beautiful environment suffices. The surroundings here at Uncle Fu's need no further elaboration. They can be aptly described in 3 words: serene, natural, and elegantly crafted. Each visit to Uncle Fu's alleviates my worries and refreshes my spirit, making it an unparalleled venue for tea appreciation. As the saying goes, water is the mother of tea, and the kettle is its father. Upon entering, I was captivated by this exquisite tea set. The cups, pure as jade and delicate as paper, are indeed a feast for the eyes, not to mention the essential Zisha teapot. My knowledge of Zisha teapots is somewhat limited, but judging by its design, this appears to be a Tiao Shali Mao pot, characterized by a simple yet elegant form that embodies strength within grace, showcasing the artisan's exceptional craftsmanship. Moreover, This pot exudes a hint of warmth. Could it be a recent creation by Master Song? The two individuals were not in haste to reveal the answer to Chu Chen. They merely smiled and signaled for him to continue. In the Ming Dynasty, Yang Shun remarked, "The composition of a tea song is akin to the crafting of history. One not only savors the tea, but also the gentleman." This statement encapsulates the essence of tea appreciation. Similarly, the Ming scholar Zhang Yuan, in his work Tea Records, expressed, "Sipping alone denotes spirit. With two guests, it signifies superiority. With three or four, it embodies enjoyment." These notions of spirit, superiority, and enjoyment further highlight the spiritual aspect of the tea ceremony. Lastly, regarding the art of tea, why is it addressed at the end? On one hand, I am entirely unversed in tea artistry. On the other hand, I believe that tea artistry serves as a bridge between the material and spiritual realms within the tea experience. Simply put, without Master Song's exceptional skills in tea artistry, the material aspect of the tea ceremony would fail to reflect its true essence, and the understanding of its spiritual dimension would be unattainable. These are merely my humble observations. I hope the two of you can forgive any inaccuracies or shortcomings in my thoughts. Zhu Dafu smiled and nodded, saying, "Xiao Chun, your insights are quite profound. One would never guess it is your first experience with tea tasting. Even those who frequently indulge in tea may not arrive at your conclusions. It seems you possess a genuine understanding of the tea path." Chu Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, "I cannot accept such praise from Uncle Fu. Yet after this tea tasting, I have indeed developed a keen interest in the tea path. I believe that regularly engaging in tea appreciation cultivates serenity and character. Perhaps in the future, I should seek further guidance from Master Song." Song Jun smiled and nodded, saying, "It is no trouble. However, I hesitate to claim the role of a teacher. We can explore these ideas together. To be frank, there are few young individuals today who take an interest in the tea path. They often lack the patience and find it too cumbersome." Upon hearing this, Zhu Dafun nodded in agreement. Indeed, people seem increasingly driven by immediate gain, with their minds consumed by monetary pursuits. Consider not only the tea path, but also the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How many young people are willing to fully immerse themselves in these pursuits? I believe this is partly due to a lack of perseverance, as well as the pressures of modern life. Who wouldn't prefer an easier path? Yet, one must first meet the demands of existence. Just look at the housing prices. They have surged significantly compared to last year. As fellow youths, it is indeed necessary to explain to our generation. Zhu Dafu playfully chided, "You rascal, are you implying that a well-fed man cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving?" No, I would never presume to say such a thing." Chu Chen quickly interjected, "I merely observe that some habits of today's people are influenced by the broader environment. And there are certainly many who adhere to the philosophy of merely going through the motions." Chu Chen hastily waved his hand. "All right, enough of the national affairs. Let us return to discuss this purple clay teapot. Xiao Chen, be honest. What do you think of this pot?" Chu Chen carefully scrutinized the purple clay teapot on the table, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Truthfully, this teapot is quite commendable. As for the clay, shape, craftsmanship, and function, though I have not seen the mark, the other four aspects are nothing short of exquisite. It is indeed a remarkable purple clay teapot." As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Song Jun eagerly exclaimed, "Zhu Lao, what do you think?" Chu Chen also finds this pot impressive. Please agree with me. Upon witnessing this, Chu Chen found himself perplexed, uncertain about the circumstances between the two. Thus, Song Jun began to elucidate the matter at hand. It turned out that Song Jun's pot-making skills were a treasured family legacy, learned from the esteemed Shurtabin. However, as time passed, certain elements of this ancestral craft were lost through generations, revealing a flaw in the transmission of ancient arts. In this current generation, Song Jun aspired to restore some of the lost techniques. Though his intentions were noble, he faced the challenge of lacking a single piece of Shurtabin's work for reference. By chance, he learned from a friend that Zhu Defu possessed an authentic piece by Shurtabin, prompting him to seek Zhu Defu's assistance in acquiring it. The authenticity of Shurtabin's piece was hard-earned, and Zhu Defu cherished it dearly. Thus he was reluctant to part with it. Nevertheless, Song Jun's tenacity was remarkable. He demonstrated unwavering perseverance. After several attempts, Zhu Defu was ultimately swayed by his sincerity. Despite this, Zhu Defu still felt a twinge of reluctance and proposed that Song Jun create a piece modeled after the authentic one, with the promise that if he was satisfied, he would relinquish the genuine article. The difficulty of such a task was indeed considerable, yet Song Jun, a true master in pot making, rose to the challenge. although his initial 2 attempts did not fully meet Zhu Defu's expectations. They possessed a certain charm that earned Zhu Defu's admiration for both Song Jun and his craft. Today marked Song Jun's 3rd presentation of his work, and upon Zhu Defu's evaluation, he found no faults. He then informed Song Jun that a nephew of his would be arriving shortly, and if he approved of the piece, he would transfer the authentic Sherdabin pot to him. Upon hearing this explanation, Chu Chen felt a touch of embarrassment. Clearly, Zhu Defu was reluctant to part with his collection, and now there was no longer a reason to withhold it, leaving him with a sense of unease. Observing Chu Chen's discomfort, Zhu Defu chuckled. "Little Chen, do you believe that Uncle Fu would be upset with you? In truth, when Master Song first brought this pot, I knew I could not evade it. As for your presence, it is simply because I do feel a pang of reluctance." With a wave of his hand, Zhu Defu continued, "I have come to understand that the pot, in my possession, is merely a collectible, often hidden away for months at a time. Moreover, I am not well versed in the tea ceremony. Hence, it would serve a far greater purpose in your hands. Please wait a moment while I retrieve the pot." As he opened the ornate box, a teapot of the same exquisite design was revealed to everyone present. Zhu Defu gestured for them to examine it, and Song Jun remarked, "Chu Chen, please observe first. I've already had the pleasure of examining it numerous times." Taking no offense, Chu Chen donned gloves and carefully extracted the purple clay teapot, beginning his meticulous scrutiny. Sherdabin, a native of Yixing during the Ming dynasty, is inextricably linked with the legacy of purple clay teapots. No discussion of purple clay would be complete without mentioning his renowned works. He is celebrated as the most prominent potter following Gong Chun, with an unparalleled influence. The acclaim for his pieces is universally resounding, with many elevating him to the highest esteem. Chapter 16. The Sherd Teapot. Sherdabin conducted extensive research into the formulation of purple clay materials, shaping techniques, design aesthetics, and inscriptions. He skillfully utilized various types of clay, often blending them with sandy clay to create pieces that were lauded for their coarse quality and harmonious texture. The high-level technical system of using clay slices and the intricate method of assembly, which has been preserved in the realm of Zisha pottery to this day, was established by the renowned Sherdabin. His masterpieces are remarkably scarce. According to incomplete statistics, there are merely a dozen Zisha teapots documented in literature, housed in various museums or private collections. Consequently, antique collectors and Zisha enthusiasts regard Sherdabin's teapots as the quintessential standard. Due to the immense reputation of these teapots, the emergence of numerous forgeries began even during Sherdabin's lifetime, and it is said that although there are those who attempt to sell Sherdabin's creations in the market, many are imitations rather than authentic pieces. Thus, acquiring a genuine artifact from Sherdabin is indeed a rare and challenging endeavor. This particular Zisha teapot, a diminutive vessel often referred to simply as a teapot, bears a form akin to the one previously crafted by Song Jun, also a sand-adjusted cap teapot. Its hue resembles a chestnut, with a surface imbued with light-colored fine sand, mottled and radiating a clear yellow shade, with grains subtly visible. These fine grains, colloquially known as osmanthus sand, have been meticulously blended into the clay using traditional sand adjustment techniques, allowing the osmanthus sand to emerge delicately on the teapot surface, reminiscent of fluttering petals. The meticulous proportions achieved in its crafting signify an exceptional level of quality in the materials used for Zisha, and the texture formed by the sand adjustment harmonizes exquisitely with the overall shape, showcasing the artisanship's brilliance. The lid, shaped like a cap, rises prominently and is adorned with an elliptical knob. The body of the teapot is relatively large and spherical, tapering downwards towards the foot, while also narrowing upwards towards the shoulder. The base bears the inscription Sherdabin made carved in regular script with a bamboo knife, accompanied by the corresponding celestial stems and branches, characterized by deep, powerful strokes that exhibit more bone than flesh. Upon observing the overall form of this teapot, one cannot help but describe it as ancient and robust, embodying a balance of strength and grace. In 4 words, it can be characterized as coarse yet charming, simple yet elegant, with a rough texture that exudes antiquity and a sturdy yet refined quality. This teapot, bearing Sherdabin's signature and celestial markings, is crafted with meticulous precision, rendering it a rare gem, indeed a treasure of considerable value. The scarcity of Sherdabin's works further enhances their worth, simultaneously increasing the difficulty of discerning their authenticity. This close-up opportunity for Chu Chen to examine the teapot is a rare privilege, providing him with a standard amidst the plethora of forgeries saturating the antique market today. After thoroughly admiring the teapot, Chu Chen sighed with relief and developed a fond attachment to this grand yet exquisite Zisha piece. It is no wonder that Uncle Fu feels reluctant to part with it. Were he in the same position, he would undoubtedly feel the same. As Chu Chen placed the teapot into a silk box, he remarked with admiration, "This teapot is truly exquisite. Master Song, you are indeed fortunate." With the imminent acquisition of this teapot, Song Jun's joy was palpable as he expressed gratitude to Zhu Dafu and shared his good fortune with Chu Chen. Chu Chen quickly responded, "Uncle Fu, you are only 72. How can you call yourself old? Besides, you still have Sister Xin." Zhu Dafu laughed heartily, saying, "Rest assured, I am merely reflecting on yesterday's journey. As for your Sister Xin, do not hold your hopes too high. While she enjoys antiques, her primary interest lies in their economic value. To be honest, this is a lamentable reality of our profession. Although the number of enthusiasts for collecting has recently increased, most individuals are primarily attracted by the economic benefits it offers. This is a matter worth pondering, for without financial means, our endeavors in collecting would falter. However, many possess only a superficial understanding of the artifacts they covet. How can we hope to preserve the cultural heritage of our ancestors under such circumstances?" This sentiment prompted deep reflection among the two. While wealth is desirable, and excess can lead to a stench of materialism, the more one pursues profit, the more one attracts unsavory characters, consequently diminishing the artistic and cultural value of antiques in the eyes of society. Art and culture are often priceless, serving as our spiritual sustenance and a means of inheritance. In contrast, monetary value is always quantifiable. If financial considerations dictate our appreciation of art and culture, we risk not only dismantling our ancestral legacies, but, more gravely, jeopardizing the future of human civilization. Thus, the relationship between antiques and money resembles that between life and wealth. While one cannot exist without the other, life should not be governed by wealth. Similarly, while antiques are intertwined with finances, evaluating them solely through a monetary lens strips them of their intrinsic worth. As one ages, they tend to speak more. We ought to focus on fulfilling our responsibilities. Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us promptly sign the transfer agreement. Zhu Dafu cheerfully presented the 4 prepared transfer agreements to the two. Chu Chen glanced over his agreement. After 5 years in the antique trade, he had become quite familiar with such documents. The agreement was rather straightforward, typically following a standard format that required only the names of both parties, the amount, and the items involved. Once both parties concurred, signing their names and the date would finalize the transaction. Chu Chen picked up a pen, filled in the item name and amount, and affixed his signature and date, thereby completing the deal. Today was fortuitous, as one of the agreements required a witness, and, conveniently, Song Jun was present to fulfill that role, while he could serve as the witness for Song Jun's agreement. While having a witness does hold some significance, it is not a decisive factor. If conditions are not met, omitting it is permissible. After finalizing the agreements, the group proceeded to the bank, which was a short walk away. Along the way, Chu Chen remarked to Zhu Dafu, "Uncle Fu, why not use a check? It would simplify the transaction and save us time." Zhu Dafu chuckled. "At my age, I find checks cumbersome. My eyesight is failing, and a simple mistake could lead to complications. Banking transactions are more straightforward for me. Besides, we won't always engage in such large transactions. Cash suffices for most occasions." After completing the bank transfer, Chu Chen withdrew 50,000 yuan. While 50,000 may seem substantial, rent and internet fees alone consumed around 20,000. A computer would set him back over 10,000, and additional funds were necessary for inventory and regular purchases of collectibles. 50,000 yuan could easily be spent, illustrating the ease of earning and the swiftness of expenditure. However, upon gazing at the account balance of 450,000, Chu Chen could not suppress his excitement. Just a few days prior, he had suffered a loss of 420,000. Now, not only had he replenished his losses, but he also found himself with a surplus of several thousand, leading him to reflect deeply on his fortune. At that moment, Song Jun glanced at his watch and remarked, "It is time for dinner. Shall I treat you both to a meal today?" Upon hearing this, Chu Chen turned his attention and replied, "How could we allow Master Song to treat us? Today, I have merely gained a small fortune, and, as the host, it is my duty to host you." Zhu Dafu, noticing Song Jun's reluctance to accept, chuckled and said, "All right, Master Song, let us seize the opportunity to rob young Chun, the little magnate. Next time we visit Yixing, we shall rely on you, our esteemed landlord." With this arrangement, Song Jun had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, Chu Chen led them to a more upscale private dining establishment. Now that he had ample resources at hand, he felt a sense of calm and truly embodied the demeanor of a small landlord. During the meal, the three engaged in a lively discussion about Zisha teapots and the tea ceremony. Admittedly, Chu Chen was still a novice in these areas. With most of the conversation being dominated by Zhu Dafu and Song Jun overall, the dinner was filled with joy for both host and guests, allowing Chu Chen to absorb a wealth of knowledge and further pique his interest in the tea ceremony. Although the meal cost over 1,000 yuan, Chu Chen felt it to be quite worthwhile. Not only was the quality of the dishes commendable, but he also grew much closer to Song Jun. In the end, Song Jun even promised to give him a set of tea utensils he had crafted as a novice, which left Chu Chen elated. After all, Song Jun was renowned as a master teapot maker in the area. Acquiring one of his creations often required not just financial means, but also patience. This made Chu Chen beam with delight, repeatedly expressing his gratitude and disbelief at such generosity. Yet, being a busy man, it was uncertain when they would meet again, leaving Chu Chen with a tinge of regret. Fortunately, with modern communication technology, he could still reach out for any clarifications regarding the tea ceremony via phone, though it could never replace the convenience of face-to-face interaction. Chapter 17. The Computer. Casting a glance at the time, which had already passed 1 o'clock, Chu Chen made his way directly to Aunt Zhang's residence, intending to re-sign the rental agreement and take care of the broadband installation. As he approached Aunt Zhang's home, he spotted her waiting at the door from a distance. This sight stirred a sense of discontent within Chu Chen. It seemed that a sudden influx of money had transformed her demeanor. She had never been this eager when he had previously requested her assistance in fixing the hallway lights. Truly, the allure of money was undeniable. Aunt Zhang greeted Chu Chen with immense joy, warmly inviting him inside, where she prepared a cup of green tea that was both bitter and astringent, nearly causing him to recoil. Subsequently, in a friendly atmosphere, they re-signed the contract, with the rent inevitably increasing by 50 yuan, a detail Aunt Zhang would never forget. After finalizing the rental matters, Chu Chen accompanied Aunt Zhang to the telecommunications office to arrange the broadband services. Originally, the timeline for the broadband installation was uncertain. Fortunately, Zhang Dama had acquaintances at the telecommunications company, and the installation could take place tomorrow. Of course, Chu Chen also presented the technician with a fine pack of cigarettes. After all, China is a society built on personal connections, and one must express gratitude when someone extends a helping hand. As Chu Chen pondered, he chuckled. Brother Zhang would never summon me to his place without a reason. Could it be that he has acquired another batch of poorly performing raw stones? The brother Zhang he referred to as Zhang Guisheng, the son of Zhang Dama, who is 35 years old and runs a shop named Yuan Studio on the Antique Street, specializing in jade and jade raw stones. It was precisely because Zhang Guisheng was also in the antique business that Zhang Dama had learned of Chu Chen's initial misjudgment. When Chu Chen first arrived at Panjiayuan, he stumbled upon the world of stone gambling and heard numerous tales of sudden wealth. This piqued his interest, yet he was able to restrain his desires. His financial investment was modest, amounting to several hundred yuan a month and sometimes exceeding 1,000. In the realm of stone gambling, it is often said that 9 out of 10 players lose. While people tend to focus on the profits of certain individuals, they seldom consider the many who have lost everything, suffering the dissolution of family ties in the process. Fortunately, Chu Chen was a keen learner, avoiding blind impulses. And with a bit of luck over the years, he had not incurred significant losses. His gambling activities took place at Zhang Guisheng's shop. Zhang Guisheng's business was somewhat substantial, yet perhaps inheriting his mother's traits, he possessed a penchant for bargain hunting. Consequently, he would occasionally acquire poorly performing raw stones once or twice a year. Surprisingly, there were indeed buyers for such stones, and Chu Chen was among them, driven by the common psychology of hoping to strike it rich with a small investment. While there were buyers, the quantity was often overwhelming. By the time the next shipment arrived, previous stock remained unsold. During this period, Zhang Guisheng would invite these customers under the pretext of fostering relationships, offering discounts to clear out his inventory. The stones initially sourced were already the leftovers, and after customer selections, it was evident that the quality was subpar, much akin to bricks. Nevertheless, buyers persisted, with Chu Chen having made several purchases himself, motivated by the allure of low prices and the faint hope that luck might lead to a jade discovery. Yet over the years, no one had ever unearthed jade from that heap of worthless stones. Well, you would only know if you went there. I have no part in his affairs. Zhang Dama remarked with an air of confidence. Chu Chen thought to himself, you remain oblivious to your son's opportunistic nature. After all these years of patronizing his business, I have barely sipped his tea. If it weren't for the invitation to clear out stock, would he have shown such kindness? Now, endowed with newfound abilities, he had grown somewhat disinterested in stone gambling, merely wishing to placate Zhang Dama. However, a sudden thought struck him. Could his abilities also sense jade? This notion excited him, stirring a desire to rush to Zhang Guosheng's shop for an experiment. Yet, he curbed this impulse, realizing that he had exhausted his opportunities for the day. The first instance of his supernatural ability was employed on the time-honored teapot, and subsequently, Chu Chen had no intention of revisiting the antique market that day. Adhering to his principle that unused abilities are a waste, he applied his powers to 2 pieces of furniture from the late Qing dynasty in the guest room of Zhudafu, leading to the current awkward predicament that left him feeling somewhat bereft of tears. However, Chu Chen swiftly readjusted his mindset, reasoning that the stone would not sprout legs and flee. If by chance there was jade inside that others might abscond with, it was beyond his control. Thus, he informed Aunt Zhang, "All right, I will head to Brother Zhang's place once I have a broadband installed tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang promptly made her way to the telecommunications office, walking briskly while telling Chu Chen, "Little Chen, you focus on your tasks. I will go urge my friend to expedite the process." Chu Chen was momentarily speechless, feeling as if he were engulfed in a cloud of despair. The entire computer cost over 13,000 yuan, a price that was justified by its configuration. It was said that the CPU was the newly released Pentium 4, and the hard drive boasted 40 gigabytes, far surpassing Uncle Wu's computer, causing Wu to feel a pang of envy. When the computer was delivered, the system was already installed, along with several games like Monopoly and Red Alert. However, Chu Chen had little affection for Red Alert. Once the computer was set up, he eagerly engaged in Monopoly, though he found the foreign characters unappealing due to his slight nationalist inclinations. Yesterday, he had played Monopoly until 1 in the morning, completely absorbed in the game. Fortunately, ever since his martial arts practice had reached a breakthrough, his need for sleep had diminished significantly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rise at 6 today. Just as he was 3 properties away from victory, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found a broadband technician. Noting the time, just past 8, he couldn't help but admire Aunt Zhang's prowess. It seemed her insistence had compelled her friend to act with such efficiency. Despite their acquaintance, Chu Chen still offered tea and cigarettes to the technician, adhering to the adage that one should be generous to those who assist them, a principle he had learned during his years in the capital. Indeed, upon witnessing Chu Chen's warm hospitality, the technician installed the broadband both aesthetically and securely, even gifting him some telephone and computer cables for future use. Once the work was completed, Chu Chen presented the technician with a pack of cigarettes, resulting in a mutually satisfying conclusion. He couldn't help but reflect on the wisdom of the ancients. Convenience for others is convenience for oneself. With the broadband installed, Chu Chen easily went online. He casually browsed several forums related to antiques. To be frank, the online resources during this period were somewhat scarce, and the antique forums were few and far between, with varying levels of quality. After several comparisons, he concluded that the forum recommended by Uncle Wu was the most vibrant and informative. Thus, he registered an account on that forum and began to peruse various sections. Chu Chen mused on the significance of having a good mentor in the world of antiques, and how invaluable such guidance truly is. Fortunately, during his initial foray into this field, he was guided by Uncle Wu, who later provided meticulous instruction, thereby sparing him from numerous detours and saving him considerable effort and, undoubtedly, a significant sum of money. Reflecting on these memories, Chu Chen felt a profound gratitude towards Uncle Wu and vowed to honor him even more in the future. The realm of the internet is vast, especially for those newly embarking on this journey, where curiosity abounds. At this moment, Chu Chen was experiencing such a sense of wonder, primarily due to the opportunity to engage with collectors from across the nation, which brought him immense joy. After sharing some insights with friends on the forum, he glanced at the time and realized it was already midnight, prompting him to ponder whether this could be deemed a distraction from his ambitions. He bid farewell to his online companions and turned off his device to have a meal. Upon finishing his lunch, and after a refreshing nap, Chu Chen energetically made his way to Zhang Guosheng's yuan studio. En route, he passed the area where he frequently set up his stall and felt a twinge of nostalgia for the environment, leading him to decide to take a look. In the market, the regular stalls are fixed and quite expensive, requiring a substantial investment to secure one. In contrast, temporary stalls are much more affordable, typically ranging from 10 to 25 yuan per day, depending on the location. As he walked, Chu Chen greeted familiar faces with warmth and enthusiasm. Upon reaching his designated area, he discovered that the current proprietor of his stall was an old friend, Zhou Wenping. At 34 years of age, Zhou hailed from Beijing in the Shanxi region and had arrived at the antique street a year later than Chu Chen. Previously, he was engaged in the antique trade in Beijing, but after his wife fell gravely ill, he sought medical treatment in the capital, selling off his possessions to afford their journey to a hospital that offered hope for her recovery. Thus, he resumed his former trade to sustain his family during their time in the city. Out of sympathy for his plight, Chu Chen often assisted Zhou with various tasks, leading to a blossoming friendship. At that moment, an elderly gentleman was intently examining a blue and white landscape plate at Zhou Wenping's stall, even employing a magnifying glass for a closer inspection, resembling a seasoned scholar. Intrigued by the old man's demeanor, Chu Chen approached, wondering if the plate was of exceptional quality. Upon closer inspection, he quickly discerned the true nature of the piece. The elderly man set down the plate and inquired, "What is the price for this item? You seem knowledgeable. It must be a fine piece." Zhou Wenping first offered compliments, then pondered for a moment before responding, "Seeing your genuine interest, I can offer you a fair price of 5,000 yuan. The old man contemplated this for a moment before lifting the plate again and countering. 5,000 is too steep. How about 600? Zhou Wenping, taken aback, replied, "Well then, you might as well keep the 600. I cannot even begin to entertain that offer." His expression was one of disbelief. Upon hearing this, the elderly man remained silent, furrowing his brow as he meticulously stroked the landscape plate once more. He then spoke, 1,000. "Do you think that's reasonable, boss? If not, I shall take my leave." Zhou Wenping examined the plate and then regarded the old man, saying, "Sir, it is evident that you genuinely cherish this item. However, 1,000 seems rather insufficient. It doesn't even cover my cost price, not to mention the stall fee and my labor. Surely, I must earn something from this. If you're truly sincere, you may take it for 2,000 too." The elderly man fell silent again, fiddling with the landscape plate, appearing indecisive. Upon hearing the price, he seemed somewhat swayed, yet the 2,002 was likely beyond his expectations, causing him to frown deeply. Reluctantly, he contemplated the decision before finally stating, "Boss, I can offer 1,006, but that's my final bid. You see, the color of this blue and white is slightly off." Zhou Wenping chuckled nonchalantly, "Sir, it is supposed to be imperfect. This piece is from a folk kiln. Do you truly believe a piece from an imperial kiln could be had for such a price? I can budge a little more. How about 1,008? A piece of such quality at other shops would easily fetch over 2,000. The old man pondered for a moment, unable to part with the landscape plate, and ultimately made his decision. He pulled out a stack of cash, counted it carefully, and reluctantly handed it to Zhou Wenping, saying, "All right then, but you must package it well for me." Zhou Wenping replied, "Of course. I shall prepare a gift box for you, sturdy and aesthetically pleasing." After receiving the young man's money, he counted it meticulously before placing it into his pocket. He then retrieved a gift box from a nearby container, wrapped the blue and white landscape plate, and handed it to the old man, thus concluding the transaction. Once the elderly gentleman left, beaming with his gift, Chu Chen approached Zhou Wenping with a grin. "Well done, Zhou Ge. Business is thriving." With this sale, Zhou Wenping felt quite elated. He fetched a small stool and invited Chu Chen to sit, saying, We've only just opened today. How can we call it thriving? In our line of work, we often go half a year without business and then feast on the earnings for the next 6 months. That landscape plate was worth no more than this amount, right?" Chu Chen responded with a playful gesture, indicating 2 fingers. Nearby, a vendor known as Old Wu chimed in with a smile. "I must say, Zhoge, you really did a number on that old gentleman." "Oh, come now." Chu Chen laughed. "By the time that old gentleman passes on, I doubt the price he paid will ever appreciate to that value." The blue and white landscape plate purchased by the elderly man had recently been acquired by Zhou Wenping while he was setting up his stall, and thus, he was aware that it was a late Qing dynasty folk kiln piece with very ordinary craftsmanship and glaze. At most, it was worth 300 to 500. Even in 10 years, reaching 1,000 would be quite an accomplishment. Many who have learned a bit about antiques often reference illustrated books, only to find themselves misled and ultimately disappointed. Like the elderly gentleman earlier, Chu Chen surmised that he might have misjudged the era of the item. Or perhaps he simply mistook it for an unmarked official kiln piece. Thus, he ultimately purchased it with a sense of satisfaction. In truth, the old man had also committed a blunder by failing to negotiate. Upon first encountering him, Chu Chen had perceived him as an intellectual, Someone who typically did not concern himself with the trivialities of daily life and was not well versed in market customs, which likely led him to waste a few thousand yuan unnecessarily. As the saying goes, the buyer is always less astute than the seller. Many items at ordinary stalls are often priced at tenfold their procurement cost, or even more. Therefore, one should be audacious when bargaining. It is said that while prices may soar, they ultimately settle. As long as the seller can make a profit, they will eventually relent, though the extent of this negotiation depends on one's own skill. However, individuals like the old man are precisely the ones that Chu Chen and his companions favor, along with those who, despite their lack of funds, wish to appear affluent, or those who are too timid to negotiate. These two types of people are often the easiest to profit from. What they abhor the most are individuals like Aunt Zhang, who would painstakingly haggle over even a penny, often willing to engage in lengthy discussions over a mere few yuan, as if refusing to grant them a discount were a grave offense. Additionally, such individuals tend to be inherently sensitive to pricing. Their offers are often perfectly within one's psychological threshold, making it impossible to dismiss them, ultimately forcing one to acquiesce to their demands. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, Zhou, wimping, remarked, "I merely made a profit of 1,000 yuan. Yet the way you discuss, it makes it seem as though I've committed an egregious error. Very well. Shall I treat you all to drinks at the night market this evening?" Upon hearing the mention of drinks, the eyes of old Wu sparkled with delight. He was a man of simple pleasures without any vices, save for his fondness for alcohol. As long as his wife did not intervene, he would indulge to excess, once even parting with a Qing dynasty official kiln pastel bowl worth several tens of thousands. Eventually, he learned to moderate his indulgence. Observing old Wu's demeanor, Chu Chen and the others could not help but chuckle at his eagerness for a drink. "By the way, Chu Chen, everyone has heard about your recent mishap with the Tang Sancai from Old Xiang. He came looking for you yesterday to apologize, but he's off to the United States today. He left a phone number for you, urging you to call him promptly. I suspect he wishes to offer you some form of compensation," Zhou, wimping, informed, handing Chu Chen a note with Old Xiang's number written on it. Receiving the note, Chu Chen felt a twinge of gratitude for Old Xiang's gesture. However, while he would indeed call him, he had no intention of accepting any compensation. Their transaction involving the Tang Sancai had been entirely consensual. He replied, "Old Xiang's integrity is truly commendable, yet this matter is unrelated to him. Initially, it was my relentless pursuit that compelled him to part with the Tang Sancai. Moreover, in our line of work, it is knowledge that governs our dealings, and the clarity of transactions must be maintained. Otherwise, we risk undermining the very principles of our trade." Zhou, wimping, nodded in agreement, saying, "I understand Old Xiang's temperament." His actions were also motivated by a desire for peace of mind. "By the way, Chu Chen, given your recent losses, would you like to borrow some money from me?" "Ah, indeed. Little Chen, you have stumbled upon a great fortune. However, it is only fitting that I extend the invitation for tonight." With a mix of astonishment and envy, Zhou, wimping, remarked, while Lao Wu nodded in agreement, equally envious. "Very well, let it be so. Tonight, I shall treat you all. We need not indulge in a lavish feast. The private tea house I visited yesterday is quite splendid. I shall call my sister-in-law and children to join us, and Lao Wu, do invite your partner as well, so we may celebrate together," Chu Chen declared with a wave of his hand. Chapter 19. Stone Gambling, Part 1. This seems somewhat inappropriate, Zhou, wimping, hesitated to say. Lao Wu rubbed his hands together, adding, "I truly feel embarrassed. Enough of that. It's settled then. You must both come, otherwise it would be a slight against me." Seeing that Chu Chen had made his decision, they nodded in agreement. The trio then exchanged amusing anecdotes from the antique street, sharing tales of who had made costly mistakes, who had found treasures, and who had been caught in traps, various incidents that unfolded daily, worthy of numerous Hollywood blockbusters. As the time drew near, Chu Chen bid farewell to his companions, as he needed to attend to business at Yuan studio. Upon departing the antique stall, Chu Chen couldn't help but reflect. Not long ago, he too lived the life of a street vendor, exposed to the elements alongside Zhou, wimping, and Lao Wu. In just a few days, everything had transformed dramatically due to a single piece of Tang Sancai pottery. These past days have been a whirlwind of emotions, filled with both joy and sorrow, truly unpredictable in nature. Arriving at Yuan studio, he noticed a crowd gathered around a stall, selecting something with great interest. He thought to himself, it is no surprise. It must be the newly arrived rough stones from Zhao Guosheng, and everyone is keen on choosing the finest materials. When jadeite is mined, its surface is enveloped in a weathered skin, concealing its inner condition. Only by slicing the stone can one discern whether jadeite resides within and assess its quality. This is what is commonly referred to as jadeite rough. Historically, the term for gambling on stones was not stone gambling, but rather gambling on the market. A stone gambler must possess immense resilience, a spirit of adventure, and a wealth of experience. These three criteria underscore the formidable challenge of this endeavor. As the saying goes, even deities struggle to discern a mere inch of jade. Despite the advancements in technology, it remains impossible to probe the internal conditions of rough jadeite. Instead, individuals primarily rely on the surface characteristics of the jadeite to infer its internal quality. However, since the term gamble is inherently present, it implies that no one can guarantee victory. Even the most seasoned experts may occasionally misjudge, as luck plays a significant role. This uncertainty is precisely why it is not uncommon for individuals to either amass great wealth or lose everything overnight in the stone gambling market. In summary, stone gambling is a sophisticated form of jadeite trading, where participants rely on both luck and keen perception, alongside a foundation of specialized knowledge. Without nearly 4 years of experience in this field, even if one could sense jadeite's presence, Chu Chen would hesitate to engage in stone gambling too frequently. If a novice in the realm of stone gambling consistently uncovers exquisite jade, it may initially be attributed to mere fortune. However, should this streak persist, it inevitably raises suspicions. One might even speculate that they are being exploited as a test subject, or, worse yet, coerced into assisting others in their ventures. The thought of such a dismal fate sent a shiver down Chu Chen's spine. Ah, little Chun has arrived. What are you planning to purchase today? Zhang Wusheng, ever observant, greeted him from a distance. As Chu Chen approached the entrance, Zhang gestured towards a small pile of rough stones, exclaiming, "Today marks a promotional event. Over there, you can select 4 pieces for just 100 yuan. Once this opportunity passes, it shall be lost. Hey, brother Zhang, didn't Aunt Zhang say you were to serve me tea yesterday? Yet I see no sign of it." Chu Chen jested. Zhang Wusheng, bearing the same audacity as Aunt Zhang, was unfazed by the remark. "Ah, I've been exceedingly busy today. Look over there, someone is calling for me. Please take your time and browse. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. After all, we are old friends, and I assure you, you won't be at a loss." With an apology, he hurried off to attend to others. It was customary for Zhang Wusheng to find various excuses at such times, a routine to which Chu Chen had grown accustomed. He shook his head and proceeded towards the pile of rough stones that Zhang had just indicated. The scene on this side contrasted starkly with that of the newly arrived stones. Only a single young man was sifting through them, and Chu Chen recognized him as Li Guodong. 2 years Chu Chen senior, Li was a spirited university senior in the capital. He had entered the world of stone gambling a year later than Chu Chen and, like him, had a penchant for purchasing the more affordable stones in the shop. However, his motivation stemmed from financial constraints. With their similar ages and shared interest in stone gambling, the two novices found it easy to converse, quickly forging a friendship. They often gathered for outings, and, on occasion, Li would invite Chu Chen to his university gatherings, allowing Chu Chen a glimpse into the collegiate experience he had missed, thus alleviating some of his regrets about not attending university. After some time, they had become close friends. "Chu Chen brutally. Have you made any noteworthy finds today?" Li Guodong pointed to the rough stones on the ground, saying, "Just look at their quality. How could there be any worthwhile finds?" Chu Chen cast a cursory glance at the stones and was rendered speechless. What could even be classified as rough stones? They lacked even the most fundamental jade characteristics, resembling mere bricks, unfit even for use as footrests. Ah, I see now why they are so inexpensive today. Previously, during inventory clearance, 2 pieces would cost 100 yuan, yet today one can obtain 4. At this rate, I wouldn't accept them even if they were given to me. From now on, we shall refer to these as Zhang S. roosters. Li Guodong nodded in agreement, continuing to sift through the stones as he remarked, "That's true. It saves me from spending. Anyway, the quality of stones at this time has seldom been better than this. Perhaps these very stones might yield jade after all." Chu Chen looked at him with disdain and said, "Go ahead and indulge in your grand dreams. With such a performance, the chance of finding jade is next to none. Hey, regardless of the odds, you cannot claim it is impossible. Perhaps today luck will be on my side," Li Guodong retorted, brimming with self-satisfaction. "Fine. I suspect you've lost your mind. With that kind of luck, you might as well buy a lottery ticket. Are you perhaps short on cash because you're trying to date someone?" Chu Chen remarca, noticing Li Guodong esa azitan damiano. "Could it be that you actually have a girlfriend? Is it possible that the ancient iron tree is finally blossoming? Enough with your nonsense about iron trees. Why can't I find a girlfriend?" Li Guodong snapped, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Li Guodong was of decent appearance, standing at around 1.7 meters, resembling a cultured, artistic youth. However, since entering university, he had either found himself interested in those already taken or been pursued by others he did not fancy, leaving him still single. Intrigued by the news of his newfound relationship, Chu Chen inquired, "Come on, tell me about her. What does she look like? When can I meet her?" He patted Li Guodong's shoulder and added, "Congratulations, brotherly. But you aren't harboring any wild notions about this, are you? Does your girlfriend have bourgeois tendencies?" Li Guodong's family background was quite respectable. Both of his parents were teachers at a prestigious high school in a provincial capital, and they lacked for nothing, though immense wealth was out of reach. Thus, Chu Chen probed, "What do her parents think? Are they putting any pressure on you?" Li Guodong waved his hand dismissively. "We only officially started dating yesterday. Her parents don't even know yet. But considering her family situation, I can't help but feel a bit anxious. If things go well, I plan to work in the capital, but you know my family's circumstances. Buying a house, there is quite a stretch." After saying this, Chu Chen patted his chest. Li Guodong chuckled. "All right, I won't hold back when the time comes, but I should consult my parents first." The quality of the rough materials here was dismal, making it difficult to discern any characteristics of jadeite. Consequently, Chu Chen did not bother with a flashlight, simply selecting pieces that caught his eye and examining them against his past experiences. However, to be frank, such inferior stones could hardly serve as a reliable test. After sifting through about 100 pieces, his left-hand's abilities showed no reaction, but Chu Chen was unfazed. It would indeed be a marvel if jadeite were hidden within such stones. At that moment, the freshly arrived rough materials section had already seen some depletion. Some individuals had left after a brief observation, while others had chosen satisfactory pieces to take to the back for processing. Observing this, Chu Chen decided to head over to select materials, as those with better performance would likely harbor a greater chance of containing jadeite. Suddenly, a look of astonishment flickered across Chu Chen's face. Just before he departed, he casually picked up another piece of rough material, and to his surprise, upon touching it, his left hand's abilities began to stir, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Chapter 20, The Gamble of Stones, Part 2. Upon his arrival, Chu Chen was astounded to discover that such rough stone contained jadeite. It was indeed a remarkable revelation. Moreover, his extraordinary ability could genuinely be applied to the identification of jadeite, which filled him with uncontainable joy and excitement, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. After regaining his composure, he discreetly observed Li Guodong, who remained engrossed in selecting rough stones, seemingly oblivious to his presence. This realization brought him a sense of relief. Otherwise, if he were to uncover jadeite, explaining it would prove rather challenging. He then meticulously examined the rough stone in his possession. The stone was slightly larger than 2 adult fists, its exterior a dull gray, indistinguishable from ordinary rock, devoid of any discernible patterns such as python markings or mottled textures. Chu Chen shook his head inwardly. The adage appearances can be deceiving certainly applied to rough stones, as few would expect such a brick-like material to yield jadeite. With determination, he activated his ability, eager to explore whether the spiritual energy within jadeite differed from that within antiques. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the rough stone with his left hand, he indeed discerned several distinctions. Firstly, in terms of time, the absorption of spiritual energy from the jadeite took precisely 1 second, contrasting with the time patterns he had previously observed in antiques. He speculated that this timing might be a fixed characteristic of jadeite. Secondly, regarding the manifestation of spiritual energy, the jadeite's energy appeared to be more refined than that found in antiques. Chu Chen contemplated this, describing it as dense. Perhaps the spiritual energy within jadeite possessed superior quality compared to that in antiques. This was reminiscent of the energy he had absorbed from the jade ruby, which was gentle and exquisite. Initially, he thought he might have misjudged. However, it now seemed to be a phenomenon unique to treasures formed by nature, indicating that such energy was of higher quality. As for the strength of the spiritual energy, it aligned with his earlier calculations, reflecting the value it represented. The potency of this jadeite's energy was comparable to that of the 3 fruit pattern bowl he had seen with Uncle Wu, suggesting a value in the range of 60 to 70,000. Immersed in the lingering essence of the spiritual energy, Chu Chen felt as though he had sipped honey. He promptly crouched down and began rummaging through the pile of rough stones, contemplating that if such a piece of jadeite could be found here, perhaps others awaited discovery. Uncertain whether fortune was on his side today, within mere minutes, he sensed a reaction of spiritual energy emanating from another rough stone. Eagerly, he employed his ability once more, only to have his expression suddenly freeze in shock. At that moment, Chu Chen felt as though a crow had flown past his forehead. The height of his expectations was matched only by the depth of his disappointment. The spiritual energy within this rough stone was even less than that he had initially absorbed from copper coin, leaving him utterly disheartened. However, after experiencing this disappointment, he quickly roused himself from his despondency. Reflecting upon the recent events, I realized that I was momentarily blinded by the allure of profit. To unearth a piece of valuable jade amidst such a heap of refuse is indeed a stroke of fortune. Yet to indulge in fantasies of further good luck was utterly unwarranted. Not only was the outcome disappointing, but I also squandered an opportunity to utilize my extraordinary abilities. While the process of gambling on raw jadeite largely hinges on chance, it is essential to acknowledge that most pieces exhibit certain characteristics. The block currently held by Chu Chen, devoid of any distinguishing features, possesses almost negligible potential for yielding high-value jade. Given the limitations of my powers, it would be far more prudent to apply them to more promising materials rather than waste time on those with little prospect of success. If my abilities were to be employed in such a reckless manner each time, I would be better off investing them in antiques, where the chances of discovery are considerably greater. After reflecting on my previous actions, I casually selected a few more pieces of raw material and placed them in the nearby cart. I then turned to Li Guodong and inquired, "How is your selection coming along? Have you found anything of merit?" Li Guodong gestured towards the materials at his feet and replied, "These few pieces evoke some sense of potential. The rest are simply unremarkable. Let us just take these. Further searching would only waste our time." In Zhang Guoxing's establishment, 2 jade-cutting machines were situated in the backyard. After settling their account, the 2 men proceeded to the rear, ready to unveil the jade within the rough stones. The yard featured 2 awnings on either side, under which the machines operated. Due to a recent influx of goods, both machines were in use. With a middle-aged man in his 30s and a younger gentleman, both wearing glasses, diligently slicing through the raw materials. A few onlookers gathered around the machines, including Zhang Guoxing and 3 others to the east, while 2 men to the west observed intently, their expressions tense with anticipation. Suddenly, a jubilant cheer erupted from the west machine, causing the 2 spectators to dance with joy, embracing one another in ecstatic disbelief. Among the 4 onlookers to the east, only one cast a fleeting envious glance before returning his focus to the machine, while the other 3 immediately dashed over, led by Zhang Guoxing, who shouted, "What grade is it? What grade is it?" Chu Chen and Li Guodong swiftly joined the commotion. Before them lay a raw stone, nearly the size of a volleyball, which, after being rinsed, revealed a faint glimmer of green within its cut surface. The owner of the stone shone a powerful flashlight upon it, and the green hue instantly intensified. In that moment, the owner trembled slightly, his voice quavering with excitement as he exclaimed, "It's a glass type." With that, he covered his face with his hands, overcome with emotion, while his companions offered him words of comfort. Glass-type jadeite, as the name suggests, is renowned for its transparent clarity, exquisite quality, and densely packed crystalline structure, making it a true gem among jade varieties. This type of jadeite typically exhibits a glass-like luster, characterized by a delicate, pure, and flawless texture, with a color that is a vibrant, bright, and evenly saturated emerald green. Generally, glass-type jadeite is sourced from old mines, which is why it is often referred to in the industry as old mine glass jade. The individual in question is surnamed Liu and is a seasoned gambler in the realm of jade. Previously, he frequented another jade shop, Yuan Pavilion, on Antique Street, where the stakes were considerably higher than the relatively modest dealings at Zhao Guoxing's establishment, with stones worth tens of thousands being quite commonplace. High-stakes gambling implies the potential for either overnight wealth or complete ruin. Mr. Liu, unfortunately, belongs to the latter category. Once, he had a small company and a family, living a comfortable life. However, a few years ago, upon hearing of the jade gambling trade, he plunged into it without any prior knowledge, believing that luck alone would fill his coffers. The outcome was predictable. While there were occasional winnings, losses far outnumbered them, leading to his financial ruin and the departure of his wife and children. Undeterred, he found himself at Zhang Guoxing's shop to continue his jade gambling. After Mr. Liu had gathered his thoughts, an elderly gentleman approached from the crowd, inquiring, "Mr. Liu, is your jadeite for sale? I offer 600,000. This elderly gentleman, Chu Chen, was known to Liu and owned a jewelry store, Qianji Jewelry, on Antique Street. The strength of Qianji Jewelry can be inferred from the gentleman's name itself. Chu Chen, intrigued, turned to Zhang Guoxing and asked, "Brother Zhang, why aren't you bidding? Considering the size of this glass jadeite, It shouldn't be too large, surely. You can manage it? Zhang Guosheng chuckled and replied, Chu Chen, you misunderstand. While the allure of such high-end jadeite is undeniable, quality jade requires skilled craftsmanship, which I currently lack. If I were to acquire it, the cost for carving would be substantial, and my participation in the bidding would inevitably drive the price up, making it unprofitable. Chu Chen scoffed at this, perceiving Zhang Guosheng as somewhat petty. If it were him, he would go to great lengths to secure the jadeite, as having glass jade in the store would undoubtedly enhance its reputation. This could serve as a springboard for acquiring more mid-range jade, thereby elevating the overall quality of the establishment. It is essential to recognize that in the jade industry, only higher-grade items yield substantial profits. The recent years have shown a significant appreciation in top-tier jade, while mid-tier has seen moderate increases and low-tier has barely risen at all. In business, the guiding principle is profit. Opportunities should never be squandered. However, these thoughts remained unspoken in Chu Chen's mind, as Zhang Guosheng was not someone he could confide in. Meanwhile, Mr. Liu, having regained his composure, smiled and shook his head at Qian Yo's offer, saying, Thank you for your generous offer, but I would like to cut it a bit more to assess it further. Qian Yo nodded in agreement, choosing not to press the issue. Although this might result in a higher eventual cost for him, it would eliminate his risk, as this is a business involving tens of millions. Prudence is always advisable. Mr. Liu and his companions deliberated over the cutting of the stone and sought the advice of the stonecutter. Subsequently, they marked a line on the rough stone and instructed the cutter to commence. Amidst the mechanical whirring, all present awaited the outcome with bated breath. At that moment, Chu Chen noticed that the stone-cutting machine to the east had halted, as the owner of that rough stone gazed despondently at the cut surface in his hand, likely having lost his gamble. In Chapter 21, Gambling on Stones, Part 2, Chu Chen could not help but exclaim that the world of stone gambling truly reflects the saying, newcomers rejoice, while the old lament. When the cutting machine ceased its operation, Mr. Liu, filled with excitement, tremulously unveiled the sliced stone. A vibrant green hue emerged from the rough stone, elegant and luminous, with a hint of yellow reminiscent of the new leaves of early spring, instantly refreshing the spirit and bringing a sense of lightness. Zhang Guosheng gazed in admiration, exclaiming, The glassy yellow-green is indeed exquisite jade. With the cutting complete, the jadeite was now largely revealed before everyone. Chu Chen estimated that a nearly full jade bracelet could be carved from it, and observing the flow of the green, it was feasible to create 3 additional ring faces, signifying a significant gain. Qian Yo stepped forward with a smile, addressing Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, I offer 2 million for this rough material. What do you think? As a seasoned player, you surely cannot go wrong at this price. Mr. Liu contemplated briefly before nodding earnestly. Very well, let it be as you say, Mr. Qian. 2 million. The valuation of jadeite typically hinges on several factors, the foremost being the quality and water content of the jade. The water of jade includes both its texture and transparency, collectively referred to as jade water. The texture pertains to the fineness of the jade crystals or the density of their arrangement, commonly described in the industry as the coarseness of the jade meat. Transparency, conversely, is referred to as the water head. Higher transparency is termed long water, while lower is called short water. Jadeite comes in various qualities, such as old pit varieties, also known as old pit glass, ice, water, and lotus types, among others, as well as rarer forms like red and violet jade. Common bases include glassy, icy, watery, and egg white types, though a comprehensive enumeration is beyond the scope here. In addition to these aspects, people often speak of jade's desirability, which should embody 4 characteristics: richness, brightness, purity, and uniformity. Richness refers to depth rather than pallor, akin to wintergreen after rain. Brightness indicates vividness and clarity. Purity signifies the absence of impurities or undesirable colors, and uniformity denotes an even distribution of color without variation. Conversely, jade that lacks these qualities may be described as pale, dull, impure, or mottled. There are numerous other interpretations, yet determining the value of jadeite remains a complex endeavor, with the gemstone industry lacking a unified consensus or standardized grading system. When rough material yields jade, gamblers typically rely on relevant knowledge, market trends, and experience to assess its worth. And once they reach a psychological price point, a transaction is often made. Upon concluding the transaction, Qian Yo and his companions exuberantly made their way to the bank for the transfer, after which they gradually dispersed. It was certain that this scene would soon become a topic of conversation on the antique street. Chu Chen turned to Zhang Guosheng and remarked, Brother Zhang, We've unearthed some glass-type jade. According to tradition, aren't we supposed to set off firecrackers? Why do you show no reaction at all? Zhang Guisheng, unfazed, replied, It wasn't my cut of glass, and didn't you notice that Mr. Liu didn't even mention it? Chu Chen found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he was playing music to a cow. He then pointed at the rough stone in the cart and said, Brother Zhang, could you help us with this one? Zhang Guisheng glanced at the rough stone and responded, With this material, the profit wouldn't even cover my labor costs. In that case, don't expect me to return here to purchase again, Chu Chen retorted, pushing the cart and preparing to leave. Wait a moment, Zhang Guisheng interjected, blocking Chu Chen's path with a charming smile. I was just joking. I'll have the master cut it immediately. With that, Zhang Guisheng swiftly took out all the rough stones from the cart, selecting one to place on the jade cutting machine. Smiling as he asked Chu Chen, Little Chen, how would you like to proceed? Amused by Zhang Guisheng's demeanor, Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Cut it however you like. All right then. The master cutter, Wang, who had grown familiar with Chu Chen, grinned and activated the machine, the sound of cutting resonating in the ears of the gathered crowd. Meanwhile, Li Guodong's rough stones were also being cut. To be honest, the likelihood of jade emerging from such a brick-like material was minimal, leading to a rather careless cutting process, which significantly accelerated the pace. In the blink of an eye, several pieces were eliminated, and the results were unsurprising. On the other side, Li Guodong had finished cutting all his rough stones. Similarly, fortune did not favor him, and he approached Chu Chen with a despondent shake of his head. At this moment, among the remaining rough stones purchased by Chu Chen, only 3 pieces were left, with one on the cutting machine being the previously assessed worthless stone. It's green. Suddenly, Master Wang exclaimed, and the crowd hurriedly gathered around. Upon inspection, disappointment swept through the group. Although Chu Chen had anticipated the stone's condition, he joined in feigning disappointment. The stone did indeed contain green, though it was sparse and scattered, lacking any value for crafting into adornments. Seeing this, Master Wang sighed in relief, knowing that if the jade had been valuable, it could have led to financial losses, and he would bear some responsibility. Even without accountability, his reputation could be tarnished. And in the jade-cutting profession, reputation is paramount. Faced with this unforeseen situation, Master Wang chose to proceed with caution and asked Chu Chen, Little Chen, how do you plan to cut the next 2 pieces? Following protocol, the next rough stone was expected to hold no jade. Yet Chu Chen still decided to slice a thin layer from the rough stone, stating, let us cut it this way. At this moment, everyone's emotions were stirred, anxiously awaiting the results of the slicing. However, the outcome was destined to disappoint. When Chu Chen unveiled the rough material, not a trace of jade was found. Subsequently, he cut the rough stone into 8 pieces, and it remained the same, genuine brick material. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room lightened. Brick material was just that, brick material. Any hint of green would be considered a stroke of luck, and one could hardly expect numerous surprises. It must be said, human sentiments are indeed quite complex. As Chu Chen marked the cutting line on the final piece of rough material, he felt a pang of trepidation. Though he was aware that jade lay within, and it was of considerable value, he had no idea where the jade was located. He could only rely on his past experiences to draw lines in the likely places before placing the rough material onto the cutting machine. Oh, great deity! Please grant me the wisdom to avoid a miscut, he muttered under his breath, watching the machine at work. The most dreaded scenario during cutting is misplacing the cut. If no jade is found, it is one thing, but if jade exists and is damaged, even slightly, it would represent a significant loss. In severe cases, losing half of its value would not be surprising. For Chu Chen, the waiting time was undoubtedly nerve-wracking, yet he could not display his anxiety for fear of arousing suspicion among others. Once the cutting was complete, he took a deep breath and swiftly revealed the slice. The outcome hinged on this moment. There's green, exclaimed Li Guodong. Upon hearing this exclamation, everyone gathered around to take a closer look. At this juncture, Chu Chen was unconcerned with the portion containing jade. He quickly focused on the slice in his hand, only to find it devoid of any green. A wave of relief washed over him, and he silently mused that fortune was indeed on his side today. He then illuminated the greenish hue on the rough material with a strong flashlight. Although the green was faint, it exuded an ethereal, ice-clear quality, suggesting it was likely iced jade material. Master Wang remarked, in all my years of working with stones, this is the first time I've cut iced jade from brick material. Unfortunately, it appears that this piece is not very large. Chu Chen replied with a smile. That's all right. Even if it's small, I'm already quite content to have uncovered jade of such quality. I would appreciate it if Master Wang could extract it. Certainly, Master Wang nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Given the jade's modest size, it could be easily extracted with tools, making the process exceptionally simple for the seasoned Master Wang. In no time, a piece of jade, roughly the size of an adult thumb, was skillfully extracted from the rough material. At first glance, the jade was indeed a delightful green, exhibiting a uniform color and translucent texture, with a hint of yellow reminiscent of a green apple. Even unpolished, its brilliance was undeniable. "What a splendid piece of iced jade, apple green," exclaimed Zhang Guosheng, marveling at the jade. Though small, this piece was perfect for crafting an exquisite pendant. "And with a solid base, Little Chun, you have struck gold," Li Guodong said with an envious expression. With a beaming smile, Zhang Guosheng gently asked Chu Chen, "Little Chun, what are your plans for this piece of jade?" Chu Chen feigned distress, exclaiming, "Alas, I am uncertain whether to retain it or sell it. Selling it is preferable. After all, one feels more secure with the money in one's own pocket. Don't you agree?" Zhang Guosheng eagerly interjected. "Pray tell, Brother Zhang, what do you desire?" Given Zhang Guosheng's habitual penny-pinching nature, Chu Chen could not resist teasing him. "Of course, it is rare to encounter such exquisite jade, and it perfectly aligns with the tier of my shop. I shall offer 65,000. Kindly transfer it to me," Zhang Guosheng implored with a bow. Once the price was broached, Chu Chen ceased his jesting, contemplating the offer. He deemed it reasonable. Had the piece been fully sculpted, its worth would lie between 75 and 80,000. Although a disparity of 15,000 may seem substantial, after accounting for labor and various operational expenses, the profit was less than anticipated. Despite Zhang Guosheng's typical frugality, he was not stingy when it came to acquisition prices. In his own words, "One should invest good steel where it counts." The jade Chu Chen previously procured from him had also been bought at a fair price. Zhang Guosheng blinked eagerly at Chu Chen, and upon receiving a nod, he animatedly led him to the front desk to sign the transfer contract. He quickly rushed to the bank to complete the transaction, relieved to arrive just before closing time. After the deal was finalized, Chu Chen turned to Li Guodong and said, "Brotherly, do you have any plans for the evening? Let's dine together. It is my treat." Li Guodong hesitated, replying, "Well, allow me to make a quick phone call." He then retrieved his mobile device and stepped into a corner to make the call, his exceptionally gentle demeanor causing Chu Chen to experience goosebumps. Approximately 15 minutes later, Li Guodong returned, satisfied, and announced, "All set. Tonight, I shall surely drain this local tycoon's coffers." Chu Chen, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "I must say, there is no need for such theatrics over a phone call. Please consider the feelings of others. Moreover, after such an extended conversation, you didn't even invite her to join us. Are we still friends?" Feeling slightly embarrassed by Chu Chen's words, Li Guodong replied, "Well, she is somewhat shy. I will definitely invite her over in due time." Chu Chen shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, "It seems you lack sincerity. Judging by your phone manner, you will undoubtedly become a henpecked husband. Who knows when you will manage to summon her for a gathering with us?" Naturally, Li Guodong resisted Chu Chen's assertions and engaged in a spirited debate, and the two shared laughter as they headed towards the private dining establishment they had arranged to visit. Accompanied by a waiter, they arrived at the pre-reserved private room, where Zhou Wenping and the others were already present, enjoying tea and conversation. "Apologies for keeping everyone waiting," Chu Chen said as he entered. Zhou Wenping chuckled, "No worries. It is said that the financier always arrives last. However, since you were tardy, you must face a penalty of 3 drinks. "Indeed, a penalty," Lao Wu chimed in, adding to the joviality. With a grand gesture, Chu Chen laughed, "No problem. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated tonight." "No, Mom says that when Dad gets drunk, he becomes unruly," piped up a little girl from the side. Li Guodong lo farti. No. "It seems your drinking habits are well known even to your daughter." The little girl, who had just spoken, was Lao Wu's daughter, named Xiao Yi, a mere 4 years old. Lao Wu, feeling embarrassed, replied, "The little girl is just talking nonsense. I never." Xiao Yi pouted in indignation, her expression irresistibly adorable. All right, Xiao Yi. Don't be mad at your father. Look what I have here." With that, Chu Chen smiled and produced 3 fluffy toys. Wow, what adorable little bears and pigs. The 3 children, familiar with Chu Chen, rushed towards him. Apart from Lao Wu's daughter, Xiao Yi, the other 2 children were Zhou Wenping's twins, a boy and a girl. 5 years old, named Wen Song and Wen Hui. "Here, Wen Song can have the pig, while Xiao Yi and Wen Hui take the bears." After receiving the pig, Wen Song, looking somewhat aggrieved, asked Uncle Xiao Chun, "Why do I have to have the pig?" Chu Chen, smiling, patted Wen Song's head and said, "Little Song, You're simply too slender. Look at your little arms and legs. A boy should be strong. Hence, I give you this pig, so you can eat more like it and grow robust. Of course, the truth was quite different. Chu Chen had thought that it would be rather effeminate for a boy to carry a bear, and a pig seemed more fitting. Children are easily persuaded. After examining his arms and legs, Wen Song seemed to ponder this deeply, and then, as if enlightenment struck him, exclaimed, "Oh, I see. Then I must strive to be like the pig." At this, everyone present stifled their laughter. Zhou Wenping feigned anger, saying, "Well, if my son truly turns into a pig, I will hold you accountable. Then you could just have him go on a diet." Chu Chen jested with Zhou Wenping, before producing a gift box and handing it to Zhou Wenping's wife. "Sister Zhou, I brought you some wild ginseng. Take it often for nourishment." Later, they found a hospital in the capital and finally had a treatment plan. After several years of treatment, her condition improved significantly. She seldom fell ill and no longer needed to wear a mask when going out. However, the doctor advised her to regularly consume supplements to boost her immune system. The expenses for medical treatment, along with the costs of daily supplements and the necessities of family life, all fell on Zhou Wenping's shoulders, highlighting the immense pressure he bore. Thus, Chu Chen would occasionally send over some supplements and buy toys for the two children as a way to assist his friend within his means. Then, Chu Chen took out another small gift box and handed it to Lao Wu's wife, jokingly saying, "Sister, you deserve a share too. Or else Lao Wu will complain that I am being partial." The two ladies initially declined, but ultimately, unable to refuse, they accepted it with a hint of shyness, saying, "How can we accept this? Do not feel embarrassed, my friends. He just won 65,000 from gambling on stones and has now become a modestly wealthy individual." Li Guodong, sipping his tea, recounted the recent gambling incident with great enthusiasm, and the others expressed their astonishment at Chu Chen's good fortune. "Well done, Xiao Chen. You are truly favored by fortune. Just yesterday, you stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity and earned 500,000, and today, you've won 65,000 from gambling on stones. You are no longer merely a modest wealth holder. You are a tycoon." Old Five remarked enviously. "Ah, Xiao Chen, you had the audacity to keep your 500,000 fortune a secret. Were you afraid I might impoverish you today?" Li Guodong exclaimed dramatically, gesturing animatedly. "Luck is merely luck." Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively and recounted the details of his previous fortunate encounter. Upon hearing the account, everyone nodded in agreement with Zhou Wenping's narration. "I say, everyone, we are here to dine, not to chat. Let's hasten to order." Chu Chen reminded them as he noticed the absence of any menu selections. This prompted the group to react, and they smiled as they began perusing the menu. As they opened the menu, they were taken aback by the prices, which ranged from hundreds to thousands of yuan. Even Li Guodong, who had been boasting about impoverishing Chu Chen, gasped at the exorbitance. "Xiao Chen, this is rather extravagant. Shall we consider dining elsewhere?" Sister-in-law Wu suggested. Seeing the concern in Chu Chen's demeanor, the group could not disregard his feelings, so they carefully selected their dishes. In the end, they opted for a variety of more affordable options, while Chu Chen added a few heartier dishes and desserts favored by children, along with some beverages and Maotai liquor. Once the waiter departed, Li Guodong laughed, saying, "Well, Xiao Chen, you have graciously invited us to indulge like tycoons." Chu Chen joked, "What can I say? I have an abundance of funds, which causes a bit of chaos." The group erupted in joyful laughter. The reason Chu Chen chose this private dining establishment was not only due to its value for money, but also its swift service. Within minutes of ordering, their dishes began to arrive at the table. Chu Chen poured drinks for everyone and raised his glass, declaring, "It is a rare occasion for us to gather like this. So I wish you all good health, success in your endeavors, and may all your wishes come true. Cheers!" With that, he led the way in downing his drink. Such fine liquor, truly deserving of its title as the national drink. It is rich and fragrant, smooth upon entry. "I must ensure I do not leave here sober tonight." Old Five lamented. Sister-in-law Wu, witnessing this, approached and playfully twisted Old Five's ear, saying, "I told you not to leave sober. What did you promise me earlier?" "Ouch! That hurts. My dear wife, I will surely be mindful. Could you please release your grip? Everyone is watching." Old Five grimaced in pain. Sister-in-law Wu let go, maintaining a stern expression as she warned him, "Very well, but remember your words. Otherwise, do not blame me for resorting to domestic discipline." Old Five nodded gloomily, and the rest of the group stifled their laughter. The dishes served here were indeed extraordinary, and everyone praised the food as they dined and conversed, creating a lively atmosphere. Chapter 23. The Seal. After a toast, Zhou Wenping inquired, "Xiao Chen, do you have any free time next week? I have a task regarding a property. Being in the antique business, how could I possibly be free?" But who is the client? Zhou, why have you taken on such a task? Chu Chen question, inji. Well, the owner of the property is actually my wife's second uncle, Zhou, wimping replied. What do you mean by second uncle? Zhou's wife interjected. He's from our village. Their family used to be landlords, and my grandfather even worked for them as a long-term laborer. Mom, what is a long-term laborer? Zhou Wenhui paused from her sweet treat. Her curiosity piqued. Zhou Wenping quickly explained. A long-term laborer is someone who works continuously without receiving wages. That's not how you should explain it. You might mislead our daughter. Zhou's wife scolded with a playful frown. Ah, then if Dad does housework all day without pay, does that mean he's a long-term laborer too? Zhou Wenhui quipped, causing laughter among the group as Zhou Wenping blushed in embarrassment. Children should just eat and not speak out of turn, he admonished her lightly. Zhou Wenhui, feeling slightly upset, pouted, Humph. Nasty Dad, I won't talk to you anymore. As Zhou Wenping continued, he elaborated, as my wife mentioned, that family was once a landlord, and they still have some heirlooms that weren't destroyed. Recently, they encountered some issues and are looking to sell these ancestral items for some quick cash. They all know I'm in this business, so they called me this afternoon to ask for my assistance. However, I'm unsure of what valuable items they might possess. So I wanted to consult your opinion. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen readily agreed. Sure, that is definitely an opportunity not to be missed. Even if we find nothing of value, we can at least enjoy a trip to Beijing. After all these years in the antique business, I have yet to visit that ancient capital. This would be a perfect opportunity to explore the antique market there. Seeing Chu Chen's enthusiasm, Zhou Wenping was delighted and turned to Lao Wu, asking, What do you think, Lao Wu? Are you in? Well, Guodong, are you going? Zhou Wenping further inquired. Upon hearing this, Lao Wu jested, Oh, Guodong, how splendid. After several years of being a monk, you've returned to the secular world. Why didn't you bring your companion along today for everyone to meet? Zhou Wenping picked up the wine bottle, saying exactly, You can't just treat us as strangers. This one tea do. You must take 3 shots as a penalty. The group erupted in playful banter, urging him to drink. Reluctantly, Li Guodong downed 3 penalty shots. Perhaps it was the alcohol that emboldened him. With a flushed face and slightly slurred speech, he declared, All right, I'll go, and I'll definitely bring my partner along. Otherwise, I'll take your surname. The crowd cheered in response, and Chu Chen laughed. Good. As they say in Bashu, let us rise to the occasion. In that spirit, I'll raise a glass to you, brotherly. The atmosphere became lively, with cups clinking and laughter echoing, creating a warm and festive environment. The following day, Chu Chen awoke early once more. The previous night's banquet had lasted over 3 hours, with an atmosphere so fervent that the drinking games became exceptionally intense. The 4 of them consumed 8 bottles of 500 milliliters of Mount Ai liquor, and by the end, apart from Chu Chen, who remained somewhat lucid due to his robust constitution, the others were thoroughly inebriated. Perhaps it was the quality of the alcohol, or perhaps his extraordinary abilities, but when Chu Chen rose, he felt no headache. Otherwise, the agony of a hangover would be unbearable. Today, Chu Chen intended to procure some goods. After careful contemplation over the past few days, he decided that practicing as a street vendor would be more advantageous. Street vendors possess a wealth of information, and in the realm of antiques, knowledge is paramount. Moreover, mingling in the marketplace would provide him with greater opportunities to unearth hidden treasures. As for gambling on stones, to be frank, he had not yet formulated a clear plan. Occasionally wagering was one thing, but frequent betting could arouse suspicion, especially if one were to win repeatedly. Furthermore, the quality of the rough materials in the capital was not as superior as that found in the south. Ideally, Chu Chen wished to hitch a ride to the stone gambling market in Yunnan, hoping to connect with some informants. He had often heard that the finest jade roughs were kept at the sellers' homes, and without a guide, one would find it challenging to make a purchase. If he had already established contacts, he would have flown to Yunnan instead of merely gathering goods today. Ultimately, the crux of the matter was a lack of funds. Had he the means, he would have directly engaged in large-scale transactions at public auctions. Chu Chen was confident that with his abilities, he could amass a fortune, potentially earning hundreds of millions with a stroke of good luck. Reflecting on this, he found himself torn between the allure of gambling on stones and the necessity of acquiring goods. After some deliberation, he chose to forego the temptation of gambling, as the stone market was rife with rumors and news spread rapidly. Winning a bet today after winning yesterday would inevitably draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. In truth, Chu Chen's reputation was still modest. If he were more renowned, frequent victories would not raise eyebrows. This was precisely why he considered venturing to Yunnan, where the volume of rough materials was substantial Winning there would be less remarkable, and repeated successes would merely earn him accolades for his keen eye, thereby enhancing his reputation. The location where Chu Chen intended to procure goods was the Beijing Antique City, just a wall away from Panjiayuan, a channel introduced to him by Uncle Wu. The Beijing Antique City is arguably the largest antique and art trading center in Asia, established around the same time as Panjiayuan, with both being long-standing antique markets in the capital. Although it was not the weekend, Chu Chen found the place bustling with activity. However, the shop he aimed for was somewhat secluded, sparing him the discomfort of navigating through throngs of people on a hot day. As he approached the shop, an elderly man abruptly exited from an antique store, indignantly exclaiming, "What nonsense! This is clearly an heirloom passed down through generations. Yet they dare to claim it is a modern imitation. What lack of discernment to open an antique shop!" The situation unfolded as the elderly gentleman attempted to sell an antique, only to encounter skepticism from the appraiser, who spoke unkindly, leading to a discord. Initially, Chu Chen paid little heed, for such occurrences were commonplace in the antique trade. While there were instances where shopkeepers misjudged items the majority of the time, it was the case that patrons presented inauthentic pieces. However, as Chu Chen caught a glimpse of the object in the old man's hands, an inkling of something awry stirred within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Sir, please hold on. What do you want?" The elder halted, his tone somewhat brusque, tightening his grip on the item while casting a wary glance at Chu Chen. With a beaming smile, Chu Chen replied, "I assure you, I mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire if you're looking to part with that item. If so, may I take a closer look?" The old man regarded Chu Chen with suspicion. "You wish to buy? If that is the case, let us agree on a price. This item is not inexpensive." Chu Chen nodded. "Indeed, if the item is of quality, we can negotiate the price." The elder, intending to sell, found Chu Chen's demeanor agreeable and stepped aside, extending the object toward him. It seemed the old man was not well versed in the antique trade and was unaware that such items should not be handled directly. Noticing this, Chu Chen furrowed his brow, but carefully accepted the piece, scrutinizing it with great attention. Upon taking hold of the item, a smile crept into Chu Chen's heart, for he sensed, without the aid of any extraordinary perception, that this indeed was an authentic antique. Perhaps it was the darkened surface that misled those in the antique shop. This dark material, known within the trade as TO, was quite popular from the Song dynasty through the Ming and Qing periods. It involved a technique of heat processing to infuse black substances, such as ebony dust, into jade, imparting an age charm, also referred to as tai-hai. This method, frequently employed in modern forgery, had its limitations in ancient times due to the inadequacies in craftsmanship, resulting in cracks within the jade. Over time, as the ancients handled these pieces, their perspiration seeped into the fissures, creating a distinct yellowish patina, contrasting starkly with the black infusion. Examining the dragon seal's craftsmanship, one could discern the hallmark traits of Ming artisans. Under magnification, intricate patterns emerged, indicative of the ancient technique utilizing water benches and diamond dust for polishing, characteristic of the Ming era. In Chapter 24, titled A Modest Profit, I, lacking expertise in antiques, nevertheless recognized that this item was a family heirloom. My father, once a scholar, had always asserted its value. "Sir, how about 12,000? I suggested. After a moment's feigned contemplation, Chu Chen agreed. "Very well, 10,000 it is. But do you have a box to place it in?" Thus, Chu Chen discerned why the seal appeared somewhat muted at first glance. It had been recently buried. Originally crafted using the TO technique, the soil's intrusion contributed to its modern appearance, explaining the shopkeeper's misjudgment of it as a contemporary imitation. Subsequently, Chu Chen drafted a simple receipt, and the two exchanged money for goods, thus sealing the deal. The previous evening, they had spent over 10,000 on dinner, and today he found himself short on cash. Consequently, he withdrew 50,000 from the bank that morning, and before even collecting the goods, he had already spent another 10,000, pondering how swiftly money dissipates. Yet, he mused that perhaps it was for the best. He wished for such fleeting finances to persist indefinitely. The place to retrieve his goods was not far off, and after a few steps, he arrived. It was a quaint antique shop with a modest entrance, tucked away in an inconspicuous location and devoid of any signage. Typically, few would notice this establishment, but it catered primarily to wholesale, and the owner was not particularly concerned about foot traffic. Inside, the shop was surprisingly spacious, approximately 40 square meters and air-conditioned. Upon entering, a refreshing breeze enveloped him, dispelling the oppressive heat of summer. Speaking of air conditioning, Chu Chen harbored some resentment, as his current residence lacked such luxury. While winter was manageable with heating, summer left him relying on a fan that merely stirred the air, leaving him dizzy and fatigued. He had considered asking Aunt Zhang to install an air conditioner, but she retorted, "What is the big deal about a little heat? We managed just fine before air conditioning existed." Her words had merit, yet with the availability of modern comforts, why endure discomfort? Initially, Chu Chen contemplated installing an air conditioner himself, but then he thought better of it. Should he purchase a new home? He wouldn't want to transfer an old unit and inadvertently benefit Aunt Zhang. Thankfully, his practice of internal martial arts had yielded some success, making him somewhat more resilient to the summer heat, and he had managed to cope over the years. The shopkeeper, Chen Duong, aged 65, was affectionately referred to by Chu Chen as Old Chen. At that moment, Old Chen reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, sipping tea and perusing a book, exuding an air of tranquility. "Good morning, Old Chen. I'm here to trouble you again today," Chu Chen greeted. "Oh, it's you, Xiao Chen. Here, to collect your goods?" Chen Duong inquired. Before Chu Chen could nod, Chen Duong spotted an object wrapped in newspaper in his hand and curiously asked, "What do you have there, Xiao Chen?" With a smile, Chu Chen gently placed the wrapped seal on the table, opting for silence and inviting him to inspect it himself. After a moment of careful examination, Chen Duong placed the seal back on the table and exclaimed, "Remarkable. This is a Qing Dynasty Jade Dragon seal. A fine piece from the era. Where did you acquire it?" Chu Chen then recounted the story of how he came by it. Upon hearing the tale, Chen Duong expressed his delight and said, "I intended to look for a suitable opportunity to resell it, but since you appreciate it, I shall part with it for you." "Very well. How does 120,000 sound?" Chen Duong proposed. Noticing Chu Chen's hesitation, he added, "What's the matter? Do you think the price is too low?" Chu Chen quickly shook his head. "No, not at all. I merely wondered if it were worth that much." Chen Duong chuckled. "All right then, it's settled. Do you really think I would allow myself to be at a loss?" Upon hearing this, Chu Chen touched his head and broke into a foolish grin. Subsequently, the two swiftly entered into a transfer agreement, after which Chen Duong handed him a check for 120,000. Chu Chen had previously sought advice on how to discern the authenticity of checks, and upon a cursory glance, he recognized it as genuine. Curiously, he inquired, "Old Chen, when did you start using checks?" Chen Duong replied with a hint of pride, "As citizens of the new century, we must keep pace with the times. Unlike you, Uncle Wu, and Old Zhu, who are stuck in the past. Uncle Wu is somewhat better. He has learned a bit about computers, while Old Zhu is truly a relic." Chu Chen could hardly counter this, and merely nodded in agreement with a silly smile. Chen Duong waved his hand and said, "All right, you need not linger with this old man. Go inside and select what you wish." Most of the items in Chen Diwang's shop were modern replicas, priced slightly higher than elsewhere. Nonetheless, they were of commendable quality, particularly some exquisite pieces, which was precisely what Chu Chen valued. As previously mentioned, Chu Chen conducted his business with a sense of propriety. While he did not disclose whether the items were antiques, he ensured that what he sold was of decent quality, avoiding any unsightly or entirely fabricated pieces. Chu Chen firmly believed that if a customer purchased an item from him, it should possess not only aesthetic value, but also a degree of artistic merit, regardless of its historical significance. This belief reflects his earnest perspective and his moral compass. After a period of selecting, Chu Chen had already identified the majority of his targets. Influenced by Uncle Wu, he had previously focused on porcelain, and thus, the bulk of his current acquisitions comprised various exquisite new porcelain replicas, along with some jade and bronze artifacts. He did not procure paintings and calligraphy from here, opting instead to source them from an acquaintance in the southern city, as expertise often lies within specialization. Although Chen Diwang's shop also offered paintings, they either did not appeal to him or were beyond his budget. Suddenly, Chu Chen was captivated by a jade artifact, a pendant intricately carved from black and white jade. Black and white jade consists of black jade set against a white jade base, commonly referred to in the market as blue flower jade. This unique jade features black specks in white or bluish-white jade, taking on cloud-like or streak patterns, which are collectively termed blue flower jade. At first glance, the pendant appeared dull and unremarkable, exuding a somber aura. However, a closer inspection revealed its extraordinary qualities. Without hesitation, he seized it, and the moment he held the pendant, he felt an awakening of latent abilities within him. Without a doubt, this was ancient jade. Setting aside other concerns, Chu Chen raised the pendant to examine it closely. This pendant was a round piece with intricate openwork, adorned with swirling cloud motifs. Within the frame, two dragons playfully engaged with a pearl, showcasing fluid lines and robust carving. indicative of considerable craftsmanship. Overall, this jade pendant appears to be a carving from the mid to late Qing dynasty. The reason why Chu Chen could not ascertain its exact period is due to his lack of expertise in jade artifacts, unlike his proficiency in porcelain. It was only after employing his extraordinary abilities that he confirmed the pendant as a Tu Dao Shulun Wen Pite from the mid-Qing period. Unable to comprehend this at the moment, he set the matter aside. However, a peculiar phenomenon had captured his attention. The sensation of being drawn to the jade pendant left him in a state of confusion. Moreover, this feeling was not a novel experience for him. It had first manifested when he discovered the yin pui, a moment he initially dismissed as mere coincidence. In retrospect, it was evident that there was an underlying issue he had failed to recognize. Chapter 25. The Treasure of Awareness. Both the yin puri and the jade pendant share a commonality. They are both genuine antiques. Could it be that he had developed the ability to sense antiques from a distance? No, that could not be the case. If that were true, why had he not felt drawn to the authentic antiques placed elsewhere? Surely, they could not all be replicas. What could be the reason behind this? Chu Chen pondered deeply. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. It must be a matter of distance. When he encountered the elderly gentleman earlier, he had sensed something amiss with the yin puri from approximately half a meter away. Similarly, he had discovered the jade pendant from a comparable distance. Xiao Chun, are you planning to acquire some antiques today? Chen de Guan Yin Guayev, setting down the yin puri upon noticing Chu Chen's actions. With a sheepish smile, Chu Chen replied, just browsing. I haven't made any decisions yet. Fine, take your time. But rest assured, you won't be at a disadvantage regarding the price. Chen De Wang reassured him, returning to his reading after receiving a nod of acknowledgement from Chu Chen. Reflecting on his behavior, Chu Chen found it rather amusing. Since gaining his extraordinary abilities, his approach to dealings had shifted. He had become somewhat timid, particularly after his serendipitous find of the Gong Pai. He now harbored a persistent fear that if he were not cautious, others might uncover his abilities. Yet, upon reflection, there was truly no need for such apprehension. He bore no visible markers proclaiming his extraordinary nature. As long as he conducted himself like an ordinary individual, others would remain oblivious to any differences. Conversely, should he suddenly act in a manner inconsistent with his previous self, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion and increase the likelihood of his abilities being discovered. In the realm of antiques, reputation and collections are intertwined. A prominent reputation typically signifies a substantial collection, thus facilitating the concealment of one's extraordinary powers. At that moment, Chen De Wang noticed a renewed sense of confidence radiating from Chu Chen. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind this transformation, he couldn't help but reflect that this was the demeanor one would expect from a young man. He then resumed his focus on the book before him. Unbeknownst to Chu Chen, had he been aware of this observation, he might have felt a mixture of relief and trepidation. As Chu Chen approached the antique display cabinet, merely half a meter away, he found himself somewhat bewildered by the absence of that peculiar sensation he had anticipated. This unexpected lack of feeling prompted him to question whether his earlier conclusion had been erroneous. The ability to sense ancient artifacts is, to a certain extent, governed by one's consciousness. If, deep within his subconscious, he believed that a particular item was genuine, then that sensation would not manifest. Conversely, if an artifact went unnoticed, that feeling would arise promptly to alert him. Nonetheless, even when he regarded an object as an antique, the sensation could still emerge, albeit under his control. In essence, this feeling serves as a powerful tool for discerning hidden treasures and authenticating items. He contemplated naming it treasure perception. Reflecting on the absence of such perception, Chu Chen realized that, without it, identifying hidden gems would demand not only keen eyesight but also physical interaction to confirm authenticity. Moreover, with the multitude and diversity of items at flea markets, one could easily overlook a treasure, thus missing out on a valuable opportunity. However, with the advent of treasure perception, such regrets would cease to exist. Furthermore, the process of authentication is not always hands-on. For instance, in museums, direct interaction is prohibited. Some may argue that the items in museums cannot be inauthentic, yet instances of substitution have indeed occurred. Additionally, during pre-auction exhibitions, although most items can be examined, certain pieces remain off-limits for various reasons, necessitating reliance on the collector's discernment. With the aid of treasure perception, such awkward situations can be deftly avoided. Of course, treasure perception is not infallible. It merely serves as an auxiliary function. Chu Chen had previously experimented and noted that, akin to the sensitivity of his abilities, this perception could detect items dating back to the Republic of China era. Thus, it does not guarantee that everything sensed is a masterpiece among antiques. Moreover, there are limitations to its range. As mentioned earlier, the maximum effective distance is half a meter, beyond which it becomes ineffective. Regarding the origin of treasure perception, Chu Chen speculated that it might be a transformation resulting from the accumulation of spiritual energy. After all, why had he not sensed it during the Ziggurat incident? This suggests that one's abilities can indeed evolve, leaving him eagerly anticipating what new functionalities his powers might acquire upon their next upgrade. In a state of excitement and joy, Chu Chen selected a genuine piece, along with a few replicas, and approached Chen Duong, saying, "Old Chen, I have chosen the items and placed them over there. Could you please take a look?" "All right," replied Chen Duong, setting aside his book and joining Chu Chen at the selected items. After a cursory glance, he asked, "Is that all, Xiao Chen?" However, inwardly, Chu Chen felt anything but calm, for Chen Duong had failed to recognize that the jade pendant was not a replica. He was torn, contemplating whether to conceal the truth about the pendant, which held the potential for profits exceeding tenfold. In the end, however, Chu Chen relinquished the temptation that lingered in his heart. Over the years, Chen Duong had shown him considerable kindness. For instance, there was a time when Chu Chen found himself without funds to procure goods, and without a moment's hesitation, Chen Duong extended credit to him. Given such circumstances, if he were to pocket the jade pendant this time, he would find it impossible to reconcile with his conscience. "Old Chen, what do you think of this jade pendant?" Chu Chen inquired with a smile. "Young people are often like this. I wasn't much different in my youth. Old Chen, I have just selected a bird feeder. Could you kindly assist me in taking it out for inspection?" "Oh, you mean that blue and white bird feeder? Very well, I shall retrieve it for you." With that, Chen Duong walked over to fetch the bird feeder and placed it upon the table. Chu Chen had previously examined the bird feeder with great care. It was a T-shaped design, its exterior smooth, adorned with intricate blue and white floral motifs. The craftsmanship was bold, and the blue glaze boasted a rich hue, distinctly characteristic of the Ming Dynasty's Wanli period. The piece bore the inscription made in the Wanli era of the Ming Dynasty in a single line of regular script, unmistakably indicating its origin. Moreover, the examination of its body, patina, blue material, and form confirmed that this was indeed a genuine antique, worthy of collection. Chu Chen was taken aback, exclaiming, "Old Chen, surely you must be mistaken. How can this possibly be valued at only 20,000? While the items he selected were modern replicas, they were of exquisite quality, with their procurement costs nearing 10,000. Adding to that, the bird feeder itself was estimated to be worth around 10,000. Was that jade pendant to be considered gift? Chu Chen hastily gestured, "This really doesn't concern you. My grandson is not representing me," Chen Duong retorted, raising an eyebrow and waving his hand. "All right, let's agree on this. If you truly feel embarrassed, you can simply visit my shop more often to help with business. Consider it a reward for your honesty." All right, I accept. Is that sufficient?" Chu Chen could only acquiesce. "That's more like it," Chen Duong said with a beaming smile. As Chu Chen settled into his car, he reflected on the importance of integrity. Had he chosen to conceal the jade pendant from Chen Duong today, and if Chen Duong were to later uncover the truth, it would create a rift between them, rather than the closeness they now shared. Chapter 26, Ho Yuanming. Upon returning home, Chu Chen organized the items he had just acquired, hastily consumed a light lunch, and then turned on his computer to browse the news, seeking information on upcoming auctions and market trends. By chance, he stumbled upon a pin post that was highly popular. The post recounted the author's experience of a fortunate find that day, accompanied by exquisite photographs for others to admire. After reading it, he felt a surge of interest, pondering whether he too could share some photographs of antiques on the forum for others to appreciate. For instance, he could post a picture of the black and white jade pendant, allowing friends on the forum to partake in his joy. As the saying goes, sharing happiness with others is far more gratifying than enjoying it alone. Moreover, there are frequently exquisite items showcased on the forum, potentially opening new avenues for sales. Among my 5 friends on the forum, 2 possess considerable wealth. If they were to express a need, given my performance on the forum, it is quite probable they would first inquire of me, thus presenting me with a prospective client. Contemplating this notion brought him immense joy. However, a pressing issue arose: how to transfer photographs to his computer, a matter he was quite unclear about. He was aware that his mobile phone had a camera function, yet the images were unclear and his current device lacked that capability. Upon conducting an online search, he discovered a device known as a digital camera, which allows one to directly view photographs on a computer. This seemed promising, and he decided to purchase one. Consequently, Chu Chen called the individual who had previously assisted him in acquiring a computer. To his delight, the person indeed had stock available and inquired about his preferred brand, suggesting that domestically produced models were of superior quality. Chu Chen, possessing a sense of nationalism, readily agreed. The seller, unperturbed, informed him that military-grade models were also accessible, albeit at a higher price. Nonetheless, he assured Chu Chen of their exceptional functionality, equating them favorably with mainstream options. A higher price was of little concern to Chu Chen. Upon hearing military-grade, he enthusiastically consented, and they settled on a price with the assurance of delivery by afternoon. The camera was relatively compact. Although its craftsmanship was somewhat rudimentary, a detail Chu Chen did not mind, as durability was paramount. Notably, the camera boasted a resolution of 4 million pixels, producing fairly clear images, which greatly pleased him. The digital camera had the advantage of being user-friendly, allowing someone like Chu Chen, who is not well-versed in electronic products, to learn its operation quickly. After dinner, he put his newfound knowledge to use, capturing photographs of his black and white jade pendant, and subsequently adding them to a post he had recently published on the forum, complete with the pendant specifications and his insights. Ding dong. The individual known as Tang Sancai was not unfamiliar to Chu Chen. He was the first friend Chu Chen added on the forum and one of the two affluent acquaintances previously mentioned. Their prior conversations had been quite amicable, though the specifics of the man's real-life circumstances remained unclear. However, he had garnered a reputation for reliability on the forum, prompting Chu Chen to send him his mobile number via forum message. Beep beep. Within a minute, Chu Chen's phone rang. Hello, who is this? Greetings, is this Jianbao Rinsheng? I am Tang Sancai from the forum. The voice on the line was somewhat deep, likely belonging to a middle-aged man, and his accent resembled that of Zhou Wenping, suggesting he might also be from the Sanqin region, or perhaps a fellow resident of Beijing. Ah, hello, I am indeed Jianbao Rinsheng. You may call me Chu Chen or Xiao Chu. As for the pricing, I am open to negotiation. If you are sincerely interested in purchasing, I am sincerely willing to sell, and I assure you the price will be fair. The pressing matter is how we can facilitate the transaction. I neglected to mention that I am currently in Beijing. After a brief silence, the other party replied, I am from Beijing and may not be able to reach Beijing until next month. I genuinely wish to make a purchase. Could you kindly hold the item until then? Chu Chen chuckled and said, there's no need for that. Next week, I will be visiting Beijing with a friend, so we can get in touch then. Really? The tone from the other end instantly grew enthusiastic. I will send you my phone number and contact details via text. You must reach out to me once you arrive. I will host you. By the way, I forgot to mention, my name is Ho Yuanming. All right, I will definitely contact you upon my arrival. After hanging up, Chu Chen mused to himself about the convenience of the internet, which had yielded such swift results. Of course, the true nature of the friend, named Ho Yuanming, remained uncertain, though he presumed it could not be too disappointing. The internet, while convenient, also obscured the identities of those on the other side, with illegal exceptions. If only forums had a verification system, it would certainly alleviate some concerns. When Chu Chen refreshed the webpage, he received several more messages inquiring whether the items were still for sale. He could only apologize and subsequently modified his post to indicate that the items had already been sold, which indeed made the notifications much quieter. Following this, Chu Chen found himself somewhat at a loss for what to do. After spending an afternoon online, he felt a bit weary and thus indulged in a game of Monopoly. When the time felt right, he retired to bed. The next day, Chu Chen did not intend to acquire more books and paintings. Instead, he prepared to venture into stone gambling. After his shift in mindset the previous day, he found himself less concerned about his earlier decisions. Besides, there was nothing unreasonable about gambling again after a win, right? Winning again would be a testament to both luck and skill. Who could possibly doubt that? Moreover, he was not foolish enough to gamble daily, nor would he expect to win every time. However, this time, Chu Chen did not head to Zhang Guosheng's yuan studio. For the quality of rough materials, there left much to be desired. The glass-type jadeite that had been unearthed the previous day was a rarity, perhaps only one piece in an entire year, reflecting the subpar nature of their inventory. Even so, it was astonishing that Zhang Guosheng did not set off firecrackers to celebrate. It left him speechless. Arriving at the previously mentioned Yuan pavilion, he found it to be significantly larger than the yuan studio, bustling with customers coming and going shortly after opening. Upon entering, a female salesperson greeted him warmly. Sir, how may I assist you? Although her appearance was rather ordinary, her voice was melodious, enveloping Chu Chen in a refreshing ambience. He thought to himself that if he ever opened a store, he would certainly hire a salesperson like her. as a cheerful customer might end up purchasing additional items. The salesperson then led Chu Chen to the backyard, where assorted jadeite rough materials were neatly organized. This was not Chu Chen's first visit. He had the salesperson guide him once more because he had heard that if a salesperson brought in customers who purchased jadeite rough materials, they would receive a commission. Furthermore, if the rough materials yielded jadeite and were subsequently bought by the store, there would also be a bonus involved. Given this, Chu Chen saw no reason to act otherwise. He always allowed the salesperson to lead him in, facilitating both their convenience. Certainly, Chu Chen had visited several times, recalling only one occasion when he purchased raw materials worth 2,000 yuan, ultimately resulting, as expected, in the unveiling of a jade piece valued at 200 yuan. The backyard here is partitioned into several areas, with the section designated for raw materials divided into 3 zones. One for materials priced at 1,000 yuan, another for 10,000 yuan, and a third for those exceeding 500,000 yuan. As for the 100 yuan pieces, one would have to search in the corner by the entrance. Additionally, there are 4 gemstone cutting machines in the yard, one of which is large, while the others are similar to those at Zhang Guosheng's place. However, the large machine is seldom activated, reserved only for exceptionally large raw materials. At this moment, the 3 smaller machines are in operation, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Upon entering, Chu Chen encountered Mr. Liu, the gentleman he had met the previous day, who was currently crouched in the 1,000 yuan area, scrutinizing a piece of raw material. It was a rare pleasure to meet someone familiar in this place. As Mr. Liu stood up, Chu Chen approached to greet him. I recognize you. You are the young man who recently revealed the apple green jade. Impressive indeed. Mr. Liu immediately recognized him and warmly shook his hand. It was merely luck on my part, not at all comparable to your wealth of experience, Mr. Liu. Chu Chen humbly responded, waving his hands in modesty. Mr. Liu smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Luck is sometimes a facet of skill, much like my own experiences with raw materials. Ultimately, I ended up losing everything, my wife and child left with another man. This matter was delicate, and Chu Chen deemed it inappropriate to delve further, thus shifting the conversation. At least, Mr. Liu, with your extensive years in the stone gambling industry, you have certainly seen much. Are you here today to inspect any particularly promising pieces? Not at all. Mr. Liu shook his head, sighing. I find myself a solitary figure now, with only my interest in stone gambling to occupy my time. However, I have come to realize that it is wise to refrain from taking too many risks. Without exceptional skill and luck, one is destined to lose. Though I have gleaned some insights over the years, I'm still far from being a master. Given your level of expertise, you are a mentor to me. I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Chu Chen said respectfully, presenting his business card. Mr. Liu seemed to hold a favorable impression of Chu Chen and reciprocated by offering his own card, smiling as he remarked, "Do not say that. I've heard from others that you have been involved with jade for quite some time. We can certainly exchange insights. I envy your mindset. You have managed to learn the intricacies of stone gambling while spending comparatively little, unlike myself." Upon receiving the card, Chu Chen discovered that Mr. Liu's name was Lu Jiqing. Noticing a hint of sadness in his demeanor, Chu Chen offered words of comfort. Mr. Liu, one must always look forward. May I be so bold as to inquire about your future plans? Forgive me, I seem to have lost my composure, Mr. Liu responded. Seizing the moment, Chu Chen proposed. Mr. Liu, I have a rather audacious request. When you depart, might you consider taking me along? Sure, there is nothing audacious about such matters, came Mr. Liu's reply. Lu Jiqing readily agreed, stating, I will probably set off around the 5th of next month. I'll call you on the 3rd. If I forget, you can remind me. It's no trouble at all. Thank you so much, Mr. Liu. Chu Chen responded with delight upon hearing his agreement. Lu Jiqing jested, there is no need for thanks. Once my little shop opens, your frequent patronage will be the greatest appreciation I could ask for. That is certainly a promise. I wish you a grand opening, Mr. Liu. Chu Chen remarked with a smile. Then I thank you for your kind words, Xiao Chu. Now that we are acquainted, it feels a bit distant for you to keep calling me Mr. Liu. If you're willing, feel free to call me Lu Gu instead. Upon seeing Chu Chen nod in acquiescence, he continued, Xiao Chu, are you here today to make a significant endeavor? Not at all. My modest funds are hardly sufficient for that. I merely won a little yesterday, which has given me some confidence. So I thought I would try my luck here again today. I haven't been here long either. I just took a glance at the 1,000 yuan area. But the offerings here are rather lackluster, Lu Jiqing remarked, shaking his head. After hearing this, Chu Chen also cast a glance at the materials in the 1,000 yuan area and felt a pang of disappointment. The raw materials were varied, with some of considerable size. Yet it was evident that most were new mine stones. In general, jadeite rough stones can be categorized into three types: new mine jade, sandskin rough stones, and water stones. New mine jade refers to jadeite raw materials excavated directly from the mountains, characterized by minimal skin and little internal variation, typically yielding mid to low-grade materials with little market value. However, unscrupulous merchants often grind new mine jade into gravel, artificially creating a skin to imitate yellow sand or black sandstones or waterstones. Waterstone rough is jadeite gravel formed from mountain materials weathered and eroded, transported by river water, resulting in jadeite without skin. Due to the river's transport, the loose parts are largely eroded away, leaving only the harder, denser sections. Coupled with natural processes, this results in a finer texture and superior coloration, often yielding high-quality jade. Sandskin rough stones are those that, due to tectonic uplift, have been exposed after being buried underwater for an extended period and have undergone a second cycle of weathering and erosion. This results in jadeite gravel with a sandskin layer on the surface, which is the predominant type of rough stone in the market. Most of the materials in the 1,000 yuan area are of the first type, new mine jade. The other materials, from a distance, also exhibit poor performance, which is why Chu Chen felt disheartened. Seeing the disappointment on Chu Chen's face, Lu Jiqing placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Xiao Chu, you must adjust your mindset. Consider that just yesterday, your jade came from brick material. Our trade, much like antiques, requires both boldness and meticulousness. One should never abandon any piece of rough stone based solely on appearances. Of course, this is not to encourage you to pursue brick material. Rather, it's a reminder to draw conclusions only after practical experience, as one must not judge solely by appearances." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen realized the truth in Lu Jiqing's words. He had indeed been rather superficial in his earlier thoughts. If jadeite were to emerge solely from high-quality, rough materials, could it still be considered a gamble? Lu Jiqing aptly remarked that one should not judge a person by their appearance. How then could one expect to discern the potential of gambling stones, which can be as elusive as the divine? Observing Chu Chen's contemplative expression, Lu Jiqing smiled gently and said, "Well, it's getting late. I shall not take up more of your time. Let us focus on examining the rough materials." Chu Chen quickly regained his composure, expressing gratitude for Lu Jiqing's guidance, and began searching for his desired targets for the day. Despite the wisdom in Lu Jiqing's words, Chu Chen's intention was still to start with the rough materials priced in the 10,000 yuan range. After all, he had the limitation of only 3 uses of his extraordinary ability each day. As he entered the 10,000 yuan zone, disappointment washed over him, not due to the quality of the rough materials, but because the precious perceptions he so highly anticipated were yielding no responses. It was simply implausible that this area contained no jadeite, even if the odds of uncovering high-grade jadeite were slim. The performance of the rough materials in this zone suggested that the absence of any jadeite was unlikely. This indicated that his ability to sense jadeite was currently ineffective. While such circumstances might change in the future, they were of no assistance to Chu Chen at present. Resolving to rely on his own efforts, he thought, "Without the butcher Zhang, am I to settle for a pig with fur?" Not overly disheartened, Chu Chen revitalized his spirits and armed himself with a magnifying glass and a powerful flashlight to commence his examination. The rough materials here were considerably fewer than in the 1,000 yuan zone, and those exceeding 500,000 yuan were even scarcer. In these times, spending tens of thousands on gambling stones was relatively common, yet investing hundreds of thousands or even millions remained a rarity for individuals, save for companies. The 10,000 yuan zone was divided into 2 sections, one of which consisted of semi-gambling rough materials, those that had been partially opened or had small windows. These materials, due to their reduced risk, were favored by jewelry companies and inexperienced buyers alike. However, even with small openings, the risk of loss remained. One could never predict the internal conditions of the rough, which could harbor fissures or diseases, or even a mere thin layer of green skin on the jadeite, all of which could drastically diminish the value of the jadeite obtained, or lead to complete loss of investment. Nevertheless, the likelihood of unexpected outcomes was significantly lower compared to entirely gambling materials. Before he acquired his extraordinary ability, Chu Chen had considered investing in semi-gambling materials when he had more funds. Though the profits would be modest, the chances of earning were considerably higher. Among the semi-gambling stones in the 10,000 yuan zone, the most expensive piece was a yellow sandskin semi-gambling material, weighing approximately a dozen kilograms. The window opened on this piece was quite generous, appearing exceptionally delicate under the flashlight, resembling ice to glass-gray jadeite. Unfortunately, this rough was riddled with numerous small fissures. As the saying goes, one fears small fissures more than large cracks. The damage caused by fissures to jadeite is profound, directly impacting both the extraction and the aesthetic appeal of the jade. The prominent cracks are easily observable, and their impact on jadeite is readily apparent. In contrast, the fine fissures, being subtle and subject to change, varying in size and depth, elude comprehension. The value of this semi-gambling raw stone has been significantly affected by these fissures. Otherwise, its price would commence at no less than 500,000. When Chu Chen contemplated abandoning this semi-gambling material, he suddenly remembered his extraordinary ability. If the interior of the raw stone did not reflect its external state, he might just stumble upon a hidden gem. Driven by this thought, he promptly placed his left hand on the raw stone, feigned observation, and activated his power. However, his expression soon transformed as he discovered that the energy intensity within the raw stone was merely around 1,000 yuan, indicating that the interior was riddled with various fissures, thoroughly compromising the jadeite within. While such a possibility exists, it is generally quite rare. The most likely scenario is that this material indeed contains only the jadeite found in the mentioned skin green, with jade only in the areas where it has been revealed. Chu Chen mused on the unpredictability of nature as he left the semi-gambling stone behind and examined several others, finding no satisfactory results. The limitation of being able to use his ability only 3 times a day proved to be quite constraining in the realm of gambling stones. He could only hope that when his abilities upgraded next, the usage limit would increase. After inspecting the semi-gambling materials, Chu Chen began to explore the full gambling stones beside them. The performance of these stones justified their prices, most exhibiting python patterns and pine flower markings. Notably, there was a sizable piece of black tungsten sand that performed fairly well. Regrettably, it was a waxy shell without a sand skin. Chapter 28. Reflection. The waxy shell refers to a layer on the surface that resembles wax, glossy and dark in hue. If this layer is not removed, it is challenging to observe the texture and quality beneath, and typically, many fine cracks exist beneath the waxy shell, resulting in relatively tender jade. The black tungsten sand encased in a waxy shell, particularly the one Chu Chen encountered that lacked a sand skin, is considered a variety that is relatively less susceptible to price increases, which explains its lack of interest in this location. Despite the abundance of promising raw materials, nearly half of them yielded no reaction from his ability, indicating that even a slight trace of valuable jadeite was absent. The quality of the remaining half remained uncertain, and the internal situation appeared far from optimistic. This scenario prompted Chu Chen to once again lament the gambling stone industry, which truly deserves its reputation of 9 losses out of 10. Following a meticulous selection process, Chu Chen chose 2 full gambling stones that he found satisfactory, although one of them posed a dilemma for him. This stone weighed approximately 10 kilograms and originated from the Mo1G mining area, which was established in the 1970s. Known as the New Mining Area, famed for its production of black tungsten sand. The piece in Chu Chen's possession was likewise black tungsten sand. The renowned black tungsten sand is celebrated for its remarkable ability to yield high-quality jadeite, earning it great admiration among enthusiasts. However, it is a double-edged sword. Once this raw material fails, it is irrevocably lost, leading to a complex relationship of both affection and resentment. Notably, the black tungsten sands from the old mining area of Laopagan and the smaller region of Nanxi are particularly prone to yielding desirable results. In contrast, Chu Chen typically approaches the raw materials from new mining areas with caution due to their generally inferior quality. Yet, he hesitated over one particular stone, despite its blemishes. They were merely superficial. When illuminated by a strong flashlight, the green hue appeared promising, suggesting ample translucency. The blemishes, known as xian, refer to the variously sized and shaped dark, gray, or light gray weather marks on the surface of jadeite. Generally, these blemishes can indicate color presence, but they can also absorb color. By distinguishing the types of blemishes, one can still achieve favorable outcomes. Superficial blemishes pose minimal risk, while direct blemishes, resembling nail-like spots, can penetrate the jadeite, affecting its quality. After careful consideration, Chu Chen concluded that the risks associated with this black tungsten sand were too great. He was also mindful of the typically short translucency of materials sourced from the Mowanji mining area, implying that the jadeite's value might not significantly exceed the raw material's cost, leading him to set it aside. Another piece, a yellow sandskin material, caught his interest, although it too bore blemishes. A closer inspection revealed a scar resembling an abscess in the center, known as Chu Chen, which generally inflicts minimal damage on the raw stone. His keen interest in this piece was further bolstered by the presence of a striking white python pattern. In layman's terms, a python pattern appears as a section or winding strip of differently arranged sand grains across the surface of the raw material, reminiscent of an impression created by pressure or heat, resulting in a novel design. The python pattern serves as a critical indicator for jadeite enthusiasts, helping them assess the potential color quality within. The white python pattern, or by Meng, typically appears in a grayish-white hue. This specific coloration suggests a high likelihood of favorable results, especially when combined with the Chu Chen, making it an appealing choice for Chu Chen. Encountering such a promising raw material would normally send him straight to the cashier. However, armed with his abilities, he felt compelled to conduct a thorough examination, as this was the nature of gambling in stone. Nevertheless, he was confident that even if the material did not yield a substantial increase in value, a modest appreciation seemed assured. Yet, to his dismay, the mark price for this piece was set at 150,000. Even with potential for negotiation, a minimum of 100,000 seemed inevitable, but his abilities indicated that the jadeite's value might only be around 50,000 to 60,000. This revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, leading him to question the reliability of his judgment. This could not be right. Surely, there must be some undiscovered flaw within this piece. Regaining his composure, Chu Chen meticulously examined the stone twice more, using a magnifying glass and flashlight, only to shake his head in resigned amusement. Originally, this piece of rough material bore not only dry scales, but also scattered grayish-white blemishes, which were intricately interspersed within the white python skin. At the time, due to the allure of the white python, I failed to scrutinize it closely, resulting in a misjudgment. Ultimately, this oversight stemmed from my own carelessness, which was indeed inexcusable. Upon reflection, if this piece had exhibited characteristics akin to those I had previously encountered, would it still be here awaiting my selection? Without the assistance of my extraordinary ability during this endeavor, my impulsive decision to engage in stone unearthing could have had profound repercussions for Chu Chen, potentially leading him to doubt his discernment. The worst-case scenario could result in a loss of confidence, which is paramount in the realm of stone gambling. With a wry smile, Chu Chen rose, grateful for his extraordinary ability, while observing Lu Jiqing meticulously selecting rough materials in the 1,000 yuan zone. His diligence and meticulousness prompted Chu Chen to realize the vast knowledge he still had yet to acquire. He pondered that this ability was not infallible. Should it vanish as suddenly as it had appeared, what would he do without the requisite knowledge? There's a well-known adage, relying on others is inferior to depending on oneself. With a wealth of knowledge, even in the absence of extraordinary abilities, one can lead a fulfilling life. In recent days, I had grown dependent on my ability, leading to a decline in my previous diligence in studying. In hindsight, this was indeed a mistake. Conversely, having acquired an extraordinary memory, I should redouble my efforts in learning. Furthermore, with the internet at my disposal, the vast array of online resources is an invaluable asset to my studies. The reflections I undertook yesterday morning and now have undoubtedly been of immense benefit to Chu Chen. The introspection from yesterday severed the mental shackles that bound him, while the current reflection has enabled him to confront his own attitude. These two moments of contemplation have undeniably laid a solid foundation for a rich and diverse collecting career ahead. Having grasped these insights, Chu Chen felt no desire to linger in the 10,000 yuan zone. He believed it prudent to venture into the 1,000 yuan area, where the rough materials, albeit less valuable, offered a comprehensive selection suitable for someone with a foundational understanding of stone gambling to further his research. In the 1,000 yuan zone, Chu Chen approached his selection with newfound depth. After nearly half an hour of scrutiny, he meticulously examined each piece of rough material he handled, combining his observations with past experiences for informed judgments. Should his ability yield no reaction, he analyzed why the piece was categorized in this zone. Conversely, if it did respond, he assessed its potential for appreciation or depreciation. Considering the quality of the jadeite, this purposeful observation led Chu Chen to feel that the rate of experiential accumulation in this half-hour surpassed that of similar time frames in the past by at least 2 or 3 times, which filled him with satisfaction. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. If he wished to achieve something substantial in the morning, he needed to hasten his pace. However, Chu Chen was resolute in not sacrificing thoroughness for speed. So he diligently scrutinized a piece of gray sandy skin, rough material weighing approximately 8 kilograms. The jadeite extracted from the gray sand skin possesses remarkable characteristics, particularly its exceptional quality. At first glance, this rough material appears quite promising. The presence of anomalous energy indicates the existence of jadeite within, and its surface is adorned with formations resembling pine needles, referred to as hair needle pine blossom. As previously mentioned, the python pattern serves as a significant criterion for stone gamblers when assessing color, while another crucial factor is the pine blossom. The pine blossom reflects the remnants of jadeite's green hue on the weathered skin, varying in intensity, size, and shape. Among stone enthusiasts, there exists a popular adage regarding pine blossom: the greener and more vibrant it is, the better the quality. Moreover, rough material exhibiting hair needle pine blossoms is likely to conceal high-grade and fully green jadeite. However, if it were solely this, it would not be priced in the 1,000 yuan range. Indeed, when Chu Chen turned it over, he discovered a patch of green on the reverse side. Some may wonder if such a find is not desirable. In the world of stone gambling, there is a saying, better to buy a line than a patch. Patches of color can easily be deceptive, often representing color that has run from the skin and are typically thin, while linear green bands tend to penetrate deeper into the interior. Thus, it has been concluded that patch color is superficial, whereas line color is profound. Setting aside the green patch for now, it is crucial to note that it is interspersed with blemishes, specifically the fly speck blemish that tends to accompany green. Under such circumstances, how could one gamble on it? As for why it remains in the 1,000 yuan category, it is primarily due to its weight of 8 kilograms and the presence of hair needle pine blossom. However, Chu Chen speculated that the price should be modest and, upon inspection, found it to be merely 1,200 yuan, indicating that the general consensus was unfavorable toward this rough material. Despite its seemingly lackluster attributes, Chu Chen adhered to his earlier practice and meticulously examined the rough material once more. This time, he faintly discerned a delicate python line, and upon closer inspection, he indeed found a subtle linear python pattern bordering the pine blossom, the best and worst characteristics coexisting in one piece. Could this rough material be a composite of two distinct pieces? Chu Chen muset internally. Suddenly, a frown crossed his brow. While it seemed unlikely that the rough material was counterfeit, it was plausible that it relied on skin green. Perhaps that fly speck blemish was merely adhering to skin green? This possibility was indeed quite significant. With this thought, although Chu Chen felt a twinge of reluctance for the remaining anomalous energy, he resolutely decided to apply it to this rough material. After employing his anomalous energy, Chu Chen's first action was to tighten his grip on the rough material, and with a faint smile, he prepared to approach the front desk to purchase it. Meanwhile, a young man in his 20s rushed over, heading straight for the black tungsten sand in the 10,000 yuan range that Chu Chen had just abandoned. Upon noticing that the rough material was still available, the young man was overjoyed, picked it up, and dashed to the front desk, managing to purchase it before Chu Chen could catch up. Observing the scene, Chu Chen shook his head and smiled, thinking to himself, is there truly a need for such urgency? If this rough material were indeed so exceptional, would it still be waiting for someone to buy it? Perhaps this rough stone had been left untouched for quite some time. At the checkout, Chu Chen spent several minutes negotiating and successfully haggled down the price by 100 yuan, leaving him in exceptionally good spirits. Moreover, as he made his payment, he noticed that those around him were rather skeptical about this particular piece of rough stone, pondering what their expressions would be if it were to suddenly surge in value. This thought filled Chu Chen with joy, as it carried the delightful essence of deriving his happiness from the discontent of others. Isn't this the long-neglected fly excrement disease? Why did you choose this rough stone? Brother Lu, look closely, and you will understand why I selected it. Lu Jiqing took the rough stone, initially failing to see its allure, but upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, a single python pattern, and it's a hair needle-style python pattern. In truth, many are not well acquainted with the intricacies of stone patterns. They may observe the python pattern, yet still struggle to identify it. Recognizing these patterns requires meticulous attention and a patient, prolonged observation which, over time, enables one to distinguish them at a glance. The single python is among the more elusive patterns to discern, particularly on this rough stone, where it is faint to the point that most would overlook it. If it were not so difficult to detect, it would not have remained unnoticed for so long. Although the likelihood of this rough stone yielding high-grade jade is significant, are you not concerned about the fly excrement disease ruining it? Chu Chen smiled and replied, Brother Lu, take another look at the location of the fly excrement disease. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiqing resumed his scrutiny and then smacked his thigh in realization. Ah, The fly excrement disease is only on a patch of green. This stone is worth the gamble, and it very well could yield a substantial profit. Xiao Chu, your insight and quick thinking are commendable. Waving his hand modestly, Chu Chen replied, it was merely good fortune that I spotted this single python pattern. The thought came afterward. All right, Xiao Chu, no need for such modesty. Without keen perception, how could you have found such an inconspicuous detail? Let's hurry. I am eager to discover the outcome. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiqing grabbed Chu Chen and rushed towards the jade extraction machine, leading others to believe that the rough stone belonged to him. However, as there were two others waiting to extract their stones, Chu Chen had to wait a while longer, while the young man from earlier had already secured a spot and commenced the extraction. The young man initially chose not to cut the stone, but rather to rub it. Rubbing is a common practice in the jade gambling industry, involving the use of tools to gently remove the outer layer in areas likely to reveal green, facilitating observation. This method carries certain advantages over cutting, primarily in terms of safety. After all, as seen with Chu Chen's experience yesterday, a careless cut could result in substantial loss. Why, then, was rubbing not chosen yesterday? That was because it was, after all, a brick material. Being cautious with cuts was justifiable. But to rub it would have been excessive. Did one presume there was jade hidden within? It's green. Before long, the young man erupted in joyous exclamation, his elation apparent, prompting those nearby to converge around him. It must be said that this young man is somewhat fortunate. He has chosen a piece of jadeite that is, unfortunately, afflicted with sleeping spots. The surface of the raw material has only been slightly polished, yet has already revealed a hint of green. Although the hue is quite pleasing, upon inspection with a flashlight, the translucency appears somewhat lacking. This is a characteristic often associated with Mo Wanjiji's jadeite. A voice emerged from the gathered crowd, proclaiming, Sir, I offer 80,000 for this piece of raw material. How about transferring it to me? Upon turning to investigate, Chu Chen recognized the speaker as a familiar face, the elder with whom Lu Jiqing had conducted a transaction just the day before, none other than Qian Yo, the proprietor of Qianji Jewelry. It struck Chu Chen as curious how he always seemed to encounter this individual whenever a piece of jadeite experienced a price surge. Lu Jiqing, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly and remarked, in the jade business, raw materials pose a significant challenge. While mid-range materials are relatively easier to come by, high-end ones are considerably harder to source. Qian Yo's Qianji Jewelry hold a modest reputation in the capital, hence his diligent monitoring of the market to ensure he does not miss out on high or even mid-range materials. Chu Chen not that Tao Gu Fun, reflecting on the struggles inherent in such endeavors. It is not easy for anyone, especially for these prominent figures. Outwardly, they may seem prosperous, yet who can truly appreciate the sweat and toil that has contributed to their current standing? This particular piece of raw jadeite was priced at 60,000, and Chu Chen surmised that given the young man's exuberance, he likely had not engaged in any negotiation. Earning a quick profit of 20,000 in just a few minutes seemed quite commendable. However, observing the young man's conflicted expression, it was clear he was unwilling to concede. Recognizing Qian Yo, he spoke up, My apologies, Mr. Qian, but I choose to continue polishing. When a piece of jadeite is initially selected for polishing, should the results be favorable, the owner may choose to either continue polishing or sell it immediately. Conversely, if the outcome is disappointing, they must either persist in polishing or resort to cutting the stone. This time, the young man decided to polish a different side of the stone. Upon witnessing this, Chu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Lu Jiqing, noticing the change in his demeanor, quietly inquired, What is wrong? Is there an issue with this black tungsten sand? With a gentle smile, Chu Chen replied, I have examined this piece of raw material before. While it initially appeared promising, I detected some minor issues. The results remain uncertain, but you will soon see for yourself. The machine whirred to life, gradually stripping away the sand layer from the raw material. Initially, the appearance mirrored that of the earlier section, and the young man beamed with a sense of triumph. Yet, as reality often proves unpredictable, his smile quickly faltered. A gasp rippled through the crowd. It has blemishes. The polished green surface revealed a black spot, marring what was once a beautiful visage, akin to an unsightly scar on an otherwise lovely face. The value of such a jadeite would undoubtedly plummet. If the interior bore similar flaws, it would be utterly ruined. Noticing Lu Jiqing's astonishment directed at him, Chu Chen quietly explained, I had high hopes for this black tungsten sand as well. But I later discovered that those sleeping spots concealed deeper imperfections. Only the initial polished side lacked such flaws. Had he managed to sell it earlier, he might have profited. Now, however, Upon listening to Chu Chen's explanation, Lu Jiqing nodded in understanding, yet refrained from further comment, only offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. The young man, after inspecting the rough material, lowered his head despondently, lost in thought. After a moment, he raised his gaze, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Qian Iyo. Boss Qian, will you still accept this piece of rough? I only need 60,000. Sir, I regret to inform you that this piece of rough no longer meets the acquisition standards of our company, came the reply. At that moment, beads of cold sweat formed on the young man's forehead, and after a brief wait, with no prospective buyers in sight, he clenched his teeth and said to the stone cutter, "Please, open it completely." In such circumstances, the stone cutter could say little, merely proceeding with the task at hand. However, the outcome was not unexpected for Chu Chen. Rather, it was a further misfortune for the young man. As the rough was cut, it revealed that the jade within was entirely flawed, either marred by large dark spots or small black blemishes, completely covering the entire piece. The only area free of black spots was the section initially polished, but it was merely a thin layer and quite small, devoid of any practical value. This rendered the gamble on this black tungsten sand rough a complete failure. It exemplified the nature of black tungsten sand, either a substantial gain or total loss. How is this possible? How can this be? The young man squatted on the ground, desperately inspecting the worthless jade, his spirit utterly deflated. Eventually, perhaps coming to terms with the harsh reality, he stood up, his face blank, and with a stiff gait, he slowly walked away. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers collectively sighed. The world of gambling on stones is indeed starkly realistic. For every win, there is surely a loss, and while people often focus on the victories, they conveniently ignore the devastating losses. The plight of the young man was not an isolated incident. Standing beside Chu Chen, Lu Jiqing himself was a testament to this, having endured far worse circumstances in the past. In his heart, Chu Chen could only silently wish for the young man to overcome the shadow of this complete failure. Chapter 30. Significant Gain. Next, it was Chu Chen's turn to cut the stone. Meanwhile, the rough materials on the adjacent cutting machine had already been processed, yielding a mix of good and bad results. Yet, the favorable outcomes merely indicated that the owners of those materials did not incur losses. Observing the rough material in Chu Chen's hands, the crowd shook their heads, unanimously speculating on the high probability of failure. Mr. Lu, is this young friend the one who gambled on a gain yesterday? Why would he choose such a poorly performing piece? Qian Iyo inquired with curiosity. Lu Jiqing simply smiled faintly and replied, Boss Qian, let us not rush to conclusions. Let us await the results. Intrigued by this, Qian Iyo remarked, Oh, is there a deeper meaning here? Your words have piqued my interest in the forthcoming stone cutting. In the beginning, Chu Chen did not opt to polish the rough material. Instead, he drew a nearly straight line on the side of the jadeite that was close to the mottled green, then handed it over to the stone cutter for slicing. The hissing sound of the cutting process made Chu Chen feel a bit anxious. After all, it was a gamble, although he was aware of the outcome in advance. The true nature of the raw stone would only be revealed once it was cut. At this moment, he was no longer concerned about winning or losing. His focus lay solely on the results of the cutting and whether they aligned with his expectations. This was, in essence, a test of his knowledge and skills. Cutting a small slice from an 8-kilogram piece of rough material was relatively swift. Before long, the stone cutter halted, awaiting Chu Chen to unveil the slice. I think there's a greater possibility of crossover, a voice emerged from the crowd. As Chu Chen lifted the slice, he found, as anticipated, that it was indeed the mottled green. When he shone a flashlight on it, a smile spread across his face. Mottled green, I knew it. But is this person out of their mind, smiling like that? The earlier voice from the crowd echoed again. Let me see. Lu Jiqing rushed to Chu Chen, eagerly taking the rough material to inspect it closely. The result was unmistakably in line with their previous discussion, prompting him to exclaim, Excellent. Qian Iyo, standing nearby, curiously inquired, Mr. Lu, this has already shown mottled green and some black spots. How can you still say it's good? Lu Jiqing replied with a knowing tone. Precisely because it is mottled green, I deem it promising. I believe the potential for this rough material to appreciate is about 80%. That could be a significant rise. Let us continue to observe. Upon hearing Lu Jiqing's assertion, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. The earlier voice now questioned, Does this person even know how to gamble on stones? The results are out, yet he claims it will appreciate significantly. How is that possible? The crowd glared at him, and a middle-aged man rebuked, You must be new here. How can you not recognize Mr. Lu, who has a reputation for cutting glass-grade jade? If he says so, surely it holds merit. Faced with the collective disapproval, the man retreated, his expression shifting between pale and flush, though he still muttered defiantly, I ascend the Jade King. Are his words supposed to be gospel? Ignoring the commotion, Chu Chen took the rough material and pointed to the areas of mottled green and python patterns. Addressing the stone cutter, Master, could you please polish this section? We know that while Chu Chen possesses an extraordinary ability to estimate the value of jade, he remains uncertain about the internal conditions of the stone. To mitigate potential losses, polishing was the most prudent solution at this stage. Furthermore, he had already formulated a plan and previously discussed it with Lu Jiqing. Hence, he would not approach this with the same caution as when cutting the brick-like material the day before. However, polishing is also an art within the gambling stone community. There exists a saying, polishing an increase does not count as an increase. Cutting an increase is what counts. Therefore, considerations about how to polish, how deep, how extensive, and even whether it can be polished at all must be thoroughly evaluated. Some rough materials that seem destined to cross over can exhibit remarkable results when handled by a highly skilled master. Certainly at this moment, the potential for a cross is non-existent. It merely serves to highlight the location of the jade within the rough material, thereby delineating the scope for subsequent cutting. The gemologist, possessing nearly 2 decades of experience, exhibited a momentary pause upon discerning the point indicated by Chu Chen, then smiled and gave a thumbs up before resuming his work. Observers, noting the gemologist's approval of Chu Chen's insight, began to suspect that this piece of rough might indeed be as promising as Lu Jiqing had suggested, leading to an immediate uplift in the atmosphere. The crowd's excitement ebbed and flowed in tandem with the hum of machinery. Green, it's turning green. Soon, gasps of astonishment erupted from the throng. At this juncture, the gemologist halted his grinding wheel, inquiring whether to continue. Chu Chen promptly signaled, Master, please proceed. As long as green appears, continue until it does. This gesture momentarily silenced those eager to bid, and as more green emerged before their eyes, the enthusiasm of the crowd intensified, culminating in the appearance of a color band approximately 2 fingers wide. When the grinding ceased, Chu Chen rushed forward with a flashlight, revealing the jade's transparent brilliance, its densely packed internal grains glowing with fluorescence, indicators of the highest quality glass-type jadeite. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in excitement, encircling the jade extraction machine tightly. Sir, would you consider transferring it to me for 300,000? I will assume the risks below. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline squeezed through and boldly declared, I say, Bald Zhang, do you have any sense of order? And are you really so brazen as to propose 300,000? Qian Iyo retorted upon seeing the middle-aged man. Upon recognizing Qian Iyo, the man named Zhang Xinghui mocked. I wonder who it was. It's Qian the Hedgehog. Should we wait for your bid when we stumble upon something valuable? Would you do the same? Moreover, what's wrong with 300,000? Haven't you heard that a rise in value doesn't count unless it's realized? Zhang Xinghui, who also engaged in the jade jewelry business, owned a store that, despite its seemingly average name, rivaled Qian Iyo's establishment in strength. Given their proximity and ongoing competition, their relationship was understandably strained. Qian Iyo referred to him as Bald Zhang, while Zhang Xinghui called him Qian the Hedgehog, aptly reflecting Qian's spiky hairstyle and his somewhat prickly disposition, characterized by a strong need for control and an aversion to humility. Come now, have you even noticed the color of the rough? It's nearly reaching the vibrant green threshold. How much inferior could the final hue possibly be? Qian Iyo remarked with disdain, remaining unperturbed. Well, I've only just arrived. Besides, until it's revealed, who can say what color it will ultimately be? Zhang Xinghui confidently asserted. Gentlemen, let us not allow tempers to flare. The true value will only be discerned once the jade is revealed. I shall not transfer the rough at this moment. Chu Chen interjected, striving to mediate the escalating tension. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, the two ceased their futile verbal sparring and awaited the final outcome. Subsequently, Chu Chen made a careful incision along the side of the jadeite, instructing the stone-slicing master to commence from that point. This method of cutting would reveal the extent of the fly-specked rot's infiltration. Although he was internally convinced that the rot had not penetrated deeply, it was essential to confirm this through tangible evidence. The ensuing moments were undoubtedly torturous for all present. When the stone-cutting machine finally halted, every individual strained their necks, eager to discern the result. Chu Chen took a deep breath and steadily lifted the slice, revealing a vibrant green hue before the audience. The brilliance of the color was even more pronounced than before, And while the final shade would only be ascertained upon complete extraction, the vivid green was assured. This brilliant green, devoid of yellow undertones or any other hues, is commonly referred to as imperial green, which commands the highest market value among jadeite. It is worth noting that the most striking and purest shade of green, characterized by its deep, rich tone, is often designated as imperial green. Conversely, the finest jadeite with a bluish tint is also labeled as imperial green, provided it remains free of color bias. Regardless of the variant, the price of such exquisite jadeite could be described as astronomical. Witnessing the raw material's potential, Chu Chen felt a surge of excitement and requested the master to extract the jadeite. For the seasoned stonecutter, this subsequent task was relatively effortless. Ultimately, a piece of jadeite, nearly 2 fingers in thickness, was placed into Chu Chen's hands. Although unpolished, its translucence, color, and purity were breathtaking, exuding a unique charm that made it hard to resist. This jadeite could almost be fashioned into 2 pendants, with the remaining portion sufficient for a ring face. Chu Chen felt a tinge of regret. Even though the jadeite qualified as vibrant green, it still fell short of the pinnacle, not to mention the coveted imperial green. Nevertheless, its value was undeniably satisfactory to Chu Chen. "Sir, would you be willing to part with this jadeite for 800,000? Zhang Xinghui eagerly proposed a price nearly 3 times that of the previous offer. "I shall bid 850,000, interjected Qian Yao. Following Qian's offer, Zhang Xinghui, unwilling to be outdone, engaged in a fierce bidding war. Both men, seasoned competitors over the years, displayed shrewdness, seizing every opportunity to outmaneuver one another, each intent on claiming the jadeite for themselves. However, their long-standing rivalry had rendered them astute. Each increment in bidding was executed with caution, keeping the competition within reasonable bounds. The scenario of mutual destruction, where one party's gain led to the other's loss, was unlikely to unfold between them. Chapter 31. Delectable Delicacies, Part 1. After an intense exchange, the final bid on the field settled at 1,050,000, proposed by Qian Yao. Although Zhang Xinghui felt somewhat disgruntled, he realized that continuing would yield him little profit, and his face reflected a hint of hesitation. It should be noted that among the crowd, they were not the only ones capable of purchasing this jade raw material. However, the other bidders lacked their strength. Others had made offers, but once the bidding reached 1 million, they promptly withdrew. Chu Chen felt quite satisfied with the price of 1,050,000, especially since the price offered by his extraordinary ability was merely around 1 million. Just as he was about to finalize his decision, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from outside the crowd. "Wait, I bid 1,100,000. Following the sound, Chu Chen turned to see a plump, benevolent-looking elder leading a middle-aged man through the throng. Both individuals were familiar to him. The elder was Lu Changshun, the owner of Yuan Pavilion, known for his amiable demeanor yet formidable business acumen, which explained the success of his establishment. The other man was Zhao Chirui, who had accompanied him a few days prior to explore real estate, and it was he who had just made that bid. Recognizing them, Chu Chen promptly greeted, "Ah, it's Mr. Zhao and Boss Lu. What a pleasure to see you." Zhao Chirui smiled and shook his hand, saying, "I previously thought you were adept in ancient porcelain, but it seems you're also quite skilled in gambling on stones. How about you transfer this jade to me?" Chu Chen hesitated, responding, "Mr. Zhao, you are overly generous. I merely had a stroke of luck." As he spoke, he glanced at Qian Yao. Initially, upon hearing the new bid, Qian Yao felt a flicker of annoyance. However, upon recognizing that the bidder was Zhao Chirui, a man of considerable wealth, he realized his own position as a benefactor. Furthermore, if the bid exceeded 1,100,000, he would find little profit left to gain. So he conceded, "Since it pleases Mr. Zhao, I shall yield it to you." Nevertheless, the smile on his face appeared somewhat strained. On the other hand, Zhang Xinghui had no objections now. He had already been hesitant. Witnessing his old rival falter brought a smile of schadenfreude to his face. Zhao Chui recalled Qian Yao after a moment's thought and cheerfully remarked, "You are Boss Qian of Qian S, aren't you? I want to let you suffer a loss. In a few days, I will introduce you to 2 clients." Qian Yao was overjoyed at this prospect, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Indeed, a loss in one area could yield gains in another. And in comparison to the significance of new clients, this modest piece of glassy jade was inconsequential. The atmosphere became one of mutual joy, save for Zhang Xinghui, whose face bore a frown, unable to rejoice at the prospect of his rival gaining new clients. With Qian Yao's agreement, Chu Chen was more than willing to complete the jade transaction with Zhao Chirue, especially since he was now exceedingly satisfied with his price, which exceeded his earlier estimate by a substantial 10,000. Upon finalizing the transaction, Zhao Chirue expressed his delight and said to Chu Chen, "It is nearly mealtime. Let's avoid any hassle. My dear brother Chu, let us dine together first, and afterward, we can proceed with the transfer. I also have a matter for which I require your assistance." Chu Chen readily acquiesced, replying, "Zhao, you're being too courteous. It is not a matter of inconvenience. I will certainly assist you with anything within my capacity. Furthermore, should you not mind, you may simply call me Xiao Chu in the future." Lu Changshan interjected. "Now it's my turn to speak. Xiao Chu, do you mind if I call you that?" Once Chu Chen indicated his lack of objection, Lu continued, "You have opened a glass-type jade. Should we set off some firecrackers?" Chu Chen promptly waved his hands in refusal. "Let us forego that. Moreover, this piece of jade is not particularly large. Typically, when a high-quality jade is unveiled, the dealer will consult with the owner before deciding on such matters, as some individuals may prefer to maintain a low profile and opt out of the celebration. However, this notion is somewhat naive, as the jade industry is not as expansive as it may seem. A mere gust of wind can lead to widespread gossip." Seeing Chu Chen's reaction, Lu Changshan did not take offense. After all, this vibrant green jade was not of exorbitant value, and whether or not to celebrate was inconsequential. If it had been worth over 500,000, he would have certainly organized a celebration. Additionally, clients typically do not place great importance on such events. Nevertheless, considering the purchase price of the rough material, the profit margin was a staggering 1,000 times. What business could yield such profit? Yet, in comparison to the previous young man's failure, the volatile nature of gambling on stones, where one can become rich or poor in an instant, was evident. Before departing, Chu Chen apologized to Lu Jiqing, acknowledging that he had intended to treat him to a meal today as a witness to the transaction, but under the present circumstances, they would have to arrange to meet again in the future. Once Chu Chen left, discussions erupted among the crowd about a piece of rough material that had been widely disregarded, suddenly skyrocketing in value upon unveiling a glass-type jade. This revelation was undoubtedly shocking for all present in the gambling stone community. Some were so captivated that they neglected their meals and rushed straight to the 1,000 yuan area to select their desired jade, led by an individual who had previously acted rather foolishly during Chu Chen's stone unveiling. Chu Chen was not unfamiliar with the location chosen by Zhao Chirue for their meal, as it was the private restaurant he had dined at just 2 days prior. Noticing Chu Chen's familiarity, Zhao Chirue inquired, "Xiao Chu, have you been here before?" Lu Changshan, observing Chu Chen's nod, chimed in, "Xiao Chu, you may not know this, but this private restaurant is actually owned by Zhao. The head chef here previously catered to leaders." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen was astonished. "No wonder the dishes here are so exquisite. Zhao, you truly have a grand taste." Zhao Chirue laughed heartily. "What grandness is there? It is merely a small endeavor." Chu Chen mused to himself, "While it may be a minor undertaking for you, for individuals like us, it is indeed a significant venture." With this thought, his earlier elation over the recent earnings of over 1 million swiftly subsided, for the journey ahead is long and arduous. As everyone entered the establishment, the manager immediately spotted Zhao Chirue and hurried over, inquiring, "Zhao, you have arrived. The private room has been prepared for you. Shall we proceed there now?" "Very well. Now that everyone is here, lead the way," Zhao replied. With a grand gesture, Zhao Chirue led everyone into a room adorned with ancient charm. Upon entering, Chu Chen could not help but marvel at the rich ambience that enveloped the space. This room bore a resemblance to Zhu Dafu's reception area. It possessed a distinct style of its own. While Zhu Dafu's space was suited for tea and philosophical discussions, this one was more conducive to merriment and libations. Nevertheless, both rooms exuded a unique natural grace, making dining here a true indulgence for the soul. Once seated, Zhao Chirue noticed the entranced expression on Chu Chen's face and smiled gently, inquiring, "Young Chu, do you have any dietary restrictions?" Chu Chen, with a hint of self-deprecation, replied, "I grew up in the mountains, where sometimes even a meal was a luxury. I hardly have the privilege of being picky." Zhao Chirue then instructed the waiter to bring forth the dishes, and with a touch of curiosity, he asked, "Young Chu, I've been meaning to ask, where do you hail from?" With a chuckle, Chu Chen responded, "I come from the mountainous region of Shun in Yan province." "Oh, your accent is untraceable. How did you become Old Wu's nephew?" Zhao Chirue pondered aloud. There were only 4 individuals present, including Zhao Chirue's bodyguard and driver. So they ordered 4 dishes and a soup. The dishes arrived promptly, and as Chu Chen concluded his explanation, They were all beautifully presented. After hearing Chu Chen's background, Zhao Churei appeared somewhat disappointed and said, "Ah, I see. Let us enjoy our meal first, and we shall discuss the matters at hand afterward." At that moment, Chu Chen shifted his attention to the 4 exquisite dishes and the soup before him. It was immediately apparent that these culinary creations were extraordinary. The colors were visually stunning, and the aromas wafting through the air were nothing short of tantalizing. In previous visits, the dishes Chu Chen had sampled here had already been remarkable, and now the colors and fragrances of this meal promised to surpass all expectations, with flavors likely to be equally exceptional. Noticing Chu Chen's eager anticipation, Lu Changshan remarked with a grin, "Young Chu, we are truly fortunate today to enjoy the culinary delights prepared by Master Niu, who has served esteemed leaders. Such dishes are inaccessible to most." Chu Chen realized, no wonder I haven't seen most of these dishes on the menu, except for the renowned water-boiled cabbage and the 9 turned intestines. I must admit my ignorance regarding the names of the other 3 dishes. Zhao Churui replied with a smile, "Not to worry. You will know them once you have tasted them. Let's have our knowledgeable boss, Lu, introduce them to you." Lu Changshan, initially modest, stated, "Zhao, you flatter me. I have merely lived a few more years than the rest. I wouldn't call myself well-versed. If I err in any details, I ask for your understanding." He then continued, "No matter how renowned a dish may be, we must taste it to truly appreciate it. Now, let us eat and converse. I'm certain our impressions will deepen as we do so. Let's begin with this dish." The dish that Lu Changshan referred to appeared to be a vegetarian delight, composed of numerous ingredients, yet exhibiting a distinct layering and meticulous arrangement. The knife skills demonstrated were remarkable, with each piece cut uniformly in size and thickness, clearly indicating the chef's profound culinary expertise. The overall presentation was aesthetically pleasing, evoking a sense of reluctance in Chu Chen to partake in it. After Zhao Churei took the first bite, when Chu Chen brought a piece to his lips, an enticing aroma enveloped him. Upon tasting, before even beginning to chew, a wave of refreshing fragrance surged into his consciousness. Chapter 32, Delectable Dishes, Part 2. Those present could not help but smile at Chu Chen's remarks. Lu Changshan, setting down his chopsticks, remarked, "Little Chu, you are not alone. I too have never encountered a dish as exquisitely crafted as Dinghu Shangsu. Alas, Master Niu seldom cooks, and we can only relish such fortune by following President Zhao." Upon hearing Lu Changshan's comments, Chu Chen realized that this dish was named Dinghu Shangsu, a title that inherently hinted at its refined essence, signifying a superior vegetarian dish. Dinghu Shangsu is a delicacy from the Lingnan region, originally created by an elderly monk at the Qian Temple in Guangdong during the Ming Dynasty's Yongli era. Its primary ingredient is tremella, complemented by over 10 varieties of precious fungi and other ingredients, all meticulously simmered in seasoned oil. During its preparation, some ingredients are arranged in a circular pattern at the bottom of the bowl, while the remaining ingredients fill the center, subsequently inverted onto a plate, creating a tiered mountain shape that is both exquisite in its ingredients and elegant in its coloration. It is said that upon tasting Dinghu Shangsu, Empress Dowager Cixi was so delighted that she decreed its inclusion in the Manchuhan imperial feast, thus elevating it to a renowned dish within that illustrious banquet and establishing it as the signature vegetarian dish of Qian Temple. Next, Lu Changshan pointed to a dish that featured eel as its primary ingredient and proclaimed, after savoring vegetarian fare, "One must indulge in some meat dishes. You should be familiar with eel. This dish is the renowned Huaiyang specialty, soft-skin long eel. Soft-skin long eel is a historically celebrated dish from Huayan, traditionally prepared by tying live eels in gauze and blanching them in boiling water infused with scallions, ginger, salt, and vinegar until they curl and open their mouths, at which point they are retrieved. The spine is then cooked, resulting in exceptionally tender eel meat that, when lifted with chopsticks, droops at both ends reminiscent of a child's pouch belt, hence the name soft-skin long eel. Though such traditional methods have largely fallen out of practice, Lu Changshan noted that Master Niu meticulously prepared this dish using ancient techniques while incorporating his own innovations, promising an exquisite experience. This dish, both refreshing and savory, boasted a robust garlic aroma that complemented rather than overshadowed the flavor of the eel, creating a harmonious balance akin to the marriage of vibrant blossoms with verdant leaves. Observing Chu Chen's rapturous demeanor, Lu Changshan continued to introduce the next dish. This upcoming offering was the celebrated Zhejiang Hangzhou dish, dry-fried sounding rings. Crafted from the renowned local specialty of Suxiang tofu skin, known for its bright yellow hue, delightful fragrance, and crisp texture. earning its place among the esteemed culinary treasures of the region, much favored by diners. This dish possesses a captivating tale. It is said that in ancient times, there were two eateries in the city of Hangzhou, one large and the other small. The proprietor of the larger establishment, intent on monopolizing the business, frequently instigated trouble and bullied the owner of the smaller eatery. One day, upon discovering that the small restaurant had run out of tofu skin, he incited a group of ruffians to visit the smaller establishment and demand tofu skin, threatening to demolish its sign if their demands were not met. This provocation enraged a burly man who often frequented the place for drinks. Without uttering a word, he rushed out of the establishment, mounted his yellow horse, and galloped away. Shortly thereafter, the sound of jingling bells reached the small eatery, and to their astonishment, the man reappeared at the door, holding a bundle of tofu skin procured from Xixian. His noble gesture left the small restaurant owner immensely grateful, who promptly set about preparing a dish using the tofu skin, even opting for the finest pork tenderloin. To commemorate the valor of this hero, the owner shaped the tofu skin into the form of a bell. Thus, the exquisite dish known as Crispy Bell was born. This dish boasts a tofu skin as delicate as a cicada's wing, with a golden hue. When bitten into, it emits a delightful crunch. And when dipped in a masterfully crafted sauce, it delivers an exquisite flavor that is both aromatic and unique. After savoring a piece of Crispy Bell, Chu Chen raised his glass and addressed Zhao Chirui, saying, "It is an honor to share a meal with you today, Mr. Zhao. Allow me to express my gratitude for your kindness. I wish you health, prosperity, and abundant fortune. I shall toast first. You may follow suit." Zhao Chirui, observing Chu Chen drain his glass, reciprocated by finishing his own drink, thus honoring Chu Chen's gesture. He then waved his hand, saying, "Little Chu, there is no need for such formality. If it weren't for your capabilities, I would have no reason to extend my regard to you. Since you are unfamiliar with the dishes, now that old Lu has introduced them, perhaps you would care to share your insights on the next two dishes you recognize?" Feeling a bit shy, Chu Chen smiled and replied, "Actually, I only came across these two dishes by chance in a magazine, so while I can speak about them, I have not practiced presenting them. I hope you will forgive me." "Then let us practice while we speak," Zhao Chirui chuckled. The final meat dish was the nine-turn intestines, which Chu Chen had mentioned earlier. This is an authentic Shandong dish, originating in the early years of the Qing dynasty, first created by the Jian Jihua Tower restaurant. The dish involves boiling pig intestines, frying them, and then stuffing them with over 10 kinds of spices, which are cooked over low heat. This unique preparation method is characterized by its robust ingredients and a symphony of flavors, as it is boiled, then fried, and repeatedly simmered until perfectly tender. Legend has it that the proprietor of Jihua Tower had a particular fondness for the number 9. After tasting this dish, many literati and refined individuals found it to be truly exceptional, with a distinctive taste. To please the owner, who had a penchant for the number 9, they praised the chef for crafting the dish with the meticulousness akin to the Taoist alchemical process of refining gold, and thus it was renamed nine-turn intestines. This dish exhibits a rich, reddish hue and a tender texture, offering a delightful medley of sour, sweet, fragrant, spicy, and salty flavors. Its uniqueness is further highlighted by the fact that, although it is made with fatty intestines, it remains rich without being greasy, making it a favorite among meat enthusiasts like Chu Chen. Although the dish of nine-turns intestines is delectable, indulging in it excessively imposes a considerable burden on the digestive system. Thus, the final course of plain boiled cabbage alleviated such concerns. This seemingly simple cabbage, prepared with boiling water, is in fact infused with a meticulously crafted clear broth, which took Master Niu an entire night to perfect. At first glance, the broth appears to be merely water with a few pieces of cabbage floating within, devoid of any discernible richness or flavor. However, upon tasting, it reveals a refreshing and fragrant essence. The soup is neither greasy nor heavy as it enters the palate. The richness of the intestines dissipates without a trace. Its flavor strikes a harmonious balance between subtlety and depth, a delicate elegance contrasting with a robust richness, rendering the plain boiled cabbage a dish that, while seemingly simple, surpasses even the most exquisite delicacies. These 5 dishes represent the quintessence of the 5 major culinary traditions, each accompanied by its own storied lore. Coupled with Master Niu's exceptional culinary skills, the atmosphere was both delightful and satisfying. Subsequently, Chu Chen made sure to show equal respect, offering a toast to both Lu Changshun and the driver, the latter of whom raised a cup of tea in place of wine. The gathering continued with lively conversation, delving into topics surrounding jade, fostering an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. After the meal, The server tidied the table and served tea to the guests, while the driver, at Zhao Chirui's gesture, stepped outside. The ambience had turned relaxed and casual. After taking a sip of tea, Zhao Chirui addressed Lu Changshan, saying, "Old Lu, I would appreciate your assistance in finding someone to carve this piece of jade for me. As we discussed earlier, it should embody the theme of longevity, with a festive flair." Seeing Lu Changshan nod in agreement, he turned to Chu Chen and added, "Young Chu, your task is quite straightforward. As it pertains to your expertise, help me authenticate an item. It is fortuitous to encounter you in old Lu's shop. Otherwise, I would have had to make an additional trip to Uncle Wu." Chu Chen smiled and replied, "That is no trouble at all, provided you do not mind my limited expertise. May I inquire what item Mr. Zhao wishes to authenticate?" "It is nothing of great value, merely a celadone bowl. Here it is." At that moment, the driver entered carrying a gift box, which he set on the table. As Zhao Chirui opened the box, he explained, "This bowl was given to me by a client who, having lost everything in foreign gambling, could not settle his debt. Although he managed to repay most of his obligations through various means, he used this bowl to settle the remainder. While a few tens of thousands are not a concern for me, I find his character and manner distasteful. If this bowl turns out to be inauthentic, I shall not hesitate to express my displeasure." Chu Chen nodded in understanding and turned his attention to the celadone bowl described by Zhao Chirui. The bowl, encased in the gift box, displayed a flawless green glaze, with a flared rim, gently curved body, and a ringed foot. The interior was adorned with an engraving of a Chilean boy, and upon examining its craftsmanship, it was evident that this piece was indeed a gem among celadone wares. Upon sighting the bowl, Chu Chen could not help but exclaim softly. Chapter 33, Upgrades. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Chirui hastily inquired, "What is the matter? Is there truly a problem?" "Mr. Zhao, please do not rush. May I first take a closer look?" After receiving Zhao Chirui's consent, Chu Chen donned gloves and carefully extracted the bowl from the gift box. The moment the bowl rested in his hands, a tempest of emotions surged within him. This reaction was not due to the bowl's intrinsic value, but rather because an unexpected event was unfolding. Once the bowl was in Chu Chen's possession, his extraordinary ability stirred to life. Initially, he dismissed it as merely an indication that the bowl was an antique. However, what transpired next left him somewhat astonished. His ability was no longer under his control and began to absorb the spiritual energy from within a bowl. Though it lasted only a fleeting second, a tumultuous wave of anxiety engulfed Chu Chen. He had already exhausted his quota for absorbing spiritual energy that day. Why was he still able to do so? Moreover, his ability was acting independently. Could there be an underlying issue? Given that his current achievements were largely attributable to the acquisition of this extraordinary ability, how could he not be taken aback by this situation? Fortunately, nothing further out of the ordinary occurred, allowing him a moment of relief. Little Chu, what is wrong? Is there a problem?" Zhao Chirui asked, noticing the change in Chu Chen's expression. Startled by the voice beside him, Chu Chen quickly regained his composure and replied, "It's nothing. I'm merely surprised by this bowl." "Oh, is there some significance to it?" Zhao Chirui inquired with growing interest. "Indeed, I perceive this bowl to be a masterpiece of Ukilan celadone, based on its patina, body, and craftsmanship. However, the hue seems somewhat off, leading me to question its authenticity," Chu Chen explained. Zhao Chirui, slightly perplexed, responded, "That is curious." With a faint smile, Chu Chen posed a question to him. "Mr. Zhao, have you ever heard of secret-colored porcelain? Are you referring to the secret-colored porcelain depicted in the poem Secret-Colored Utensils by the Tang Dynasty poet Lu Guimeng?" Lu Changshan interjected. Seeing Chu Chen nod, Zhao Chirui expressed surprise. "Little Chu, are you suggesting that this bowl is a secret-colored porcelain?" Chu Chen affirmed with a smile. "Yes, it is indeed a piece of secret-colored porcelain. Before delving deeper into its significance, allow me to share its origins. Secret-colored porcelain is essentially an improved version of the ancient Ukilan, a specially crafted ceramic offered as tribute to the imperial court. It is said that civilians were prohibited from using this porcelain, as its formula and production techniques were kept strictly confidential. Thus, secret-colored porcelain is characterized by a glaze formula that remains undisclosed. What exactly constitutes the secret color? This question has been a topic of long-standing debate within the ceramics community. Until 1987, when 13 pieces of Ukilan celadone were unearthed from the Famen Temple. These artifacts were indeed recorded as porcelain of secret color in the inventory of royal offerings, thereby enhancing the understanding of secret-colored porcelain and resolving this ancient conundrum, elucidating many previously inexplicable matters. The distinctive features of secret color porcelain include a relatively thin body, a smooth surface, a well-proportioned form, a uniform glaze. These characteristics are clearly manifested in this bowl. Moreover, the glaze exhibits a yellowish hue amidst the green, radiating a moist luster and presenting a translucent quality. Considering its patina and other attributes, one can ascertain that this bowl is an early piece of secret color porcelain from the Five Dynasties period. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhao Chu eagerly inquired, "How much is this bowl worth?" Upon hearing Chu Chen's remarks, Zhao Chu gazed at the secret color porcelain bowl with a somewhat dazed expression, before suddenly exclaiming with joy, "Have I struck gold?" The three individuals present shared a knowing smile, and Lu Changshun promptly complimented, "Mr. Zhao, you are finding treasures even while at home. Truly, fortune smiles upon you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Churui laughed heartily, pointing at him and declaring, "Old Lu, I had realized you possessed such a talent for flattery. I find that quite delightful. Chu, what do you think? Should I offer that person a little extra to make up for it?" After pondering for a moment, Chu Chen replied, "Mr. Zhao, our profession relies on keen eyesight, and I have never heard of anyone who finds a treasure returning it to its owner. Typically, it's merely about extending a few more business opportunities to the other party. However, since you are not from the antique trade, if you feel it necessary to compensate, that would be understandable." Zhao Churui shook his head, saying, "I have no sympathy for that person. I merely feel a bit of pity for his family." Lu Changshun laughed and remarked, "Mr. Zhao, you certainly have feelings for his family." He emphasized the phrase with a playful tone. Zhao Chirui retorted, "Old Lu, your mind is quite fanciful. I simply think the mother and daughter seem rather unfortunate and wish to lend him a hand." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but reflect that it seemed Zhao Chirui was prepared to assist both mother and daughter. It was surprising to see this side of him. Zhao Chirui noticed their knowing expressions and teasingly scolded, "You all have such twisted thoughts. Discussing this with you is akin to playing the lute to a cow." He then swiftly shifted the topic, asking Chu Chen, "Little Chu, I must thank you for your help this time. May I inquire how you charge for your appraisal services?" Chu Chen repeatedly waved his hands, stating, "It would be excessive to request a fee for appraisal today, especially since Mr. Zhao is treating us." "Very well, I understand," Zhao Chirui replied, waving his hand. He then summoned the restaurant manager and instructed, "Please assist this gentleman in obtaining a gold card." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen quickly declined. Aware that this private dining establishment offered various membership cards, including diamond, gold, silver, and ordinary cards. However, he knew that the ordinary membership required a minimum spending of 100,000 yuan to qualify, only offering a 5 discount, whereas the gold card provided a 50 discount, making it difficult for him to accept. "Little Chu, please accept it. In the future, I will need your assistance with my lack of knowledge regarding antiques," Zhao Chirui encouraged. Lu Changshun chimed in, "Little Chu, just accept it. Think of it as contributing to Mr. Zhao's wallet." Zhao Chirui jokingly chastised, "Old Lu, your words make it sound as though I am a shrewd merchant. Do you really think I can profit much from a 50 discount?" To which Lu Changshun laughed heartily. "Well, Mr. Zhao, it's certain that there's profit involved. It's merely a matter of how much." Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into laughter. After Chu Chen provided his identification information to the manager, he curiously inquired of Zhao Chirui, "Mr. Zhao, aren't you frequently in touch with Elder Dong?" Upon hearing this, Chu Chen sensed that a conflict must have arisen between the two, as Zhao Chirui appeared to harbor significant discontent towards him. However, he was not well acquainted with Elder Dong, so he refrained from probing further and simply nodded, saying, "All right, as long as you don't find me too young and impetuous. Please feel free to call me if there's anything I can assist you with." "Very well," Zhao Chirui replied joyfully. "There's no need to keep calling me Mr. Zhao. If you're comfortable, you can simply refer to me as Brother Zhao." Hearing this request, Chu Chen felt a surge of happiness. Yet he knew he shouldn't immediately acquiesce, as that might come across as rather unseemly. Thus, after a moment of feigned hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lu Changshun, observing this exchange, felt a pang of envy. Despite having known Zhao Chirui for quite some time, their address toward one another had yet to reach such intimacy. It was surprising to see Chu Chen, who had only recently met Zhao Chirui, being granted such a familiar designation, suggesting that Zhao Chirui held a particular fondness for him. Subsequently, they engaged in further conversation. Chu Chen, possessing an exceptional memory, recalled various news items he had previously encountered online and was able to contribute to the discussion on a range of topics, which left Zhao Chirui and the others regarding him with newfound respect. This versatile display only deepened Zhao Chirui's admiration for him. And he mused that had Chu Chen not already made strides in the realm of antiques, he would have certainly sought to recruit him for his company, envisioning him as an invaluable right-hand man. Once the manager had procured the gold card and returned, Zhao Chirui glanced at the time and addressed the group. All right, let us wrap up for today. The bank should be opening soon, and we must complete the transaction. The earlier incident had merely been a natural occurrence triggered by the abilities reaching a critical threshold for upgrade. Chapter 34. The benefits of upgrading. However, the enhancement of abilities comes with specific prerequisites. The condition for this upgrade was to absorb the spiritual energy from an antique that met certain criteria. It must be at least 1,000 years old and possess considerable value, over 500,000. Only by fulfilling these requirements could the abilities advance. This revelation caused Chu Chen to feel quite frustrated. There had been no indication of the conditions for upgrading. And had it not been for his fortunate encounter with Mr. Zhao, who happened to possess a valuable antique from millennium ago for appraisal, he would have remained oblivious to when his abilities might upgrade. Nonetheless, now that his powers had indeed been enhanced, certain benefits accompanied this progression, totaling 3 in number. Firstly, the frequency of absorbing spiritual energy within a single day had increased to 5 times, which delighted Chu Chen immensely. Previously, he had found the limit of 3 times rather insufficient, so the sudden increase was akin to a timely blessing. With this in mind, Chu Chen immediately began testing in the living room, and the results affirmed his newfound capabilities. Now, his speed is estimated to have increased by approximately 10% compared to before, and in terms of stamina, he could perform 50 push-ups without even breaking a sweat, which brings him immense joy. The physical benefits are, after all, limited. No matter how strong one becomes, one cannot attain the status of a deity or a superhero. However, the third benefit is what matters most to Chu Chen. After this enhancement of his abilities, a progress bar has manifested in his mind, divided into 6 segments. The first segment is now full, and he is on the verge of beginning to accumulate energy for the second segment, while the third to 6 segments remain gray. Subsequently, each time he absorbs spiritual energy from an antique or a piece of jade jewelry, the quality of the energy will be reflected in the progress bar. This feature is undoubtedly a timely boon for Chu Chen, as it alleviates the ambiguity surrounding the advancement of his abilities. However, there are certain limitations to the increase in the progress bar following the upgrade. Specifically, if the item belongs to Chu Chen, the progress will increase at a normal rate. If the item is not his, it will increase only under varying circumstances. For instance, when Chu Chen assists others in appraising antiques, although he can absorb spiritual energy, the increase in the progress bar will be reduced to a quarter compared to that of his own antiques. Furthermore, if he deliberately visits an antique shop or jewelry store to engage with antiques or jewelry, the progress bar will not increase at all, thus eliminating any possibility of cheating. Once the second segment of the progress bar is completely filled, he will be informed of the conditions for the upgrade, and upon fulfilling those conditions, corresponding rewards will be granted. The rewards for the second segment will not only increase the number of times he can absorb spiritual energy and enhance his physical capabilities, but will also generate another type of ability known as the spiritual treasure eye. The function of the spiritual treasure eye is akin to that of his left hand. However, the distinction lies in the fact that he will no longer need to touch the objects. He can absorb spiritual energy merely by using his eyes. Most crucially, the spiritual treasure eye possesses the ability to see through objects, allowing him to perceive the internal aspects of items while appraising them. Upon understanding the significance of the spiritual treasure eye, Chu Chen was overwhelmed with joy. This ability is of paramount importance to him. Setting aside the appraisal of antiques for a moment, in the realm of stone gambling, even though Chu Chen can sense the presence of jade within rough materials using his abilities, he remains unaware of the actual distribution of the jade inside. Given that jade, especially high-grade jade, can suffer significant value depreciation from even minor cuts, the ability to see through materials will prevent such losses. Just this feature alone leaves Chu Chen exhilarated, not to mention the numerous other conveniences it offers, making it impossible for him to contain his excitement. Just as he was lost in his reverie, his phone in his pocket began to ring. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was surprised to find it was Zhao Chirui, whom he had just parted ways with. He quickly answered the call, saying, "Hello, Brother Zhao, this is Chu Chen. Dear Xiao Chu, I neglected to mention earlier. Could you kindly keep an eye out for exquisite calligraphy and paintings or porcelain vases in the market? Ideally, the calligraphy and paintings should be from renowned artists, while the vases ought to embody a sense of grandeur and festivity. This is a gift I intend to present to my esteemed father for his birthday, so I would greatly appreciate your diligence in this matter. It would be best if you could provide me with a response within a week." Chu Chen hesitated for a moment. This request was neither particularly difficult nor exceedingly simple. The crux lay in finding something suitable. However, sourcing appropriate antiques is no trivial pursuit. If the price is reasonable, it would be manageable, but should I overpay, Zhao Churui might begin to question my capabilities. Naturally, it is out of the question to decline his request. Thus, he inquired, Brother Zhao, do you have any specific price requirements? On the other end of the line, Zhao Churui jested, not at all. Even if you were to find something valued at 100 million, as long as it is worth the price, I would be inclined to purchase it. He chuckled, Xiaochu. Do not rush. It is not imperative to find both items. If we cannot locate them, it is of no concern. I have enlisted others to assist as well. Very well. I shall do my utmost to find them for you. We will be in touch, Chu Chen replied, ending the call with a sense of vexation. Zhao Chirui's request seemed to possess an element of testing his abilities. Should he fail to find something to his satisfaction, it may tarnish his reputation, a scenario he could not bear. For a billionaire like Zhao Chirui, he is akin to a benefactor for antique dealers. In the industry, there is an adage, half a year without business means half a year of sustenance. Ordinary transactions do not yield such scenarios. Only dealings with affluent patrons like Zhao Chirui have the potential to manifest. Since Zhao Chirui had extended this opportunity, Chu Chen was determined to nurture their relationship. In the future, should he possess valuable antiques to sell, even if Zhao Chirui declines, he could recommend other buyers, and the pricing would be assured, a quintessential sales channel. Thus, despite the challenges presented by Zhao Chirui's request, Chu Chen felt compelled to fulfill it and ensure a satisfactory outcome. He promptly made several calls to Uncle Wu and acquaintances, asking them to keep an eye out for antiques that fit the criteria, urging them to notify him immediately should they receive any leads. However, he refrained from involving Zhao Shui. After all, Zhao Chirui had previously relied on Zhao Shui for such tasks. His current actions might appear as an encroachment upon Zhao Shui's territory, and should he request assistance, it could foster feelings of discontent, potentially creating a rift in their otherwise harmonious relationship. Once he had completed his round of notifications, his phone rang again. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Uncle Wu and quickly answered, Hello, Uncle Wu. This is Xiao Chu. Have you received news already? On the other end, Uncle Wu's laughter resonated. Xiao Chu, it appears fortune smiles upon you. I happen to have a client with a suitable double-handled vase he wishes to part with, and the price is quite reasonable. Would you like to come take a look? Upon hearing of this fortuitous opportunity, Chu Chen promptly exclaimed over the phone, All right, I shall be there momentarily. After hanging up, he hurriedly raced towards Uncle Wu's store. However, not far into his journey, he suddenly realized a pressing issue. He had run too swiftly and had barely caught his breath, let alone worked up a sweat. Given that it was summer, how could he possibly enter the shop haphazardly without a plausible explanation for his appearance? Thus, he resolved to linger in the sun for a while, allowing a trickle of sweat to form on his brow before he jogged into the store, feigning breathlessness. You rascal, why the rush? It's scorching outside. You mustn't overheat. Have some water and take a moment to rest, Uncle Wu remarked with genuine concern upon seeing Chu Chen's state. Chu Chen, not wanting to elaborate, simply smiled sheepishly as he accepted the water and took a seat, savoring the comforting sensation of being cared for. Within Uncle Wu's store was also a gentleman in his 30s, presumably the client Uncle Wu had mentioned. Chu Chen offered an apology, to which the man graciously replied that it was of no consequence, suggesting that Chu Chen take a moment to recuperate before discussing the double-handled vase. His gaze then fell upon a magnificent double-handled vase resting on the table, instantly captivating him. This exquisite double-handled vase stood approximately 20 centimeters tall, classified as a small vessel. Its outer surface was adorned with a rich crimson glaze, embellished with a delicate pastel design depicting the auspicious Fusho Wanyan motif, symbolizing longevity and good fortune. The handles were fashioned in the form of dragons. Thus, the vase's proper designation was the crimson glazed double dragon ear small vase with Fusho Wanyan pattern. Once Chu Chen had sufficiently rested, Uncle Wu facilitated their introductions. Mr. Wang, it is truly a pleasure, he said, following Uncle Wu's introduction. Chu Chen approached and shook hands with the gentleman, presenting his business card. Mr. Wang accepted the card with a smile, stating, Let's be succinct. My time is limited. Mr. Chu, please examine the vase and determine if it meets your specifications. Chu Chen, undeterred by the time constraint, signaled his intent and donned gloves to carefully inspect the vase. The design suggested that this double-handled vase was a product of the Qing dynasty's Jingdezhen kiln, with the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong periods representing a historical zenith in the production of imperial porcelain. The crimson glaze bowls of the Qianlong era, characterized by both monochrome and polychrome glazes, were indeed breathtaking. Notably, the crimson glaze stands as one of the most innovative and representative colors of this period, a pink hue enriched with gold, often referred to as golden red or fuchsia due to the gold content within the glaze. Chapter 35. Wu Ke's Tuition Fees. Despite the vase's apparent authenticity and exquisite craftsmanship, Chu Chen remained meticulous in his assessment, first scrutinizing the base. There, he discerned the 6 characters the Qing, Qianlong, Nianji inscribed in a striking vermilion seal script, a hallmark of official kiln craftsmanship. Continuing to examine the vase, it is delicately pristine. The clay quality during the latter part of the Qianlong period tends to be coarser. Thus, it is evident that this double-handled vase originates from the mid-Qianlong era. The body is crafted from fine porcelain, and the glaze serves as its attire. Upon inspecting the vase, one must also consider the glaze. This double-handled vase boasts a robust and smooth surface, lustrous and flawless, truly a masterpiece among decorative vases. Finally, Chu Chen evaluated the overall shape and the characteristics of the patterns, using 6 words to describe it: dignified and grand, orderly and exquisite, lavish in style, no expense spared, naturally patinated, and in excellent condition. From these aspects, it is apparent that this is a finely crafted piece from the early Qianlong period, possessing significant collectible value. When purchasing antiques, it is crucial to avoid displaying surprise or excitement during appraisal, as sellers often keenly observe your reactions to set their prices. Should you reveal your fondness for the item, the price will undoubtedly escalate. After a meticulous appraisal of the double-handled vase, Chu Chen maintained an expression of calm, concealing any inner admiration. He carefully put away his gloves and magnifying glass, and spoke to Mr. Wang in a measured tone. "Mr. Wang, I find this double-handled vase quite appealing, though I am curious about your asking price." This tone undoubtedly conveyed to Mr. Wang that if he proposed a price too high, the transaction might not proceed. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Wang replied, "Mr. Chu, if I weren't in urgent need of funds, I would certainly not part with this double-handled vase. I will offer a fair price of 550,000. What do you think?" Chu Chen thought to himself, "Your urgency plays to my advantage. Without it, how could I negotiate?" He smiled softly and remarked, "I wonder if Mr. Wang is aware that during the spring auction, a vase quite similar to this one was sold. Do you know its final price?" He paused for effect before continuing. 660,000. Consider this at auction. There are also commissions and personal income taxes to account for, and yet it sold for merely 660,000. Furthermore, auctioning entails a considerable investment of time. What do you think? Mr. Wang pondered for a while, perhaps genuinely in need of money or due to other circumstances. He gritted his teeth and said to Chu Chen, "Mr. Chu, I can offer you 500,000. If you agree, we can finalize the transaction immediately. I must leave soon. If not, I will seek others." Chu Chen surmised that Mr. Wang likely lacked deep knowledge of antiques. Otherwise, he would understand that the prices of antiques can fluctuate significantly even within a few months. For a vase of this quality, the likelihood of achieving a price higher than 660,000 at auction is exceedingly slim. Chu Chen refrained from hastily agreeing, knowing that such eagerness might prompt Mr. Wang to reconsider. After a moment of reflection, he smiled and replied, "Since you are in such a hurry, Mr. Wang, I shall purchase it. Let us draft the agreement now." Upon hearing Chu Chen's acceptance, Mr. Wang exhaled in relief. They then created a simple agreement, with Uncle Wu serving as a witness. After signing the agreement, they proceeded to the bank to transfer the funds and then bid each other farewell. Once Mr. Wang departed in haste, Uncle Wu joyfully patted Chu Chen on the shoulder. Indeed, the business acumen of today is quite remarkable. In the current market, securing a piece as exquisite as this rouge red porcelain vase requires no less than 600,000. You have indeed made a profitable venture. However, Chu Chen shook his head and replied, "Uncle Wu, this is only because Mr. Wang was exceedingly eager to sell. Without that urgency, this sum would not have sufficed. Furthermore, I did not intend to profit from this double-handled vase." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu's expression was one of astonishment. He could hardly believe that within just a few days, Chu Chen had undergone such an extraordinary transformation into a millionaire. It was as if time had shifted dramatically, prompting a sense of nostalgia in Uncle Wu. After digesting this surprising news, he jested with Chu Chen, "Little Chen, how could you not share such splendid news with me? Were you afraid I might ask to borrow money?" At the mention of borrowing money, Chu Chen was reminded that the holiday season in England was fast approaching, which meant that Wu Ke's tuition for the next semester would soon be due. This was a time that always brought considerable worry to Uncle Wu. Although the antique business may appear lucrative, its instability often leads to fluctuating profits. Sometimes one earns well, and at other times, not so much. Hence the old adage about a business being able to sustain itself for only half a year. Despite having run an antique shop for nearly 20 years and earning a decent income, Uncle Wu still faced significant expenses for Wu's education and living costs. Consequently, she devoted all her energy to her studies. Naturally intelligent, while she found skipping grades somewhat challenging, she was determined to succeed. Last year, she finally accomplished her goal, allowing her to complete her 5-year combined bachelor's and master's program by next year. Nevertheless, the tuition for her final year still posed a financial strain for Uncle Wu, leading him to consider borrowing money. Reflecting on this, Chu Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Uncle Wu had always treated him with kindness, and in his time of need, he had failed to consider how he could assist. This was truly remiss of him, and thus he sheepishly explained, "Not at all. I've simply been exceedingly busy these past few days and haven't had the opportunity to visit you. Such matters cannot be adequately conveyed over the phone. Please, do not trouble yourself. I will take care of Xiaoke's tuition. After all, I have ample funds at my disposal for the moment." Uncle Wu, upon hearing this, felt a sense of comfort. "It seems my years of care for you have not been in vain. However, how could I accept your money? Besides, you are at the age where you should be considering settling down and perhaps buying a home in the capital. Uncle Wu, I am only 21. How could I possibly be at that stage of life? Moreover, even if I wished to purchase a home, I could not possibly afford over $1 million. I have no intention of buying a yuan, and even if I did, this amount would not suffice. All right, Uncle Wu, enough of this. I will take responsibility for Xiaoke's tuition. I am truly anxious about it." Seeing Chu Chen's resolute demeanor, Uncle Wu could only acquiesce, chuckling, "Very well, I agree. However, Uncle Wu has no means to repay you. You shall have to ask Xiaoke for it. If she cannot repay you, then let her offer herself as collateral." Upon hearing Uncle Wu's remarks, Chu Chen wore a pained expression and pleaded, "Uncle Wu, please spare me. Consider this money as my contribution to Xiaoke's education, and let her be free from repayment." In truth, the resolution of the financial matter lightened Uncle Wu's heart, despite having sold some antiques and not needing to borrow much. Though he appeared magnanimous towards Chu Chen, he was quite concerned about maintaining his dignity in front of others. The thought of borrowing money for himself or his family was quite daunting. The phrase "unburdened by trivial matters" aptly describes Uncle Wu's current state. Observing Chu Chen's furrowed brow made him almost want to smile, and he found himself increasingly fond of the young man, secretly wishing for him to become his son-in-law. However, such matters cannot be forced and must depend on the mutual feelings of both parties. Then, glancing at the double-handled vase on the table, Uncle Wu turned to Chu Chen and inquired, "You mentioned that this vase was commissioned by Mr. Zhao? Aren't you worried that Uncle Zhao might resent you for encroaching on his business?" Chu Chen chuckled, responding, "Uncle Zhao shouldn't hold any grievances against me regarding this matter. I believe Mr. Zhao is using this opportunity to assess my capabilities, as I am likely to take over Mr. Dong's responsibilities. Tasks like these will probably still be managed by Uncle Zhao, considering his extensive connections." At this juncture, he posed another question. "By the way, Uncle Wu, do you have any insights into Mr. Zhao's dissatisfaction with Mr. Dong? I happen to know a bit about it." Following this, he added with a smile, "This situation is actually beneficial for you. Being in his presence will not only expose you to various situations, but also enhance your knowledge. When it comes time for appraisal, you must not be caught unawares, lest you lose face. As for the double-handled vase, whether you raise the price or not is inconsequential. Even if you choose not to, Mr. Zhao will ensure you do not suffer losses. Ultimately, it's up to your own judgment." Chapter 36. The Wu family. Chu Chen nodded. "Uncle Wu, I plan to inform Mr. Zhao about the vase tomorrow. Perhaps it would be best to keep it at your place for the time being, as I lack a safe at my home, which leaves me somewhat uneasy." The reason for waiting until tomorrow to notify Zhao Tre was that Chu Chen feared he might assume the task was completed too easily, thinking that his connections were extensive. This could potentially impose undue pressure on him in the future. After all, acquiring the double-handled vase was merely a stroke of luck, not indicative of Chu Chen's broad network, as he indeed lacked significant connections in the antiques realm. "Indeed, little Chen, now that you have some funds, why haven't you considered purchasing a house? Installing security at your own residence will be far more convenient. As it stands, you'll have to settle for just acquiring a safe for the time being," Uncle Wu remarked, making a valid point. The prospect of buying a house was indeed a source of considerable indecision for Chu Chen. With his newfound abilities, his collection of antiques would surely grow, making the insurance for his rented accommodations increasingly inadequate. However, the thought of purchasing a property now, where even over 1,000,000 yuan tea secure a decent home, was also unappealing. After much contemplation, Chu Chen finally resolved that the matter of buying a house could wait until after his visit to Yunnan, at which point he would assess his savings and make a decision accordingly. For the time being, it seems prudent to acquire a safe for storage. Chu Chen Tuka Wei Li, expressing, I never anticipated this turn of events. In merely a few days, I have managed to accumulate such wealth. However, purchasing a home is not a decision to be rushed. I shall settle for a safe for now. Uncle Wu, do you happen to know anyone in the insurance business? Uncle Wu responded with a bemused expression. Do you truly think I am omniscient? How could I possibly know everyone? Yet, he quickly shifted his tone, adding, however, I do know someone involved in security engineering. You have indeed come to the right person. When you come to my house later, I shall provide you with his contact number. Simply mention that you are my nephew, and he will know what to do. With a playful tone, half in jest and half in flattery, Chu Chen remarked, Ah, Uncle Wu, to me, you are akin to the all-knowing wanderers from Gulong's novels. Whenever there is trouble, I seek out Uncle Wu. This has become my timeless adage. By the way, what shall we prepare for dinner? Let us dine at that private restaurant this evening, he suggested. Uncle Wu shot him a sharp glance, retorting, Have you begun to spend extravagantly now that you have a bit of money? It seems I must enlist Xiao Ke to impart some wisdom to you. At Uncle Wu's words, a chill ran down Chu Chen's spine. He recalled how, upon first arriving in the capital, he had many small habits that irked Wu Ku, such as neglecting to wash his hands before meals. Consequently, she had taken upon herself to incessantly lecture him on proper etiquette. This relentless admonishment had become overwhelming for Chu Chen. If he failed to correct his minor faults, Wu Ku would not only continue her lectures, but also inscribe cautionary notes on his face while he slept, quietly, of course. Even if he remained vigilant, the moment he dozed off, he would awaken to find his face adorned with her messages. Wu Ku possessed a remarkable sense of balance in her approach, ensuring that he understood her authority without inciting his ire. She would often indulge in playful antics, leaving Chu Chen utterly defenseless against her charms, thus fostering an atmosphere of vigilance against her antics. Uncle Wu, please allow me to finish my thought. The mention of Wu Ku caused a slight headache for Chu Chen, who smiled charmingly as he continued. This morning, President Zhao bestowed upon me a gold card offering a 50% discount. My primary intention is to ensure that my grandmother can also relish the privileges of leadership. Please, let me fulfill this wish. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu found himself in a dilemma. After contemplating, he finally acquiesced, just this once. It shall not become a precedent. Before he could fully process the situation, Chu Chen dashed out of the house with remarkable speed. That boy. Upon arriving home, Uncle Wu was met with Chu Chen, who carried an array of gifts. Uncle Wu felt a surge of irritation, not due to the gifts themselves, but rather because Chu Chen seemed to be spending lavishly now that he had a little money. Just as he was about to scold Chu Chen, he heard Aunt Wu calling him from inside. With a stern glance at Chu Chen, he declared, We shall settle this later. Carrying an assortment of items, Chu Chen entered the house with a goofy smile. Uncle Wu's residence was a traditional courtyard-style home in the old capital, encompassing approximately 150 to 60 square meters, inherited from his ancestors. It had undergone renovations a couple of years ago. Although not as expansive as a Sihiyuan, it provided ample space for the family. Having found comfort while living at Uncle Wu's, Chu Chen had recently entertained the idea of purchasing a Sihiyuan himself, especially after acquiring some funds. However, the prospect of buying a Sihiyuan proved challenging, as his current wealth of over 1,000,000 merely covered a fraction of the cost. Upon entering, Chu Chen noticed Aunt Wu and Grandma Wu engrossed in a television program, likely a comedic skit, as their laughter filled the room. Grandma, Aunt Wu, I'm here, he announced. Their faces lit up with smiles upon seeing him. Aunt Wu playfully scolded, That old Wu. He didn't even mention you were behind him. By the way, what is with all the bags you're carrying? Grandma Wu chimed in with a hint of reproach. Child, do you think we're outsiders? You need tea, bring gifts. Just visiting us often is more than enough. Chu Chen unveiled several boxes, addressing Grandma Wu. I didn't bring much, just a state-of-the-art physiotherapy machine, which is said to benefit the back and legs. Given your frequent discomfort, I thought this would be quite useful. Additionally, I brought you some edible treats. They're gentle on your teeth. He then gestured to the other boxes, explaining to Aunt Wu, These are for you and Uncle Wu. I also got a physiotherapy device for you both. The items at the end include donkey hide gelatin. I recall you mentioning occasional dizziness and insomnia. After consulting a doctor, I learned this could be beneficial for you. Furthermore, I've included a few wild ginseng roots for both you and Uncle Wu to consume regularly, along with several bottles of Mao Tai for him. Aunt Wu gazed at the lavish gifts on the table, a tinge of concern in her voice. These must be rather expensive. Are you sure you're not just frivolously spending your money? Chu Chen reassured them. Grandma, Aunt Wu, fret not. I am now a millionaire, and this amount is truly insignificant. Seeing their astonished expressions, he recounted the events of the past few days in brief. Aunt Wu, you need not worry about Xiaoku's tuition fees anymore. I've assured Uncle Wu that I will cover it. After all, this money is simply sitting idle. Little Chun, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Aunt Wu and Grandma Wu were left speechless, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. They had been quite troubled previously. Grandma Wu, without question, had limited financial means, and Aunt Wu's family had few remaining relatives to lean on. Relying solely on Uncle Wu, who had a prideful nature, had added to their anxiety. The news of Chu Chen alleviating their financial burden filled them with joy and relief, smoothing the lines of worry on their faces. Chu Chen waved his hand and said, "We are family. There is no need for thanks. Besides, without your assistance, how could I have earned so much today?" He then opened the box containing the therapeutic device, adding, "Let us now explore how to use this instrument. I purchased this model upon a friend's recommendation, who claimed it to be quite effective after prolonged usage." Just as he was about to instruct them on its operation, Uncle Wu emerged from the room, wearing a stern expression, and said to Chu Chen, "Hurry and answer the phone. Xiao Kun needs to speak with you." Aware of Uncle Wu's temperament, Chu Chen paid it no mind and hurried off to take the call. Aunt Wu, witnessing this exchange, expressed her irritation, saying, "Old Wu, what is with your attitude towards Chu Chen?" Uncle Wu retorted, "What is wrong? Just look at him. He has squandered a bit of money recklessly, accumulating so many items that must cost thousands." Upon hearing this, Aunt Wu became incensed, asserting, "How is that squandering money? Xiao Chun is simply showing his filial piety towards us. Apart from this, where else has he frivolously spent? Paying for your daughter's tuition, is that also considered wasteful?" Grandma Wu nodded in agreement, affirming Aunt Wu's point. Uncle Wu continued, "He even suggested we dine out at a restaurant tonight. Isn't it perfectly fine to eat at home? Why waste money dining out?" Aunt Wu, fueled by frustration, replied, "Hey, old Wu, your thinking is flawed. Is it wrong for Xiao Chun to treat us to a meal in a restaurant? Can the food at a restaurant compare to that at home? Furthermore, dining out is a gesture of affection from Xiao Chun towards us. I ask you, do you feel uncomfortable because you think Xiao Chun earns more than you?" Grandma Wu chimed in, "Exactly. Xiao Chun is merely showing his respect by purchasing gifts and treating us to a meal. How does that equate to wasting money? It's rare for the child to display such filial piety. You could express your concerns calmly instead of displaying such a demeanor. It truly saddens the child." Chapter 37, Wu Ke. All right, I was wrong. Uncle Wu conceded, overwhelmed by the united front of the two formidable women in his household. Inside, Chu Chen, filled with excitement, picked up the phone. It had been years since he last saw Wu Ke, and his emotions were somewhat stirred. Moreover, since he moved out, he rarely received her calls, which he found himself missing dearly. "Hello, is this Xiao Ke?" he asked. Chu Chen, are you itching for trouble?" The voice on the other end was familiar. Despite the distortion from the long-distance call, it was undeniably melodious, akin to the song of a nightingale. Recognizing a hint of playful reproach in her tone, Chu Chen realized he had mistakenly addressed her and quickly sought to rectify his error. Slip of the tongue. But dear and charming Xiao Ke, surely you wouldn't hold that against me, would you? Xiao Chen replied, "After all these years, you've learned to flatter, and quite nauseatingly at that." When Wu Ke first encountered Chu Chen and learned that he was younger than her by merely a week, she insisted that he call her sister. If he refused, there was no need to elaborate further. However, Chu Chen, in his stubbornness, agreed to call her sister only if he could add the word little before it. Otherwise, they couldn't even be friends. Ultimately, seeing that he was unyielding, Wu Ke acquiesced to his terms. From this incident, Wu Ke discerned Chu Chen's obstinate nature, which made her hesitant to impose excessive demands on him thereafter. She feared that should she provoke his ire, they might jeopardize their friendship, which was contrary to her intentions. Outside, the sounds of Aunt Wu reprimanding Uncle Wu reached their ears, and Wu Ke, sensing the commotion, inquired, "What is happening outside? Why does it seem like my mother is scolding my father?" Chu Chen chuckled and replied, "I earned a bit of money and decided to buy them some gifts, planning to treat them to dinner at a restaurant tonight. However, Uncle Wu seemed displeased, claiming that I was being extravagant after just earning some money. Aunt Wu is likely scolding him over that. My father is such a stubborn old man. Don't pay him any mind. But little Chun, you've done well, quietly becoming a millionaire. It's truly astonishing to think that the once unrefined little boy has transformed into a figure of wealth. Chu Chen hailed from a background often described as a poverty-stricken mountain area, where hardships were indescribable. His family was somewhat better off, as his adoptive father held a formal teaching position and received a government salary, allowing them to afford a new piece of clothing occasionally during the new year. In contrast, some families were so impoverished that they had to take turns wearing the same trousers, a grim reality. Naturally, Chu Chen, emerging from such an environment, dressed modestly. Yet, despite his simplicity, his attire was always impeccably clean, a lesson imparted by his adoptive father who often reminded him that while one may be poor, one must never lose one's dignity or spirit. A person devoid of spirit would never command respect from others. This principle was etched in Chu Chen's heart. Thus, while he showed respect toward Zhao Qirui, he never resorted to flattery. His conversations, aside from polite formalities, maintained a balance of respect and assertiveness, perhaps explaining why Zhao Qirui began to regard him with newfound respect. In jest, Chu Chen remarked, "No one ever said that one cannot be wealthy just because one is unrefined, right? Little Ku, your classist mentality is quite pronounced. In the past, such views would have led to public denunciation. Are you implying that you find me distasteful?" Upon sensing a hint of hostility in Wu Ku's tone, Chu Chen hastily replied, "Not at all. How could I possibly find you distasteful, little Ku? Besides, you'll soon be a master's graduate from a prestigious foreign university. How could you not manage a little money? Moreover, this money is merely a form of support for you, so there is no need for repayment. That won't do. It is only right to repay one's debts. I must return this money," she insisted. "If not, I could serve as your secretary." "Absolutely not. How could I afford to have a master's graduate from a renowned university as my secretary? Regardless, will you accept my offer?" With a hint of pleading in his voice, Chu Chen suggested, "Let us discuss this matter again next year, shall we? Perhaps by then, your perspective may have shifted." Wu Ku asserted with unwavering confidence, "I am certain my stance will remain unchanged. I shall grant you some time for contemplation, and I expect a satisfactory response from you. Understood? However, as a token of gratitude for your assistance with my tuition, I shall bestow upon you my first kiss." With that, she leaned in, and this kiss instantly reminded Chu Chen of Wu Ku's delightful cherry-red lips, igniting a flicker of excitement within him that left his heart racing. He pondered, could it be that he harbored feelings for Wu Ku? Was this merely a result of an overabundance of hormones recently? Yes, that must be it. Despite Chu Chen's outwardly cheerful demeanor, deep within, he remained somewhat reclusive, finding it challenging to embrace the affections of others, a trait rooted in his childhood experiences. His current buoyancy was a testament to the patient guidance of his adoptive father, who dedicated considerable time and effort to reshape his previously distorted character. Upon seeking refuge with Uncle Wu, although the family welcomed him warmly, he initially struggled to open his heart to them. Over time, however, he gradually accepted their kindness. After several years in the capital, Chu Chen recognized the drawbacks of his disposition, particularly in the realm of business, where amiability fosters prosperity. If one projects an air of aloofness, successful transactions become elusive. Consequently, he had made significant progress in overcoming this aspect of his character. Yet, when it came to romantic matters, Chu Chen dared not entertain the thought. He was uncertain of what such emotions entailed and how to navigate them, leaving him utterly uninformed in this regard. Thus, Wu Ku often teasingly referred to him as a blockhead. Sensing his discomfort, Chu Chen hastily redirected the conversation. "Sister Ku, do you happen to know someone named Li Beibei? Li Beibei. Are you referring to the cow from the Lao Li family? Why would you inquire about her?" Wu Ku's voice rose in pitch, brimming with excitement. With her intelligence, she would never dare to trouble my father," she stated triumphantly over the phone. As it turns out, the Wu and Li families were indeed old acquaintances, as Wu Ku and Li Beibei had known each other for quite some time. However, perhaps due to their incompatible natures, they had always found each other intolerable, frequently engaging in quarrels. Each possessed their own strengths. Wu Ku excelled in arguments, while Li Beibei was formidable in physical confrontations. Yet, as they matured, such skirmishes became increasingly inappropriate, thus giving Wu Ku a distinct advantage. Nevertheless, Wu Ku had her shortcomings, as certain feminine traits were less pronounced in her, while Li Beibei boasted a strikingly robust presence. This led Li Beibei to mock her frequently. Although Wu Ku retaliated by dubbing her the cow, she remained sensitive to the jibes, which only intensified her disdain for Li Beibei. Just before Wu Ku's departure abroad, one day, Uncle Wu and Zhao Shui took Wu Ku to visit old Li, the grandfather of Li Beibei. Coincidentally, Li Beibei was present along with her young nephew. Seizing the moment, she devised a clever little scheme to win over Li Beibei's nephew, and soon thereafter, she and Li Beibei engaged in a bet revolving around riddles. It should be noted that Li Beibei was not truly foolish. She was aware of Wu Ke's visit and had prepared several challenging questions in advance, which is why she readily agreed to the wager. Although her questions were indeed difficult, they did not truly stump Wu Ke. To throw Li Beibei off, Wu Ke initially posed a few convoluted riddles herself. Once she felt the time was right, she swiftly switched to a simpler question. What is represented by 3 characters for a bull and a cow? This question was genuinely straightforward, yet due to the earlier misdirection, Li Beibei azitata. At that moment, Li Beibei's young nephew chimed in, pointing at her, and exclaimed, "Auntie, you truly are foolish. The answer is simply 2 cows. No wonder I often hear people say that big breasts come with small brains. You seem to fit that description perfectly." Wu Ke laughed heartily and proudly remarked, "Chu Chen, do you think she is indeed big-breasted and brainless?" With just a little trickery, I had her rolling in confusion. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's expression twitched. How could a girl be so teased and still have the audacity to trouble Uncle Wu? He speculated that if Li Beibei were not somewhat magnanimous, she might not even approach Zhao Xue anymore. However, having heard about it, he decided to let it be, as it did not concern him. Thus, he complimented, "Indeed, our dear Xiaoku is a perfect blend of beauty and wisdom." "Do you truly think so, Xiao Chun?" "Absolutely. If I were lying, may the heavens strike me with lightning." "Tut, tut, what an outrageous vow. I never said I didn't believe you." Chapter 38. Chu Chen's Ambition. "Xiao Chun, I miss you." On the other end of the line, Wu Ke seemed quite delighted upon hearing this. Completely disregarding the formalities she usually minded and gently said, "Well, it's getting late. You should go have dinner. Remember to eat well, or I will check on you later. If you lose weight, also, please note down my online contact information with my father so we can communicate online in the future. Moi. Bye-bye." Before Chu Chen could respond, she hung up the phone. "Goodbye." Chu Chen remained in the position of holding the phone, feeling somewhat at a loss due to Wu Ke's demeanor. It was hard to deny that he had no affection for such a beautiful and charming girl, yet he was utterly unprepared for these feelings at that moment. The crux of the matter was that emotions were a minefield for him, and it was not easy to embrace them all at once. After contemplating for a while, he was still uncertain about how to interact with Wu Ke in the future. "Well, I suppose I'll just take it one step at a time." In the end, Chu Chen found himself devoid of any brilliant ideas, resigning to the notion that things would unfold naturally as time passed. It's really warm now, quite pleasant," Aunt Wu remarked, her face radiant with surprise and contentment. As Chu Chen stepped outside, he found Uncle Wu and the others engrossed in deciphering the usage of the physiotherapy device he had brought earlier. It appeared they had largely grasped its operation. Upon noticing Chu Chen's emergence from the room, Uncle Wu inquired, somewhat irately, "Have you finished your call? What did you discuss with Xiao Ke?" His irritation was not rooted in Chu Chen's lavish spending, for he had come to realize that this was merely a child's sincere gesture of filial piety. However, the situation had incited both Grandmother Wu and Aunt Wu to direct their ire towards him, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Thus, he spoke to Chu Chen in a rather brusque manner. "It was merely a casual chat, and she asked me to come to you to note down her online contact information," Chu Chen replied, fully aware of Uncle Wu's temperament. Having heard Aunt Wu and the others criticize him earlier, he anticipated a frosty reception. After jotting down Wu Ke's online details, including her bank account and the phone number of Uncle Wu's security friend, he decided to flatter Uncle Wu. Within minutes, Uncle Wu was all smiles, while Aunt Wu and the others could not help but giggle at the jovial exchange between the two. With Uncle Wu in high spirits, Chu Chen proceeded to share some essential precautions regarding the use of the physiotherapy device before cheerfully leading them to dinner. To prevent Uncle Wu and the others from perceiving the meal as overly extravagant, Chu Chen had pre-booked a private room and ordered dishes in advance. Although Uncle Wu and the others could tell from the mouth-watering aromas that the meal would not be inexpensive, they remained oblivious to the fact that even with a discount, the total would exceed 4,000. The meal left everyone thoroughly satisfied, and as they prepared to part ways, Uncle Wu mentioned, "I forgot to tell you, the last time I visited Old Lu, I brought you up, and he expressed considerable interest in you." Eagerly, Chu Chen replied, "Does this mean Old Lu has agreed to my visit?" Uncle Wu, amused by Chu Chen's enthusiasm, responded, "Yes. He indeed wants me to take you to see him this Sunday. However, be prepared. Old Lu will certainly put you to the test. Also, bring along your collection of Tang Sancai fragments. He wishes to examine them in person." Hearing this, Chu Chen nodded vigorously, excitement coursing through him. He was undaunted by the prospect of any challenges confident in his abilities. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony. Such a piece of Tang Sancai reproduction had garnered such interest, with nearly every acquaintance in the collecting community eager to witness it. This situation was not particularly troubling, but the knowledge that many were aware of his involvement with the piece left him feeling somewhat sheepish. On the other hand, reflecting on it positively, he considered that with his newfound abilities, his future in the world of collecting would undoubtedly flourish. The likelihood of being deceived by fakes would diminish significantly, and with his previous experience, others would not find his expertise surprising. After all, if a person has never experienced hardship, yet can become a great collector, it seems rather implausible. Perhaps some individuals with ulterior motives might harbor doubts about him. Uncle Wu, upon seeing Chu Chen's somewhat conflicted expression after hearing about the collection to be brought forth, felt a secret delight within, thinking to himself, "Today, you have made me endure." After parting ways with Uncle Wu and his companions, Chu Chen pondered, considering that Uncle Wu had indeed posed a significant dilemma for him. Currently, what notable items could he present? In truth, he possessed only one genuine collectible, while the black and white jade and the birdseed jar were intended for sale. Uncle Wu was somewhat aware of Chu Chen's possessions. When Chu Chen observed Uncle Wu's sly smile upon his departure, he understood that such a demand was merely a way to retaliate for the embarrassment he had caused earlier. Nevertheless, this incident prompted Chu Chen to reflect on his future aspirations. When it came to making money, with his newfound abilities, acquiring wealth seemed rather effortless. A life filled with a loving spouse and children would also become manageable once material conditions were met, largely driven by fate. And what about seeking his parents? This matter left Chu Chen in a state of inner turmoil. Deep down, he had always believed that his parents had abandoned him, yet he could not sever the emotional ties that bound him to them, resulting in a profound conflict within. After contemplating for a while, he chose to relinquish his inner struggle, deciding that like before, it would ultimately depend on fate. If he found them, he could forgive them and reconcile. If not, although he would undoubtedly feel regret, life would continue as normal. As he walked, he realized that his only current passion lay in antiques. If he were to establish a goal, he would aspire to become a collector. With his abilities, he inherently possessed an advantage in the realm of antique appraisal, making the pursuit of collecting significantly easier than for others. Moreover, antiques represent the crystallization of ancient wisdom, containing many elements worthy of study. His remarkable memory would serve him well in this endeavor. As for the financial resources required for collecting antiques, while others might worry, he felt no such concern. Should funds run low, he could always try his hand at stone gambling, couldn't he? He intended to focus on the finest pieces of antiquity, and for those he did not deeply value, he could trade them for further exchanges. Thus, opening an antique shop seemed the perfect solution, allowing for both sales and acquisitions, and enabling him to craft the jade he won into finished products for sale, thereby facilitating the accumulation of capital. Furthermore, with the growth of his antique collection and jade business, Chu Chen's abilities would continue to evolve. Since acquiring his powers, his physical condition had improved significantly, and he had even managed to break through to the minor circulation stage. Chu Chen speculated that his abilities might ultimately assist him in achieving a state of innate enlightenment, potentially allowing him to live to at least 150 years old. The thought thrilled him immensely, for longevity is one of humanity's most fundamental desires. Today, following the enhancement of his supernatural abilities, he felt as though a surge of energy coursed ceaselessly through the meridians of his left arm. As this energy circulated, he sensed a gradual amplification of strength within his limb. Though the increase was imperceptible at first, over time, it promised to become quite significant. He speculated that with the next advancement in his abilities, new meridians might be incorporated, leading to transformations within his body that were beyond his imagination. Such prospects filled him with eager anticipation. However, the enhancement of these abilities proved to be a formidable challenge. Despite acquiring the dual-eared vessel of spiritual communication, his progress had barely increased by 1%. He pondered whether this figure would diminish upon recalculation, and if it were to be assessed normally, it would be quite disheartening. Nevertheless, having set a clear objective, Chu Chen firmly believed that one day he would achieve his goal, even if calculated at the standard rate. The equivalent would amount to merely 100 million worth of antiques or jade. This sum, particularly in terms of jade, would not be insurmountable to acquire. Upon returning home, Chu Chen examined the contact information for Wu Ke. Although he had never engaged with the email and chat tools mentioned, he was undeterred, as his current aptitude for learning was remarkably advanced. After establishing accounts for both the email and chat tools and sending them to Wuku, he delved into researching antiques online. With a clear goal in mind, he found himself significantly more engrossed in his studies than before, quickly losing himself in the vast ocean of knowledge. The following day, Chu Chen rose at 4 o'clock in the morning. Upon awakening, he marveled at his vitality, surprisingly. After conversing with Wu Ku until 2 in the morning and sleeping only 2 hours, he felt invigorated, without a hint of fatigue, which was quite astonishing. As for why he arose so early that day, it was Saturday, and he had resolved to visit the antique market. Moreover, this was not merely a one-time decision. He intended to frequent the market whenever time permitted for the opportunities to discover treasures there, not to mention the timely information on antiques. Far exceeded what could be found online. Of course, this decision was only temporary. Should his upcoming trip to Yunnan yield sufficient profit, he would no longer need to scour the market, as he would be preparing to open his own shop. Furthermore, amassing wealth while still rummaging through the market might lead others to suspect ulterior motives. Soon enough, Chu Chen exercised at home, had a light breakfast, and set off for the antique market with his goods in tow. Although dawn had yet to break upon his arrival at the market, the crowd was already bustling. Being a Saturday, vendors set up early, and customers arrived at the crack of dawn, primarily in search of hidden gems, resulting in relatively few transactions. At the market management office, leveraging his established connections, Chu Chen secured a spot in his old location, casually tossing a pack of cigarettes in as a gesture. Although they share a long-standing relationship, one must provide certain benefits to maintain it. Otherwise, even an old relationship may transform into a new one. Today, by sheer coincidence, Chu Chen found himself positioned adjacent to Zhou Wenping's stall, while Lao Wu was several spots away from them. As Chu Chen entered, he chanced upon Zhou Wenping stifling a considerable yawn, prompting him to jest. "Brother Zhou, what mischief did you indulge in last night that has left you so listless today?" Upon recognizing Chu Chen, Zhou Wenping retorted with a laugh. "You rascal, it's impossible for you to utter anything wise. Do you truly believe I would ever wrong your sister-in-law?" It must be said that Zhou Wenping has borne quite a burden since his wife fell ill, rendering intimacy impossible. Throughout the years, he has remained diligent, and there have been no whispers of him seeking solace in the company of other women. He is undoubtedly a commendable husband. Men are like that. Otherwise, why would you be yawning incessantly? I've never seen you like this before. Chu Chen teased him further. "Curse you. It's merely that the children were particularly rambunctious yesterday, and I didn't sleep until midnight. I arrived here at 2 this morning, having hardly slept at all. Can you blame me for being weary?" Zhou Wenping replied. "However, speaking of you, you haven't even experienced the affairs of man. Do you truly understand what it means to be one? Or have you already?" Chu Chen, feeling a flush of embarrassment as the conversation veered towards him, quickly shifted the topic. "Well, Brother Zhou, you're here quite early. How is business?" "You little rascal." Zhou Wenping pointed at Chu Chen, recognizing his attempt to divert the conversation, but chose not to press further. While assisting Chu Chen in arranging his stall, he remarked, "It's going reasonably well. We should make around 300 to 500 yuan today. However, being Saturday, earnings might be a bit lower." Given the pressure Zhou Wenping faced, Chu Chen offered some consolation. There is still plenty of time left. The early morning crowd is usually composed of those looking for bargains. The truly generous spenders are few and far between. Look at me. I usually prefer not to arrive this early. You are blissfully unaware of the struggles of the hungry." Zhou Wenping replied. "By the way, I heard you had a winning streak in gambling yesterday. The word has spread throughout the market, and I hear it was quite a windfall." Chu Chen, modestly acknowledging the news, responded, "It was merely luck. Besides, it's just a bit of pocket change." Zhou Wenping, pointing at him, exclaimed, "See, wealthy individuals are indeed extravagant. I've heard you made over $1 million. Yet, to you, it's merely a small sum. Perhaps I should plan to rob you one day. But with so much money, why are you still contemplating setting up a stall? You could easily open a smaller shop." Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "With this amount of money, what kind of shop could I open? Brother Zhou, are you unaware of the exorbitant rent these days? If I were to establish a shop, considering the renovation and stock, my funds would scarcely suffice for a meal, let alone sustain a business. I might as well invest in property instead." Noticing the troubled expression on Zhou Wenping's face, Chu Chen had a sudden inspiration. "Brother Zhou, how about this? I could lend you money to buy a house." "How can that be? Do you mean to forego purchasing a house yourself?" Before Zhou Wenping could finish his words, he repeatedly waved his hand, resolutely declining. "Oh, come on, Brother Zhou, let me finish my sentence. Frankly, I already have this amount." He gestured with his hand, indicating 15. Zhou Wenping, of course, did not assume it was 150,000, and he murmured in surprise, "So much?" Thus, this sum of money is more than sufficient for both our families to purchase a home. I propose that you take advantage of the relatively low property prices now and buy a 3-bedroom apartment. After all, children grow up. It is far better to resolve this matter early rather than face complications later. Zhou Wenping shook his head in disbelief, saying, "A 3-bedroom? I can hardly imagine that. It must cost a fortune. Given my family situation, how could we possibly afford it?" Chu Chen urged him, "Brother Zhou, I have inquired about the property prices before. A smaller 3-bedroom apartment costs around 400,000, and if paid in full, there might even be discounts. With renovations included, 500,000 should suffice." Zhou Wenping waved his hand repeatedly. 500,000? With my earnings, it would take a decade to repay that. How can that be feasible? Brother, money can be earned and repaid gradually, but considering your wife and child, purchasing a home now is the most prudent choice. Think about it. With a house, your wife's recovery environment improves, and your child will have better educational conditions. We work tirelessly to provide a good life for our families, do we not? Observing Zhou Wenping's contemplative demeanor, Chu Chen realized he had begun to waver and continued to persuade him. "Listening to you, I can see your interest. But I have heard it is quite challenging to apply for housing in the capital, right?" Chu Chen was uncertain about this matter, but he thought that if it came to it, he could consult Uncle Wu or Zhao Chirui, who would likely possess more knowledge in this area. Thus, he spoke with a relaxed expression. "This is simple. I have acquaintances who can assist." Zhou Wenping expressed his gratitude. "Xiao Chun, you are truly a great help to me. Moreover, my family has some savings, so even if I need to borrow, it won't require such a large sum. Do not worry. That little money at home should be reserved for your wife's medical expenses. Besides, Winsong and Wenhui are at a crucial stage of growth. Save that money for them to have better food and clothing. As for repayment, you need not be anxious about it." Chu Chen insisted with a determined expression. His earnest assistance to Zhou Wenping stemmed from both a genuine desire to help a good family and an investment in their relationship. As previously mentioned, Chu Chen intended to open an antique shop in the future, ideally on par with Zhu Dafu as establishment. Managing such a shop alone would be unfeasible, necessitating the hiring of managerial staff. Thus, Zhou Wenping, who was trustworthy and possessed commendable expertise in antiques, emerged as Chu Chen's optimal choice. Although Lao Wu was also commendable, his gluttonous nature made Chu Chen hesitant to place him in a supervisory role. However, Lao Wu's experience could be advantageous for managing market issues, should he be willing to accept that responsibility. After all, it was Saturday. After chatting for a while, the crowd began to swell, and inquiries about prices increased significantly, prompting both individuals to become busy. However, many people were merely browsing the market with the hope of finding a bargain, resulting in a high volume of questions but few actual purchases. By the end of the morning, Chu Chen had sold only 4 items. Despite the modest sales, the profit was still considerable. Those 4 pieces of craftsmanship yielded him nearly 500 yuan, although this amount was not substantial for him at present. The exhilaration of earning money brought him joy. At 2 in the afternoon, Chu Chen emerged from Uncle Wu's house, carrying a double-handled vase, and headed towards a private dining establishment. Earlier that morning, he had contacted Zhao Chirui, but Zhao was unavailable, so they arranged to meet in the afternoon. Upon their meeting, Zhao Chirui appeared delighted, examining the double-handled vase several times before cheerfully exclaiming, "Xiao Chu, your efficiency is impressive. This vase perfectly meets my requirements." Chu Chen humbly replied, "It was merely luck. Uncle Wu had a client looking to sell, and I seized the opportunity." Zhao Chirui, satisfied, asked, "All right, what price are you asking?" Chu Chen pondered for a moment and decided to stick to the original price, saying, "Zhao Gu, let's say 50,000. Upon hearing Chu Chen's quotation, Zhao Chu momentarily appeared stunned, and then, pointing at Chu Chen with a grin, remarked, "Xiao Chu, are you jesting with me? I attended this year's spring auction as well. You must give me a better price, or how can I approach you next time?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chu Chen had not anticipated that Zhao Chirui had also attended this year's spring auction and was aware of the pricing. Suddenly, he thought of a solution and said, "Haha, this price is actually what the seller quoted me. I feel honored to assist you. So how about this? I won't raise the price, but I would like to ask you for a favor." "Oh, what favor?" Zhao Chirui inquired, intrigued. Chu Chen then briefly explained the matter concerning Zhou Wenping's desire to purchase a house. "Is that all?" Zhao Chirui's expression shifted to one of bemusement. He had initially expected a significant request, only to find it was an inconsequential matter to him. However, Upon reconsideration, he found another perspective on the issue and chuckled. If he could manage to transfer Zhou Wenping's household registration, that would be quite remarkable. Chu Chen was astonished to learn that it was indeed possible to transfer Zhou Wenping's family's registration. When Zhao mentioned the possibility of moving his own registration as well, Chu Chen waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Zhao Gu, helping me transfer my friend's registration is already quite a hassle. I won't require my own for now. I can attend to that once I purchase a house in the future, and I hope you won't find it bothersome then." Zhao Chirui, understanding his sentiments, replied with a smile, "Such trivial matters are hardly a bother. Feel free to impose on me. Now, jot down a Chao's phone number, and when your friend gets the necessary documents, just reach out to him. Also, keep an eye out for any opportunities regarding calligraphy and painting, but the outcome is secondary." A Chao was the name of Zhao Chirui's driver. After noting down the man's phone number, Chu Chen swiftly completed the transaction with Zhao Chirui and bid him farewell. Carefully tucking away the freshly acquired check, he ambled towards the antique street, his heart brimming with delight. Today's events had left him particularly satisfied. Not only had he adeptly fulfilled Zhao Chirui's request, enhancing his own self-esteem, but he had also resolved the issue regarding Zhou Wenping's residence registration, which was a delightful surprise. For common folk like them, obtaining a residence permit in the capital often felt like an unattainable dream, fraught with challenges. Yet, Zhao Chirui could effortlessly facilitate what they yearned for, leaving Chu Chen deeply reflective. As he neared the antique street, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him from the left. Turning, he spotted a middle-aged man, dressed as if he had just arrived from the countryside, standing in a corner and waving at him. Chu Chen considered himself somewhat seasoned in these matters. It was evident that this man was up to something dubious. However, in light of his good spirits and confidence in his own abilities, he decided to approach and discern the man's true intentions. Upon reaching him, Chu Chen feigned confusion and inquired, "Good sir, do you require my attention for something?" The middle-aged man, appearing timid, whispered, "Boss, I have something quite remarkable here. Would you be interested?" Feigning skepticism, Chu Chen scrutinized the man and retorted, "With your appearance, what could possibly be of value? Surely, you're not attempting to deceive me?" With that, he adopted a posture as if to leave. The man, unwilling to let him go so easily, blocked his path and implored, "Please, don't depart. I truly possess something worthwhile. Allow me to show you." He then retrieved a replica of a Northern Song Dynasty ding or plate from his bag, preparing to present it to Chu Chen. At that moment, Chu Chen was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom how the plate, nearly 30 centimeters in diameter, could have been concealed within the man's clothing without drawing attention, especially in the sweltering summer heat. However, a surge of astonishment coursed through him, for his keen intuition suggested that this item indeed held value, although its authenticity would require further examination. "Stay composed. Stay composed," Chu Chen continuously reminded himself, aware that this scenario could very well be a trap. He needed to tread carefully. While it might be an antique, it could also be a mere imitation. Given the likelihood that he had stumbled upon a scam, he could easily walk away. Yet, years of experience as a vendor ignited a desire to toy with the man. Thus, he adopted the demeanor of an inexperienced collector and addressed the middle-aged man. "My dear fellow, it appears that you are woefully unfamiliar with the customs of the antiquities trade. While I have only recently embarked on this journey myself, I can still offer you some guidance. For fragile items such as porcelain, one must not allow the seller to hand them directly to the buyer. Rather, the seller should set the item aside, permitting the buyer to retrieve it independently. Do you comprehend?" The middle-aged man feigned surprise at this revelation, yet inwardly, he was elated. How fortuitous for a newcomer. If you are not a novice, how could I possibly deceive you into parting with your money? With a somewhat foolish demeanor, he replied, "Oh, esteemed seller, you mean I should place this large bowl aside for you to take? But which side do you mean?" In response, Chu Chen exhibited an expression of exasperation and retorted rather brusquely, "How can you be so dim-witted? A side does not refer to a specific location. Simply place the item on the ground." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man appeared to have an epiphany, setting the plate down while muttering, "City folk are indeed troublesome. Why not simply say to place it on the ground?" After the middle-aged man set the plate down, Chu Chen prepared to pick it up, thinking to himself, "Ah, what a performance. Your acting skills could very well earn you an Oscar." Furthermore, this printed large plate, its origins unknown, was crafted with such astonishing realism that it could be regarded as a masterpiece among reproductions. However, as Chu Chen grasped the plate, he was increasingly astounded. How was it possible that this replica could be so utterly indistinguishable from the genuine article? At that moment, Chu Chen could no longer maintain his composure. He swiftly employed his extraordinary abilities, the outcome of which sent a shiver of exhilaration through him. To his astonishment, a hint of his shock was betrayed upon his countenance. The North Song printed plate was indeed an authentic piece. His immediate thought was, how could this be? Could I have stumbled upon a veritable treasure? Fortunately, the middle-aged man misconstrued Chu Chen's fleeting expression of surprise as a sign of interest, leading him to feel a surge of joy. At last, a deal was about to transpire. With this in mind, Chu Chen feigned delight and inquired, "My good sir, might you share the circumstances surrounding how you acquired this remarkable item?" The middle-aged man, upon witnessing Chu Chen's demeanor, silently rejoiced. He then began to recount the tale of his family's history, punctuated by tears and emotion. He narrated how his family had once been a noble lineage, but misfortune had befallen them during the Republican era, reducing them to mere shadows of their former selves. Their abode now stood barren, save for the very item in Chu Chen's hands. Initially, he had no intention of selling it, yet following the death of his father, his wife's grave illness, and his child's unfortunate accident, he found himself in dire straits. There is no need to elaborate further. Chu Chen mused to himself, what a tragic tale indeed. One must be exceedingly unfortunate to encounter such calamities all at once. It seemed evident that the man's storytelling prowess was lacking, and it was quite likely that he had not fully recognized the value of this authentic ding kiln piece. Upon contemplating this, he felt a surge of spirit. Indeed, this matter appeared quite plausible. With a hint of compassion, he remarked, "My dear brother, do not be disheartened. We must always look forward. I possess little means, yet I shall procure this item from you. How much do you wish for it?" Suddenly, a voice interjected from the side, "Esteemed brother, might I take a moment to examine the object you possess?" Chu Chen frowned slightly, glancing over to see a young man in his early 20s, impeccably dressed and sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. From a moment this young man appeared, Chu Chen sensed that he had stumbled upon a veritable minefield. His keen perception had previously noted this individual lurking in the shadows. Now, as he approached, it was evident he was merely a pawn in a larger scheme. Chu Chen mused to himself that this situation was indeed amusing. Furrowing his brow, he placed a large, stamped plate upon the ground. The young man eagerly seized it, seemingly engrossed in a meticulous inspection, his mouth emitting sounds of admiration. After a thorough examination, he beamed with delight and proclaimed, "This is truly a remarkable piece. My dear brother, I offer you 100,000. What say you?" Chapter 41, The Acquisition. Observing their jovial performance, Chu Chen could not suppress a smirk, though his expression remained impassive as he replied, "If this esteemed gentleman deems it a treasure, then I shall relinquish it to you." With that, he turned and walked away without further ado. The young man, of course, could not possibly produce such a sum, and thus feigned embarrassment as he turned to leave. "Wait, brother." It would be disingenuous to claim that Chu Chen was not anxious, however, to seize the initiative. He resolved to take a calculated risk. Fortunately, the greed of these two individuals compelled them to halt him. Otherwise, acquiring the item would have proven quite troublesome. The middle-aged man, heartened by the prospect of potential profit, exclaimed in indignation, "That fellow is nothing but a fraud. How could he possibly afford 100,000? I find you to be the more trustworthy brother." With a faint smile, Chu Chen replied, "I consider this item to be quite valuable, yet I assure you, I would not part with even 50,000. Permit me to pose a question. What do you believe this object to be? Indeed, consider this. The Song dynasty was a millennium ago, and yet this stamp plate appears remarkably new and intact. Throughout 1,000 years, wear and tear is to be expected, not to mention the ravages of war. Do you truly believe this could be from the Song dynasty?" Chu Chen countered. The middle-aged man paused, taken aback. It was a valid point. Had it not appeared so pristine, could he have acquired it for a mere 200? It seemed this man was not easily deceived. Nevertheless, as long as he entertained the notion of it being an antique, there was potential for profit. With a hint of caution, he inquired, "Then, brother, do you suggest this item is merely a few centuries old?" Noticing Chu Chen's noncommittal smile, he hastily pressed on, "Brother, how much would you be willing to offer?" Chu Chen, still smiling, replied, "My dear brother, the price is yours to determine, lest I offer too little and leave us both dissatisfied. How about 30,000? A middle-aged man pondered for a moment and cautiously remarked, "Logically speaking, acquiring a genuine ding kiln piece for 30,000 is indeed a remarkable stroke of luck." However, Chu Chen dared not accept this price outright, fearing it would raise the man's suspicions. He simply shook his head and replied, "My friend, This is rather unreasonable. 30,000 is far too excessive. I can offer no more than 5,000. Upon hearing the figure of 5,000, the middle-aged man felt a flicker of satisfaction. Yet considering the nature of negotiations, he pondered and beseeched, "Brother, given my current predicament, 5,000 is truly insufficient. I implore you to raise your offer a bit. Besides, you did mention this item is indeed an antique, correct?" With a semblance of sympathy, Chu Chen responded, "Ah, my friend, your situation is indeed challenging. How about this? I can add 3,000 more." As he uttered these words, a hint of compassion graced his face, as if he genuinely empathized with the man's circumstances. The middle-aged man continued to plead, adopting a posture that suggested he was on the verge of kneeling. "Brother, could you possibly increase your offer a little more? I have several thousand in debts that remain unpaid, and if I settle them, there will be little left. I'm not asking for much, merely 15,000. What do you say?" At this, Chu Chen feigned annoyance and replied impatiently, "Why do you insist on bringing your debts into our transaction? Surely, you cannot expect me to pay an exorbitant price. Let us settle on 12,000. Will you sell, or shall I walk away?" "Very well, my brother. Can you make the payment immediately?" The middle-aged man pretended to hesitate, but ultimately acquiesced, though he still seemed somewhat uncertain. Chu Chen confidently responded, "Indeed, I have the money on me. However, before we proceed, it is prudent that we draft a simple agreement to avoid any misunderstandings later." "Ah, city dwellers are indeed meticulous," the middle-aged man remarked, giving Chu Chen a thumbs up, internally feeling a sense of annoyance at the necessity of such formalities. "Let us just get the money out quickly. Why is this young man so troublesome?" Subsequently, Chu Chen drafted a brief agreement, yet he specified the item's era as the Song Dynasty. The man casually skimmed through it before signing his name, although the authenticity of his signature remained uncertain to Chu Chen. In truth, he had left a small flaw. A person of seemingly limited education, writing so elegantly, would surely raise suspicion. However, Chu Chen merely smiled inwardly and chose not to expose him. Once the agreement was signed, they exchanged money for goods. The man's eyes widened as Chu Chen pulled out a thick stack of cash from his bag, evidently containing the proceeds from a transaction made the day prior. A mix of greed and regret washed over him. Had he known Chu Chen possessed such wealth, he would have asked for more. Yet, the thought of robbing him was daunting. He could not hope to match Chu Chen's robust physique. After the transaction concluded, Chu Chen addressed him. "My friend, considering your family's plight, would you mind providing your address? I have a friend who is a journalist, and perhaps I could arrange for him to visit your home for an interview. This may help raise funds for your family and assist in finding a better hospital for your wife and children. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly and gratefully replied, "My dear brother, I truly appreciate your kindness. But my father instilled in me the value of self-reliance from a young age. With the wealth I have now, my family can sustain itself." After expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Chu Chen, he hurriedly turned and departed. As the middle-aged man caught his breath, a sense of pride washed over him as he proclaimed, "Of course, you should consider who I am. With my years of experience in minor roles, such matters are effortlessly manageable, are they not?" "Huh, brother. How much have we earned this time?" The young man, eager for answers, posed the question. Yet, upon hearing it, the middle-aged man became irate, striking him on the head several times in anger. "Do you realize that due to your immature behavior, we only made a little over 10,000? I told you to lower your asking price. Starting at 100,000 was bound to scare others away." Feeling somewhat aggrieved, the young man replied, "Brother, this is our first time. We lack experience." "If this weren't our first time, I would have broken your legs," the middle-aged man retorted. After scolding him, he produced the money, his face alight with joy as he said, "This venture is indeed quite lucrative. We bought goods for 200 and sold them for 12,000. A truly exhilarating profit. We must delve deeper into this trade and strive to elevate it further." As the middle-aged man exuberantly expressed his enthusiasm, the young man nodded eagerly in agreement. If they had known that a priceless Northern Song Dynasty ding kiln porcelain piece had slipped through their fingers, what expression would have graced their faces? In the afternoon, due to the sweltering heat, the foot traffic on the antique street dwindled significantly, and few vendors appeared to be thriving. Upon returning to his spot, Chu Chen happened upon Zhou Wenping concluding a transaction, prompting him to inquire with a smile, "Brother Zhou, how did business fare this afternoon?" "Ah, I didn't expect to have business while I was away. However, I have some good news to share with you, and after hearing it, you must treat me tonight." Zhou Wenping replied with a grin. "What good news? You want me to treat you? Is it about the house you mentioned this morning?" "Huh. The house is trivial compared to what I am about to reveal," Chu Chen said, piquing Zhou Wenping's curiosity. Hurry up and tell me. You're making me anxious. Zhou Wenping laughed, playfully scolding him. Haha, brother Zhou, you must take care of your heart. Chu Chen jested before succinctly recounting Zhao Qirui's promise to assist him with his household registration. Chapter 42, Visiting Old Lu. Brother Zhou, what do you think? Should you treat us tonight based on this news? Chu Chen asked with a smile. Upon hearing such news, Zhou Wenping could no longer maintain his composure. His speech becoming jumbled as excitement overwhelmed him. After a moment of gathering himself, he placed a reassuring hand on Chu Chen's shoulder and said, Little Chen, I won't say much. From now on, whatever I can assist you with, do not hesitate to command me. No matter how challenging, I will ensure it is done flawlessly. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen expressed his discontent, saying, Brother Zhou, my assistance in this matter stems solely from our bond of friendship. Your words seem to create a distance between us. Zhou Wenping, feeling somewhat embarrassed by this remark, replied, It was my fault, Brother Chu. Please don't take offense. From now on, you are like my own brother, and we shall treat each other as family. Do not hesitate to approach me with any concerns. Chu Chen's face brightened with a smile as he responded, Thank you, Brother Zhou. Your words bring me great comfort. Seeing their joy, Lao Wu approached and inquired, What delightful news has you both in such high spirits? Upon learning that Zhou Wenping's entire family could relocate their household registration to the capital, he expressed his envy. Remarking to Chu Chen, Impressive connections you have, little Chen, quietly accomplishing such a significant task. Well, Brother Wu, I've already troubled my friend this time. When the opportunity arises again, I shall assist you as well, Chu Chen replied. He had considered that since Lao Wu might also require his help in the future, it would be only fair to assist in relocating his family's registration as well. Lao Wu, upon hearing this, became excited and exclaimed, Oh, how can I accept this? Surely, there must be considerable expenses involved. Just tell me how much. I cannot allow you to bear the costs alone. Zhou Wenping, realizing the implications of Lao Wu's words, quickly interjected, Yes, indeed. Little Chen, you have yet to mention the expenses. I cannot be a burden to you. Chu Chen, with a bemused expression, replied, Why are you both fretting over this? My friend has substantial connections. Such trivial matters can be resolved with just a few words. If there were any costs involved, would I not inform you? Am I some sort of modern-day benefactor? Both men, reflecting on this, burst into laughter. After their mirth subsided, Lao Wu, with a hint of admiration, said to Zhou Wenping, Well, old Zhou, you are now officially a resident of the capital. You must treat us tonight. Bajun Yushur, the private dining establishment owned by Zhao Qiruei, had a name that initially struck Chu Chen as rather grandiose. He wondered if the dishes could truly live up to such title. However, after his first visit, he found the reputation well-deserved, and following yesterday's experience, he had no doubts whatsoever. Upon Zhou Wenping's suggestion, Lao Wu immediately began to salivate at the thought of the restaurant's exquisite dishes. Yet, Chu Chen doused their enthusiasm with a dose of reality, chuckling, Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's past 3 o'clock. Do you really think we can still secure a table? The private dining establishment had recently opened and had initially welcomed an unrestricted number of patrons for its grand opening. However, starting from the previous day, it began limiting daily reservations, requiring prior booking to secure a table, given the ambience and the culinary delights it offered. Despite the somewhat steep prices, reservations were often booked well in advance. Upon learning of the situation, Zhou Wenping and his companions could not help but sigh. The delectable dishes, so tantalizing, seemed an elusive delight. Consequently, Zhou Wenping opted for another renowned restaurant. In truth, had they chosen to visit the 8 treasures and jade delicacies, Chu Chen, possessing a gold card, could have secured a reservation. However, considering Zhou Wenping's financial constraints, the expenses at such an establishment would undoubtedly exceed their previous outing. Even with a discount card amounting to several thousand, dining at a more ordinary restaurant would suffice, hence he refrained from mentioning it. The following day, Chu Chen, unusually, did not awaken at his usual hour. Lying in bed, he recalled the previous evening's gathering with a sense of trepidation. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere, the 3 gentlemen had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, with Chu Chen at the center of the revelry. Ultimately, he found himself single-handedly battling against 2, resulting in a rather fierce contest. It goes without saying that the 5th man was an established drinker, while Zhou Wenping, though he had curtailed his drinking due to his wife's illness, had previously possessed a formidable tolerance. Under the combined assault of both men, Chu Chen consumed a staggering 5 gin of baijiu. Regardless of his robust constitution, he found himself in a state of inebriation, while his opponents were not faring much better, both collapsing under the table. The two ladies, witnessing such a ferocious spectacle, were surely in for a stern reckoning upon returning home. Chu Chen chuckled silently to himself, knowing that Zhou Wenping and the others lacked his unique constitution. Even inebriated, they would struggle to rise with vitality. Now, they would face the consequences of their hubris. And he savored the schadenfreude, thinking, well, who told you to underestimate my resilience? Just as he prepared to rise, his phone rang. Upon checking, he realized it was Uncle Wu and promptly answered, "Hello, Uncle Wu, is there something amiss that you are calling so early?" Uncle Wu's voice came through with a jovial reprimand. "You rascal, it's already 7:30. Don't forget, we are visiting Elder Lu today. He is an early riser, and it would be impolite to arrive late." Chu Chen chuckled. "I truly wasn't aware, Uncle Wu. Just wait, I will be at your house shortly." "All right, do hurry," Uncle Wu replied. After hanging up, Chu Chen hurriedly washed up and dressed, grabbing the bag containing the Tang Sancai shards and the brocade box holding the ding kiln plate. Skipping breakfast entirely, he dashed towards Uncle Wu's residence. Upon arriving at Uncle Wu's doorstep, Chu Chen found him already waiting. Noticing his disheveled appearance, Uncle Wu admonished, "Next time you visit someone's home, familiarize yourself with the host's habits. Don't be so rash as you were this time. You haven't eaten breakfast, have you? Here, take these meat buns made by your aunt. You can eat them on your way." As Chu Chen accepted the buns with a sheepish smile, Uncle Wu inquired about the brocade box he carried. "What is this? Have you truly brought an antique?" With a sense of pride, Chu Chen replied, "Of course. You did mention it would be best to bring something. This is the finest piece I currently possess. As for what it is, we shall unveil that at Elder Lu's." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu felt a surge of curiosity. "Ah, I shall have the pleasure of witnessing this for myself shortly. However, I sincerely hope it lives up to your description of being exquisite. Otherwise, we shall suffer a significant loss of face. Well then, if there are no further matters to discuss, let us be on our way." Lu's residence was situated in an upscale villa district in the East City, a mere 10-minute taxi ride from Uncle Wu's home. This affluent enclave was known to Chu Chen solely by reputation, rumored to be inhabited by either individuals of considerable wealth or those wielding substantial influence, a fact evident from the stringent security measures at the entrance. Even for Uncle Wu, who frequently visited, entry required a prior phone call to Lu Lao, followed by a thorough security check, further solidifying Chu Chen's belief in the tales he had previously heard. The villa itself, from an exterior viewpoint, did not boast the grandiose layout of a large estate, but rather presented a pastoral scene reminiscent of a tranquil stream meandering through a picturesque setting, imbued with the essence of nature. Upon their arrival at Lu Lao's abode, a middle-aged woman was already waiting at the entrance. Noticing her, Uncle Wu approached and greeted her. "Qin Shu, I truly appreciate your patience in waiting for us here." This woman, known as Qin Shu, was Lu Lao's youngest daughter. With a warm smile, Lu Qin Shu replied, "Oh, it is no trouble at all. I merely took a few extra steps, which serves as a good opportunity for some exercise. This young man must be your nephew, Zi Ping. He is quite handsome." Feeling a bit bashful at her compliment, Chu Chen stepped forward to greet her. Lu Qin Shu chuckled in response, and then led them into the courtyard. As they walked, Uncle Wu inquired, "So, are there other visitors coming to see Lu Lao today?" "Haha, you're referring to the owner of that car at the entrance, aren't you? You know her. She is the daughter from the old Li family." Lu Qin Shu responded. "You mean Li Beibei? What brings her here today?" Uncle Wu asked, somewhat surprised. At that moment, Chu Chen felt a twinge of astonishment. Having just mentioned her in a conversation with Wu Ku the day before, and now he was about to encounter her in person. Lu Qin Shu laughed. "It's nothing significant. She has come to invite my father to attend old Li's 80th birthday celebration." Uncle Wu, upon hearing this, chuckled. "It cannot be that simple. Old Li's birthday is still 3 to 4 months away. If there were no other matters at hand, would she come so early?" Indeed, Zi Ping understands her character well. Her visit serves 2 purposes. While she is here to invite my father, she also seeks his assistance in appraising a piece of Tianhuang longevity ornament. It appears quite exquisite, though I am uncertain of the final verdict, Lu Qin Shu explained. At that moment, as they strolled along a cobblestone path flanked by an array of flowers, shrubs, and trees, they found the path extending to every corner of the courtyard. Outside, the walls had obscured their view, but upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted with a sense of enlightenment. A glance around revealed that the structures within the courtyard exuded an air of antiquity and natural charm, while a spacious courtyard featured a thoughtfully designed gourd-shaped pond oriented east to west. Chapter 43, the Tianhuang ornament. In addition to the convergence of the gourd-shaped lake, An elegantly quaint bridge spans the scene, evoking a picturesque tableau reminiscent of a serene waterway adorned with charming abodes. Encountering such exquisite sights leaves Chu Chen in contemplative hesitation, pondering whether, in the future, he should acquire a courtyard residence or a dwelling replete with natural antiquity. To the east of the lake, nestled among the drooping willows, stands a delicately designed octagonal pavilion. At this moment, within the pavilion, an elderly gentleman with a crown of white hair converses over tea with a graceful young lady. On the central wooden table rests a brocade box, likely containing the Tiang Huang Shouxing figurine that Lu Qinshi had earlier mentioned. Upon seeing Uncle Wu and his companions, the elder greeted them warmly. "Zipping, you've arrived. Is this your nephew?" The young man appears quite spirited. "Good day, Elder Lu," they responded. Lu, upon hearing this, expressed delight and a touch of nostalgia. "It is wonderful to see achievements. Our profession requires fresh blood. The Yangtze River's waves push the previous ones forward, and our generation is growing old." In response to Lu's remarks, Li Beibei quickly flattered, "Grandpa Lu, you are still as sharp as ever." A true wave of the Yangtze. Her words elicited gentle laughter from the gathering. After greeting Uncle Wu, Li Beibei mischievously remarked, "Uncle Wu, this is your nephew? He certainly looks the part, but I wonder if he truly possesses the prowess you claim?" Hearing this, Chu Chen could not help but wear a bittersweet smile. Reflecting on his unfortunate association with Wu Ku, internally, he mused that if one had capabilities, they should compete with Wu Ku directly rather than vent frustrations on others. Li Beibei's beauty could rival Wu Ku's, standing at nearly 7 meters tall. Her features were exquisitely refined, imbued with a spirited charm, while Wu Ku possessed a more demure elegance. Such a beauty would undoubtedly capture Chu Chen's attention on the streets. Yet his admiration leaned more towards Wu Ku's type, despite finding her temperament somewhat challenging. Meeting such enchanting women is indeed a privilege, yet today bore significant weight for Chu Chen. As it pertained to his future in the antique trade, he was determined not to let Li Beibei's biases mar his initial impression on Elder Lu. Young ones, Lu had heard whispers of the tensions between Li Beibei and Wu Ku, understanding the context behind her words. Nevertheless, he acknowledged her point. True capability cannot merely be asserted. Turning to Chu Chen, he said, "Indeed, Beibei has a point. Now, Xiao Chu, Beibei has brought a Tiang Huang piece for you to discuss with us." Upon hearing that Mr. Qian had asked Chu Chen to appraise the Tian Huang stone, Uncle Wu felt a surge of anxiety. Although he encouraged Chu Chen to broaden his knowledge of antiques beyond just porcelain, he held little confidence in Chu Chen's ability to authenticate Tian Huang. Noticing Uncle Wu's unease, old Lu chuckled, "Zipping, if little Chu truly possesses the skills you mentioned to me the other day, then how about this piece? Surely he can discern its authenticity. Do you really believe I would impose an impossible task?" Uncle Wu felt a bit embarrassed at Lu's words, while Chu Chen offered him a reassuring glance before setting aside what he held and focusing on the Tian Huang longevity figure nestled within the brocade box. Tian Huang, a soft gemstone unique to our nation, is exclusively produced in a patch of less than 1 square kilometer in Shoshan, located in southeast China. Its predominant yellow hue and its origin from the fields lend it the name Tian Wangxi. The material of Tian Huang stone is remarkably smooth and rich, earning it the distinction of being the premier soft carving stone. Throughout the Ming and Qing dynasties, Tian Huang was presented as tribute to the imperial court, often carved into official seals and artistic ornaments, thus earning it the titles of King of Stones and Emperor of Stones, resulting in its unparalleled value. Historically, it has been said that 1 tael of Tian Huang is worth 10 taels of gold. However, due to extensive mining over the years, it has become increasingly scarce. In recent years, prices have soared, leading some to assert that 1 tael of Tian Huang is equivalent to 10,000 taels of gold, highlighting its remarkable rarity. Before picking up the ornament, Baoju had already alerted Chu Chen that the piece held significant value. Upon holding the Tian Huang in his hands, its smooth and delicate texture was indistinguishable from genuine Tian Huang. Yet, he understood that he could not yet confirm the authenticity of this longevity figure, as several replicas bore similar characteristics and also possessed their own value. Observing this, old Lu inquired, "Little Chu, what is your perspective?" "I shall share my thoughts. Though I am but a novice, if I err or fall short in my observations, I kindly ask for your understanding." Chu Chen began with humility. He continued, "This Tian Huang longevity figure is finely carved, with its whiskers depicted in a way that is intricate yet coherent, exuding a certain spirit. Moreover, upon initial inspection, The patina and craftsmanship suggest it may date back to the mid-Qing period. It seems you truly are as adept as Uncle Wu said, remarkably Bei. Her face lighting up with delight at Chu Chen's words. In response, Lu Qinshu chuckled, Bei, you are already 24. Why are you so impatient? Allow little Chu to finish his assessment. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Bei playfully stuck out her tongue, her demeanor charming and endearing. How could this be? Li Bei exclaimed, her anxiety flaring up. Given the precious nature of Tian Wang, purchasing a counterfeit could result in a substantial loss, especially since this piece likely weighed around 100 grams. Even if this particular Tian Wang were not of the highest quality, it would still command a price in the hundreds of thousands. Seeing this, Chu Chen could only offer her an apologetic glance before picking up the ornament to explain to everyone. In truth, this piece is both genuine and not genuine. It is genuine in the sense that the material used, the Tian Wang stone, is authentic. However, it is not entirely genuine because it has been assembled from several smaller fragments of Tian Wang. Upon hearing this, Li Bei attempted to interject, but was promptly silenced by Lu Qingshu. Observing this, Chu Chen smiled faintly and shone a powerful flashlight on a particular area of the ornament, stating, if this were a genuine piece of Tian Wang stone, its red patterns would be continuous and uniform in characteristics. Please observe here, the red patterns are indeed continuous. Yet over here, the characteristics of the red patterns differ from those in the previous section. Now let us examine the radish patterns. In genuine Tian Wang, the radish patterns are relatively consistent in thickness, evenly distributed, and continuous. However, in this instance, there is a noticeable inconsistency in thickness and even instances of disconnection. From these two observations, it is evident that this ornament is crafted from assembled pieces of Tian Wang. Of course, there is a rudimentary method to ascertain its authenticity. If one were to take a needle, heat it until red hot, and then puncture the areas I just indicated, one would observe smoke emanating. This is the result of the adhesive melting. Nevertheless, from these 2 points, it is clear that the individual who aged this ornament was quite skilled. Firstly, the materials chosen, particularly the radish and red patterns, are relatively similar. This detail would likely be overlooked without meticulous observation. Furthermore, the craftsmanship is particularly refined. The joints of the assembled pieces have been cleverly disguised, appearing seamless. After the carving was completed, it seems the artist used powdered Tian Wang to blend and conceal the joints further, enhancing the illusion of authenticity. Although this ornament is a composite of Tian Wang carvings, the quality of both the material and the craftsmanship is commendable, thus it holds some value. I'm unaware of how much Miss Li paid for it, but if it was a modest amount, it would indeed be reasonable. However, judging by Li Bei's conflicted expression, it seems she may have spent quite a sum. Chapter 44, Astonishment. Chu Chen remarked with a hint of contemplation, I find it perplexing. With such exceptional skills, why would one invest so much effort in creating fakes? There are legitimate professions that could yield profits just as swiftly. Lu Lao, upon hearing this, sighed in agreement. Alas, one cannot fathom the mindset of such individuals. With such talent, it is disheartening to see it squandered on dishonest pursuits. The antiques community is indeed plagued by many selfish individuals who tarnish its reputation. The others, upon hearing Lu Lao's words, felt a sense of discontent. This phenomenon is undeniably prevalent. In recent years, the proliferation of counterfeit antiques has been rampant. Many seem solely concerned with profit, having forsaken the very essence of virtue. Well then, let us focus on our own conduct. No matter how much we ponder, we cannot change the situation. Bei, do not be disheartened. It is quite common in the antique trade to make mistakes. Even I have erred in my judgments. The key is to learn from these experiences and strive to avoid repeating such errors in the future. Upon seeing Li Bei's sorrowful expression, Mr. Lu comforted her and then smiled at Uncle Wu, saying, zipping, what do you think? Wasn't what Xiao Chu said just now quite insightful? You see, your concern is causing you to overthink. The youth should be allowed to express themselves freely. We must have faith in them. As elders, our role is merely to guide them during critical moments. Haha, Mr. Lu, you're indeed right, Uncle Wu replied. I have always regarded Chu Chen as my own child, and at times, I cannot help but worry excessively. It seems that I, in my old age, must step back and allow him to take charge of his own matters. After saying this, a look of contemplation crossed Uncle Wu's face. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen hastily interjected, Uncle Wu, please do not say that. There are still many things from which I can learn from you. Mr. Lu waved his hand to interrupt, saying, enough, Xiao Chu. Excessive modesty in the young can often be mistaken for arrogance. In our field, mere teaching will not lead to significant achievements. What truly matters is personal practice and comprehension. Your previous performance was commendable, particularly as it was not in your primary area of expertise, which is indeed admirable. Chu Chen felt a bit embarrassed by Mr. Lu's praise. However, Li Bei, upon hearing this, felt quite uncomfortable. How could it be that I made a wrong purchase? Yet you received such accolades from Grandpa Lu? Truly infuriating. Suddenly, she noticed the brocade box that Chu Chen had brought and thought, let us see what good items you have brought along. If they are unsatisfactory, I shall certainly have my say. Feigning nonchalance, she remarked, Oh, Xiao Chu, what treasures might be contained within that box you brought? Is it something particularly rare and valuable? Let us appraise it together, shall we? Chu Chen, understanding her intentions, was not particularly bothered. Yet her term of endearment, Xiao Chu, sent a shiver down his spine. Mr. Lu, noticing this, joked Xiao Chu, what delightful item have you brought this time? It wouldn't happen to be as dubious as Beibei's, would it? Hearing Mr. Lu's words, Li Bei pouted. Grandpa Lu, you shouldn't belittle others like that. Everyone burst into laughter at her antics, and the atmosphere grew significantly lighter. Chu Chen placed the brocade box on the wooden table. Opening it with a smile, this is a piece I acquired from a rather fortuitous encounter yesterday. I brought it today for everyone to appreciate. Upon hearing this, Li Bei retorted indignantly, Hey, why are you so rude? You dare to present an item from fortuitous encounter? And you call it appreciation? Have you no shame? Bei. Lu Qingshu, noticing that Li Bei had not even looked at the item before chastising Chu Chen, reproached, Do you truly believe that if it were an ordinary object, Xiao Chu would bring it for my father to see? Is Xiao Chu truly that superficial? Lu Lao jestingly remarked, Bei, you really ought to refine your temperament. Being so rough around the edges might jeopardize your chances of marrying in the future. The quality of an item is evident upon first glance. Let's all see what treasures Xiao Chu has brought. No sooner had he finished speaking than the collective gaze of the group was drawn to the ornate box. Lu Lao was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by an expression of sheer excitement, while Uncle Wu blinked in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before his eyes. Lu Qingshu, having been steeped in such experiences since childhood, understood the significance of the contents within the box, her face reflecting a mixture of astonishment. At this moment, even Li Bei, albeit somewhat naive, recognized the extraordinary nature of the items enclosed. She muttered softly, What incredible luck! How could one stumble upon a treasure amidst such chaos? As Lu Lao regained his composure, he eagerly turned to Chu Chen, exclaiming, Xiao Chu, may I have the honor of examining it? Of course, Lu Lao, replied Chu Chen. The very purpose of bringing it today is for your appraisal. How could I deny you the opportunity to handle it? Upon hearing Chu Chen's affirmation, Lu Lao solemnly donned a pair of gloves and gingerly lifted the exquisite Ding kiln large plate, meticulously scrutinizing it with great care. The Ding kiln is one of China's 5 renowned kilns from the Song dynasty, having emerged as a significant porcelain production system following the Tang dynasty's Qing kiln white porcelain. Celebrated for its white wares, its hallmark lies in the delicate texture of the clay, which is thin yet lustrous, with a pure, moist white glaze adorned with tear marks. This glaze, often referred to as Fen Ding or White Ding, exemplifies the artistry of the Song dynasty's porcelain industry, admired by society and subsequent generations alike. The Yuan dynasty poet Lu Qi lauded it in Giqianzi, stating, Dingzhou's floral porcelain is unmatched in whiteness. Similarly, during the early Ming period, Cao Zhao extolled in his Gugu Yaoluan that the ancient Ding kiln wares with fine clay and a lustrous white glaze are the most esteemed. Chu Chen's Ding kiln printed large plate is characterized by its simplicity and elegance. The body is finely crafted and lightweight, evoking an ivory-like texture, both timeless and serene. The plate features a wide opening, a flat base, curved walls, and a foot ring, with the rim showcasing an unglazed area adorned with copper. The entire surface is coated in a white glaze, tinged with a hint of yellow, while the outer wall prominently displays the swirling marks left by the shaping process and the teardrop-like traces from glazing. The Ming Dynasty scholar Zhang Yingwen noted in Qing Mizong, Ding kiln wares come in 2 varieties, plain and embossed, with white being the standard. The finest pieces are those with a white base enhanced by a glaze that resembles tear marks. From Zhang Yingwen's words, it is evident that this large Ding kiln plate is a remarkable work of the Song dynasty. It can be asserted that every aspect of this Ding kiln printed large plate, the body, glaze, shape, and decoration, is exquisite embodying simplicity and elegance, opulence and subtlety. One can confidently regard it as a representative masterpiece of the Song dynasty's Ding kiln. Remarkably, after nearly a millennium, this plate has been preserved in exceptional condition, virtually free of any blemishes, a rarity that significantly enhances its artistic and collectible value. As Lu Lao continued to admire the piece, the others found themselves at a loss for what to do. However, Uncle Wu suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of irritation, addressed Chu Chen, saying, "You little rascal. Since you acquired such a treasure yesterday, why didn't you bring it to me for my admiration? Truly, I have wasted my affection on you." Chu Chen hurriedly explained, "Uncle Wu, I assure you, it was not intentional. I was drinking with Brother Zhou and the others yesterday and got quite inebriated, which is why I couldn't make it to your home. Just think about it. I haven't even purchased a safe yet. If I hadn't been intoxicated, I would never dare leave such a precious item at home overnight." Uncle Wu, considering this, still admonished him, "You really ought to refrain from excessive drinking. It leads to folly. If by any chance you were to misplace something valuable, you would find no solace in your tears." Chu Chen nodded repeatedly in agreement. Wally Bei, witnessing his reprimand, felt a secret satisfaction, thinking, "This is what you get for being so cocky." After a considerable time, old Lu set down a magnifying glass and carefully placed the Ding kiln plate into a brocade box. Upon seeing this, Uncle Wu eagerly and cautiously began to admire it. Old Lu let out a long sigh, saying, "This is indeed a genuine artifact, and not just any artifact, but a masterpiece. Every characteristic aligns with the qualities expected from that era, and it corroborates what the ancients have described. What makes it exceptionally rare is that this piece remains in pristine condition. It is practically flawless. One can only marvel at how it has been preserved over the past millennium. Overall, this is a rare treasure, and I am genuinely curious about how you came into possession of it, Xiao Chu." There was no need for concealment. So Chu Chen briefly recounted the events of the previous day, concluding with a chuckle, "Honestly, I still find it hard to believe." After hearing about Chu Chen's experience, everyone exchanged glances, feeling a sense of pity for the one who buried the treasure, truly entering a treasure mountain only to leave empty-handed. Old Lu remarked, "I believe it is merely a case of fixed thinking at play. Whether it was the person who sold it to the scammer or the scammer themselves, they all perceived this item as too authentic, too exquisite, too perfect, and thus failed to recognize it as a genuine artifact, which ultimately benefited you, Xiao Chu." At that moment, Uncle Wu, having finished his examination, chimed in with a smile. "As the ancients say, treasures are meant for those of virtue. Since the one who buried the treasure lacked virtue, it is only fitting that he would be unworthy of its blessings." This reasoning resonated with everyone, prompting a collective laugh. Old Lu added with a smile, "In fact, I believe it is your positive mindset and earnest approach to situations that have brought you this fortune, Xiao Chu. If it were any of you facing such a buried treasure, would you truly have taken the time to scrutinize its characteristics rather than simply falling for the deception?" Uncle Wu and the others pondered this and unanimously shook their heads. Chapter 45, Old Lu's Delight. Chu Chen humbly replied, "Please don't say that, Old Lu. That day was merely a stroke of luck. I was in a good mood, which prompted me to engage that person. Normally, I wouldn't pay any mind to such individuals." After some reflection, everyone agreed, especially Uncle Wu, who had a profound understanding of this. Among the antiques he had encountered, he was aware of several valuable pieces that could have been his if only he had a touch of luck or fate. Thus, in the world of antiques, it is best to believe in fortune and destiny rather than dismiss them. Lu Lao continued, "However, Xiao Chu, I must remind you that when encountering individuals of such nature in the future, it is best to refrain from getting involved. Other matters may be inconsequential, but when faced with desperate individuals, a moment's carelessness could lead you astray." Uncle Wu interjected, "I believe he has grown somewhat overconfident due to his martial skills. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. No matter how formidable you may be, can you truly stand against their blades and clubs? Remember Lu Lao's words next time. In such situations, prioritize your own safety and avoid reckless impulsiveness." Lu Lao's concerns were indeed valid, as those who lay traps are often lawless individuals, and anything can occur in such circumstances. Moreover, Uncle Wu's point was well taken. Should one encounter an armed assailant, it would be utterly disastrous. Consequently, Chu Chen nodded in humble acceptance. "Ah, I did not expect you, Xiao Chu, to be a practitioner as well. Pray tell, which style do you practice? Perhaps we can engage in a discussion." Lu Lao became intrigued upon learning that Chu Chen was a martial artist. as he himself had practiced Xingyi Quan for many years and had made some accomplishments in this field. Chu Chen, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, I practice a family lineage of boxing, the ancient form of Tai Chi, quite similar to what Elder Zhu teaches. Upon hearing the name Zhu, Lu Lao immediately recognized whom he referred to. You mean Zhu Dafu, right? I have seen his Tai Chi. It emphasizes combat and also has health benefits. It is said that he has reached the small Zhou Tian stage, enabling him to live past 90. Whether that is true or not, judging by his appearance, it seems plausible. I wonder how proficient you have become, Xiao Chu. Chu Chen scratched his head and said, I have been fortunate. Just a few days ago, I also reached the small Zhou Tian stage. What? Lu Lao's praise caused Chu Chen to feel both modest and gratified, nodding repeatedly. However, Li Bei beside them scoffed, dismissing the notion of ancient Tai Chi, deeming its soft and yielding nature as lacking in potency. No, I must find an opportunity to show this young man the prowess of my own skills. Returning to the matter at hand, Lu Lao remarked, a piece like this Dingyao pattern plate, with such exquisite craftsmanship and appearance, is a rare treasure I have only admired in museums since my birth. To have the chance to appreciate it so closely today is indeed a stroke of fortune. Lu Lao expressed his genuine admiration for the Dingyao plate without reservation. Upon witnessing this, Chu Chen was struck by an idea and, with a casual glance at Uncle Wu, the two shared an understanding. Uncle Wu, perceiving his thoughts, nodded slightly in agreement. With Uncle Wu's concurrence, Chu Chen began to ponder the implications of forging a connection with Lu Lao. He mused that even gifting this exquisite piece would be worthwhile. However, such an act was surely unrealistic. For Lu Lao was not a fool and would never accept something without reciprocation. Thus, determining a suitable price became paramount. Too low would seem disingenuous, while too high would be equally inappropriate. After careful consideration, he finally settled on a price. Subsequently, Chu Chen smiled warmly and said, Old Lu, since you are so fond of this item, I would be willing to part with it for you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Old Lu's spirits lifted instantly. Yet he hesitated and replied, Really? Such a fine piece. Would you truly be willing to let go? To be honest, Chu Chen felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart, for he had recently set his life goal of becoming a distinguished collector. It is understood that only those with substantial financial means, professional expertise, and a considerable collection can truly be called collectors. To attain the status of a great collector, one must not only possess a broader knowledge, but also a collection that is both extensive and unique. In simpler terms, the items must be rare or exceptional. Presently, this exquisite Ding kiln-printed plate is something that others can only dream of acquiring, even after relentless searching. One can only imagine the pangs of reluctance that stirred within Chu Chen. However, he also contemplated that, given his unique abilities, he possessed an inherent advantage over others, and he need not worry about the financial aspects of collecting. Even if he couldn't find such treasures in the market, they could still be discovered at auctions. Thus, when it came to establishing a connection with someone of Old Lu's stature, his choice became quite evident. Old Lu, as for this item, I have had it for only a brief period, and I only took the time to appreciate it yesterday afternoon. Therefore, my attachment to it is still quite shallow. Had I possessed it for a longer duration, I would truly find it hard to part with. Besides, I believe I am still young. Perhaps in the future, I may come across another such precious object. Of course, that is merely my wishful thinking. If I cannot find it, I would have no choice but to shamelessly ask you to part with it once more. Do you think it would still be in my possession if it were to pass into your hands? Old Lu jested. Chu Chen, quick to respond, chuckled. That would be no problem at all. As long as you can show it to me often, I would be content. You little rascal. Old Lu laughed, nodding at him. He then continued, Very well. I promise you that once I have departed this world, I shall pass this piece on to you. Dad, why speak such morbid words? What do you mean by departing? Lu Qinshu interjected with a look of playful reproach. Old Lu waved his hand and chuckled, My dear daughter, the great poet Du has said that one rarely sees those who reach 70. I am already 82. What is there to fear? Moreover, having acquired such a treasure today, it would be only fitting for me to live a few more years. Otherwise, I would not be able to behold it underground. He then turned to Chu Chen and said, Little Chu, you may propose a price, but do not try to deceive me. As Bei mentioned earlier, though I am aging, my mind remains sharp. If you propose an outrageous offer, do not blame me for turning on you. A price was indeed at hand, yet Chu Chen, of course, could not disclose it immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Old Lu, how about 820,000? What do you think? What? Old Lu's expression hardened as he replied, I told you. Little Chu, not to propose an absurd price. How could you suggest such a low figure? Upon witnessing Lu Lao's irritation, Chu Chen hastily interjected, Lu Lao, please allow me to explain. I acquired this item for merely 12,000. As you're my elder, my offer of 820,000 is already quite generous. Otherwise, people might say I am heartless. Moreover, having just celebrated your birthday, I regret not being able to come and extend my wishes, so I hope you consider this as a token of my respect. You rascal, Lu Lao retorted. You possess quite the persuasive argument, suggesting that you are a little shrewd in business. Realizing that Lu Lao was no longer angry, Chu Chen felt a sense of relief as he listened to Lu Lao continue. However, 820,000 is indeed too low. If word gets out, my friends would mock me. You must increase your offer. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen hesitated, uncertain of the appropriate amount to propose. If he offered too little, he feared Lu Lao's displeasure. Yet if he offered too much, it could tarnish his reputation. Caught in this dilemma, Uncle Wu interjected, Lu Lao, my nephew's intentions are sincere. Why not settle on 1 million? It is a fitting tribute to your longevity. Zipping, your reasoning is flawed. Does that mean 10 million would grant one a millennium? Father, no one wishes someone a millennium for their birthday. That would be an insult. Laughter erupted at Lu Qingshi's remark, yet amidst the merriment, Chu Chen remained anxious about Lu Lao's acceptance of the price. Very well, since Zipping has spoken, I shall accept it to avoid being criticized by you youngsters for lacking sentiment. Xiao Chu, the item in your bag must be the Tang Sancai fragment. May I keep it for a few days for research? After Lu Qingshi nodded in agreement, she assisted Lu Lao as they slowly made their way indoors. Lu Lao, take care. Chu Chen and the others stood to bid farewell. Once Lu Lao and his party had departed, Uncle Wu turned to Li Beibei and inquired, Beibei, how has your grandfather been lately? Li Beibei chuckled, Oh, Uncle Wu, do not take it to heart. My grandfather has always been this way. As he ages, he revels in the company of others, forgetting that in my childhood he was quite the recluse, causing my uncles and aunts to feel distant from him. This behavior is a result of his own making. Uncle Wu playfully admonished, You young lady, how can you speak of your grandfather like that? Be careful. Or, I may decide to inform him. Oh, Uncle Wu, please don't. Li Beibei feigned a pout, drawing an exasperated look from Chu Chen. Unbeknownst to him, Li Beibei had noticed his reaction, which only fueled her annoyance, prompting her to cleverly declare, By the way, Uncle Wu, I realize my grandfather did not formally invite you to his 80th birthday. I would like to extend an official invitation for you to attend. And dear Xiao Chu, you must also accompany us. Since you possess such expertise in antiques, it would be remiss of you to arrive empty-handed. Your gift should reflect your vast knowledge. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen was somewhat taken aback. It was one thing to attend a birthday celebration, and bringing a gift was hardly an issue. However, the gift had to be commensurate with his erudition. Did she mean to suggest that he should present a valuable antique? Their relationship was not particularly intimate, rendering such a request utterly unreasonable. This woman was indeed rather incomprehensible. He was not so foolish. He would simply select a gift that was passable. Uncle Wu, indifferent to their little calculations, chuckled, You, my dear child, are simply being excessively lazy. It's not a wedding banquet that requires months of advance notice. Do you think that by formally notifying Uncle Wu you might shed a few pounds, or are you still brooding over past grievances? Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Qingshu emerged from the room, prompting Li Beibei to quickly change the subject. Aunt Shu, has Grandpa Lu settled in well? I've heard that elderly individuals often experience back pain due to calcium deficiency. Perhaps you could supplement him in that regard. Lu Qingshu was slightly taken aback. When had Li Beibei become so thoughtful? Could it be that she was maturing? She smiled and remarked, Beibei, I never expected you to show such concern for others. It seems you're growing up. In response, Li Beibei playfully retorted, Not at all. I have always cared for Grandpa Lu, Haven Ti. Aunt Shu, your words make it seem as if I were merely a child before. All right, I concede that Aunt Shu misspoke. After their light-hearted banter, Lu Qingshu turned to Chu Chen. Young Chu, let's finalize the contract. The old gentleman was just mentioning your items as he entered the house. Chu Chen smacked his forehead, realizing he had neglected to remind Grandpa Lu to bring them. Lu Qingshu, beaming with a smile, reassured him, This is not your fault. Even if the deal was settled, my father would not take it until the transaction was completed. It is a matter of principle for him. Chu Chen was deeply impressed by the steadfastness of the elder generation like Lu Lao. They often held firm principles and beliefs, consistently adhering to them in both work and life. This was something he greatly admired and aspired to emulate. In contrast, some individuals today, driven by money and so-called passions, seem to have abandoned the very foundations of integrity, leading one to question whether civilization is truly advancing or regressing. Here is the transfer agreement. I will need a trouble zipping and Bei to act as intermediaries, Lu Qingshu said as she handed the contract to Chu Chen. He was well acquainted with such agreements, and, after a brief glance, promptly signed his name. Subsequently, Uncle Wu and the others also affixed their signatures as witnesses. However, as the bank was closed today, they could not process the transaction. Thus, Lu Qingshu issued a check to Chu Chen, and just like that, a transaction amounting to millions was swiftly and effortlessly concluded, prompting Chu Chen to reflect on how easily money could be acquired. Later, Lu Qingshu smiled at Chu Chen and conveyed, "Young Chu, my father mentioned that if you have the time, you should come visit him often." Really? Chu Chen never anticipated that his wish would be fulfilled in such a manner. The acceptance from old Lu undoubtedly promises significant assistance for his development in the antique trade. This overwhelming joy left him momentarily speechless, and he could only express his gratitude repeatedly to Lu Qingshu. Observing this, Uncle Wu felt a sense of happiness for him. Witnessing the growth of a younger generation is both gratifying and a source of pride. Conversely, Li Bei felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Although she was somewhat acquainted with old Lu, her visits were infrequent, and this occasion, seeking authentication from old Lu, was only possible due to her grandfather's birthday celebration. Seeing Chu Chen receive such treatment on his first visit ignited her feelings of resentment. Lu Qingshu smiled gently, saying, "Little Chu, do not thank me. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards your own extensive knowledge. Otherwise, my father would not have taken notice of you, would he?" Uncle Wu, noticing Chu Chen's silly grin, chuckled, "Qingshu, since everything has been settled, we shall take our leave." "Very well, do remember to visit occasionally," she replied. "Bei, as it is nearly noon, why not come to my house for a simple meal before you leave?" Uncle Wu suggested after stepping out of the car. Li Bei smiled and replied, "There's no need. I have matters to attend to at home today. Perhaps next time." "All right, take care on your journey," Uncle Wu said, not pressing the issue further. It seems this girl has transferred her dissatisfaction with Xiao Ku onto you. However, since Xiao Ku will eventually become family with you, bear with her a little and allow her to vent. Just be cautious not to get hurt. Otherwise, Xiao Ku will not spare me," Uncle Wu joked. Chu Chen, both amused and exasperated, responded, "Uncle Wu, here you go again. Competing with her is fine, but I'm unwilling to merely play defense." "I believe Xiao Ku would not agree to that either." "All right, just remember not to make her look too pitiful. It would reflect poorly on our family," Uncle Wu laughed, confident in Chu Chen's abilities. He recalled a time when Chu Chen had only just arrived in the capital and had swiftly taken down 2 opponents. Now, having improved, his prowess would surely be greater. Uncle Wu continued, "Little Chen, since old Lu has accepted you, you must strive even harder in your studies and not become complacent. Old Lu has very high standards." Noticing Chu Chen nodding in agreement, he added, "Do you have any lunch engagements today? If not, come to my place for a meal. We can enjoy a drink together." "You scoundrel." Uncle Wu playfully tossed a candied chestnut at him. "Am I so pitiful? You make it sound as if I am a drunkard. Don't overindulge later." The two shared laughter as they walked into the house. In the afternoon, with little on his agenda, Chu Chen decided to visit South City. He aimed to see if there were any calligraphy or paintings that Zhao Chirue might appreciate, while also intending to collect some goods from acquaintances. Navigating the familiar streets, he arrived at the Beiyagwosi, which has become a burgeoning cultural market in the capital. Historically, Beiyagwosi was renowned as the most famous book market in Beijing during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, predating the more famous Lilikang book market by many years. This place was once a haven for the literati, leaving behind numerous legendary tales. However, with the rise of the Lilikang book market, the Beiyagwosi book market gradually fell into decline. It was not until the 1990s that the Beiyagwosi antique market officially reopened, and upon its debut, it gained national fame for its egalitarian trading activities. In fact, Chu Chen has personally experienced the transition from the market's opening to its current flourishing state. He recalls attending a coin exhibition during its inaugural days with Uncle Wu, although he was somewhat naive in the field of antiques at that time. Upon arriving at a familiar shop, he was taken aback to find the door firmly shut. It was unexpectedly closed today. Chapter 47. The Uncertainty of Life. "Hey, young man, don't just stand there. That door won't be opening for a while," called out the owner of an adjacent antique shop, waving at him. Chu Chen felt puzzled by the remark. What did it mean that it wouldn't open temporarily? Was old Zhou's shop closing down? He hadn't heard anything about it. Thus, he stepped into a neighboring antique store, eager to seek clarification. "Excuse me, will you go by?" I'd like to inquire about what you just mentioned, he asked. Haha, my surname is Phone. You can call me Old Phone. Young man, you must be the one who frequently sourced goods from Old Joe, right? Haven't you heard? Old Joe jumped off a building the day before yesterday. After speaking, Boss Feng shook his head with a sigh. Old Joe is dead? How can that be? Chu Chen was initially shocked, followed by deep astonishment. Just a few days ago, he had heard an elder say that Old Joe was about to make a fortune. How could he leave so suddenly? Boss Feng sighed again. Indeed, the issue stemmed from that very pursuit of wealth. Anyway, it's a hot day and business is slow, so let me share the details with you. With that, Boss Feng graciously poured a cup of tea for Chu Chen. Old Joe was led astray this time. He stepped on a landmine and lost a staggering 600,000. As you know, Old Joe had a prodigal son, and that 600,000 was essentially his entire fortune. In a moment of despair, he jumped from the building. It was a sight too horrifying to behold. Boss Feng lamented. Old Joe, whose real name was Zhou Shizai, had his weaknesses. He was avaricious and relished taking advantage of others, with a particularly egregious flaw of exploiting acquaintances. This trait is universally detested in any industry, especially in the antique trade, which places great emphasis on reputation and trust. Over time, it is evident how his business suffered. Originally, Old Joe's shop was located near Lilikang, where it thrived until his shortcomings forced him to relocate to Beijing. Upon moving, he seemed to have learned some lessons and moderated his behavior, allowing his business to remain passable. Uncle Wu and Old Joe shared a long-standing friendship, having grown up together, which meant Old Joe had never taken advantage of Uncle Wu. Moreover, the collection of paintings and calligraphy in his shop is indeed commendable, which is precisely why Uncle Wu invited Chu Chen to procure goods here. Otherwise, given Chu Chen's disposition and his penchant for exploiting familiar faces, he would undoubtedly refrain from visiting this establishment. As for the account of Old Joe stepping on a landmine, it is quite straightforward. One Tuesday evening this week, Old Joe, having some matters to attend to, kept his shop open a little later than usual. At that moment, a woman accompanied by a young boy approached him. Both were dressed in a manner reminiscent of rural folk. The woman appeared relatively young, yet her face was lined with deep wrinkles and bore a sorrowful expression, while the boy, seemingly around 5 or 6 years of age, kept his eyes tightly shut, suggesting he had some issues with his sight. The woman timidly produced a piece of jade from a cloth bag at her side and addressed Old Joe, saying, "Boss, I have something here. Would you be interested?" Old Joe, having operated his shop for over a decade and being quite the seasoned veteran, sensed that he might have stumbled upon something dubious. However, upon glimpsing the object in the woman's hand, his heart began to race. His extensive experience with antiques allowed him to discern that, apart from paintings and calligraphy, he possessed knowledge in other areas as well. At first glance, this item resembled a jade beast pendant from the Hongshan culture, commonly referred to as a jade pig dragon, and the resemblance only grew stronger. Old Joe's excitement surged. If this piece were indeed a genuine jade pig dragon, it could be worth no less than 1,000,000. Ah, wait a moment, sister, he said. Having developed suspicions regarding the jade pig dragon, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Sister, you mentioned you wished to part with that stone? Old Joe, displaying his cunning, refrained from declaring it to be jade outright. With a bold smile, he remarked, "I only caught a glimpse of it. I need a closer look." Upon noticing the woman's confusion, he clarified, "I just wish to examine it." "Oh, you want to see it? That's no problem, but please don't refer to it as merely a stone," she replied, retrieving the jade pig dragon from her bag and handing it directly to Old Joe. Observing the woman's demeanor, he realized that it was not the conduct typical of someone knowledgeable in the trade. As previously mentioned, a seasoned seller would have set the item aside before allowing him to inspect it. However, had he known of Chu Chen's ordeal, he might have thought differently. Old Joe took the jade pig dragon and scrutinized it meticulously. Its patina, craftsmanship, degree of corrosion, and coloration, all indicators suggesting it was indeed an authentic piece. He mused to himself. This jade pig dragon appeared to be a genuine artifact from the period, and based on its condition, it could fetch at least 1,000,000, with auction houses likely valuing it at around 2,000,000. With such thoughts igniting a fervor within him, he hastily inquired of the woman, "Sister, how much do you expect for this item? I'm interested." The woman furrowed her brow and, in a subdued tone, replied, "Boss, I am not well versed in pricing. Perhaps you could offer me 8,000? 8,000. Upon hearing the price, Old Joe was genuinely astonished, feeling as if the heavens were bestowing upon him a fortune. This was not merely a stroke of luck. It was a revelation of prosperity, and he found himself daydreaming about a life filled with wealth. However, This made the woman believe her asking price was excessively high, prompting her to lament, "Boss, I truly have no other options. Look at my child." After falling ill in his youth, his eyes were damaged. To afford his treatment, his father went out to work and met with an accident, leaving me as the sole support of our family. Our funds for his medical care are dwindling. Recently, a learned man from our village advised me that if there are any heirlooms at home, one might fetch a good price in the capital. It was then I remembered we possess a piece of ancestral jade, which I have heard is quite precious. I cannot ascertain if it is truly worth 8,000. But for the sake of my child, I implore you to do me a kindness and purchase it. The young boy, hearing this, pleaded, "Uncle, please have mercy on me. When I grow up, I will surely repay your kindness." Observing their plight, old Joe became increasingly convinced that the jade pig dragon in his possession must be a genuine artifact. Just as he was about to acquiesce, a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. "Sister, I will take this jade pig dragon for 30,000. Old Joe, taken aback, turned to see a well-dressed, middle-aged man who had seemingly appeared beside them. Disregarding the rules of bidding is a breach of decorum, and this tactic of inflating the price to snatch it away is known as blocking the path. Such misconduct was intolerable to old Joe, particularly as it threatened his opportunity for substantial profit, inciting an immediate reaction from him. The middle-aged man, unfazed, responded with a casual smile. "Dear sir, you have yet to finalize your purchase. I am quite fond of this piece as well. Please allow me to have it. Moreover, to think you could acquire this jade pig dragon for 8,000 seems rather unfair. Fine then, I shall bid 500,000. Old Joe gritted his teeth and raised his offer. As events unfolded, the bids escalated, 10,000, 15,000, 30,000, culminating in the middle-aged man's offer of 550,000. At this point, old Joe was utterly consumed by the frenzy, calculating his assets and, with steely resolve, shouted, "I bid 600,000. Ha! If you can surpass 600,000, I shall withdraw." The middle-aged man sighed deeply and turned away, leaving the woman to display a look of astonishment. Sensing his triumph, old Joe smugly remarked to her, "Come, let us go sign the agreement." What followed was the tragic lesson previously mentioned. Old Joe's experience serves as a cautionary tale, revealing key principles for those venturing into the antiquities trade. One must learn extensively, observe diligently, purchase sparingly, and above all, resist greed, qualities that old Joe unfortunately embodied in excess. To begin with, although old Joe specialized in calligraphy and painting, his knowledge of Hongshan jade was only superficial at best. Thus, he, fully aware of the rampant counterfeit of Hongshan jade, audaciously disregarded the opinions of others and hastily concluded the authenticity of the jade pig dragon, revealing a certain degree of arrogance. Furthermore, regarding the perforation and polishing, the Hongshan culture, which dates back 5,000 to 6,000 years, employed animal bones for drilling, often resulting in misaligned centers that produced what are known as step marks, with holes exhibiting a honeycomb structure, larger on the outside and smaller within. In this contemporary era of forgery, the use of bone for drilling is inconceivable. Instead, electric tools or small knives are utilized, creating spiral patterns that certainly did not exist in the Hongshan period. As for polishing, individuals of that time relied on animal hides or jade powder, repeatedly rubbing the jade to achieve a polished finish. The fats from the hides would be released during the friction, adhering to the surface of the jade, rendering it brighter and more lustrous. In contrast, modern techniques involve electric mechanical polishing, commencing with an initial coarse polish using an electric plastic brush, followed by a secondary polish with a bristle brush, and concluding with a fine polish using a cotton brush. Some forgers may also employ animal hides or jade powder for repeated friction on the jade. However, regardless of the proficiency of these methods, they cannot replicate the authentic effects of genuine Hongshan jade. A careful examination with a magnifying glass would reveal the discrepancies. Yet, old Joe never even took out a magnifying glass throughout the process, leading to predictable results. Moreover, had old Joe sought to broaden his knowledge, he would have discovered that in the span of over 20 years, since the 1970s and 1980s, only 3 jade pig dragons have been unearthed, with a few others previously categorized as beast-shaped jade artifact from the Shang and Zhou dynasties now recognized as Hongshan jade pig dragons. Following the excavation of the Nyolyang River Hongshan cultural site, these few beast-shaped jade pieces were ultimately identified as jade pig dragons, alongside several others collected from private sources, totaling around 20 pieces. Given the current number of discovered burial mounds, it is quite likely that 100 jade pig dragons would represent an upper limit. With such a scarce quantity, The mere appearance of one in the hands of a peasant woman raises significant concerns for anyone with even a modicum of knowledge on the subject. Most critically, had he been more informed about market trends, he would have realized that the jade pig dragon he purchased bore an identical shape to one sold at an autumn auction the previous year. This similarity elicited laughter from the appraiser when he sought their expertise. In the world of antiques, merchants are often quite shrewd. They can spin tales that breathe life into even the most lifeless of items. Even old Joe has engaged in such practices. Thus, for newcomers stepping into the antique trade, making mistakes is not terrifying, nor is stumbling upon pitfalls, but as long as one is not greedy, even when missteps occur, the losses are typically minimal and do not entail significant repercussions. Moreover, such experiences contribute to valuable learning, embodying the adage of gaining wisdom through adversity in the realm of antiques. However, once avarice takes hold, financial ruin may swiftly follow, and Lao Zhou stands as a vivid testament to this truth. Alas, Lao Zhou's obsession with wealth is truly alarming. After listening to Boss Feng's lamentations, Chu Chen could not help but feel a deep sense of melancholy. Yet, he was not particularly surprised by Lao Zhou's fate, for his character was inherently flawed, placing an excessive value on money and profit. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to betraying those close to him. This young man. Boss Feng shook his head with a sigh. You were a bit late. Lao Zhou's shop and its contents were all transferred yesterday by his prodigal son. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed heard of Lao Zhou's son, a complete wastrel, but his profligacy was not akin to the typical indulgences of drinking, gambling, or debauchery. Rather, it manifested in the realm of antiques. Given that Lao Zhou was also engaged in antiquities, one might wonder how his son managed to squander wealth in this field. The answer lies in the fact that Lao Zhou's son adamantly refused to learn about calligraphy and painting appraisal from his father, opting instead to pursue the collection of ancient jade. While this choice in itself was not problematic, provided he applied himself diligently, his approach was tragically superficial. He acquired only a smattering of knowledge and mistakenly believed himself to be quite adept. The ancient jade market is notorious within the antiquities trade as a hotspot for forgery and deceit. With such a meager understanding, Lao Zhou's son plunged headlong into this treacherous arena, and the outcome was all but predictable. In the world of antiquities, some newcomers are adept at learning from their mistakes, absorbing lessons after misjudgments, thereby enhancing their expertise. However, a small fraction of individuals, like Lao Zhou's son, not only fail to learn from their errors, but also regard the insights of others as erroneous, believing solely in their own misguided perceptions. Such individuals are ensnared in a delusion. No amount of failures seems sufficient to awaken them. As a consequence of his reckless pursuits, Lao Zhou's son squandered much of the family's wealth, even driving Lao Zhou's wife to her grave in sheer despair. Yet, Lao Zhou's son remained obstinate and unrepentant. In a fit of rage, Lao Zhou severed financial ties with him. In truth, Lao Zhou's predicament was partly influenced by his son's actions. After all, his son was no longer a child, and parents often hope for their offspring to establish a family and career. In an effort to secure a stable future for his son, Lao Zhou sought to amass some savings, intending that, should he pass away, his child's livelihood would be assured. Nevertheless, Chu Chen believed that no matter how much money Lao Zhou's son might inherit, it would ultimately be squandered. Look, it has only been a few days since Lao Zhou's passing, and already the shop has changed hands. Any funds garnered will likely be funneled into his ancient jade pursuits once more. Alas, despite his son's failings, Chu Chen felt a sense of obligation to pay his respects to Lao Zhou, given their past connection. With this thought in mind, he called Uncle Wu to recount the events. Initially, Uncle Wu found the news hard to believe, but after listening to the full account, he expressed his deep sorrow. At the end of the call, he instructed Chu Chen to remain at the Baogui Temple, promising to join him shortly so they could together pay their respects at Lao Zhou's home. Once Chu Chen concluded the call, Boss Feng inquired, "Young man, are you here to procure goods from Lao Zhou? If so, why not take a look at what I have?" Upon witnessing this, Chu Chen offered a faint smile. It seemed that Mr. Feng was engaging him in conversation out of a potential business interest. However, it mattered little where the goods were sourced, as long as they met his standards and were reasonably priced. Thus, he spoke with a smile. "Mr. Feng, my name is Chu Chen, but you may call me Xiao Chu. I have indeed come to Old Zhou's place to procure some goods. However, I hold high expectations for their quality. They must at least be visually appealing, or else." "Ah, Xiao Chu, I understand your sentiments. To be honest, Old Zhou's goods are indeed exquisite. yet mine are equally commendable. Words alone cannot suffice. Let's have a look and decide from there. If they do not meet your expectations, we part ways amicably. As is proper, would you agree? Concluded Mr. Feng, ushering Chu Chen into his establishment. Mr. Feng was not exaggerating. The artworks in his collection were indeed on par with those found in Old Zhou's shop. A segment of his collection featured works from students and teachers of the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts. He explained that he provided the venue, while the artists contributed their creations, sharing the proceeds on a proportional basis. After perusing the collection, Chu Chen selected 3 pieces: a landscape painting, an artwork titled 3 Goats Bringing Prosperity, and a peony painting, all of commendable quality. The creators of these works were somewhat renowned, and he ended up spending 3,200 yuan, a price that seemed quite reasonable in light of the artwork's value, likely yielding him at least double the profit. Indeed, Mr. Feng, your merchandise is impressive. I look forward to our future exchanges. Should you acquire any noteworthy pieces, please do let me know, Chu Chen remarked, handing over his business card. Chu Chan's promptness in the transaction delighted Mr. Feng, as such clients are the most cherished by business people. Seizing the opportunity, Mr. Feng exchanged business cards with Chu Chen, nodding in agreement, certainly. At that moment, Uncle Wu's call came through, prompting Chu Chen to bid a hasty farewell. Old Zhou resided in a house passed down through generations, located near a bus station in the southern part of the city. The neighborhood was home to many freelancers, characterized by a certain dishevelment that bore the semblance of a slum. Old Zhou's current living situation was a consequence of his son's reckless spending. Previously, in addition to this house, they owned property near Uncle Wu's place. However, due to his son's disastrous foray into antique trading, which resulted in significant losses, Old Zhou was compelled to sell that property to settle debts. Given these circumstances, it was no wonder Old Zhou placed such importance on finances, which ultimately led to the tragic events that transpired earlier. Knock, knock, knock. Despite it being the 3rd day since Old Zhou's passing, the front door remained tightly shut. Uncle Wu approached and rapped on the door. Who is it? An impatient voice echoed from within. After a considerable delay, the door was finally opened. Standing at the threshold was a man in his 30s, Old Zhou's son, Zhou Jude. Ironically, his name contrasted sharply with his demeanor, as he was anything but virtuous. Upon seeing Uncle Wu and Chu Chen at the door, his impatient expression softened into a faint smile. Ah, it's Uncle Wu. Have you come to pay your respects to my father? Uncle Wu observed the expression on Xiao Zhou's face and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Xiao Zhou, he said, your father has passed away, yet you didn't even bother to call me. If it weren't for Xiao Chen visiting your father's shop today and bringing me the news, I would still be in the dark. As they entered the house, Xiao Zhou replied, Uncle Wu, I truly had no choice. My father's departure was so sudden, and he left nothing behind for me. My aunt only came once during the cremation, took away 1,000 or so yuan, and left. With that meager amount and a little from home, I can barely afford a burial plot. How could I possibly fund a proper funeral? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen inwardly scoffed, thinking to himself, you drove your mother to her grave, and do you really expect your aunt to assist with the funeral? Given your situation, it's a blessing enough that you were left with even a bit of money. Uncle Wu, on the other hand, could not suppress his irritation. So you felt it unnecessary to inform anyone? The trio traversed the courtyard and arrived at the room where Old Zhou had lived. Besides a simple memorial setup, the place had been thoroughly cleared out. Chu Chen couldn't help but think to himself, truly the mark of a prodigal. Chapter 49, The Prodigal, Part 2. Uncle Wu gazed at Old Zhou's memorial portrait and felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He anticipated losing yet another childhood companion. With one friend abroad and 2 others settled in distant locales, he realized that none of their childhood friends remained in the capital, which only deepened his melancholy. After paying his respects to Old Zhou, Uncle Wu handed Xiao Zhou 3,000 yuan, saying, I can't be of much assistance, but this sum should suffice for some paper offerings for your father. The rest is for you to manage. You ought to find a job and lead a decent life. Xiao Zhou accepted the money, his eyes brightening. Uncle Wu, you're truly my only ally right now. My father left behind several pieces of calligraphy and paintings. Could you help me with those? Uncle Wu was nearly incensed by the request, nearly storming off. How could this person be so unreasonable? Just days after his father's death, he was already contemplating liquidating his father's possessions, and surely the proceeds would be squandered on his unreliable antiquities. This individual seemed utterly beyond redemption. However, upon reflection, Uncle Wu sighed inwardly. If the prices were reasonable, he might as well purchase them himself. It would be better to preserve them than to see them sold off at a pittance, thus keeping a fragment of a dear friend's memory alive. "Then lead us to see them," he said, though his tone was laced with a certain unfriendly edge, revealing his lack of goodwill toward Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou, however, was unperturbed by the tone. As long as he could sell the paintings, he considered it a favorable outcome. He guided the two men into a small adjacent room. Upon entering, a sharp, acrid odor assaulted their senses, prompting both to wrinkle their noses and cover their faces. After a few moments, they began to acclimate to the stench, which stemmed from the counterfeit antiquities Xiao Zhou had purchased. It is widely acknowledged that the vast majority of counterfeit ancient jade artifacts are subjected to chemical immersion in an attempt to replicate the effects of natural erosion. As a result, these imitations often retain a faint chemical odor, while one or two pieces may not emit a noticeable scent. The presence of thousands of such replicas in a confined space undoubtedly accumulates a pungent chemical aroma. Upon leading two individuals into the room, Xiao Zhou, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Uncle Wu, what do you think? My collection is quite impressive, isn't it?" Faced with Xiao Zhou's self-congratulatory demeanor, Uncle Wu found himself a loss for words and urged him, "Xiao Zhou, please bring out the paintings and calligraphy. It is getting late, and we have other matters to attend to." "Certainly, Uncle Wu, just a moment," Xiao Zhou replied, taking the cue to approach a dark, damp corner from which he retrieved 3 scrolls. Uncle Wu felt a mix of anger and concern upon witnessing this, as it is common knowledge that paintings and calligraphy should ideally be stored in a relatively dry environment. The current damp conditions pose a significant threat to their preservation, and the absence of protective boxes only exacerbates the situation. It is certain that within a few months, these scrolls will succumb to moisture and mold. As Uncle Wu struggled to contain his frustration, Chu Chen promptly intervened, recognizing that there was little point in admonishing someone so obstinately ignorant. If he were capable of understanding, his mother would not have succumbed to exasperation over his behavior. Xiao Zhou carelessly placed the scrolls on the table and inquired, "Uncle Wu, do let me know if you find them satisfactory." Before examining them, Uncle Wu took a deep breath to calm his agitation and, alongside Chu Chen, approached the table to carefully unfurl the scrolls for closer inspection. Among the 3 pieces, 2 were paintings, and 1 was a calligraphic work, all attributed to well-known artists. They first scrutinized the calligraphy, which measured approximately 5 square feet and was a piece executed in semi-cursive script by He Yu in 1912. He Yu was one of the renowned figures of the late Qing dynasty's Shanghai school, having studied under Hu Gongshou and Ren Yi, and later became a disciple of Zhu Menglu. He was celebrated for his floral and avian compositions, often favoring larger, more intricate works centered on festive themes. Despite his commendable artistic abilities, he earned his living through the sale of paintings for 6 decades, resulting in a considerable number of extant works. Consequently, while his art is of notable quality, it does not command a high price in the antique market, which tends to value rarity and excellence. This particular semi-cursive work exhibited fluidity and strength, reflecting the artistic essence of its creator, and could be regarded as one of Yu's more commendable calligraphic pieces. Regrettably, however, its condition was less than ideal, with several mold spots marring the paper due to moisture damage, detracting from the overall quality of the piece. Thus, a work originally valued at 6,000 or 7,000 could now fetch no more than around 4,000. Upon observing the condition of this calligraphy, Uncle Wu and Chu Chen could not help but feel apprehensive about the 2 accompanying paintings. Yet, upon reflection, they recalled that these 3 artworks had only recently come into Xiao Zhou's possession, and it was likely that they bore the same condition while still in old Zhou's care. With this realization, they felt a slight sense of relief. Next, the 2 individuals observed a landscape painting by Wang Xuehao, measuring approximately 3 square feet, which he created in the year 1821. Wang Xuehao was a moderately renowned painter during the late Qing dynasty, celebrated for his landscape artistry. His technique was notably influenced by the esteemed court painter Wang Yuanqi of the same era. Initially a disciple of Li Yude, he later explored sketching in middle age, employing subtle hues, and claimed to have captured the untrammeled spirit of the Yuan dynasty. The landscape in front of them reflects Wang Xuehao's characteristic vigorous brushwork and elegant charm. The textures and shading exhibit a distinctive mastery, with an ancient and ethereal quality permeating the paper. However, this piece belongs to a transitional phase in his later years, incorporating the technique of broken strokes. Yet, this transformation was constrained by the limitations of the times, failing to achieve a fresh artistic style and not entirely reinventing his work, thereby affecting the overall quality of his painting. Consequently, although this piece is considered one of his finer works, its quality has diminished its market value. estimated to be no more than 5 to 6,000. The final artwork was by Zhang Jian, another moderately prominent painter of the Qing dynasty. But he lived during the reign of Emperor Kangxi. He began his studies at the age of 30, representing a late bloomer, excelling in both calligraphy and poetry. Zhang Jian was particularly adept at painting bamboo, earning admiration from both domestic and international circles. The piece presented before them was a painting of stone bamboo. However, as they gradually unfurled the painting, Wu Shu's brow furrowed, for he could clearly discern traces of watermarks on the paper, seemingly recent. Observing this, Wu Shu shot a sharp glance at Xiao Zhou. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Zhou hurriedly explained, "Uncle Wu, it was not my intention. I accidentally dripped some water on it while admiring the painting yesterday. Besides, look, the water only fell on the blank areas, right?" Upon hearing Wu Shu's insights, Xiao Zhou appeared somewhat dismayed and timidly inquired, "Does that mean the painting's value has decreased?" "What do you think?" Wu Shu retorted, turning his attention back to the artwork. While Wu Shu conversed with Xiao Zhou, Chu Chen had been fixated on a particular area affected by the water, sensing something peculiar, a faint ink hue that sparked his suspicion. After employing his abilities, not only did his previous assumptions find validation, but he was also filled with unexpected delight, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This painting did not disappoint either Wu Shu or Chu Chen. The scroll depicted clusters of bamboo, elegantly portraying their varied heights and balanced density with a graceful and ethereal presence. It indeed embodied Zhang Jian's signature style, capturing the bamboo's delicate beauty and robust density. Additionally, the seals, inscriptions, and provenance marks on the artwork corroborated its authenticity as a genuine piece by Zhang Jian. Remarkably, this work measured approximately 15 square feet, a rarity among Zhang Jian's oeuvre, rendering it exceptionally precious. After examining the 3 pieces left by Lao Zhou, the two were able to confirm that all 3 were indeed authentic. However, due to the artist's limited fame and the condition of the works, their value was not particularly high. Uncle Wu inquired of Xiao Zhou, "Xiao Zhou, I have seen the pieces, and they are quite commendable. How much do you want for these 3 works?" With a glint in his eye, Xiao Zhou responded, "Uncle Wu, you are aware of my financial predicament. Given our long-standing relationship, I would let you take these 3 pieces for 40,000. Uncle Wu was taken aback by Xiao Zhou's asking price. He felt a surge of indignation. The first 2 works together were worth, at most, 10,000. The last piece, while approximately 15 square feet and rare among Zhang Jian's works, did not quite exhibit the artist's full potential. Thus, considering the artist's reputation, the piece's aesthetic value, and their condition, a valuation of around 15,000 would be generous. Even at auction, they would sell for a mere 20 to 30,000 at best. Though Xiao Zhou primarily dealt in ancient jade, his father's connections had afforded him some understanding of the market for paintings and calligraphy. It was evident that Wu's willingness to offer 40,000 reflected his character. Not only was Uncle Wu irked, but Chu Chen was also quite displeased by the price Xiao Zhou had proposed. Initially, he had entertained the notion of securing a bargain, but now found himself entirely unconcerned. Upon hearing such a price, Uncle Wu contemplated leaving, but considering Xiao Zhou was the son of an old friend and knowing his character, he patiently explained, "Xiao Zhou, these are indeed genuine works, but you know the artist's reputations are not very high. Among these pieces, only the last one, Zhang Jian stone bamboo, holds the most value, and even then, 15,000 is a generous offer in the market. As for the other 2, I need not elaborate. The highest I can offer is 10,000, totaling 25,000. What do you think?" However, Uncle Wu's earnest explanation seemed to have little impact on Xiao Zhou. With a pained expression, replied, "Uncle Wu, you are well aware of my family situation. We are nearly out of provisions. How about this? I can make a concession and let you have them for 33,000. After all, you have already offered 25. 8,000 is not much, wouldn't you agree?" At this, Uncle Wu felt a profound disappointment. The price he had proposed was already among the highest in the market. Were it not for his friendship with Xiao Zhou's father, he would not have offered such an amount. Yet, Xiao Zhou was asking for even more, treating him as if he were a fool. Xiao Zhou was taken aback by Uncle Wu's forthrightness and momentarily lost his composure. As for Chu Chen, had it not been for his earlier discovery, he would not have remained to endure such an awkward situation. After following Uncle Wu for a few steps, he turned around with a stoic expression and stated, "Mr. Zhou, I'm also a longtime client of your father's and have benefited from his kindness. For these 3 pieces, I can offer a maximum of 30,000. If you wish to sell, we can conclude the transaction immediately. Otherwise, we have nothing further to discuss." although Xiao Zhou felt a lingering reluctance. He contemplated that if he were to sell to someone else, he would not be able to fetch such a price. Thus, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. It must be said that Xiao Zhou's thoughts and actions were undoubtedly inherited from Lao Zhou, a phenomenon often referred to as exploiting familiarity. The distinction lies in that Lao Zhou still retained a sense of friendship, whereas Xiao Zhou had become utterly indifferent to kinship. Mr. Zhou, may I kindly request that we sign a sales agreement? I would not want to be wrongfully accused of theft, Chu Chen remarked at the end, his disdain for this individual palpable. However, such words seemed to have no effect on Xiao Zhou, who continued to smile as he completed the transaction. Uncle Wu appeared genuinely incensed. Even when Chu Chen expressed his intention to purchase the 3 artworks, he did not stay. As Chu Chen exited Lao Zhou's residence, Uncle Wu confronted him at the door, exclaiming, "Xiao Chen, why do you waste your money on such a person? Someone like him should not have their way. Even if you pay a premium for these items, do you think he would be grateful?" Seeing this, Chu Chen hastily reassured him, "Uncle Wu, please calm down. As you said, what is there to be upset about with such a person? Besides, do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to let him succeed? Is there perhaps some hidden mystery within this painting?" Uncle Wu pondered, furrowing his brow at Chu Chen's words. With a grin, Chu Chen jested, "Hasn't our bid for the Olympics been successful? In response to the nation's call, I aim to contribute to our spiritual and cultural development. Thus, I am preparing to delve into the realm of calligraphy and painting, providing the masses with some spiritual sustenance." Our Xiao Chen possesses lofty ideals. Already contemplating how to alleviate the nation's burdens, Aunt Wu chimed in with a smile, giving him a thumbs up. Uncle Wu took a sip of tea and remarked with a chuckle, "Wife, do not be swayed by his nonsense. Look at his demeanor. Can he truly harbor such noble thoughts? Old Wu, you are merely envious. Just observe how handsome Xiao Chen is, with such a pleasant temperament and filial piety. How could he not possess lofty ideals? In my opinion, someone as remarkable as him is hard to find. What a pity Xiao Ku is still abroad. Otherwise, I would have her pursue you. Indeed, there is wisdom in that." Uncle Wu nodded in agreement with a smile. Witnessing their exchange, Chu Chen nearly broke into a sweat and quickly redirected the conversation. "Uncle Wu, what are your thoughts on this painting?" "Well, bring out that problematic piece and elucidate for me what hidden mysteries it holds," Uncle Wu responded. The couple exchanged knowing smiles at Chu Chen's expression, and they did not elaborate further on the topic, as Aunt Wu excused herself to prepare dinner. Chu Chen retrieved the painting of the Dianthus by Zhang Jian and, as he unfurled it, commented, "I believe the other 2 pieces are fine, but this particular one seems to hold some deeper significance." "Uncle Wu, feel this paper. Does it not seem a tad thick?" Uncle Wu furrowed his brow, examining the paper closely. He struggled to discern any difference at first, but upon further inspection, he acknowledged that it did seem somewhat thicker, albeit not overtly noticeable. Thus, he inquired, "Are you suggesting that this is a painting within a painting?" Although the paper felt somewhat thick to the touch, its thickness was not conspicuous, unless the person concealing it was exceptionally skilled. To judge solely based on this slight thickness seemed rather presumptuous. Chu Chen smiled as he elucidated, "This is certainly not the case. I merely discerned a subtle difference after discovering a clue. Uncle Wu, look at this dampened area." Uncle Wu followed his drusher and gazed at the spot. Initially, it appeared indistinguishable, but as he leaned closer, he noticed a hint of ink seeping through the paper. This revelation instantly ignited his excitement. If they were not mistaken, this painting likely concealed another artwork within it, and to use such a genuine piece to obscure it meant that the hidden work was undoubtedly more precious. Uncle Wu exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Well done, Xiao Chen. Your keen eye has truly uncovered this subtle hue." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen hesitated and said, "Uncle Wu, we just visited old Lu today. Won't he be displeased if we visit again tomorrow?" Uncle Wu chuckled. "Do you think old Lu has such a narrow mind? Besides, we are not merely visiting for idle chatter. He would welcome your daily visits for matters like this. I, too, wish to see old Lu every day. However, I cannot expect fortune to shine upon me daily." Chu Chen chuckled softly. "What has got you two so merry?" Aunt Wu emerged from the kitchen, intrigued by their cheerful demeanor. After hearing Uncle Wu's brief explanation, Aunt Wu joyfully remarked, "Xiao Chen, it seems you're on the brink of striking it rich. Any woman who marries you in the future will never have to worry about food and clothing." "Oh, if only my little Ku could find such fortune." Chu Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, thinking, we are only 21, after all. Why the rush? Fortunately, at that moment, Grandma Wu appeared to diffuse the situation. "All right, Let us not tease Chu Chen any longer. It's time to prepare for dinner. The following day, Chu Chen rose early and diligently practiced his martial arts several times. After a day without practice, he felt a slight itch in his bones. Since the upgrade of his abilities, this was the first time he had trained with such fervor, and he realized that, under the influence of his powers, his progress in martial arts was becoming increasingly apparent. He could sense improvements almost daily, and at this rate, he might achieve a breakthrough within a year. However, this did not overly concern Chu Chen, as he initially pursued martial arts with the intention of strengthening his body, a sentiment that remained unchanged. Moreover, the essence of Tai Chi emphasizes naturalness, and the pursuit of breakthroughs should never be forced. Thus, even with his newfound abilities, he continued to embrace a philosophy of going with the flow, avoiding any deliberate alterations. Having understood old Lu's habits, Chu Chen did not wait for Uncle Wu to call and urge him. After completing his morning tasks, he set off to Uncle Wu's house shortly after 7 o'clock. On the road, Chu Chen unexpectedly received a call from Zhou Wenping. The conversation bore no significant matters. Zhou merely inquired if he had any pressing engagements the following day. If not, he intended to book train tickets to Beijing. Chu Chen had no urgent affairs to attend to. Thus, he readily acquiesced. Moreover, he learned from Zhou that Li Guodong would not only be bringing his girlfriend along, but that she would also be accompanied by her classmates. It was said that one of her classmates was exceptionally beautiful, prompting Zhou to jest that he should seize the opportunity. Chapter 51, The Unveiling, Part 2. Such a notion was one Chu Chen would certainly not entertain. He was already at a loss regarding Wu Ku. How could he possibly seek the company of other girls? Furthermore, he harbored no interest in polygamy. Uncle Wu, why are you waiting for me at the door again? Upon arriving at Uncle Wu's residence, Chu Chen discovered that Uncle Wu was already holding the painting, waiting for him at the entrance. Without a hint of embarrassment, Uncle Wu remarked, I simply wish to see the esteemed painting as soon as possible. The anticipation has been quite unbearable through the night. Chu Chen was at a loss for words. His own eagerness as the owner of the artwork was non-existent, yet Uncle Wu seemed far more anxious. It was a case of the emperor being unhurried while the eunuch fretted, though perhaps that analogy was somewhat misplaced, as Uncle Wu was certainly not a eunuch. However, will our early visit disturb old Lu? Uncle Wu assured him with a reassuring gaze, not at all. I just spoke with him, and he is quite intrigued by the painting. Have you had breakfast, Chu Chen? If so, let's set off. The two made their way to old Lu's residence with familiarity. As before, Lu Qingshu awaited them at the entrance. However, unlike the previous day, today there were only the two of them as guests. This time, Lu Qingshu did not lead them to the pavilion as she had the day before, but took them directly to the living room, where old Lu was already waiting for them. The interior decor exuded an ancient and natural charm, distinct from the other places Chu Chen had previously visited. Here, the ambience was imbued with warmth, making one feel as though they had stepped into their own home. Just as they were about to greet old Lu, he eagerly interrupted them, saying, Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly unveil the painting for me to see. In response, Chu Chen began to reveal the artwork, inwardly chuckling at old Lu's unexpected eagerness, having previously perceived him as a figure of composure. Once the Shizhu painting was displayed before them, old Lu stepped forward to examine it closely, displaying a calm demeanor. He meticulously browsed the entire piece before focusing on the watercolored sections, carefully feeling the texture of the paper. After completing his examination, old Lu expressed admiration, saying, The person who mounted this painting possesses remarkable skill. They must be a master within the Wu school. In the art of mounting calligraphy and paintings, there are primarily 4 schools, Su, Huyang, and Jing, with the Su mounting art being renowned nationwide, as old Lu had noted regarding the Wu school. The characteristics of Su-style mounting lie in its flat and supple presentation, with a palette that is understated yet elegant, embodying a sense of antiquity and grace. The craftsmanship is exquisite, reflecting a harmonious unity in design and meticulous attention to detail, earning it the esteemed reputation of being unparalleled in its beauty, particularly in contrast to other regional styles. Lu Lao, on the other hand, has mastered the art of Jing-style mounting, which has been directly influenced by Su-style techniques. Jing mounting, shaped by the opulence of the imperial court, is characterized by its strikingly vibrant colors and substantial backing, imparting an air of nobility and grandeur. Together, Su and Jing styles represent the two most prominent schools of Chinese mounting, resonating across the north and south, and continue to hold a dominant position to this day. Now, regarding this particular artwork, since it is mounted in the Wu style, one might wonder if Lu Lao would encounter difficulties in unveiling the painting beneath. However, there is no need for concern, as the core mounting techniques are indeed quite similar. This is largely due to the time-honored traditions passed down through generations in the mounting profession. The paste used during the mounting process is water-soluble, allowing future restorers to access the artwork when necessary. Lu Lao chuckled, remarking on the ingenuity of the mount maker, who thought to conceal the painting beneath a genuine Zhangjian piece. Most would never suspect that another painting lies beneath, he noted. Yet you are fortunate. The water that has touched it likely contains a hint of oil, otherwise the colors underneath would not reveal themselves so easily. Upon hearing Lu Lao's words, Chu Chen and Uncle Wu exchanged glances, realizing that they had not considered this aspect. Indeed, if only ordinary water had been used, it would have left merely a yellow stain, obscuring the underlying artwork. Reflecting on this, Chu Chen could not help but curse lightly under his breath, lamenting how unreliable Xiao Zhou was for examining art while dining. Anyone who truly cherishes a piece would never act so carelessly. Xiao Chu, when you unveil the painting, there is a possibility that the Zhangjian piece may sustain damage. What are your plans? Lu Lao inquired. Chu Chen pondered for a moment, hesitating before responding. Lu Lao, it's not that I am concerned about the monetary value, but I feel it would be a pity for such a painting to be ruined. However, let us prioritize what is most important. Upon hearing Chu Chen's decision, Lu Lao expressed his delight, saying, Xiao Chu, your attitude is commendable. Not only in the realm of calligraphy and painting, but in dealing with other antiques, we must strive to preserve even the lesser valued pieces, for they embody the labor and artistic achievements of our ancestors. We must protect them as best we can. However, Lu Lao added with a playful tone, your last remark, Xiao Chu, doesn't he imply doubt in my skills, does it? Observing Chu Chen's expression of feigned trepidation, Lu Lao burst into laughter. You are quite the dramatist. Go fetch me a kettle of boiling water and bring it to my studio next door. The purpose of the boiling water is to wash the entire painting, effectively removing the surface dust and, more importantly, cleansing any areas that had previously been wet. Of course, this method can only address recent water stains. If the damage has persisted over time and penetrated the artwork, then chemical solutions would be required. As Chu Chen entered Lu Lao's studio, carrying a pot of freshly boiled water, he noticed that Lu Lao had already removed the various supports from the painting scroll, leaving only the artwork itself. Lu Lao carefully placed the scroll on the table, surrounding it with towels, and then gently misted it with a spray bottle. Once the scroll was adequately dampened, he poured the recently boiled water over it, a step taken to cleanse the areas that had previously absorbed moisture and to eliminate the dust and impurities that had accumulated on the ancient painting over time. With great care, Lu Lao rearranged the scroll and meticulously dabbed the water from its surface with a towel, wringing it into a basin beside him. Chu Chen observed as the water that was wrung out appeared yellowish, indicative of the dirt being washed away from the painting. After completing the process, Lu Lao straightened his back and twisted slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort after bending for an extended period, given his age. Noticing the concerned expressions of the three onlookers, he chuckled, saying, all right, I've trained for this, I'm not so delicate. Now, let's see what lies beneath that painting. As he spoke, Lu Lao retrieved a pair of tweezers and began to carefully peel back a corner of the paper. To everyone's excitement, he immediately uncovered 3 thin sheets, which they believed to be the primary paper of the first painting, the backing paper, and the primary paper of the second painting. However, Lu Lao suspected that the situation was not so straightforward. After a meticulous examination, he used the tweezers to probe the first layer of paper, and soon enough, it split into 2 sheets. The second sheet turned out to be a blank page, serving as a separator between the 2 artworks, while the third sheet also divided into 2 parts. Thus, counting from the top down, there were a total of 5 layers of paper. The first layer was the primary paper of the stone bamboo painting, the second layer, its backing paper, the third, a blank sheet, the fourth, the primary paper of the second painting, and the fifth, its backing paper. What a masterful craftsmanship! Lu Lao et Golim, marveling at the 5 layers of paper, a feat that impressed the 3 observers as well. They recognized that the thickness of these layers was comparable to that of a traditionally mounted scroll, reflecting the dedication and skill of the person who had originally framed the artwork. Seeing this, Lu Lao turned to Chu Chen with a serious expression and said, Little Chu, the task ahead may become somewhat troublesome. The fact that we have uncovered 5 layers here suggests that the paper is rather thin, making the unveiling quite challenging. You must prepare yourself mentally. Initially, Lu Lao had anticipated no more than 3 layers, which would have made the task more manageable. But with 5 layers now revealed, the difficulty had significantly increased, prompting him to emphasize the caution to Chu Chen once more. Understood, Chu Chen replied without hesitation. Lu Lao, please proceed as you see fit. My mindset is simply that it is fortune if we succeed, and if we fail, so be it. Lu Lao chuckled. Your attitude is commendable, little Chu. Since you feel this way, I shall strive to preserve both paintings. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Mr. Lu was immensely pleased. He proceeded to explain the steps of unveiling the painting to the 3 individuals present, and then produced a specially formulated washing solution, preparing to commence the formal unveiling. The initial step involved applying the washing solution to the painting, taking care not to prolong the process due to considerations for the second layer. Once the appropriate amount of time had elapsed, Mr. Lu decided to begin with the second layer, ensuring the utmost safety for the first piece. After successfully revealing the first layer, it was imperative to quickly flip it, smooth it out, and remove the backing paper. Subsequently, the first piece was adjusted, and the backing was mounted on the wall. Once the first painting was properly handled, fresh solution was reapplied, and the second layer was treated. As the brief exposure during the initial process, coupled with the intermediary blank paper, may have hindered the solution's penetration. After completing this step, the blank paper could be removed, followed by flipping, smoothing, and removing the backing paper of the second painting for cleaning and adjustment. Ultimately, this meticulous procedure led to the successful culmination of the task. As Mr. Lu's mounting work unfolded step by step, it became evident that his method was indeed sound. The first painting emerged unscathed, showcasing itself beautifully before everyone. Chapter 52, The Unveiling, Part 2. Although Mr. Lu appeared somewhat fatigued after this stage, he proceeded with the subsequent tasks in an orderly and composed manner. As the blank paper was gradually peeled away, another artwork, similarly themed with stones and bamboo, revealed itself to the audience. All present were filled with excitement and wonder upon witnessing this piece, for its creator was extraordinarily renowned, a figure universally acknowledged in the realm of calligraphy and painting. However, as the unveiling process was not yet complete, everyone had to temper their exhilaration and await Mr. Lu's final completion of the task. To their astonishment, it was a bamboo and stone painting created by Zhang Xie. Once the entire unveiling process concluded, Mr. Lu, disregarding his fatigue, approached with a magnifying glass, murmuring to himself in profound excitement. While some may not recognize Zhang Xie, his alternate name, Zheng Banxiao, would certainly resonate with many. Zheng Banxiao, one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou during the Qing dynasty, is among the most celebrated and widely known painters of that era. Su Beihong once remarked, Mr. Banxiao is one of the most extraordinary figures in China over the past 300 years, with thoughts that are peculiar, writings that are unique, and exceptional artistry in both calligraphy and painting. Zheng Banxiao excelled in poetry, prose, and painting alike, passionately depicting landscapes and often engaging with literary figures. His love for painting bamboo and stones is marked by a vigorous spirit, establishing his unparalleled status in the history of painting and his enduring influence on future generations. This bamboo and stone painting, as indicated by its inscription, appears to be a gift from Zheng Banxiao to a friend, dated May of the year of the Kangxi reign, specifically the year 1762 in the lunar calendar. This period marked the zenith of his artistic maturity, characterized by bold and versatile brushwork, with compositions that were both sparse and imbued with profound meaning, embodying a remarkable fusion of poetry, calligraphy, painting, and seal carving. Several names inscribed with seals and collection stamps belong to renowned figures, leading one to almost conclusively ascertain that this painting is indeed a genuine work by Zheng Banxiao. However, whether in the realms of calligraphy, painting, or the appraisal of antiques, one must exercise utmost diligence. Thus, a meticulous examination of the artistic techniques and the inherent artistic conception is essential. Only through a thorough alignment with Zheng Banxiao's distinctive style can the authenticity of the artwork be genuinely determined. In the painting, clusters of elegant bamboo stand before the rocks, seemingly natural, presenting a scene rich in the charm of nature. The bamboo is arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, with slender stalks exuding a robust vitality. The leaves are delicately rendered with a hard brush, exhibiting a character akin to the strokes of clerical script, while the bamboo stems embody the essence of seal script, swaying gracefully, as noted in Zheng Banxiao's own inscription on the ink bamboo painting. Dompa and Luji wrote not merely about bamboo, yet my depictions of bamboo often draw inspiration from them. The slender leaves of my bamboo reflect the graceful strokes of Huang's writings. The stout leaves parallel Dongpa's vigorous and robust characters. This indicates that his technique for painting bamboo is derived from his calligraphic brushwork, a fact that is particularly evident in this piece. Furthermore, the tall bamboo with slender leaves fills the entire canvas, treated with light ink and fine strokes, while the more substantial leaves in the focal area are depicted with rich ink and bold strokes, creating a distinct separation from the tall bamboo and rocks, thereby enhancing the overall composition, a true manifestation of vitality, charm, and intention. Upon examining the rocks, it is evident that Zheng Banqiao's rendering of stones is primarily influenced by N.I. Zhan's technique, employing simple yet vigorous lines to outline without excessive embellishment. He applies a rough, hewn texture with minimal strokes, and the stones are devoid of moss, harmoniously complementing the elegant bamboo, thus enhancing the painting's grace. Though the rocks are sketched with simplicity, they convey a sense of steadfastness. This sentiment can be encapsulated in one of his poems, "Only the green mountains are my home, where peaks and rocky crevices meet autumn sands. Thus, I possess a resilient spirit, enduring the eastern winds without yielding." The essence of the rocks reflects the artist's own indomitable character. Throughout his life, even in the face of adversity, his spirit remained unwavering. The entirety of the artwork embodies the artist's own spirit, aptly summarized in the lines, "Firmly grasping the green mountains, my roots lie within the broken rocks. Through countless trials and tribulations, I remain steadfast, indifferent to the winds from the east, west, south, or north." Hence, upon a comprehensive review of the work, one can ascertain that this bamboo and rock painting is a genuine creation of Zheng Xie, known as Zheng Banqiao. Furthermore, the considerable size of this piece is comparable to the previously noted bamboo and rock painting by Zhang Jian, making it an exceptionally rare treasure. Upon hearing this, the three others present nodded in agreement, with Wu Shu enthusiastically patting Chu Chen's shoulder and exclaiming, "Xiao Chun, you are indeed fortunate." However, Lu Lao, upon hearing this, shook his head and remarked, "Zi Ping, I must respectfully disagree with your perspective. If not for Xiao Chu's discernment, this painting would never have reached his hands merely by chance. Consider, you were present at that time, and had the opportunity been yours, it would have been you, not him, who acquired this piece, had your insight matched his." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen promptly remarked, "Indeed, it is my fortune. Had I not chanced upon it, I would not have paid heed to that particular place." Before he could finish, Uncle Wu interjected, "Xiao Chun, Lu Lao is correct. My discernment pales in comparison to yours. The Yangtze River's relentless waves push the former waves aside. The new generation will inevitably replace the old. Your Uncle Wu have grown old, and witnessing your growth brings me immense joy. Moreover, I must credit your keen eye. Otherwise, how could I appreciate so many exquisite antiques that I have never encountered before?" "Uncle Wu, Chu Chen began to explain, but Lu Lao interrupted, saying, "Xiao Chu, your uncle speaks the truth. Our generation must eventually age, and we shall rely on you to carry on our legacy. Frankly, among the young individuals I have met, your talent in antiques is unparalleled. It brings me great joy to know that someone as exceptional as you will take up our mantle." Noticing Chu Chen's inclination to remain modest, Lu Lao chuckled. "However, as the saying goes, the journey reveals the horse's strength. If you can maintain your humility and continue to exhibit your current demeanor, perhaps we can engage in even deeper exchanges in the future. Yet, you must amend your tendency towards excessive modesty. As a young person, you ought to possess a bit more self-confidence." Upon hearing these words, Chu Chen was suddenly struck by a possibility he had scarcely dared to imagine, nearly bursting into joyous applause. With great effort, he suppressed his excitement and responded, "Lu Lao, I shall refrain from saying much else. In the future, I will diligently heed your teachings and conduct myself with integrity, ensuring I do not disappoint you." "Very well." Lu Lao waved his hand and smiled. "Xiao Chu, do not be so serious. In our field, passion is paramount. Do not impose excessive pressure on yourself, as it may yield counterproductive results." He then asked with a smile, "Xiao Chu, how do you plan to handle Mr. Banqiao's artwork? This bamboo and rock painting, in terms of the artist's skill and the ambience it conveys, is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Moreover, it has been cleverly concealed for many years, and in terms of its condition, it is flawless, appearing as though it remains untouched since the artist's creation. Thus, this piece is a rare gem, and for many collectors, possessing even a single piece of such quality throughout their lifetime is a significant achievement. Therefore, based on Chu Chen's sentiments, not only does he harbor affection for the artwork itself, but he also wishes to cherish it. However, seeing Lu Lao's evident admiration for the painting, he found himself hesitating, uncertain of how to proceed. After much contemplation, he spoke with a hint of reluctance and apology. Lu Lao, I truly adore this piece and find it difficult to part with. Uncle Wu, having grasped Lu Lao's earlier implication, understood the significance of this opportunity and felt anxious upon hearing Chu Chen's decision. However, Lu Lao interrupted him with a smile. Xiao Chu's decision receives my unequivocal approval. Initially, I harbored concerns that you might, in an effort to appease this old man, transfer this artwork back to me. While such an act would indeed bring me joy, it would inevitably cast doubt upon your genuine regard for antiquities. In this realm of collectibles, a true passion for the artifacts is paramount. Without it, no matter the accolades one may achieve, they remain merely a merchant, a type of individual I must confess I do not hold in high esteem. However, dear Xiao Chu, your recent decision has alleviated my disappointment regarding your attitude towards antiquities. With your intrinsic love for these treasures, combined with your own innate talent, I have every confidence that you shall advance further in this field. Initially, Chu Chen felt a twinge of anxiety regarding his decision, fearing that old Lu might be displeased. Upon hearing him speak, he could not help but feel a sense of relief, albeit tinged with lingering apprehension. He had not anticipated that this moment was a test orchestrated by old Lu. Fortunately, he did not forsake his convictions for the sake of momentary gain or loss. Uncle Wu, upon hearing this, felt a touch of embarrassment, realizing that his concern had perhaps clouded his judgment. Very well, Xiao Chu. I shall keep these 2 paintings for you and mount them properly, old Lu declared, weariness evident in his demeanor, a testament to his advancing years. Overjoyed, Chu Chen pondered for a moment and inquired, Old Lu, how shall the mounting cost be calculated? Ah, do you truly think an old man like me would quibble over such a trifling sum? If you are amenable, leave this painting with me for a month. How does that sound? Old Lu waved his hand, chuckling. Naturally, Chu Chen acquiesced with great pleasure, and upon noticing old Lu's fatigue, the 2 took their leave. Father, did you imply that you wish to take Xiao Chu as your disciple? Chapter 53, On the Train, Part 1. Haha, old Lu chuckled indeed. I entertain such a notion. Xiao Chu appears to possess commendable character and shows remarkable talent in the realm of antiquities. Furthermore, it is evident today that his affection for these artifacts is sincere. Such promising prospects are exceedingly rare these days. As you are aware, my 2 elder apprentices possess contrasting dispositions. One solely focused on profit, while the other is absorbed in museum studies. I find both temperaments unappealing. In contrast, Xiao Chu seems to embody the strengths of both. This quality particularly endears him to me. Thus, I would like you to discreetly investigate Xiao Chu's background and observe his future conduct. If he continues to exhibit the qualities he has thus far portrayed, I shall certainly take him as my final disciple. Xiao Chen, it appears that old Lu holds you in high regard. You must endeavor to make a good impression. Should you become his disciple, it would also bring honor to me. Uncle Wu, he said excitedly on the train. Chu Chen scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Uncle Wu, this matter is still in its infancy. Do not harbor excessive hopes. I shall simply continue living as I usually do and not dwell on it. Uncle Wu patted his shoulder and sighed. Xiao Chen, your mindset is commendable. I nearly jeopardized your prospects today. Reflecting on it now, it seems quite inappropriate. Chu Chen quickly reassured him. Uncle Wu, please do not overthink it. Your concern stems from your care for me, does it not? He promptly shifted the conversation, saying, Uncle Wu, there's something I need to discuss with you. A few days ago, I made plans with some friends to explore an old residence in Beijing, and we are leaving tomorrow. In the antique trade, such undertakings are quite commonplace, and Uncle Wu was not taken aback. He merely advised, Xiao Chen, do take care regarding safety. Keep your eyes peeled while exploring the residence, and be cautious of any potential hazards. I'll keep an eye on things at home. Time flew by, and before long, it was the afternoon of the following day. Chu Chen had packed his belongings and went to purchase some snacks and toys for the 2 children before preparing to set off. The train booked by Zhou Wenping was scheduled for nearly late evening. Chu Chen had checked online beforehand, and the journey from the capital to Beijing would take approximately 20 hours, arriving just in time for a meal. Their group consisted of 8 people, with the 2 children not requiring tickets. Thanks to Zhou Wenping's connections, they managed to secure a sleeper car, which was quite convenient. When Chu Chen arrived at the train station in the capital, Zhou Wenping's family was already waiting at the designated spot. After greeting them, he took out the toys he had prepared, eliciting cheers of joy from the children. Xiao Chen, you truly spoil them. Every time we meet, you bring them gifts. making your standing in my household higher than mine as their father, Zhou Wenping joked. Zhou's wife chimed in with a laugh, Chu Chen. Seeing how fond you are of children, perhaps you should address your personal matters as well. In our rural area, by your age, many are already discussing marriage. There are plenty of children running around. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chu Chen scratched his head and replied, Isn't it a bit too early for that? I'm only 21. I think I should wait a couple more years. Zhou's wife nodded, tapping his head playfully. It's not too early. This era is quite different from ours. After a few blind dates, families are already pushing for marriage. Nowadays, many couples date for a year or two. If you wait another 2 years, you'll be 25 or 26, and then you'll be considered a late bloomer. Zhou Wenping chimed in, nodding in agreement. My wife is right. Look, Guodong's girlfriend even brought a classmate along this time, and I hear she's quite beautiful. You should take this opportunity to get acquainted. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen quickly waved his hands. Let's not go there. Seeing his reluctance, Zhou's wife encouraged him. Xiao Chun, I must chastise you. When opportunities arise, you must seize them. Are you expecting others to pursue you? Or do you already have someone special in mind? Zhou's wife inadvertently hit the nail on the head, causing Chu Chen to awkwardly scratch his head and stammer. Seeing his discomfort, Zhou Wenping and his wife exchanged knowing glances and chuckled, patting Chu Chen on the shoulder. Ah, you rascal, and you haven't even mentioned having a partner. Shouldn't there be a penalty for that? Yes, a penalty. The two children chimed in, jumping with excitement. Zhou Wenping responded with a mock scold. You two, go play elsewhere. Adults are speaking here. Besides, do you even know what a partner is? Zhou Wenhui pouted her lips and remarked, Is there anything about a partner that is not known? Isn't it all on television? Those who kiss are partners. I saw you and your mother sharing a kiss with Xiaocong last time. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenping and Zhou Sa felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Zhou Sa, with her delicate complexion, turned crimson with shame. Chu Chen, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, yet in an effort to ease the tension, he interjected. After the jest, Zhou Wenping glanced at the time, his brow furrowing as he said, It's really quite something that Guodong hasn't arrived yet. There's less than an hour until the train departs, and we still don't see him. He must be picking up his girlfriend and that classmate. So he's running a bit late. Look, here they come. Chu Chen responded, just as he spotted Li Guodong hurriedly approaching with 2 girls in tow. When Li Guodong arrived, panting and apologizing, he explained, Sorry, everyone, we encountered a car accident on the way and got stuck in traffic. All right, let us have some water. We still have a bit of time. Noticing their sweaty appearances, Chu Chen took out 3 bottles of mineral water and handed them out. This gave him the chance to observe the 2 girls more closely. Both girls were approximately 165 meters tall and possessed remarkable beauty. The girl on the left had a pleasing figure, her round features exuding an undeniable charm. The one on the right, however, was particularly striking, drawing the eye effortlessly. Her fair, supple skin, delicate eyebrows, and eyes as clear as water, paired with a subtly defined nose and bright red lips, complemented her long, lustrous hair, giving her an air of grace reminiscent of a refined lady. After Li Guodong and the girls had taken a moment to catch their breath, Zhou Wenping smiled and said, So, are you going to introduce us? Li Guodong, smacking his forehead, exclaimed, Oh, I got a bit flustered earlier and completely forgot. Let me introduce you. This is my friend, Wen Yuding, he pointed to the charming girl. And this is my friend S classmate, Chu Yulan, he continued, gesturing towards the striking beauty. Following this, Li Guodong introduced the girls to Chu Chen and the others. When he mentioned Chu Chen's name, he noticed that Chu Yulan's gaze lingered on him with an intriguing intensity. After the introductions, as everyone became slightly more familiar, the time grew late, prompting the group to gather their belongings and head into the train station, where ticket checks were already underway. Amidst the flurry, they all managed to board the train safely, settling in before engaging in cheerful conversation. The train departed in the evening, and for the 2 children, it was their first train journey, sparking excitement as they jumped and shouted in glee. Meanwhile, Chu Yulan and Zhou Sa engaged in lively chatter, quickly becoming inseparable friends. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yulan produced 2 toys, and before long, she was playing joyfully with the 2 children. The 3 gentlemen observed the scene in bemusement, with Zhou Wenping quipping, Our internal comrades truly lack resolve. Guodong, do share how you came to know our Xiaowen. Sister Zhou inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen responded with an exaggerated laugh. Ah, no wonder I heard your roommate, Guodong, mention the saying guard against fire, theft, and senior brothers. It seems it applies here. His teasing elicited hearty laughter from those in the carriage. Li Guodong, witnessing the merriment, jokingly retorted, You rascal. You Ting and I are mutually affectionate, all right? Hearing it from your lips makes me sound like a thief. Haha, I didn't say that. It's merely your own interpretation. Chu Chen replied with a mischievous wink. As the two engaged in playful banter, Zhou Wenping intervened after a while and remarked, Xiao Chun, Guodong here has already experienced romance. You both are of similar ages and might as well discuss it to avoid future confusion. Indeed, Brother Chu, you don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? How about I introduce you to our Yuan? Wen Yuding suggested with a smile. With a cheerful demeanor, Wen Yuding continued, Yuan, I'm doing this for your own good. Have you not noticed how many infatuated suitors at our school drool over you? Some even persistently pursue you, oblivious to their own appearances. Look at Brother Chu. Upon seeing you for the first time, he remained composed, truly a gentleman. Moreover, Brother Chu is handsome, has a good temperament, and is of similar age. The two of you together would be a perfect match. And, judging by your reaction when you saw him, you appeared a tad enamored, which aligns with your desires. Doesn't it? Stop saying nonsensical things. Chu Yulan retorted, slightly flustered, as she playfully tickled Wen Yuding. Not one to back down, Wen Yuding quickly retaliated, filling the carriage with their melodious laughter. As everyone watched the two engage in their lively antics, smiles adorned their faces, and no one intervened. However, inadvertently, Wen Yuding accidentally snapped the cord of a pendant that hung from Chu Yulan's hand, causing it to fly out. Be careful. Chu Chen reacted swiftly, catching the pendant in his left hand, and thus averting an unfortunate mishap. Upon grasping it, he noticed that the pendant was a small yet exquisitely carved Buddha figure made of Hetian jade. Respecting it as someone else's possession, he returned it without further examination. Seeing his actions, Chu Yulan inquired with a smile, Big Brother Chu, what do you think of my jade? Miss Chu, this pendant appears to be Hetian jade, and it seems to exhibit the quality of mutton fat jade. The craftsmanship looks quite refined, although I did not examine it closely enough to provide more specifics. Chu Chen replied with a smile, conveying his honest thoughts. Chu Yulan bestowed upon him an appreciative smile, and then remarked, Brother Chu, that form of address feels rather distant. You may simply call me Yulan or Xiaolan. This pendant was gifted to me by my mother a few days ago, and I am not particularly knowledgeable about Hetian jade. Could you please elaborate on it for me? Of course, Chu Chen replied, taking the pendant and adding with a smile. However, Xiaolan, please refrain from using honorifics when speaking to me. It feels quite unfamiliar. Addressing me as Brother Chu makes me seem much older than you. If it's convenient, you may simply call me by my name or Chu Ge. With that, Chu Chen began to examine the pendant meticulously. First, he noted that the jade material was indeed the sheep fat jade he had mentioned earlier, crafted from the seed material of Hetian white jade. Upon touch, it felt remarkably delicate, lustrous, and dense. He then scrutinized the patina and the craftsmanship, having garnered a clear understanding of the pendant's characteristics. Following his usual approach of leaving no stone unturned, he employed his extraordinary abilities once more to validate his assessment. After his examination, Chu Chen returned the pendant to her, stating, Xiaolan, the material of this pendant is indeed sheep fat jade. Despite its small size, it possesses a remarkable provenance. If I am not mistaken, based on the patina and the craftsmanship, it should be a meticulously carved piece from the Qianlong era, crafted by the Imperial Workshop, which is exceedingly rare. Wen Yuding, taken aback, exclaimed, I never imagined this pendant, merely 2 to 3 centimeters in size, could have such a significant origin. How much is it worth? With a smile, Chu Chen replied, Regrettably, this piece of sheep fat jade is not of the highest grade, as it contains some imperfections, which affects its price. Given the current market conditions, it is likely valued at around 200,000. Wen Yuding gasped in astonishment. Upon noticing Zhou Wenping nodding in agreement, she turned to Chu Yulan with a teasing expression. How could you wear something so precious, so casually? Yulan, you must be more careful. If Brother Chu hadn't caught it just now, we would be a great loss. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chu Yulan responded, Yuding, I truly apologize. I had no idea this pendant was so valuable. When my mother gave it to me, she merely advised me to be cautious while wearing it, and I did not pay much attention. Haha, Yulan, I was merely jesting. It will be safer for you to wear it as a pendant. After all, if it were to catch the eye of someone with ill intentions, it could be quite perilous. Seeing her guilty expression, Wen Yuding quickly reassured her, and soon, the two were laughing and chatting again. At that moment, Li Guodong suggested, why don't we play some cards? It's more lively with many of us on the train. This proposal was met with unanimous agreement, and a card game was promptly set up. They played Do Di Zhu, with 6 players divided into 4 teams. Chu Chen and Li Guodong as lone players, Zhou Wenping and his wife as one team, and the 2 female classmates as the other. For Chu Chen, possessing a sharp intellect and a remarkable memory provides him with an innate advantage in card games. In contrast, the other two parties comprise two individuals each. Observing this situation, Li Guodong, rather ungraciously, continues to assume the role of the landlord, with predictable consequences. By the time evening fell, he had lost over 500, his face paling to a ghastly green. This was only mitigated by Chu Chen, seeing the extent of his losses, intervened to shield him for a few rounds. Otherwise, it seemed likely that Li would have had to pawn his clothing. As the hour grew late, everyone paused their activities. Chu Chen calculated his winnings and was astonished to discover he had amassed 400, the highest among them. Witnessing this, Li Guodong lamented with a sorrowful countenance. I say, Xiao Chun, you become quite the tycoon, yet you still rob impoverished souls like myself. Is there no justice in this world? Laughter erupted among the group. However, being a couple, when Yuding chimed in, Brother Chu, you truly are a tycoon. Surely, you can treat us to a late-night snack? She continued, I must tell you, Xiao Chun is indeed a bona fide tycoon. The last time we gambled on Jade, he earned 60 or 70,000. You wouldn't believe it. The very next day, he made over 1 million. What else could you call that? Li Guodong and the two young women wore exaggerated expressions of envy, prompting further laughter from the crowd. Once the mirth subsided, when Yuding expressed her admiration, Brother Chu, who would have thought you were so adept at gambling on Jade? I have a little secret to share with you all. Yuan is also quite fond of Jade. When it comes to Jade and related gambling, she knows quite a bit. Chu Yuan quickly waved her hands in protest. Please don't listen to Yuding's fanciful talk. I've merely read a few books and can only speak theoretically. Zhou, wimping, chuckled. Everyone begins with mere theory. If you have an interest, you should engage with Xiao Chun. He has been involved in Jade gambling for nearly 5 years. Perhaps he could take you to experience it firsthand, gradually deepening your understanding. However, remember that this field should remain a hobby. Do not let yourself become ensnared. Chu Chen replied with a smile. Since it's getting late, if you're willing, Yuan, we could discuss this further tomorrow. Moreover, I have a friend in Beijing who is also in the jade business. Once we conclude our matters, I can take you to see it firsthand. The friend he referred to was Ho Yuanming. After a few more exchanges, Chu Chen learned that Ho's family was indeed engaged in the jade trade, dealing not only in finished products but also in raw materials. Oh, Xiao Chun, when did you make friends in Beijing? Li Guodong inquired with surprise. Haha, we met online. Chu Chen chuckled as he recounted how he came to know Ho Yuanming, then presented the black and white jade for everyone to admire. After examining the piece, Li Guodong remarked, Well done, Xiao Chun. You're keeping pace with the times. Even utilizing a computer. Let us exchange our online contact details later for easier communication. That is certainly agreeable, Chu Chen replied. But first, let us sort out our late-night snack. The food on the train is quite unpalatable. I prepared some simple cooked dishes beforehand. We shall make do for now. Once we reach Beijing, I'll treat you all to a proper meal. After speaking, Chu Chen took out a large assortment of pastries and cooked dishes from his bag. As he unwrapped them, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air. Observing this, Li Guodong began distributing chopsticks among everyone, exclaiming, These must be from Yuesheng. We're in for a treat today. Little Chun, with such delightful offerings, why didn't you bring along some fine wine? In response, when Yuding playfully hit him a few times, reproaching, You silly man, still thinking about drinking? Have you considered our female companions and the 2 children? A slip of the tongue. Li Guodong, taken aback by her words, immediately wilted, prompting quiet laughter from the others at his expense. After a night of peace, the following morning, Chu Chen awoke early to find Chu Yuan also preparing to rise. They exchanged smiles at the sight of each other. While washing up, Chu Yuan inquired, Brother Chu, I still don't know where you are from. With a smile, Chu Chen replied, I hail from the mountainous region of Shund in Yansheng. Surprised, Chu Yuan remarked, I know that place. It must be quite harsh, right? He sighed slightly. Indeed, it is quite difficult there. My family is better off. But many children go without shoes. Chu Yuan, upon hearing this, displayed a look of disbelief. I had heard it was tough there, but I never imagined it could be this severe. Are your parents still there? With a hint of resignation, Chu Chen responded, My parents are no longer with us. Oh, I'm so sorry, Chu Yuan exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation, repeatedly apologizing. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. Chu Chen reassured her with a gentle smile. I noticed your mother gifted you that pendant yesterday. She seems to care for you deeply. Such affection should be cherished. He added, Yes. Chu Yuan nodded earnestly. Chapter 55, A Crisis. Oh, my child. While everyone was busy sorting clothes, a sudden scream pierced the air, unmistakably belonging to Sister Zhou. Instantly, the group's hearts tightened, and as they rushed to investigate, Sister Zhou stumbled towards them, crying out. Xiao Hui has been snatched and ran off the train. You must help her. What? In broad daylight, such audacity. At that moment, Wen Song, who had been sleeping in the middle bunk, groggily pointed outside. Why is Xiao Hui being carried away? Everyone hurriedly turned to look and saw a man in his 30s clutching the struggling Wen Hui, sprinting towards the underground passage with remarkable speed. Without uttering a word, Chu Chen dashed out of the compartment, summoning all his strength to chase after the man. His speed was astonishing, allowing him to cover a distance of 20 to 30 meters in the blink of an eye, leaving Li Guodong and the others feeling as though they were lagging behind. In a sudden collision, both men lost their balance and fell to the ground, causing Wen Hui to tumble far away, wailing on the ground. Get lost! The man yelled angrily at the middle-aged man, then turned to Chu Chen with a threatening tone. Kid, hand over the child if you know what's good for you, or you'll learn the meaning of a knife going in and blood coming out. Upon hearing these words, Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback. The audacity of this individual was truly astonishing. Even in such dire circumstances, he showed no inclination to flee, exhibiting a level of recklessness that was beyond measure. However, this was precisely to Chu Chen's advantage. Had the man attempted to escape, with Wen Hui by his side, pursuing him would have proven quite challenging. After offering some words of comfort to Wen Hui, he instructed her to remain where she was and then charged directly towards the assailant. This sudden action not only startled the criminal, but also left Chu Yulan and the others gasping in shock. The man was indeed a fiend of the highest order. He quickly regained his composure, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he brandished a dagger, aiming for Chu Chen's heart. Just as the blade was about to make contact, and with still a considerable distance between them, Chu Chen deftly maneuvered his left hand, seizing the man's right wrist with a firm grip. He then executed a powerful elbow strike that sent the assailant hurtling backwards. This elbow strike, executed with immense force and a surge of pent-up rage, propelled the man through the air, crashing into a pillar several meters away and rolling on the ground for a few moments, unable to rise. Fortunately, Chu Chen had exercised restraint. The majority of his force was skillfully applied. Otherwise, the man would have certainly met a far graver fate. Nevertheless, the spectacle left everyone present, including the train officers who had just arrived, utterly astounded, with the collective thought echoing in their minds. Could this be a scene from a film? Zhou Wenping was the first to regain his wits, calling out to Li Guodong and the others who were ahead. Hurry and check on Xiao Chun. We must ensure he does not act foolishly. Upon hearing this, Li Guodong quickly followed suit, hastening to Chu Chen's side and urging him to stay away from the assailant. While the others followed Zhou Sa to Wen Hui's side, Zhou Sa embraced Wen Hui tightly, anxiously checking her for injuries. Fortunately, the only harm was a slight abrasion on her hand from her earlier fall, with no other issues apparent. Seeing this, Zhou Sa could no longer contain her earlier anxiety and began to weep uncontrollably, prompting Wen Hui, still shaken, to join in her tears. Wen Yuding and the others could only offer words of consolation to the mother and daughter. Zhou Wenping, glancing at Chu Chen, who was being questioned by the train officers, expressed his concern. I wonder how that man is faring. Xiao Chen will not come to any harm, will he? Hearing this, Chu Yulan quickly stepped aside to make a phone call, while Wen Yuding reassured them, saying, Yulan has relatives in the Provincial Public Security Bureau here. As long as that man isn't gravely injured, there should not be any issues. Besides, Chu Gu is acting in self-defense. Just as Zhou Wenping and his wife were about to breathe a sigh of relief, one of the train officers approached them with a formal demeanor, stating, You will need to come with us to the station to provide a statement. Please gather your belongings and accompany us. Zhou Wenping replied with a wry smile, Comrade, we are in a hurry to reach Shijing, and as you can see, the situation is quite clear. Could you possibly assist us and make an exception? Also, may I inquire about the condition of my friend? The railway officer spoke with a somewhat brusque tone, stating, No, this matter cannot be overlooked. As for your friend, we must await the examination results. If the individual is severely injured, there may be a charge of excessive self-defense. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenping and his wife became anxious. If anything were to happen to their child, Chu Chen, they would be plagued by guilt. Excuse me, could you please take a call? As Zhou Wenping and his wife attempted to plead with the officer again, Chu Yulan approached with a mobile phone and handed it to him. The officer, taken aback, wondered if this group had some sort of influence. He took the phone and stepped aside to answer, but after just a few exchanges, he began to nod and bow respectfully. A few minutes later, the officer cautiously returned the phone to Chu Yulan and with a tone of righteousness declared, Everyone, we have gathered detailed information on this matter. We will not overlook any criminal. Please leave your contact information, and we will inform you of the case's outcome. Wishing you a pleasant journey. After Zhou Wenping provided his phone number, the officer politely bowed to the group and departed, muttering to himself, if they had influence, they should have mentioned it sooner, saving me from wasting my breath. Seeing this, Zhou Wenping and his wife exchanged relieved glances, and Zhou Wenping expressed his gratitude to Chu Yulan. Xiaolan, I truly appreciate your help. Without you, we would have been in quite a predicament. Chu Zulan, sigh. Zhouge, it was merely a small effort. Besides, the facts were evident. They wanted us to go to the station for a statement, which is rather bureaucratic. Just then, Chu Chen and Li Guodong approached, and Zhou Wenping anxiously inquired, Xiao Chen, are you all right? Chu Chen replied with a grin, I'm fine. I didn't exert full force earlier, so that person shouldn't have any issues. Initially, the police mentioned it could be excessive self-defense, but later they acknowledged it as an act of bravery. I saw you gave that person your number, so I assume you helped, right? Thank you so much. With a smile, Chu Yulan replied, there's no need for thanks. You were fighting so hard for Xiao Hui. Assisting you is only natural. However, if you insist on gratitude, perhaps you could teach me a thing or two about gambling stones. That's absolutely no problem, Chu Chen readily agreed. And as the train's departure time drew near, everyone hurriedly boarded. As when Yuding jogged alongside, she curiously asked Li Guodong, why were you and Zhouge so worried about Chuge potentially harming that person? What? When Yuding and the others were taken aback, while Chu Yulan froze, her face reflecting surprise, hesitation, and conflict. Xiaolan, why are you just standing there? The train is about to leave. Chu Chen, standing at the door, called out to her. The sound jolted Chu Yulan from her thoughts, and she waved at Chu Chen before hurriedly boarding the train. On the train, after expressing gratitude to the fellow passenger for watching over their luggage and Winsong, he proceeded to tend to Wenhui's wound. Wenhui, visibly shaken, appeared listless, prompting everyone to take turns comforting her with various jokes. Subsequently, as they enjoyed a simple breakfast, they discussed the recent events. Chuge, I never anticipated you to be such a formidable practitioner. At that moment, I truly believed I was watching a martial arts film. Wen Yuting remarked while munching on her bread. Li Guodong excitedly chimed in. Yuding is absolutely right. I was utterly astonished. I knew you possessed martial skills, but I never imagined your prowess was this impressive. If there were no constraints, perhaps one day you could teach me. It truly is admirable. Chu Chen replied with a smile. I practice the family tradition of Tai Chi, which incorporates the principle of using force effectively. Do you think one could send someone flying solely with brute strength? As for learning, you certainly can, but achieving any substantial skill requires perseverance. Additionally, given your age, the results may not be as profound, certainly not comparable to those of Xiao Wei and the others. Upon hearing the term martial arts, Wenhui's eyes immediately sparkled, exclaiming, I want to learn too. I want to become like Uncle Chu and defeat those bullies who have tormented me. Chu Chen laughed heartily. All right, once Xiao Wei has healed, Uncle Chu will teach you how to practice martial arts. Together, we shall vanquish all the villains. Zhou Wenping, witnessing this exchange, hesitated and said, Xiao Chu, you just mentioned it is a family martial art. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to pass it on to outsiders? Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Oh, come on, Brother Zhou. What age are we living in? In the future, when I have children, who knows if they will even have the dedication to learn? As long as I find someone suitable and they are willing to commit, I see no harm in sharing my martial art. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenping gave a thumbs up. Xiao Chu, your perspective is commendable. Indeed, if such strict regulations were not in place, many of our ancestors' skills would not have been lost to time. Chu Chen chuckled. Brother Zhou, I'm not as noble as you suggest. To learn my martial art, one must first pass my assessment. Moreover, mastering this art is no simple feat. I myself have been practicing almost daily since the age of 6 to achieve what I have now. Li Guodong scratched his head, saying, Does that mean one must train for over a decade? No wonder they say 10 minutes on stage requires 10 years of practice. I cannot sustain that. At this, Wen Yuting playfully pinched him, scolding, You lazy bum. If you could be like Chu Ge, I would tell my parents about our relationship, and they would never have a word to say about it. Can't you strive to be more accomplished like him? Her words elicited laughter from everyone, instantly elevating the atmosphere within the train compartment. Time always seems to fly when one is enjoying themselves, and amidst their jovial chatter, the train arrived in Beijing. At this juncture, thanks to the comforting presence and playful antics of those around her, when Huey's emotional state had stabilized considerably. However, given the magnitude of the fright she had experienced, it would require the attentive guidance of the Zhou couple to fully restore her peace of mind. Xijing, known in ancient times as Chang'an, Jingzhou, is renowned as one of the four great ancient capitals of the world. It is the cradle of Chinese civilization and the starting point of the Silk Road. This city holds the distinction of being the longest-serving capital in Chinese history, with the greatest number of dynasties establishing their capitals here, and it stands as the preeminent ancient city of China. Historically, the mightiest dynasties such as Zhou, Qin, Han, Sui, and Tang, among 13 others, have made their capitals in this illustrious city. Beijing lies to the north along the Weihe River, bordered by the famous Lus Plateau to the north and the Qinling Mountains to the south, showcasing exquisite natural beauty. Beijing boasts numerous tourist attractions, including the Huangdi Mausoleum. Revered as the eighth wonder of the world, the terracotta army pits, the tomb of the first emperor, the remnants of ancient city walls, the Hanyang tomb, the Famen temple, and the 8 scenic views of Chang'an, all of which reflect its profound historical and cultural heritage, earning it the title of a natural history museum. As the birthplace of Huaxia civilization, Beijing possesses a rich and ancient history, with a deep cultural accumulation. The Chang'an painting school in traditional Chinese painting originates from the shadow puppetry of the Guangzhou region prior to the Han Dynasty, the puppet theater of the Western Zhou, and the vividly colored peasant paintings from Huxian, all indispensable components of Beijing's cultural tapestry. When discussing the historical figures of Beijing, the list is seemingly endless. Over 1,000 individuals are chronicled in the 24 histories and other historical texts. Whether born here or having spent a significant portion of their lives in this city, they have made remarkable contributions to the illustrious history of the Chinese nation. Arriving in such a city, one cannot resist the allure of exploration, particularly for Chu Chen and his companions, who could hardly forego a visit to the antique market given its rich historical significance. However, these excursions would have to await the completion of their official business. Upon disembarking the train, Chu Chen suggested, since it's nearly mealtime, Brother Zhou, could you recommend a nearby restaurant with delectable cuisine? Let us first enjoy a luncheon. Zhou Wenping replied with a smile. There's no need for such trouble. I've already arranged for a meal at home. It is only fitting that I extend the hospitality of my abode. Moreover, it is not far. We shall arrive in less than an hour. If you're hungry, feel free to have a light snack in the meantime. The journey proceeded smoothly, taking approximately 40 minutes to reach the entrance of Zhou's village. Here, the rural residences exemplified the quintessential Guangzhou architectural style, exuding a sense of ancient grandeur. Chu Chen and his companion strolled, their eyes wide with curiosity, as none among them had previously visited the rural areas of Guangzhou. The village layout, the distinctive features of the homes, and the spirited demeanor of the people, all the local customs and traditions appeared utterly novel to them. After a simple completion of the customary rituals, Zhou Wenping introduced everyone. However, due to the limited encounters the two children had shared in their lives, Wen Tsong fared better, while Wen Hui, still shaken from the earlier incident, stubbornly resisted. To spare them further distress, Zhou Wenping recounted the details of the previous incident to the group. These scoundrels! Zhou Wenping's family reacted with indignation upon hearing the tale, with Zhou's father stepping forward excitedly to grasp Chu Chen's hand. Dear Chu, we are truly grateful to you. Without your assistance, we wouldn't know what to do. I also heard from Wenping that you have helped him considerably. You are indeed a benefactor to our family. Chu Chen replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Uncle, Zhou Ge and I are merely good friends. It is only natural to lend a hand to friends. There is no need to regard it as anything special. Zhou Wenping then chuckled. Father, let us not linger at the door any longer. We haven't eaten yet. Let us go inside and chat while we dine. Indeed, how rude of us. Let us head indoors. Zhou's father quickly ushered everyone inside. As they walked through the courtyard and entered the hall, they were greeted by an array of cold dishes set upon a round table, all looking quite appetizing. Once everyone was seated, the Zhou family warmly welcomed them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they began to enjoy the meal. To their surprise, the cold dishes, though seemingly ordinary, were exceptionally delicious, rivaling those of renowned restaurants. Zhou Wenping, observing the joy on everyone's faces, remarked, So what do you think? My mother's cooking is quite commendable. Isn't it? Not just commendable, it's absolutely delightful. Zhou Ge, you are truly fortunate to enjoy such exquisite flavors daily. Praised Wen Yuding, with Chu Chen and the others echoing her sentiments. At that moment, Zhou Wenping's mother-in-law brought a chicken to the table. Zhou Wenping promptly announced, This is my mother-in-law's specialty, the gourd chicken, which is no less than that from the Beijing restaurant. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with anticipation. Chu Ye, I could devour this entire chicken myself. It is simply too delicious. But why is it called gourd chicken? Inquired Li Guodong, while stuffing his mouth with chicken. Zhou, wimping, amused by his eagerness, replied, "The name of this dish is quite intriguing and has a backstory. It is said that gourd chicken originated from the kitchen of Wei Ji, the minister of rites during the Tang dynasty. Wei Ji was extremely particular about food, indulging in extravagant tastes. He ordered his chefs to prepare tender chicken. The first chef fried and then boiled it, but Wei found the meat too tough and punished him severely. The second chef boiled and then fried it. Although it tasted delightful, Wei deemed it unpresentable and had the chef killed for the lack of form. The third chef, learning from the failures of his predecessors, tied the chicken up and boiled it before frying. This method produced chicken that was not only fragrant and tender, but also resembled a gourd, hence the name gourd chicken." After hearing this tale, when Yuding expressed her indignation, Wei Ji was truly despicable. His malice knows no bounds. Yet, without him, we would not have such a delicious dish. It's a perplexing dilemma. Chu Chen chuckled. This is merely a legend. If you were to delve into historical accounts, you would find that he was quite straightforward and honorable. He even set aside his own ambitions to defend the poet Du. Would someone of such integrity truly resort to killing a chef over a dish of chicken? Thus, it is best to take such stories with a grain of salt. As everyone absorbed this unexpected revelation, they praised Chu Chen's knowledge, and the conversation turned lively as they began sharing their own tales, eager to discern the truth behind various legends. The atmosphere became quite animated. Chapter 57, Renovating the House. After dinner, Zhou wimping addressed Chu Chen and the others, suggesting that they take a moment to rest at his home this afternoon. He mentioned that they would venture to explore the house the next day, but due to the limited conditions at home, he hoped for their understanding. The group readily agreed, presenting a variety of gifts that they had not had the chance to offer earlier due to the haste. Noticing Zhou Wenping's family's reluctance to accept the gifts, Chu Chen interjected, "Uncle and aunt, these are merely some health supplements, nothing of great value. If you refuse these, how could we feel comfortable visiting you again?" Zhou's parents, unable to decline any further, accepted the gifts. Chu Chen, being thoughtful, had also prepared gifts for Zhou's parents, which he presented to them as they were present. The next morning, Chu Chen rose early to practice his martial arts in the courtyard, only to discover that Chu Yulan had also awakened and joined him outside. With a smile, he inquired, "Xiaolan, what brings you here? Are you having trouble sleeping?" "Not all. I slept quite well. I'm just accustomed to rising at this hour for exercise." "Chu Gu, are you about to practice?" "I hope I'm not intruding," she replied cheerfully. "Not at all. Since you're also keen to train, let us practice together," he responded. With that, they exchanged smiles and began their respective routines. It turned out that Chu Yulan's notion of physical training was also practicing martial arts, albeit her style appeared to be a form of military boxing. However, Chu Chen found it curious, as the movements seemed vaguely familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had seen them. Once they both concluded their practice, Chu Chen asked, "Xiaolan, may I inquire where you learned your boxing technique? It seems strangely familiar." After posing the question, he turned to head towards the hall, unaware that Chu Yulan let out a sigh of relief once he had turned away. Zhou's maternal home was not far from Zhou Wenping's residence. A 30-minute walk would suffice. However, due to the presence of children, they opted not to walk. Fortunately, a tractor was heading in that direction, and they took advantage of the ride. Although the experience of riding a tractor was novel at first, it soon became rather tedious, especially considering the rough road that made sitting uncomfortable. Zhou's home appeared somewhat less affluent than Zhou Wenping's, as she had only one daughter and lacked the support of an elder sibling. Additionally, due to Zhou's illness, her family had expended considerable funds on her care, leaving little for home repairs. Zhou's parents warmly welcomed them inside, and after a brief respite, Zhou's father took Chu Chen and the others to their intended destination, the home of Zhou's second uncle. During the journey, Zhou's father provided a brief overview of the second uncle's household. His name was Man, 76 years old. Once a landlord, his family had begun to decline even before the establishment of the new China. In his youth, Man did not lead a virtuous life, and due to his family background, he eventually resigned himself to fate, only marrying in his 40s. Although his wife bore him a son, the boy was not a paragon of virtue, often engaging in dubious activities. In the past, with his wife keeping a watchful eye, matters were somewhat manageable. However, after his wife's untimely demise due to a severe illness a few years ago, the boy transformed into a wild stallion, exhibiting increasingly reckless behavior. With no options left, Man resolved to sell some heirlooms purportedly left by his ancestors and sought the assistance of Sister Zhou. After recounting this, Zhou's father cautioned them, stating that while Man's family might possess valuable items, he was not trustworthy, so they should proceed with caution during the transaction. Under Zhou's father's guidance, they arrived at a traditional residence, whose aged yet imposing structure suggested that its original owner had once enjoyed considerable prosperity. "Uncle, are you home?" Zhou's father knocked on the door and called out loudly. After several calls, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man, around 70 or 80 years old, with a gaunt face and disheveled hair. This was Ma, and, it's Guozhong. Who are these guests?" Ma inquired, glancing at Chu Chen and the others. Zhou's father smiled and replied, "Not long ago, you asked your daughter to help find buyers. These guests have come from the capital." "Come in." Ma beamed and ushered them inside. Once in the parlor, after mutual introductions, Ma invited everyone to sit and poured each person a glass of water, saying, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the items now." After a wait of about 5 or 6 minutes, Ma returned, carefully carrying a stone tablet-like object and a brocade box, placing them on the table. He then addressed the group. "You're likely aware of my circumstances, so I shall be brief. I hope you will treat this matter with care. Rest assured, these items are genuine treasures passed down from my ancestors. You will not be at a loss if you decide to purchase them." The first item examined was the stone tablet-like object, and upon first glance, both Chu Chen and Zhou Wenping recognized it, shaking their heads in unison. Seeing their expressions, Mon grew anxious and asked, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with the item? This has been in my family since my childhood. My father entrusted it to me, instructing me to safeguard it carefully." With a smile, Chu Chen replied, "This item is a land deed, likely from the Ming dynasty." Upon hearing this, Ma sighed with relief, but then curiously asked, "If it is from the Ming dynasty, why do you shake your heads?" Chu Yuan and the others also displayed curiosity, since it was from the Ming dynasty. It could be considered an antique, and the characters etched on it were meticulously engraved, suggesting it held significant value. "Well, Grandfather Ma, you may feel somewhat disappointed by what I am about to say," Chu Chen began, providing a gentle warning. "This land deed, also known as a burial certificate, evolved from land purchase contracts and has existed from the Eastern Han dynasty through to the Ming and Qing dynasties. However, it significantly differs from a land deed. It is a document intended for burial with the deceased, signifying that the grave belongs to them." Upon hearing this, Ma felt a considerable disappointment. Yet he gazed at Chu Chen with hopeful eyes and inquired, "Although it is meant for burial, many antiquities you speak of were also intended for such purposes, right? This object is at least from the Ming dynasty. It must hold some value, does it not?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan and the others furrowed their brows, contemplating whether Ma might dig up their ancestors' graves in pursuit of profit. Ma's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing that what he initially believed to be a treasure was merely a land purchase certificate for his ancestors' burial. He was momentarily at a loss for words. After regaining his composure, he opened the brocade box and addressed the group, putting aside that previous item. "This piece is undoubtedly a valuable one. Decades ago, I even had an esteemed old professor examine it, and he affirmed its worth." As they peered into the brocade box, all present, including the two young women, felt a surge of excitement, for within lay a magnificent Tang Sancai horse. After inquiring with Ma, Chu Chen donned gloves and delicately lifted the Tang Sancai for closer inspection. The horse was adorned in a white body with a chestnut hue, its head held high, with a slender neck, erect ears, and eyes gazing forward. Its muscular legs were prominently displayed, standing upon a rectangular pedestal that arched beneath it. Despite the horse's striking realism and its seemingly authentic patina, upon handling it, Chu Chen sensed something amiss. Upon closer scrutiny, he identified several critical flaws, leaving him with a sense of regret and a hint of confusion after employing his abilities. In Chapter 58, titled Jade Cicada, Chu Chen placed the Tang Sancai down without revealing his thoughts. The others took turns examining it, and their admiration for the piece was evident in their expressions. Seeing this, Mon beamed and said, "What do you think? This item is certainly impressive, isn't it? My grandfather unearthed it from the ground during the late Qing dynasty, so it must be an ancient artifact." Chu Chen simply smiled faintly in response. In the realm of antiquities, one can believe many tales, but one should never trust the stories themselves. He could concoct numerous narratives about the artifacts he encountered. Noticing Chu Yulan's eager demeanor, he asked, "What is it, Xiaolan? Are you considering a purchase?" "Yes, it is a rare opportunity to encounter such a well-crafted Tang Sancai horse. I wish to buy it as a gift for my father." "Is there something wrong with that?" Chu Yulan queried, a hint of perplexity in her tone. Zhou Wenping, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Chu Chen had previously displayed interest in Tang Sancai. Could this piece also be a counterfeit? It certainly did not appear to be. After a light chuckle, Chu Chen turned to Ma and remarked, Uncle Ma, you mentioned that this Tang Sancai was excavated by your grandfather during the late Qing dynasty. Perhaps there has been a mix-up. In my estimation, this piece is a high-quality replica crafted during the Republic of China era. Li Guodong, upon hearing his friend's words, was immediately engulfed in fury and wished to confront him, but was restrained by Zhou Wenping, who softly urged, do not rush. Let us hear what Xiao Chen has to say. He would not act without conviction. Chu Chen remained unfazed by Ma An's remarks, maintaining a smile as he addressed him. Master Ma, please do not be anxious. I shall not elaborate much. A glance at this item will suffice. With that, Chu Chen laid the Tang Sancai pottery on its side, gesturing towards a specific area within the mouth of the piece, then presented it under a magnifying glass for all to observe. To no one's surprise, akin to the Tang Sancai he had previously scrutinized, the inscription Hua and I was discernible. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, while Ma An appeared utterly perplexed. Once everyone had taken a look, Chu Chen remarked, Master Ma, as you are not well-versed in antiques, you may be unaware of who Hua and I is. Allow me to enlighten you. He was a master of antique ceramics during the Republic of China era, renowned for his replicas of various precious ceramics. If you doubt my words, consult Brother Zhou. If skepticism persists, you may inquire at the antique market. Given Chu Chen's assertions, Ma An began to accept the reality of the situation, yet he struggled to reconcile it, grimacing as he lamented, Xiao Chu, does this imply that this item lacks value? I spent 50,000 to acquire it, and the seller assured me of its authenticity. Am I now facing a total loss? The moment the words escaped his lips, he realized the impropriety of his statement, but it was too late to retract, leaving him to awkwardly chuckle at the gathering. The others exchanged knowing looks, fully aware of his earlier deceit, yet wishing he had refrained from vocalizing it. After a moment of contemplation regarding his earlier discovery, Chu Chen proposed, Master Ma, I too have suffered losses from his high-quality replicas, although my losses far exceed yours. Regrettably, I accidentally damaged my piece. Now that fate has presented me with another. Considering this item still holds some value, I offer 20,000 for it. How's that sound? Upon hearing this, Ma An's spirits lifted as he eagerly replied, Since fate has brought us together, Xiao Chu, could you possibly increase your offer? The onlookers regarded him with a hint of disdain at his audacity. Yet Chu Chen remained composed, pointing to the tail end of the piece. Master Ma, if this area were not repaired, its value could indeed be higher. However, given the damage, a discount is warranted. With that, Ma An, wishing to avoid further complications, promptly acquiesced. After examining the two items, Chu Chen and the others found themselves somewhat dissatisfied, as they were merely low-value trinkets. Thus, Chu Chen inquired, Master Ma, are these the only two items in your possession? Frankly, if these are all, it hardly justifies our journey from the capital. Ma An chuckled ruefully. Previously, I believed these items to be quite valuable. I did not anticipate this outcome. As you are aware of my family situation, these were hard-won treasures. However, I do possess 2 pieces of jade. If you find these unsatisfactory, then there is little else to offer. In response, Chu Chen curiously questioned, Master Ma, did you not mention having 2 pieces? Why have you only presented one? Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the object in his hand. Apart from Chu Chen and Zhou Wenping, the rest were filled with disappointment. The jade cicada appeared as though it had been unearthed without proper cleaning, with its surface marred by dirt in several places, resembling an earthy patina. However, in certain exposed areas, its color revealed a rare shade of red not commonly seen. This time, Zhou Wenping was the first to handle it before passing it to Chu Chen, though his expression reflected some hesitation. Upon receiving it, Chu Chen examined the jade cicada closely. Measuring approximately 6 centimeters in length, it had a flat overall shape, slightly thicker in the center and tapering on both sides. The head and eyes of the cicada protruded, with both sides intricately carved with broad, subtle lines depicting the head, chest, wings, and tail. The tail and wings formed an inverted cone shape with sharp tips. Judging by the carving technique, the jade cicada likely employed the craftsmanship of the Han Dynasty's 8 knives, and its patina suggested it was indeed a relic from that era. The jade cicadas from this period are known for their realistic representation. Despite the simplicity of the carving method, they exhibit a rugged strength and upright lines, earning them the moniker of 8 knives, as evidenced in its craftsmanship. In terms of color, this jade cicada appeared to have been stained with a sanguine hue, and after its excavation, it seemed to have undergone no treatment, resulting in its current state, which obscured the extent of the staining. Had the sanguine hue been more pronounced, its value would undoubtedly have been considerable, although the inability to view the entire piece affected the assessment of its worth. Chu Chen possessed an extraordinary ability that he could utilize. However, upon employing this ability, he was taken aback by the outcome, feeling a tumult of emotions. He quickly lowered his head to feign an examination of the jade cicada, concealing the shock that might have crossed his face. After a painstaking effort to stabilize his emotions, Chu Chen furrowed his brow in thought, realizing there could only be one cause for the manifestation of his ability. Using a magnifying glass for a meticulous inspection, he indeed discovered some relevant traces. With this newfound understanding, his primary concern shifted to acquiring the jade cicada. Yet, he quickly recalled Ma An's demeanor and the cicada's appearance, concluding that Ma An was likely unaware of its true value. Steeling himself, he reluctantly passed the jade cicada to others before speaking up. Master Ma, what do you think of this jade cicada? Though Ma An did not place much importance on the jade cicada, he was not one to part with it easily. He chuckled, "Little Chu, let us discuss the price later. First, tell me your thoughts on this item." Chu Chen smiled faintly. This jade cicada, considering its patina and craftsmanship, should be a relic from the Han Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Ma An's eyes sparkled with interest. Although he lacked extensive education, he was aware that the Han Dynasty dated back thousands of years, and he was astonished that such an unassuming object could possess such a rich history, suggesting it might be quite valuable. Observing his reaction, Chu Chen secretly laughed, curious to see Ma An's expression as he continued his explanation. During the Han Dynasty, a unique new category of jade emerged, namely the complete set of burial jade. Prior to this, while jade had been used for funerary purposes, it was during the Han Dynasty that such items were produced in series. During the Han Dynasty, there was a profound reverence for elaborate burials. It was believed that interring jade with the deceased could ensure the preservation of the body. Consequently, after death, it was customary to create so-called 9-orifice vessels from jade to cover and fill the body's openings. The jade piece placed in the mouth of the deceased was referred to as the jade cicada, with the most common variant being the cicada itself. The jade cicada, which is the one being discussed, bears a reddish hue, a coloration resulting from the mingling of corpse blood and spirit, known as blood seepage. At this moment, the jade cicada rested in the hands of Wen Yuding, who, upon hearing Chu Chen's introduction, was so startled that she nearly dropped it, quickly setting it on the table with an expression of disgust. Upon hearing this, Ma An's countenance also darkened considerably, prompting him to inquire, "Little Chu, is it problematic to have such an item in the house?" Although relieved by Chu Chen's reassurances, Ma An found the jade cicada increasingly unsettling. With a forced smile, he asked Chu Chen, "Little Chu, would you like this item?" Naturally, Chu Chen yearned to possess it immediately, yet he understood the need for restraint. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "This piece appears quite decent. I could take it off your hands. Old Ma, name your price, and if it is reasonable, I shall purchase it." Ma An felt a surge of joy at the possibility of selling it. As the more he gazed at the jade cicada, the more he associated it with misfortune, suspecting it might be connected to his son's current state. Nevertheless, in true fashion of a shrewd negotiator, he stated, "Little Chu, considering you claim this is from the Han Dynasty, it must be an ancient artifact worth several thousand. If you want it, I ask for 50,000. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, the others remained indifferent, but Zhou Wenping, familiar with the market, shook his head slightly. If the blood seepage were abundant, it might be valued at 40 to 50,000. However, given its condition, such a valuation seemed unlikely. A price of 20 to 30,000 would be more fitting. According to the estimation of its supernatural value, 50,000 could be considered a substantial profit, yet only Chu Chen was privy to this information and could not disclose it. Thus, from a market perspective, he could not accept such an offer. He shook his head and replied to Ma An, "Old Ma, your price is somewhat outrageous. If the red is sufficiently pronounced, it might fetch 40 to 50,000, but look at its condition. Is there much red present? What if it deteriorates further upon treatment? I would be at a loss. I propose a fair price of 15,000. How does that sound?" After pondering for a moment, Ma An responded, "Perhaps removing the dirt would enhance its appeal. Besides, you hail from the capital and surely are not lacking in funds. Asking for 15,000 seems rather harsh. What about 30,000? Old Ma, my money is not easily earned. I can offer 18,000, Chu Chen stated calmly. Ma An contemplated for a considerable time, his expression betraying a sense of concession. "Very well, let us each make a compromise. 24,000, and you may take it." 24,000 seemed reasonable under normal circumstances, and thus Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Ma En, satisfied with the price, immediately broke into a smile upon finalizing the transaction. Next, there remained the exquisite brocade box. Before Ma En opened it, he addressed the crowd, stating, "This item is truly beautiful. If not for necessity, I would surely cherish it as a family heirloom. Should the price be insufficient, I would not part with it." The onlookers, aware of the situation, refrained from disparaging their possessions, recognizing that no one would likely endorse an inferior item if they sought to sell it. However, upon glimpsing the contents of the brocade box, admiration was etched upon their faces. Inside lay a finely crafted jade bowl adorned with floral engravings, so delicate it appeared as thin as paper, with exquisite craftsmanship that evoked an immediate sense of affection in all who beheld it. As each person carefully admired the bowl, when it was Chu Yulan's turn, she observed it with awe, exclaiming, "This jade bowl made of jadeite is truly stunning. It resembles craftsmanship from the Qing dynasty, does it not, Brother Chu?" Noticing her brother Chu Chen nod in affirmation, she implored, "Brother Chu, please allow me to have this bowl. I wish to gift it to my mother." "What do you think?" To be honest, Chu Chen also harbored a fondness for the bowl, yet having already experienced sufficient satisfaction from the day's finds, he felt compelled to share the joy with his companion, and thus consented with a nod. Seizing the moment, Chu Yulan engaged Ma En in spirited negotiations regarding the price. However, Ma En, recognizing her fondness for the bowl, was not inclined to part with it easily, and the price escalated accordingly. In the realm of antiques, revealing one's affection for a cherished object can often lead to inflated costs. Fortunately, Ma En was unaware of the bowl's true value, and they ultimately settled on a price of 80,000 yuan. After enjoying a hearty meal, the group sipped tea and engaged in conversation. Chu Chen, smiling at Chu Yulan, remarked, "Little Lon, the jade bowl you purchased today is not made of our nation's jadeite." Chu Yulan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Brother Chu, does that mean this jade bowl is a counterfeit? Why didn't you warn me?" "No, you explicitly stated it was crafted in the Qing dynasty. You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Chu Chen chuckled. "Little Lon, do not be hasty. I never claimed it was fake. For clarity, you might inquire with Brother Zhou." Zhou Wenping, somewhat hesitant, interjected, "Little Chen, are you certain that the bowl Little Lon bought is indeed of that craftsmanship?" Upon receiving a nod from Chu Chen, he smiled at Chu Yulan, saying, "Little Lon, you made quite a profit today. Bring forth the bowl, and I shall elucidate." Zhou Wenping opened the brocade box he had just placed on the table and revealed the jade bowl, explaining to everyone, "In truth, this jade bowl is likely an import from a foreign land known as Hindustan. Hindustani jade artifacts are renowned for their delicate craftsmanship and thinness, which endeared them to Emperor Qianlong. These pieces, meticulously carved and lustrous, align perfectly with the aesthetic preferences of the time. Qianlong once remarked that, while many artisans in Suzhou were skilled, none could match the exquisite creations of the Hindustani jade carvers, whose work was so flawless that it seemed to leave no trace upon touch. This exquisite bowl, adorned with the intricate pattern of khotan flowers, is meticulously carved from fine jade. Its surface gleams with a crystalline translucence, showcasing a level of craftsmanship that is both delicate and refined. The walls of the bowl are unembellished, while near the base, there are engravings of curling leaves and poppies, with the heart of the flowers inlaid with golden threads and rubies, rendering the jade bowl a marvel of artistry and allure. Symmetrically, curling leaf motifs extend from the base to the rim, forming a bud-like shape at the double handles. The fluidity of the carving is natural and graceful, with the delicate form of the bud captured in exquisite detail, evoking admiration. Emperor Qianlong once praised such slender jade bowls in verse. From afar, they appear adorned with flowers and leaves. Upon closer inspection, no traces are found. Both inside and out are harmonious, their color and shape seamlessly blended. This attests to their exceptional value. Considering its craftsmanship and characteristics, it is reasonable to conclude that this piece is a creation from the mid-Qing dynasty. Thus, acquiring such a flawlessly crafted khotan jade bowl for 80,000 is indeed a remarkable bargain. Moreover, it is noteworthy that only 800 such jade artifacts were ever presented as tribute across the regions, indicating a guaranteed appreciation in value in the future. After hearing Zhou Wenping's account, even the noble and dignified Chu Yulan appeared flushed with excitement, although she had encountered antiques of greater worth. This jade bowl was a personal acquisition, making the experience entirely unique. Meanwhile, when Yuding and Li Guodong expressed their envy, eagerly requesting Chu Yulan to treat them, to which she joyfully acquiesced. Observing this, Zhou's father remarked in amazement, Who would have thought such a small bowl could be so valuable? At that moment, Zhou's mother emerged after finishing her chores and suggested, "Old man, why not bring out the bowl from our family for Xiao Chu to take a look?" Zhou was astonished. "Dad, we still have an heirloom? How come I was unaware? This piece has been passed down through our ancestors. Initially, we intended to wait a few years before passing it to you, but given your health and plans to settle in the capital, it seems fitting to hand it over now. As for its future, you may decide how to manage it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenping and his wife found themselves at a loss for words, while Zhou's eyes glistened with tears. It is important to note that Zhou's parents are merely ordinary farmers, who, in their efforts to treat Zhou's ailment, had scrimped and saved, resulting in a family that appeared even more impoverished than before. Each time they reflected on this, Zhou Wenping and his wife felt a profound sense of remorse, striving to honor their parents as best as they could. The current situation only deepened their emotions. Chu Chen and the others were similarly moved, recognizing through Zhou's parents' demeanor the profound, meticulous care that parents in Huaguo extend to their children. After about 10 minutes, Zhou's mother entered holding a somewhat shabby paper box. Zhou's inquiry about the family heirloom being stored in such a fragile container elicited a gentle reproach from her mother. "Stop speaking such negative words. Although this bowl is an inheritance, who knows its true worth? At least it has a box to hold it." As the audience listened to these unpretentious words, they couldn't help but smile knowingly. Upon opening the box, they eagerly peered inside. "Enamel color?" exclaimed Li Guodong in astonishment upon seeing the contents, and many present, aware of the value of enamelware, displayed expressions of surprise. Noticing the reaction of the crowd, Wen Yuding inquired of Li Guodong, "Guodong, what is enamel color? And why you all look so astonished?" The formal name for enamel porcelain is porcelain body painted with enamel. It is a delicately painted ceramic specifically crafted for the imperial court during the Qing dynasty, with some pieces also used to reward meritorious subjects. According to historical documents from the Qing Palace's Manufacturing Bureau, this new porcelain variety was created under the auspices of Emperor Kangxi, wherein artisans from the Bureau successfully transferred the copper body enamel painting technique onto porcelain. Enamel color flourished during the reigns of Yongzheng and Qianlong, being a craft rarity monopolized by the court. The required white porcelain body was custom-made at the imperial kiln in Jingdezhen and transported to the capital, where it was painted and fired in the Qing Palace's Manufacturing Bureau. The designs were drafted by the Bureau's Rui Pavilion and, upon imperial approval, were rendered onto the porcelain by court painters. The production of enamel porcelain began in the late Kangxi period, reaching its zenith during the Yongzheng and Qianlong eras. Although a small quantity continued to be produced in the late Qing dynasty, the production sites had moved from the palace to Jingdezhen. Initially, enamel colors were applied onto the unglazed body, starting with a ground color, followed by floral designs, characterized by the absence of birds. Now, the enamel bowl presented before everyone features floral and avian motifs, indicating that it was likely produced during the Yongzheng or Qianlong periods. Indeed, Chu Chen discovered the 6-character inscription made in Qianlong of the Great Qing in seal script at the bottom of the bowl, neatly rendered, confirming it as an authentic piece from that dynasty. The bowl's glaze is as smooth as cream, warm and lustrous like jade. The exterior is adorned with elegantly colored peonies, chrysanthemums, curious stones, azure birds, and fluttering butterflies. One azure bird perches upon a rock, while another hides amidst the foliage. 2 butterflies dance gracefully in the air. On the opposite side, a 7-character quatrain is inscribed. The bowl's decorations are refined, and its unique and grand form classifies it as a rare example of Qianlong enamel porcelain. Zhou Wenping, seeing this, joyfully remarked, "Xiao Chen, do you believe this bowl is genuine?" Upon Chu Chen's nod, both he and Zhou Sa were instantly filled with excitement. Though Zhou Sa's parents, while pleased, remained somewhat oblivious to the bowl's true worth, leading to a bewildered joy. Once Zhou Wenping regained his composure, he quietly conferred with Zhou Sa and then addressed Chu Chen, saying, "Xiao Chen, you have helped Zhou Ji's family so much, and we have little to repay you with. We would like to give you this bowl. Please do not refuse." Chu Chen's expression shifted upon hearing this. "Zhou Gu, you know the value of this bowl well. If I accept it, what would that make me? Do you still consider me a friend?" Noticing that Chu Chen was genuinely upset, Zhou Wenping's demeanor grew awkward, and the others were taken aback by his decision. Zhou Sa's parents, in particular, were confused, prompting her to explain the reasoning behind their offer. The gathering was struck with a sense of realization, collectively expressing admiration for Chu Chen's selfless spirit towards his friends. Meanwhile, an enigmatic expression flickered in Chu Yulan's eyes, though none present seemed to notice it. At this juncture, Aunt Zhou's father remarked, "Young Chu, you are truly commendable. Do not take offense. This is merely a small token of Wenping's goodwill. No matter how exquisite this bowl may be, can it truly surpass the value of your friendship?" Chu Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, was resolute in rejecting such an extravagant gift. He replied, "This bowl, as a gift, is indeed far too precious. If I were to accept it, my conscience would be troubled. Therefore, I propose a modest sum of 300,000. You, Brother Zhou, are well aware of the market trends. If this is not agreeable, then I shall certainly forego it." While the attendees recognized the rarity of cloisonné, only Chu Chen and Zhou Wenping were familiar with its market value. The notion that an ordinary bowl could fetch 300,000 left them astounded, and Chu Chen's implication that it might be worth even more in a market further heightened their astonishment, particularly leaving Aunt Zhou and her husband speechless. In truth, 300,000 was not a significant deviation from the market price for such a bowl. Upon observing Chu Chen's resolute demeanor, Zhou Wenping and his wife exchanged glances and ultimately acquiesced. At this moment, Chu Yuan turned to Chu Chen and inquired, "Brother Chu, I have only ever seen cloisonné in museums. Given its considerable value, could you enlighten us on the criteria for its authentication?" "Certainly," Chu Chen replied with a smile, lifting the bowl once more and gesturing as he spoke. "Generally, there are several key characteristics to assess in cloisonné. First and foremost is the porcelain body, which must be thin, well-formed, and intact. Additionally, cloisonné is typically found in smaller items. Pieces exceeding a foot in size are quite rare, so one must be cautious when purchasing. Having discussed the body, let's consider the shape. This aspect may seem trivial, yet novices often overlook it. Cloisonné is predominantly shaped into bowls, vases, and small items such as snuff bottles and ornamental figurines. If you encounter a cloisonné jar, it is best to steer clear of it. Next, we must address the base and coloration. The base should be pure white, neither leaning towards blue nor yellow, with a smooth and flawless surface. The color should be vibrant yet soft, rarely in solid hues. Pastel blends are more common, and the variety of colors is extensive. However, for color assessment, I advise frequent visits to museums to familiarize yourself, as this will enhance your ability to discern authenticity. The essence of cloisonné lies in its pigments. Genuine pieces possess a smooth surface with a glass-like luster, occasionally reflecting a pearlescent sheen. The glaze should be slightly raised above the base glaze by about a millimeter, imparting a distinct three-dimensional feel. When touched with closed eyes, one can easily detect this texture, and under a tenfold magnifying glass, one could observe minuscule crackle patterns on each delicate flower and leaf. Regarding the painting and ornamentation, due to the meticulous craftsmanship required in cloisonné, the styles vary across different dynasties. For instance, during the Qianlong period, there are distinct early and late styles. This bowl, in particular, exemplifies the early Qianlong craftsmanship, characterized by a style remarkably akin to that of the late Yongjing period, representing a harmonious fusion of poetry, calligraphy, painting, cloisonné, and porcelain artistry. Subsequently, the later stages of enamel color became increasingly intricate, largely eschewing poetry and instead favoring vibrant colors, embellishments, pine green glaze, and gilded decorations on the rim and base. Regarding marks, during the Kangxi period, it was once prohibited to inscribe them, a restriction that was later lifted. Prior to the Qianlong era, marks typically consisted of 4 characters, while the Qianlong period saw the introduction of the 6-character blue and white seal mark, de Qing Qianlong Nianji, as well as horizontal 6-character seal inscriptions. Some individual pieces featured gold or black inscriptions in seal script or regular script. Ultimately, Chu Chen remarked that the aforementioned details are merely a cursory introduction. In reality, the authentication of enamel colors entails numerous requirements, such as distinctions between imported and domestic materials, all of which necessitate years of study and observation. However, I advise you to merely admire enamel colors without making purchases. You may think that a bowl priced at 300,000 is exorbitant. Yet true masterpieces often command prices exceeding $1 million, and Qing dynasty enamel colors are inherently rare, making them exceedingly difficult to encounter in the market. Should you unwittingly acquire counterfeit, consider the substantial loss that would entail. After listening to his discourse, everyone appeared contemplative. The Guodong sighed, saying, "There are indeed myriad complexities in antiques. I shall focus on diligently studying my jade instead." He then turned to Chu Chen and remarked, "Xiao Chen, you are quite the anomaly. Your expertise in antiques is remarkable, yet you excel equally in jade gambling. I wonder how your mind operates." As everyone recalled Chu Chen's impressive performance, they couldn't help but envy his vast knowledge. Zhou Wenping chuckled. Do not be misled by Chu Chen's current prowess. When I first met him, during lulls in business, he would delve into books on antiques. Would you not agree that he is industrious? This observation resonated, as back then, Chu Chen was indeed diligent in his quest for antique knowledge, frequently studying until midnight and seizing every opportunity to seek advice on authentication techniques. After years of dedication, his foundational skills became exceptionally robust. Thus, even in the absence of extraordinary abilities, Chu Chen's extensive learning assures that his future will not be bleak. The group was astonished to discover this side of Chu Chen, realizing that the splendor observed on stage is often nourished by the sweat shed behind the scenes. After some light-hearted conversation, they bid farewell to Zhou's parents, not due to any unwillingness on their part to host, but rather because their home could scarcely accommodate so many guests. Zhou Wenping, feeling slightly embarrassed, said, "That is certainly no problem. However, I must trouble you with one matter. My in-laws will not be accompanying me to the capital, so I wish to help them renovate their home and may need to borrow some funds." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen responded cheerfully, "What trouble could there be? Moreover, Zhou, your actions reflect the responsibility of a true man, and I will wholeheartedly support you." Zhou Wenping felt a wave of relief wash over him upon Chu Chen's agreement, replying, "Chu Chen, I truly apologize for troubling you with my housing issues. I did not anticipate only having these items." Chu Chen replied with a mysterious smile, "How do you know I haven't made any gains?" Upon hearing his words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Was it not so? Li Guodong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Chu Chen, that Tang Sancai must surely be a counterfeit. Could it be that the jade cicada holds some profound mystery?" At this, everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they began to speculate about the treasure that Chu Chen had mentioned, causing their pace to quicken. Upon arriving at Zhou Wenping's residence, Chu Chen requested a basin of clear water and a toothbrush. He then produced the jade cicada and cheerfully said to everyone, "Watch closely and do not be startled." With that, he gently placed the jade cicada into the water. Before long, all present, including Chu Chen himself, who had just cautioned against surprise, widened their eyes in astonishment. The two girls stood agape, their mouths so wide it seemed they could fit 2 eggs inside, for the spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Chapter 61. The Transformed Jade Cicada. The water in the basin transformed, appearing as if a bowl of fresh blood had been poured in, becoming a vivid crimson. Yet, while its hue resembled blood, it lacked its viscous quality, maintaining clarity. How could this be possible? Is it truly as you suggested, Brother Chu, that this jade cicada was once soaked in blood? Asked Wen Yuding, her voice laced with astonishment, her complexion paling as she spoke. Chu Chen chuckled. How could that be? In truth, the notion of blood infiltration remains a subject of debate. Consider this. When a person dies, blood coagulates. How could it possibly penetrate jade? Just as in our daily lives, even if we were to slay a chicken, the blood that spills on the ground turns purple or black after a short while. For jade to become infused, it must soften underground over hundreds of years. By that time, the blood would have transformed into some other substance. How could it still permeate the jade and produce such a brilliant red infusion? In the late Qing dynasty, Liu Datong spoke of methods to forge ancient jade, mentioning that rainbow grass from the deep mountains of Xining could stain jade when combined with a small amount of powdered brain sand and burned with bamboo to produce a red hue. This method, titled Old Oil, is now seldom seen. The new method, utilizing black sawdust to create a black hue and red sawdust for red, is frequently employed by jade craftsmen for forgery. Consequently, some believe that the blood infusion found in ancient jade may be connected to rainbow grass. However, whether that is indeed the case remains uncertain, so do not be so frightened, Xiaowen. Chu Chen, could this truly be the legendary transformed jade? Zhou Wenping asked with excitement. Chu Chen smiled. Indeed, Brother Zhou, you have discerned the answer that Xiaowen seeks. The transformed jade can be regarded as the king of jade. It is exceedingly rare, and many may go their entire lives without catching a glimpse of it. The term transformed refers to jade that was originally a piece of high-quality sheep fat white jade, buried for centuries, permeated by the essence of corpses and their blood. After being unearthed, it is polished by human hands over a century, allowing the essence of humanity to seep in before being buried again and excavated once more. A process repeated several times until the transformation occurs. Brother Chu, you assert that it is not human blood that has permeated it. Yet why is there such a belief surrounding transformed jade? At this moment, Li Guodong suddenly recalled, I remember reading in a book that during the Eight-Nation Alliance's invasion of the capital, Empress Dowager Cixi fled westward, carrying a small piece of ancient jade. which was later gifted to her attendant Wang Wenxiao. It is said that this piece of jade was also transformed jade. Xiaowen, consider this. If Empress Dowager Cixi was unafraid of the jade, what is there for you to fear? Truly? When Wu Tian heard Chu Chen and the others affirming, she hesitantly approached the basin to inhale the water's essence, finding it indeed devoid of any odor, thus alleviating her concerns. Chu Chen inquired, Brother Chu, how long must this jade be soaked? Approximately 2 to 3 hours, he replied. Must it take so long? Chu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Chen chuckled. You must understand. This is ancient jade. We can only proceed once the impurities on its surface have thoroughly softened. Otherwise, forcing the process could damage the jade. Taking advantage of the time, he began to elucidate on the proper care of unearthed ancient jade. Upon acquiring a recently excavated piece, one might consider using 84 disinfectant for cleaning, but this is ill-advised. As we know, 84 possesses corrosive properties which would erode the ancient jade. If it must be used for disinfection, the concentration must remain below 10%. Under normal circumstances, one should simply soak the jade in room temperature water until the surface impurities soften, then gently brush it clean with a toothbrush. Following this, the jade should be immersed in water heated to approximately 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, allowing it to soak until the hot water gradually cools. It is best to perform this step in a well-insulated environment with minimal airflow, waiting until the water has cooled completely. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen asked, Brother Chu, does this mean we can then begin to handle the jade? Indeed, once the initial cleaning is complete, you may proceed to handle it, Chu Chen affirmed. Chu Chen further inquired, do you know how to handle jade? Chu Chen replied with a smile, I am not infallible, you know. My knowledge of jade handling is rather limited, as I have never handled ancient jade myself. Xiaolan, your curiosity surely pertains to that jade bowl, am I correct? If so, I would advise against it. Not only is the jade from the region of Huitu relatively thin, but the bowl size makes handling cumbersome. After some contemplation, Chu Chen admitted, I had indeed not considered that. Seizing the remaining time, they engaged in a lively discussion about various jade-related topics, particularly as Chu Chen recounted tales of jade identification and the associated stories, captivating everyone's attention. As it was summer and the weather was warm, after 2 hours, the jade cicada was ready for cleaning. Chu Chen carefully picked up a toothbrush and began to gently scrub. As the layers of dirt gradually lifted, a stunningly red, gem-like jade cicada revealed itself before their eyes. It was simply exquisite. Upon witnessing the jade cicada's true form, Li Guodong and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer surprise. Once the jade cicada was cleaned, Chu Chen tenderly wiped it with a pure cotton towel, then retrieved a magnifying glass for a meticulous examination. Approximately 10 minutes later, he set the magnifying glass aside, exhaling a sigh of relief before passing the jade cicada for others to admire. After everyone had taken a moment to observe, Chu Chen pondered briefly before speaking. This jade cicada is undoubtedly a meticulously crafted piece from the Western Han Dynasty, dating back over 2,000 years. The jade material is likely the finest mutton fat white jade. It appears to have been unearthed during the 5 Dynasties period and has been cherished for nearly a century. Such a convoluted journey, excavation, appreciation, and burial. Could it be that this object shares a profound connection with the earth? Upon hearing this, Li Guodong murmured in response, Chu Chen zestet? Well, it is a cicada, after all. Consider this. The larvae of a cicada dwell underground for several years before emerging into the light. If it weren't for this cycle of being unearthed and reburied, we wouldn't have the exquisite jade we see today. Now, let us observe what happens when we immerse it in water. With that, Chu Chen procured water heated to approximately 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, perfect for the cleansing ritual he had mentioned earlier. As the jade cicada was submerged once more, the onlookers were left in awe, their gazes filled with wonder. Particularly the 2 young women, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of enchantment. Upon entering the water, the liquid transformed into a vibrant scarlet hue. The difference was striking. The deep red liquid reflected off the crimson jade cicada, intensifying its brilliance. Bathed in the fading sunlight, the cicada seemed to emit a faint, ethereal glow, an astonishing beauty that was simply beyond words. This mesmerizing scene prompted Chu Yulan to inquire, Brother Chu, I wonder. However, before she could finish her thought, Chu Chen interjected, Xiaolan, I must apologize. No matter the circumstances, I am resolute in my decision to keep this jade cicada. It will be treasured in my collection. Seeing the unwavering determination etched across his face, Chu Yulan realized that persuading him otherwise was futile. She quickly dismissed any fleeting thoughts of attempting to change his mind, though perhaps in the future, she might reconsider. Zhou Wenping gazed at the jade cicada in admiration, remarking, "This piece must be an unparalleled example of jade art. From its appearance, it far surpasses the legendary piece associated with Empress Dowager Cixi. I wonder why Ma never took the time to clean it properly." Chu Chen chuckled. "I suspect it's likely he regarded the blood-red jade as an ominous sign upon its discovery." This assumption was indeed accurate. Mon had deemed the cicada's blood-red hue as foreboding, relegating it to a forgotten corner, unaware of its legendary status as a jade relic. That night, Chu Chen meticulously examined the jade cicada for an extended period before finally putting it away, feeling deeply satisfied. Its rarity was astonishing after acquiring it. His ability progress bar filled to 1/10, equating to a value of 10 million. However, reflecting on this, Chu Chen felt a twinge of frustration. For according to the valuation of his abilities, the cicada's worth was even greater. This implied that no matter how valuable the associated items might be, they could only fill the progress bar to a mere 1/10. Fortunately, he was not overly anxious. Once he arrived in Yunnan, he anticipated that the speed of accumulation, aided by the stone gambling, would be swift, continuing with the jade cicada. If Chu Chen were to regard it as exceedingly precious and choose to store it with solemnity rather than to appreciate its beauty through handling, it would indeed be a lamentable waste, akin to treating a treasure as mere grass. One must engage with an ancient jade piece, and it is imperative to do so frequently, as this interaction brings forth its unique characteristics, a process previously referred to as jade appreciation. Chapter 62, An Outing. After carefully placing the jade cicada, Chu Chen's gaze shifted to the Tang Sancai. Previously, after employing his extraordinary abilities on this piece, he felt a sensation akin to that he experienced with the Buddha statue, absorbing 2 streams of spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy within the Tang Sancai felt considerably feeble, reminiscent of a sheet of paper from the Republican era, easily overlooked if one's focus wavered. It suddenly struck Chu Chen that if it were paper, indeed, it might hold some significance. But what kind of paper could it be? Could it be the personal reflections of the artisan who crafted it? Contemplating this, he felt an overwhelming urge to break open the Tang Sancai and uncover its contents. Yet, upon reflection, he restrained this impulse, recognizing that this piece was a highly artistic replica, and to shatter it would be quite regrettable. Moreover, how could he explain such an act to Zhou Wenping and the others? Would he confess to having damaged it again? The following day dawned bright and sunny, marking the 4th day since Chu Chen and his companions had ventured out, including their time on the train. They were indeed fortunate. During their initial days in Beijing, they experienced intermittent light rain, keeping the weather pleasantly cool, thus sparing them from the sweltering heat typical of a Beijing summer. However, as the sun ascended, the scorching heat rapidly enveloped them, making it unbearable for the group of unaccustomed youths. Yet, with only a day to explore Beijing, time felt exceedingly limited, for the city is replete with numerous attractions worthy of admiration. After deliberation, they resolved to visit the Terracotta Army in Huaqing Pool, as it would be a great misfortune to come to Beijing and not witness the famed Terracotta Warriors. Among the most renowned landmarks in the world, the Terracotta Army of Emperor Qin Shi Huang stands out. Located approximately 900 meters east of the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, it symbolizes the guardianship of the Emperor's tomb. It is said that upon ascending to the throne, Qin Shi Huang commenced the construction of his mausoleum. The picturesque scenery of Lishan, coupled with the region's jade and gold resources, resonated with his superstitious beliefs, leading him to select the northern foothills of Lishan as his burial site. He summoned over 700,000 convicts from across the nation and recruited a substantial workforce from places such as SD and Han. During the construction, Qin Shi Huang decreed that Li Si should gather thousands of young boys and girls to accompany him in death. Li Si, upon reading the edict, was left astounded. After much contemplation, he submitted a proposal, stating, "I, Li Si, dare to speak candidly. Your Majesty's intent to require such a multitude of youths for burial will surely incite unrest throughout the realm. It would be more prudent to utilize clay figures for this purpose, ensuring the peace of the great Qin dynasty." Qin Shi Huang, upon hearing this, found the suggestion quite reasonable. He promptly amended his original decree, commanding Li Si to gather skilled artisans from across the nation to create an expansive ceremonial retinue, insisting that the clay figures and horses be of life-size proportions. Thus, the illustrious Terracotta Army came into existence, renowned throughout the ages. Due to the nature of our journey, we invited Sister Zhou and her 2 children to join us, resulting in a lively group of 8 as we arrived at the foot of Mount Li. The Terracotta Army, a site previously visited only a few times by Zhou Wenping and his spouse, was unfamiliar territory for the others, and, as they were not tour guides, Zhou Wenping took it upon himself to arrange a temporary tour group. Wandering aimlessly at the base of Mount Li would not suffice, given the sweltering summer heat. The tour guide mentioned that the number of visitors was relatively sparse. During peak holiday seasons, the crowds could be overwhelming, making photography quite inconvenient. However, Chu Chen and his companions felt that even at present, the number of tourists seemed substantial, reminiscent of a bustling market, with foreign visitors being a common sight. The guide informed them that Pit 1 had been largely excavated, boasting ample lighting for photography, while excavation work at Pit 2 was ongoing, allowing them to witness the archaeologists at work. This piqued the interest of Chu Chen and his companions, as they had yet to experience the intricacies of archaeological endeavors. They were a royal guard of the empire, known as the Tiger Wolf Army, clad in iron-like black attire and swift as the wind, undefeated in battle and instilling fear across the land. In truth, they were even fiercer than hungry tigers and more united than wolf packs. Their military anthem resounded. Who says we lack garments? With you I share my robe. When the king rises to command, I sharpen my spears and halberds. Their deeds are still recounted with admiration centuries later, leaving an inspiration that sparkles like the stars in the night sky. In this poignant moment, Chu Chen and his companions felt a profound sense of wonder. It was no surprise that the Terracotta Army of Emperor Qin Shi Huang is hailed as one of the greatest discoveries in the annals of archaeology. Celebrated as the 8th wonder of the world, this journey was truly worthwhile. Yet, as he marveled at the terracotta warriors, Chu Chen mused that if he could absorb all the spiritual energy contained within them, his abilities would surely skyrocket. Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful, for if he truly harnessed all that energy, a breakthrough in his powers could very well lead to his own demise. After their exploration of the Terracotta Army, the group took a brief tour of Mount Li, which indeed lived up to its reputation with its bubbling hot springs and picturesque scenery, adorned with numerous attractions. They visited the beacon tower of fire signals to the lords, the memorial pavilion commemorating the Xian incident, and the old mother hall honoring Nuwa's repair of the heavens, among others. Regrettably, due to time constraints, Chu Chen and his companions were unable to witness one of the 8 scenic views of Guangzhou, the evening glow of Mount Li. After a hasty lunch, they hurried towards their next destination, the Huaqing Pool, also known as Huaqing Palace. It lies at the northern foot of Mount Li and is renowned for its hot spring pools. Throughout history, rulers from the Zhou, Qin, Han Sui, and Tang dynasties regarded this auspicious site as a favored retreat for leisure and indulgence, whether constructing stone structures, establishing the hot springs, or building palatial gardens. The hot spring waters of Huaqing Pool are renowned for their purity and gentleness, flowing eternally through the ages with a reputation that rivals the sun and moon. This illustrious location is steeped in tales of historical figures, famously recognized for the bathing of Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty and his beloved Yang Guifei. It is indeed accurate to declare Huaqing Pool as the pinnacle of all springs, earning the esteemed title of the world's premier hot spring. By Ji poetically described the experience, noting the silky warmth of the spring waters that wash away the chill of spring, encapsulating the extraordinary allure of these thermal waters. There are numerous sights to behold at Huaqing Pool, such as the breathtaking scenery of Julong Lake, the romantic legacy of Li Bai and Yang Guifei at the ruins of the Tang Imperial Bath, the revolutionary anecdotes surrounding the 5-hall pavilion, and the graceful dances of the Pear Garden, all of which provide a feast for the senses for individuals like Chu Chen. Finally, indulging in the hot springs is a must. To one's surprise, the soak is perfectly restorative, alleviating the fatigue of the day and dispelling the summer heat, offering a celestial experience. This rejuvenation is particularly significant for Chu Chen, as his meridians had sustained some damage during his use of supernatural abilities. The influx of spiritual energy, cultivated over centuries, overwhelmed his channels, and had he not practiced martial arts previously, his meridians might have been unable to withstand such a surge. This explains his inability to appraise antiques made of precious metals, as the spiritual energy within these materials is excessively sharp for him. His abilities shield him from such artifacts, providing a protective barrier. The enhancement of his physical constitution through these abilities is merely a result of the unblocking of his meridians. The injuries themselves do not yield any transformation. Nonetheless, this damage is reparable. Soaking in the hot springs, which contain energies formed over millions of years, can mend his meridian injuries, hence the initial tingling sensation he experienced. However, the energy from springs can only repair about 40% of the damage. The remaining injuries require the natural, unprocessed spiritual energy found in jade or similar stones, with the stipulation that they must be of equivalent value. Although Chu Chen has absorbed over 1 million units of spiritual energy from jade previously, the antiques he appraised recently in the capital far exceeded 1 million in value. This time, he acquired a valuable jade cicada, and the significant damage to his meridians contributed to the tingling sensation. Chu Chen pondered why the spiritual energy in jade could facilitate healing yet lacked the protective capacity for his meridians. Was it a deliberate design to allow for damage before repair? If so, what purpose does this serve? Is it to create resilience, enabling his meridians to better endure the energy from precious metals? After some contemplation, Chu Chen could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion, thus setting the matter aside. He reasoned that, in due time, the purpose would reveal itself, and having resilient meridians is not inherently disadvantageous. Chapter 63. 8 Immortals Temple. Upon arriving at the designated hotel and organizing their belongings, Chu Chen's phone rang. Xiao Chu, have you arrived? I'm already in the lobby of the hotel you mentioned. Please wait a moment. Brother Ho, we'll be down shortly. The caller, without a doubt, was the previously mentioned Ho Yuanming. Earlier, while in the car, Chu Chen had called him to inform him of his hotel accommodations. To his surprise, Ho Yuanming arrived promptly after their arrival. He was easily recognizable, appearing to be around 40 years of age, possessing a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes that exuded a sense of righteousness and reliability. Of course, one could only truly discern a person's character after engaging with them. After exchanging introductions, Ho Yuanming reproached Chu Chen, saying, Xiao Chu, you truly lack consideration. You've been here for several days, yet only now do you contact me. Are you afraid I want to be a gracious host? No. You must drink 3 cups at lunch to make up for it. Chu Chen, feeling apologetic, replied, Brother Ho, I sincerely apologize. I've been rather busy these past few days and haven't had the chance to reach out. At lunch, I'll gladly drink not 3, but 6 cups. Ho Yuanming laughed heartily. Haha, I appreciate your straightforwardness, Xiao Chu. So, where shall we head first? All right, let us proceed, he said. The distance from the hotel to the Beijing temple was merely about 1 kilometer. The 6 of them, Zhou Sa and the 2 children did not join, opted to walk, taking in the surrounding scenery until they arrived at the antique market. The Beijing Temple Antique Market is a colloquial term among locals. Its official name is the Beijing Palace Antique Market. From its entrance, one could gaze upon the ancient trees and the mist-shrouded Taoist temple, Beijing Palace. This site is one of the birthplaces of Taoist culture in China and a treasure trove of cultural relics. During the flight of Empress Dowager Cixi and Emperor Guangxu to Xi'an, they once stayed at Beijing Temple. On the 1st and 15th of each month, as well as during the April Temple Fair, the site is bustling with merchants and collectors, thereby forming this vibrant antique trading market in Xi'an. Following the reform and opening up, due to the requirements for market regulation, the current Beijing Temple Antique Market was constructed in the early 1990s. As soon as Chu Chen and the others stepped through the ancient-style entrance, they were captivated by a subtle, antiquated charm. The market unfolded before them as a 2-story wooden building resembling an ancient corridor, housing dozens of shops, with stalls lining the central corridor. The antique market of Xi'an, backed by the rich cultural heritage of the 13 dynasties that once ruled from this ancient capital, emanates a regal grandeur. Even those who know little about collecting cannot fail to recognize the significance of this historic city. The Beijing Temple Antique Market embodies this characteristic, showcasing a dazzling array of Qin bricks, Han terracotta warriors, Tang Sancai pottery, and more. This enchanting scene sparked great interest among Chu Chen and his companions, especially Wen Yuding, who paused at nearly every stall and shop, enthusiastically discussing each find with Chu Yuan. One might think she had never visited an antique market before. Chu Chen was not surprised. Her exuberant personality shone in the company of others as she chattered incessantly in the presence of a crowd, while Chu Yuan simply smiled and listened, occasionally chiming in. Their contrasting natures, one lively and the other serene, harmoniously complemented each other. After visiting several shops, Chu Chen gained a certain understanding of the offerings here. Although the number of stores was limited, the variety was abundant, featuring bronze wares, jade artifacts. The 4 treasures of the study, ancient pottery, Tang Sancai, porcelain from the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, antique furniture, and collections of calligraphy and paintings, creating a sense of completeness in its quaintness. When exploring an antique market, if one wishes to uncover hidden treasures or select cherished items. It is best to do so alone, as solitude allows for a more focused and meticulous appreciation. However, if one is accompanied, it is preferable to have a knowledgeable person in the group, as this enriches the experience with insights into the history and stories behind the antiques, making the outing both educational and enjoyable. At that moment, Chu Chen assumed this enlightening role. As the group arrived at a stall specializing in various types of roof tiles and tiling stones, when Yuding inquired, "Brother Chu, is this not the adong mentioned in history books?" The primary function of adong is to provide waterproofing and drainage, as well as to protect the wooden framework of buildings. Beyond these practical purposes, wadong is adorned with an array of decorative patterns, enhancing the architectural aesthetics. Archaeological findings reveal that the earliest wadong appeared during the Zhou dynasty, characterized by beast mask designs, which evolved over time to include a greater variety of motifs. By the Qin dynasty, wadong featured designs inspired by mountains, birds, deer, badgers, fish, turtles, grass, and insects, with patterns that were both realistic and vividly expressive. The pinnacle of wadong craftsmanship was reached during the Han dynasty, showcasing themes such as the four divine creatures, winged tigers, birds and beasts, insects, plants, cloud patterns, and inscriptions, often employing layouts that segregated scenes with tile heart and milk nails. Inscribed wadong could range from 1 to 12 characters, containing auspicious phrases like eternal joy and infinite longevity, as well as decorative motifs indicating the names and purposes of buildings. In the periods following the Han dynasty, wadong became smaller during the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, with cloud patterns predominating and inscribed wadong becoming scarce. In the Tang dynasty, lotus pattern wadong were most common, while inscribed wadong nearly vanished. The Song dynasty saw a return to beast mask designs, with the Ming and Qing dynasties favoring coiling dragon motifs. Everyone, I have a splendid collection of hanhua, with various styles and types available. If you are interested, the prices are negotiable and bulk purchases will receive favorable terms. The stall owner interjected after Chu Chen had finished his explanation of adong. The vendor continued with a smile. While it may seem inappropriate for you to purchase adong for play, do not overlook the adong yan. This is one of the 4 treasures of the study, perfectly suited for individuals of your cultural caliber. Wouldn't you agree? Wadong yan, commonly known as wad yan, was crafted from the bricks and tiles used in palace architecture during the Qin and Han periods, often made using a pure clay technique. Later, these bricks were repurposed into inkstones. The Tang poet Wu Rong described in the Ode to Ancient Inkstones, not merely soft yet lacking firmness, made from earth and shaped into tiles, not to be discarded as useless, broken tiles transformed into inkstones. Upon hearing the vendor's words, Wen Yuding noticed an array of charming, plump inkstones nearby and felt a sudden inclination to explore further. Upon hearing this, the boss realized that they were indeed from the same industry. While the profits might be modest, the volume was substantial, which instantly ignited a spark of enthusiasm within him. He chuckled and remarked, I did not expect to encounter a fellow industry peer from the capital today. I shall not speak much. As for the roof tiles, you will know their worth upon inspection. As always, bulk purchases come with favorable terms. Thus, a group began to sift through the selection. However, only Chu Chen and Zhou Wenping were perusing the roof tiles, while the others congregated around the roof tile inkstones. Chu Chen's interest in examining these roof tiles stemmed from a desire to enrich his knowledge and to help Zhou Wenping select some exquisite pieces. Once they had browsed sufficiently, Chu Chen moved over to the inkstone section to observe the choices made by the others. The roof tile inkstones belonged to the category of Qingni inkstones. However, with the advent of blue and white porcelain, inkstones fashioned in the shape of roof tiles had proliferated, thus categorizing the inkstones into these 2 types. Chu Chen's 4 companions were divided by gender, with the men selecting Qingni inkstones for their antiquated charm, while the women gravitated towards the elegant allure of blue and white porcelain. As Chu Chen transitioned to this side, he found Li Guodong engaged in a discussion with Ho Yuanming regarding the selection between 2 inkstones he held. Upon noticing Chu Chen's arrival, Li Guodong promptly sought his opinion. Chu Chen took the inkstones, scrutinizing them closely. He discerned that both roof tile inkstones were of comparable value. One was a smooth, unadorned cloud-patterned roof tile inkstone, while the other was a Yinsho roof tile inkstone, marked by a hint of charm due to its imperfect form. Ultimately, the choice hinged on personal preference, whether one favored simplicity or a more ornate design. Thus, Chu Chen spoke candidly. After considering his words, Li Guodong found himself in a quandary, wrestling with indecision. He pondered that since these were not particularly expensive items, there was no merit in overthinking it. He swiftly resolved to purchase both. Ho Yuanming, witnessing this, chuckled and shook his head, realizing he had also been somewhat perplexed. Chapter 64, Roof Tile Inkstone. The Chunyi roof tile inkstones were decent, albeit most were contemporary creations, with only a few dating back to the Republic of China or Qing dynasty, and none were truly exceptional. Chu Chen, lacking interest, browsed through them hastily before shifting his attention to the other side. Upon his arrival, he found Wen Yuding and her companions had each meticulously chosen a blue and white porcelain inkstone. Seeing him approach, they sought his opinion. Chu Chen examined the two inkstones, and upon closer inspection, he found them quite commendable. Wen Yuding's piece was from the Republic period, while Chu Yulan's was surprisingly from the Ming dynasty. The design was charming and distinct, with a slightly constricted belly adorned with a pattern of auspicious fungi and swirling grasses, a motif commonly found in blue and white porcelain of that era. Despite their small size, the inkstones were exquisitely crafted, likely a product of an imperial kiln, making them highly collectible for aficionados of scholarly implements. After inspecting both inkstones, Chu Chen smiled and remarked, "These two inkstones are quite impressive, if the price is reasonable. They are worth acquiring." After speaking, he gestured to the two women regarding the price. The two ladies immediately understood what to do and eagerly approached the owner to inquire about the cost. Observing this, Chu Chen initially intended to disregard the inkstones in this area, but was unexpectedly drawn to a few pieces that appeared to be exquisite upon a casual glance. Thus, his interest was piqued, and he began to scrutinize them closely. Among the inkstones that captured Chu Chen's attention, there were three in total. One was a circular landscape blue and white porcelain inkstone from the mid-Qing period. This inkstone was entirely glazed, with a slightly concave surface, featuring a pure white body that reflected the standard of the mid-Qing dynasty. The blue and white decoration was delicately hued, depicting landscapes with a natural fluidity that suggested the artist possessed considerable skill. Regrettably, this inkstone was a product of the folk kilns. Nevertheless, it could still be regarded as a fine piece from the mid-Qing folk kiln period, holding notable collectible value. Another inkstone, also from the folk kilns, was even more refined. This circular blue and white porcelain inkstone was composed of two layers, with the center serving as the ink reservoir and the surrounding area forming the ink channel. The porcelain cover was adorned with a blue and white design of cranes amidst auspicious clouds, while the perimeter featured a decorative pattern of entwined floral motifs. This piece exemplified the highest craftsmanship of the mid-Qing folk kilns, making it a rare and valuable collectible. The final inkstone took Chu Chen by surprise when he held it, for if it were indeed genuine, he wondered why the owner had not kept it close, instead placing it among these other fine, yet overall less valuable inkstones. Did the owner truly underestimate its worth? Chu Chen was certain that this was not a counterfeit. It had been mentioned that the inkstones here bore a striking resemblance to roof tiles, yet at their core, they remained circular inkstones. The only true imitation of a roof tile-style blue and white porcelain inkstone was the one in Chu Chen's hand. During the Qianlong era, there was a particular fascination for antiques, which included blue and white porcelain imitating roof tile inkstones. The base of this inkstone bore the four characters in Yiso, longevity and prosperity, in seal script, with the upper section exposing the clay surface for the ink area, surrounded by a well-designed ink pool. One side of the inkstone featured a blue and white inscription, signed with Qianlong Year of the Rooster, crafted in the yuan, followed by the name Peng Ling examining its patina, body, glaze, inscription, and mark. Chu Chen, relying solely on his keen eye, recognized it as a genuine piece, and indeed, a rare gem. He surmised that the owner might have overlooked its value. He then picked up the previously mentioned double-layered blue and white porcelain inkstone and asked the owner, "Sir, I shall select these two inkstones. Could you provide a fair price?" At this moment, others had already completed their transactions, and the owner had made several thousand yuan, which made him quite pleased. He glanced at the two inkstones in Chu Chen's hands, contemplated for a moment, and remarked, "My young friend, you have quite the discerning eye. These two inkstones are among the few fine pieces I possess. Given the support of all of you today, how about a price of 10,000? 10,000 was indeed not excessive, yet in the realm of antique trading, haggling was customary. After a brief consideration, Chu Chen smiled and replied, "Sir, given that we have brought you considerable business today, I'll not prolong this. 8,000. If you agree, I shall take them." The owner pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Very well. It seems you are a straightforward person. Let be done at that price." After the transaction was completed, the proprietor handed them several business cards with a smile, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I hope for your continued patronage. My offerings extend beyond these Han tiles. Should you require any Qin or Han artifacts, feel free to call me. In the antiquities trade, the channels of information are of utmost importance, and thus, Chu Chen and his companions gladly accepted the cards. Since Zhou Wenping had purchased over 30 pieces of Han tiles, a considerable quantity, they carefully packaged the tiles and proceeded to arrange for their shipment directly to the capital, seeking Uncle Wu's assistance for reception. Once everything was settled, they realized it was mealtime, prompting Ho Yuanming to warmly invite them to a well-known local restaurant for a meal. The dishes and wine were exquisite, and the atmosphere was delightful, leading to a convivial exchange of toasts. After their appetites were satisfied, Chu Chen inquired about the transaction prices. The proprietor had been quite fair, offering commendable prices. To their surprise, Chu Yulan's inkstone had only cost 800. Chu Chen chuckled. Xiaolon, I didn't expect you to find such a bargain today. Perhaps the proprietor mistook it for a folk kiln piece, hence the price. Wen Yuding exclaimed in astonishment, we all bought at your quoted prices. Chu Yulan replied with a smile. Yuding, you've misunderstood. Brother Chu would certainly not quibble over a few hundred yuan with us. Upon reflection, Wen Yuding realized this was true. Feeling a bit embarrassed as she remarked, I must have been mistaken. How much do you think your inkstone is worth, Xiaolon? 8,000 or 80,000? Chu Yulan laughed. 8,000 is more reasonable. It could never be 80,000. Seeing Chu Chen nod in agreement, Wen Yuding enviously added, that's still impressive. 800 turned into 8,000, a ninefold increase. Xiaolon, I realize you've made several tens of thousands just by coming with Brother Chu. Grateful for the opportunity. Chu Yulan promptly expressed her thanks to Chu Chen, who replied with a smile, this truly isn't my merit. It is entirely due to your own choices and good fortune. Xiao Lan, curious about their conversation, Ho Yuanming prompted Li Guodong to embellish the earlier events. However, he refrained from mentioning the matter of the Yuchan, as it was far too valuable, fearing that discussing it might incite greed. After Li Guodong finished recounting the tale, Ho Yuanming remarked with a smile, Little Chu, I didn't realize your discernment was so keen. The inkstone you purchased must be quite remarkable. Chu Chen chuckled lightly. It's decent. You may take a look. He then produced the 2 inkstones and placed them on the table, prompting everyone to examine them closely. The double-layered blue and white porcelain inkstone raised no eyebrows. But when Zhou Wenping handled the imitation Han tile inkstone, he let out a soft gasp, drawing the attention of everyone present. Upon hearing this, Ho Yuanming expressed his astonishment. Are you referring to the Chupangaling who constructed Suishitang? Who is Chupangaling? Is he well known? Li Guodong inquired with curiosity. Initial Peng Ling, a prominent minister of the Qing dynasty, was known by the courtesy name Xiaozu and the alias Yuan. He achieved the status of a scholar in the 36th year of the Qianlong reign and was elevated to the rank of Jinshi in the 45th year. He served as an inspector in the JX circuit and later as a governor, earning the attention of the court for his candor and forthrightness. His subsequent promotions included positions as Deputy Minister of Works, Deputy Minister of War, Deputy Minister of Justice, and governors of Yuan and JS, culminating in his appointment as Minister of War in the first year of the Daoguang reign. Throughout his career, he was known for his integrity in council, frequently petitioning against the powerful in court while implementing benevolent policies. His home housed an extensive collection of books, and he established a library named Suishitang, which featured numerous rare editions and meticulously compiled a catalog titled Suishitang Bibliography, encompassing over 2,000 titles, primarily of Ming editions, alongside works from the Song and Yuan dynasties. Zhou Wenping remarked, Can you imagine such a person being unknown? A meticulously crafted imitation Han tile inkstone with his personal inscription and signature is something I have never even seen before. It must be exceedingly rare, perhaps even unique. What do you think its value might be? Upon hearing this, Li Guodong immediately inquired. Zhou Wenping pondered for a moment and replied, It ultimately depends on personal taste, but I estimate its worth to be between 100,000 and 150,000. A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathering at this valuation. While Chu Yulan had previously secured a minor find, the small scale of that acquisition rendered it less significant. In contrast, Chu Chen's inkstone, purchased for a mere few thousand, had suddenly skyrocketed in value to over 100,000, creating a substantial impact. However, reflecting on the earlier jade cicada, the excitement had been fleeting. Unbeknownst to Ho Yuanming, he gave Chu Chen a thumbs up, expressing admiration. Little Chu, your eye for value is truly commendable. Chu Chen modestly replied, It was merely luck. I suspect this inkstone had not been in the owner's possession for long. Otherwise, a collector with even a basic understanding would have recognized its worth. Ho Yuanming laughed. Well, luck plays a crucial role in our jade gambling. Even the keenest I cannot secure a victory if fortune does not favor you. At that moment, Li Guodong grinned mysteriously, saying, Brother Ho, you may not know this, but little Chun is quite the expert in jade gambling. He has even opened a glass-type stone. Ho Yuanming was taken aback. Really? I had no idea you possessed such talent. Little Chu, why not showcase your skills at my shop? Chapter 65. A reunion with glass-type Ho Yuanming's jade jewelry shop was conveniently located not far from the Baxi nunnery, with the benefit of his father's experience and connections. Combined with Ho Yuanming's astute mind, their partnership flourished, leading to a thriving business that had expanded significantly over the years. Earlier this year, they even inaugurated a branch in the city center. The shop, named Tsiyu Zhai, was adorned in a style reminiscent of the Baxi nunnery, exuding an air of ancient elegance. Although the shop had been established for nearly a decade and appeared spacious at the time, it was now considered merely average by contemporary standards. Upon entering, one would find an array of antique-style glass display cabinets at the center, showcasing primarily jade jewelry, with a selection of white jade pieces as well. Flanking the sides were exquisite antique-style cabinets, housing a variety of finely crafted jade and white jade sculptures and ornaments. Tsiyu Zhai is quite renowned in Beijing, and even at noon, several customers are seen selecting jewelry or ornaments there. After Chu Chen and the others entered, Ho Yuanming exchanged a few words with the staff and then led everyone to the backyard, which serves as the stone gambling area of Tsiyu Zhai. The backyard is approximately 40 smaller than that of Jiyuan Pavilion, with a lesser supply of raw materials. According to Ho Yuanming, the lowest price for raw materials here starts at 100 yuan, while the highest can exceed 1,000,000. Anything pricier would be impractical, as there are not many stone gamblers in Beijing currently. Should they acquire excessively priced materials that cannot be sold, it would tie up considerable funds, rendering it unwise. In the yard, there are 3 stone-splitting machines, large, medium, and small. Although there are not many people splitting stones at noon, 3 individuals stand by the medium-sized machine, where a young man in his 20s, wearing glasses, skillfully cuts the raw material. Despite his youth, his techniques are remarkably proficient. Suddenly, an exclamation of its rising draws the attention of Chu Chen and his companions, prompting Wen Yuding to eagerly pull Chu Yulan towards the scene. As they approach the stone-splitting machine, they happen to witness the raw material being sliced open. Upon seeing the cut surface, Chu Chen's excitement diminishes. Though there's some green visible, it appears to be a pea green, resembling the glutinous variety. The true value will depend on how much jade can be extracted. However, the likelihood of a significant increase seems rather slim. Indeed, the next cut reveals the jade's approximate value. Chu Chen estimates that the jade could yield several pairs of bangles, along with some ring faces and pendants, but the total worth amounts to only around 150,000. This is incomparable to the previous instance where he extracted over 1,000,000 from a raw material costing merely 1,000 yuan. While this may not be significant to Chu Chen, it brings considerable joy to the owner of the raw material, a middle-aged man among the 3 earlier. Upon learning the result, he exhibits great excitement, revealing that he purchased the raw material for 18,000 yuan. Thus a return of 150,000 is indeed a commendable gain. Subsequently, the young stone cutter consults with the previously standing individuals regarding their preferred cutting method. After deliberation, they conclude to first remove some edge materials before proceeding cautiously to ensure the integrity of the jade. Ultimately, the outcome aligns with Chu Chen's expectations, with the jade being valued at approximately 150,000. Observing this, an elder appearing to be in his 60s smiles and addresses the owner. Boss Song, it seems you have realized your dream this time. Shall we settle on 150,000 for this piece? With a hint of exhilaration, Boss Song nonchalantly replies, Boss Ho, that is absolutely fine. Young man, take a short break. I will require your assistance shortly to split the remaining piece of raw material. According to Ho Yuanming's introduction, the esteemed Mr. Song, a businessman worth at least tens of millions, engages in the art of stone gambling solely for the thrill of speculation, without becoming overly engrossed in it, hence his seemingly indifferent demeanor. The elderly gentleman in question is none other than Ho Yuanming's father. During a brief respite, Ho Yuanming took the opportunity to introduce Chu Chen and his companions. Father, do not be deceived by young Chu's age. He possesses considerable expertise in antique appraisal and is also a skilled stone gambler, Ho Yuanming remarked with a smile. Ho's father nodded amiably, saying that's splendid. The younger generation must surpass the older. Today, young Chu should showcase his talent. Chu Chen quickly waved his hands in modesty, stating, "I dare not, Mr. Ho. I am merely fortunate and cannot compare to your vast experience." Ho's father chuckled. "Luck is a form of skill, and in our line of work, luck is paramount. As the old saying goes, even the gods struggle to discern a flawless jade, so good fortune is indeed a valuable asset." He continued, "Well then, young Chu, you and your friends should proceed to examine the rough materials. I shan't delay you any further." Upon hearing that they were to inspect the rough materials, Wen Yuding, invigorated by the earlier atmosphere of stone gambling, dashed excitedly towards the jade roughs, dragging Chu Yuan along, which elicited chuckles and headshakes from Chu Chen and the others. "Li Ge, shouldn't you keep an eye on your girlfriend? You wouldn't want her to make impulsive purchases and end up in tears over a lost bet," Chu Chen joked. Seeing this, Li Guodong could only shake his head with a sigh and followed suit, resigned to the fact that he was stuck with such a spirited girlfriend. Zhou Wenping chimed in, "Xiao Chun, I shall accompany them as well." Guodong seems to lack the ability to reign in the situation. Chu Chen agreed, realizing that Li Guodong always seemed to struggle in the presence of Wen Yuding, and it was wise for Zhou Wenping to keep an eye on the proceedings. Noticing that Zhou Wenping and the others had gone to inspect the rough materials, Ho Yuanming said, "Young Chu, I shall not intrude upon your exploration any longer. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me." "Wait, Brother Ho, I believe most of the rough materials you have displayed here are primarily from new sites. To be frank, I find little interest in such materials." Chu Chen interjected as Ho Yuanming began to depart. Upon hearing this, Ho Yuanming slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I had thought you might have some interest in new site materials. How foolish of me to forget your prowess as a stone gambler. Cool, I shall take you to see the good stuff now." Although Ho Yuanming had heard from Li Guodong and others that Chu Chen was a skilled stone gambler, he was still somewhat skeptical due to Chu Chen's youth. The experience in gambling comes with time. Thus, he had refrained from taking Chu Chen to view the materials from the older sites initially. Ho Yuanming led Chu Chen to a well-secured room, approximately 40 square meters in size, where most of the materials were from older sites, alongside a few particularly striking specimens from newer locations. The raw materials here are divided into 3 piles. One contains fully gambled old materials, another has new materials, and the last consists of windowed materials, albeit in limited quantity. Nevertheless, this aligns with the expertise of Ho Yuanming, whose family has long been engaged in the jade business. Should the windowed materials exhibit favorable characteristics, it is highly probable that he would choose to unveil them. With a hint of pride, Ho Yuanming remarked, "Xiao Chu, I believe this selection of raw materials should suffice for you. I am confident that, even throughout the entirety of Beijing, there are few establishments with a better assortment than ours." Chu Chen found himself in agreement. Indeed, the quality of these materials was commendable, and in comparison to those at Liu Changshuan's Jiyuan Pavilion, they held their own. He nodded in response, "Brother Ho, your materials are certainly impressive. I shall take my time to select carefully. It would be remiss of me not to honor the opportunity you have presented. Feel free to choose. But there is one piece you may only examine and not purchase," Ho Yuanming said, his tone laced with a tinge of regret, as he gestured toward a block weighing over 50 kilograms. "This piece was acquired last year in Yunnan for over 2 million. It is my father's favorite, yet he has hesitated to part with it." After a cursory inspection of the block, Chu Chen acknowledged its quality. However, since the owner had declared it unsellable, he was unperturbed. "Brother Ho, I completely understand. Given your father's fondness for it, I will certainly study it closely." After signaling to Ho Yuanming, Chu Chen began to meticulously sift through the raw materials. To his astonishment, he discovered that his enhanced abilities could indeed influence jade material. Although the range was limited to about 30 centimeters, it was a significant revelation for him, as it would save considerable time during the selection process. The first piece he examined was the one previously pointed out by Ho Yuanming. Upon closer inspection, he internally praised the quality. Not only did it possess a snake pattern, but also displayed the rare spring color pine flower. It is worth noting that spring color pine flower, a variant of violet, when combined with a snake pattern, represents an exceptionally rare manifestation in gambling stones. Truth be told, upon witnessing such characteristics, Chu Chen felt quite tempted. Unfortunately, given that the owner was unwilling to sell, he had to set his desires aside. However, after employing his abilities, he was somewhat disheartened by the results. This disappointment did not stem from the piece being subpar. Rather, the assessed value, according to his powers, was approximately 2 million. Such a splendid manifestation yielding this outcome was indeed disheartening. He was eager to understand the reasoning behind this result, and thus resumed his meticulous observations. However, after an extensive period of scrutiny, He discovered no apparent flaws in the material. With that said, Chu Chen decided not to dwell on the matter excessively. After all, one cannot solely rely on external characteristics to judge the internal quality of the material. If that were the case, why would it be said that even the most divine spirits struggle to discern the worth of jade? As he prepared to select other raw materials, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, prompting him to closely scrutinize the python-patterned stone once more. Upon examination, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing that he had yet to master the art of flexible application. Earlier, he had noted the presence of mottled patterns on the python stone, which undoubtedly indicated color. And indeed, the spring hues were a rare violet. This seemed promising. However, the greenish undertones that emerged from the stone were disheartening. This spring green suggested a duality of colors that would inevitably permeate the jade, relegating it solely to carved pieces, thus diminishing its value significantly. Of course, this was merely Chu Chen's conjecture. The true outcome would only be revealed upon cutting the stone. Nevertheless, based on his abilities, the likelihood of this outcome seemed high. Regardless, this piece of rough material would not be a complete loss, though the profit margin would be meager. It was time to focus on the main task at hand. Yet as he surveyed the plethora of promising gambling stones around him, he felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. Fortunately, he now had the advantage of his ability to guide him, allowing him to conduct a preliminary selection. To his surprise, both Ho Yuan Ming and his father possessed an impressive eye for quality. Over half of the rough jade materials responded positively to his ability, igniting a spark of excitement within Chu Chen as he rubbed his hands together, feeling a surge of determination. However, with dozens of promising pieces reacting to his ability and only 4 uses available for the day, it was impractical to test each one individually. Thus, he began by selecting those that exhibited the best potential. Among the standout pieces was a rough stone from the renowned Lao Pei gang, known as Old Elephant Skin. The surface appeared grayish-white, seemingly aged and wrinkled, yet devoid of sand, with a coarse texture. Typically, the jade extracted from such stones boasted exceptional quality, often with a glassy base. In the eyes of gambling stone enthusiasts, it was undoubtedly a coveted piece, and its value was certainly considerable. This particular Old Elephant Skin featured distinct mottled patterns, which added to its appeal. Although this was its sole notable characteristic, it significantly enhanced the overall value of the stone, which was priced at 850,000. Perhaps this price was the reason it remained unsold until now. Nonetheless, Chu Chen felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of acquiring it, as Old Elephant Skin was incredibly alluring, and a rise in value was highly anticipated. Regrettably, the world of gambling stones is fraught with uncertainty. In this instance, the potential for a significant gain was overshadowed by a disappointing outcome, as his abilities estimated the jade's value to be merely 5 to 6,000. This result prompted Chu Chen to sigh and pat the stone lightly before turning away to explore other options. Next, he meticulously selected 2 more pieces of rough material, resulting in a mix of fortune and misfortune. One, priced at 250,000, yielded jade valued at approximately 5 to 600,000. In contrast, the other, priced at 120,000, appeared promising upon inspection, yet ultimately yielded a disheartening outcome. At this moment, Chu Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Having employed his extraordinary abilities 4 times, the outcome was rather disheartening. He pondered to himself that the day was unlikely to yield substantial gains. Nevertheless, he resolved to reserve one ability for future use. With a sigh, he prepared to purchase a modest piece of rough material, but as he turned, his gaze fell upon a piece of semi-gambling rough, instantly sparking his interest. This rough material was a type of yellow sandstone known as Tua Sha Pai, which is characterized by its tendency to shed sand particles from its surface. Some pieces gradually turn white, while others remain yellow or reddish-yellow. Generally, the jade extracted from this type of rough is of commendable quality. The piece in question was not particularly large, weighing approximately 20 kilograms. Through a small window scratched on its surface, it appeared to possess commendable translucency. Chu Chen's attention was drawn to this rough, primarily due to what seemed to be a bump porcelain crack. This is a type of semi-open, semi-closed fissure resembling small cracks that occur on the edges of porcelain when struck. It typically manifests as a thin layer and generally has limited depth, with its impact on the jade contingent upon its location. Chu Chen had encountered such cracks only a few times before. On one occasion, he had purchased a piece of rough with a similar crack and made a modest profit, leaving a lasting impression on him. Thus, he was intrigued to stumble upon this phenomenon again. Using a flashlight, he illuminated the window, confirming that the translucency was indeed promising, with a high likelihood of yielding ice-type jade. The colors appeared vibrant, displaying both python patterns and songhua. Regrettably, this piece was not only marred by bump porcelain crack, but also by gray scabs. As the name suggests, gray scabs are grayish blemishes. If they're dispersed throughout the stone, they're certainly a gamble to avoid, as they can affect the entire internal structure of the stone. In this case, however, the gray scabs were concentrated in one area and did not detract from the python patterns and songhua. Nonetheless, even with the presence of the bump porcelain crack and gray scabs, combined with a steep price of 1.08 million, it would likely deter most players. At this juncture, Chu Chen found himself in a quandary about whether to employ his extraordinary ability, especially since this would be his final opportunity of the day. Perhaps he would require it later. Ultimately, he resolved to use it, as such an occurrence was rare, and given his previous success, it felt serendipitous. What he did not anticipate was that the outcome would once again exceed his expectations, causing his heart to race uncontrollably with joy, a feeling he struggled to contain, causing the corners of his mouth to curve upwards slightly. "Brother Ho, I have made my selection," Chu Chen announced as he approached Ho Yuanming. "Oh, which piece did you choose?" Ho Yuanming inquired with a smile. Chu Chen selected two pieces of rough. One was undoubtedly the aforementioned Tua Sha Pai, while the other was not the modest piece he had initially contemplated, but rather a premium piece priced at 120,000. This choice was not born out of mere extravagance. Rather, it was a reflection of his consistent success with high-stakes gambling. Being human, he recognized that such a streak could raise eyebrows and attract suspicion if he did not exhibit some measure of restraint. The advantages of this particular rough material extend beyond merely masking the success rate of Chu Chen's speculative endeavors. It also boasts an exceptional quality. Even should it not yield favorable results, one could merely attribute it to misfortune rather than question his acumen in stone gambling. Upon witnessing Chu Chen select that semi-speculative piece, Ho Yuanming expressed his astonishment, inquiring, "Little Chu, are you truly going to choose that? This material does not come cheaply, and you cannot have overlooked the flaws of the porcelain crack and the gray spots." Chu Chen responded with a smile, "Brother Ho, rest assured, I am well aware of what you mentioned. However, I believe these two imperfections will not significantly impact the jadeite's quality. Moreover, considering the patterns of the python and the placement of the pine flower, even if it does not appreciate in value, I am confident that I can at least recoup my investment." Seeing this, Ho Yuanming refrained from further persuasion and chuckled. "Very well, it seems you possess considerable courage." Little Chu, as Chu Chen pushed his card out, he noticed when Yuding engaged in a heated debate with Li Guodong over a piece of rough material, while Chu Yulan and Zhou Wenping stood by with expressions of exasperation. Approaching them, Chu Chen curiously asked, "What seems to be the trouble here?" Li Guodong, with a woeful expression, lamented, "Little Chen, please adjudicate this matter. She has already purchased several pieces of rough material, yet she insists on acquiring this one. A mere few hundred yuan for a banded pine flower material, and she refuses to listen to reason. Why should there be any objection to the banded pine flower? It is not without merit," Chu Chen remarked, somewhat taken aback. When Yuding, indignant, added, "Exactly. Brother Chu has said that banded pine flowers are preferable. Over a few hundred yuan, why should you complain? Besides, I have yet to spend your money." Li Guodong then presented the rough material to Chu Chen, asserting, "I never claimed that banded pine flowers are undesirable. However, this particular piece, with its thin and sporadic banding, indeed lacks any gambling potential." Upon inspection, Chu Chen noted that Li Guodong's assessment was accurate. The pine flower's quality was indeed subpar, and given the small size of the material, it offered little in terms of speculation. Nevertheless, observing Wen Yuding's resolute demeanor, Chu Chen interjected, "All right, you two should cease your quarrel. As Xiaowen pointed out, it is hardly worth the fuss over a few hundred yuan. However, Xiaowen, I must mention that Li Ge has been engaged in stone gambling for several years, and his experience surpasses yours significantly. You may indulge your interest this time, but for future endeavors, it would be prudent to heed Li Ji's advice. Furthermore, a few hundred yuan could be better spent on food or clothing than on a venture with uncertain outcomes." After reflecting on Chu Chen's words, both parties found merit in his reasoning, leading Li Guodong to remain silent. Wen Yuding, sensing that Chu Chen also held reservations about the rough material, began to waver. Yet after a moment's contemplation, she resolved to proceed with the purchase, hoping for a fortunate find of jadeite. As the dispute concluded, the other two individuals exhaled in relief. They had previously attempted to mediate, but to no avail, ultimately deciding to step back. It appeared that Chu Chen's standing among them was indeed superior. "Brother Chu, have you selected your rough materials?" Chu Yuan inquired with curiosity, pointing to the cart. Chu Chen replied, "Just these 2 pieces." The others then began to scrutinize the 2 pieces of rough material. While Chu Chen explained their characteristics, his exposition clear and accessible, prompting nods of agreement from the audience. Chapter 67. The Return of the Glass Variety, Part 3. Xiao Chun, how did you come to consider this rough stone, which exhibits both crackled porcelain and gray spots? After listening to Chu Chen's introduction, Li Guodong inquired with an air of curiosity. Chu Chen pointed to a specific area and explained, although the pattern of the python stripe and pine flower is obstructed by the crackled porcelain, as you can see, it does not significantly affect the underlying pattern. Moreover, considering the nature of crackled porcelain, I believe the overall impact will be minimal. With a stroke of good fortune, it may not have any effect at all. Furthermore, the concentration of gray spots is quite localized and perfectly positioned, not interfering with the python stripe or pine flower, which leads me to conclude that, in terms of gamble potential, this rough stone is still a viable option. I have calculated that unless sheer misfortune befalls us, based on the window's performance, we should at least break even. Brother Chu, how much do these 2 rough stones cost? Wen Yuding, intrigued by the size of the stones, asked. Upon hearing that the price for these 2 stones reached over $1 million, all present wore expressions of astonishment, exclaiming how quickly Chu Chen earned and spent money. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenping, while surprised, felt a twinge of concern, recognizing that this was indeed a gamble fraught with uncertainty. A stroke of bad luck could lead to substantial losses. He opened his mouth to offer a word of caution to Chu Chen, but thought better of it, swallowing his words, and could only hope for a favorable turn of fortune for him. Upon hearing the quoted price, Chu Chen hesitated and asked, "Brother Ho, is this price reasonable?" Ho Yuanming chuckled. "Rest assured, large transactions like this come with discounts." With that reassurance, Chu Chen remained silent and turned to Li Guodong and the others, asking, "Brother Li, what rough stones have you selected?" "Brother Chu, take a look at my selections. These have been chosen in consultation with Yuan," Wen Yuding interjected, eagerly showcasing her chosen rough stones. She had selected 7 pieces, including the one that had sparked a dispute with Li Guodong. Among these, only one exceeded 1,000 yuan, which she felt a strong connection to. The others were merely several hundred yuan each, their potential unimpressive. Fortunately, 2 of the pieces held some value. However, one of these 2 performed poorly, prompting Chu Chen to select only the 2 valuable pieces. After some thought, he also included the one that had been contested earlier, saying, "Xiaowen, if you truly wish to purchase, consider these 3 pieces." Wen Yuding, disheartened to see more than half of her carefully chosen rough stones dismissed, felt reluctant, but ultimately trusted that Chu Chen would not lead her astray, resigning herself to parting with them. Observing this, Chu Yuan extracted a piece from the selection and asked, "Brother Chu, why can't we gamble on this piece? The pine flower appears quite promising, does it not?" Chu Chen took the rough stone and illuminated the pine flower with a bright flashlight, stating, "Xiaolan, do you see this black spot? This is known as a blemish. When we shine the light on it, if the black spot disperses and does not penetrate, it may be worth gambling on. However, as it stands now, the black spot has not disappeared, which typically indicates it has penetrated the stone. Wherever the green appears, the black spot will follow, thus making it unsuitable for gambling. Moreover, this piece resembles a potential explosive pine flower." After listening to his explanation, Chu Yuan seemed to recall the introduction to the condition of the stones, and with a hint of embarrassment, she said, "Brother Chu, I truly apologize. I had studied this before, but upon encountering the actual material, I was at a loss as to how to apply my knowledge." Chu Chen replied with a comforting smile, "Xiaolan, this is merely due to your unfamiliarity. In the realm of stone gambling, practice makes perfect. The more you observe and engage, the more you will comprehend." Hearing his words, Chu Yuan felt somewhat relieved, and she took out a piece of rough material she had selected, saying, "Brother Chu, could you please take a look at this for me? I'm not entirely confident about this piece." The rough material chosen by Chu Yuan was not particularly large, weighing approximately 6 kilograms, and it was a block of limestone skin. Such rough material typically yields jade of a decent quality, and it exhibited commendable moss patterns. However, there were black spots adjacent to the moss, which diminished the value of the material, explaining why it was priced at only 2,000 yuan. Chu Chen scrutinized the rough piece carefully and remarked, "Xiaolan, you seem uncertain about the black spots on the rough material, but rest assured, these are merely surface blemishes, and they can be gambled on. In truth, besides the surface blemishes, there was a faint line of jade beneath the moss. But he refrained from mentioning it as the owner, Ho Yuan Ming, was still present. After all, they had only known each other for half a day and were yet to ascertain his true character. As the saying goes, one should harbor no malice towards others, yet remain vigilant. Chu Chen mused that Chu Yuan's luck was indeed remarkable, having previously found 2 minor treasures among antiques. She now had the fortune to select a piece of rough material that fortuitously contained a line of jade. This is likely what people refer to as being blessed by fortune, since Li Guodong was assisting Wen Yuting in selecting rough material, and Zhou Wenping had no interest in stone gambling. Neither of them chose any rough material. Thus, everyone prepared to proceed to the front desk to settle their purchases. Just as Chu Chen was about to turn and leave, he suddenly spotted a piece of thunderstruck iron sand rough material. The presence of thunderstruck patterns indicated that this piece originated from the renowned thunderstruck quarry. While the rough material from this quarry is often characterized by numerous cracks and a lack of quality jade, it also has its merits, typically yielding jade with deep green hues and a rich luster, and it does not tend to change color. This piqued his interest, and he said to the others, "You all go ahead and check out. I will join you shortly." Chu Chen's interest in this rough material was not due to its superiority, but rather because he had seldom encountered thunderstruck materials and was curious to examine it. However, the piece did not appear particularly impressive, as it had several small cracks. An experienced gambler would likely deem it worthless. Nevertheless, this rough material was not entirely devoid of potential. Chu Chen noted a black spot interspersed with a large green patch on it. Upon closer inspection, however, he discerned a peculiar phenomenon. Whether using a magnifying glass or a flashlight, the tips of these small cracks revealed no trace of green. Yet, he sensed that this rough material possessed value. Could it be that these small cracks had not compromised the jade within? Upon reflecting on this matter, Chu Chen fervently wished for the opportunity to utilize his extraordinary abilities once more. However, upon glancing at the price, he couldn't help but chuckle. This piece of rough stone, due to its numerous flaws and diminutive size, was merely 500 yuan. Given this, acquiring it and unveiling its contents would certainly elucidate its true nature. Holding the piece of thunderstruck rough stone, Chu Chen approached the front desk, where 2 young ladies had already settled their accounts. Ho Yuan Ming, ever courteous, had even granted them a slight discount. Upon noticing the rough stone in Chu Chen's possession, Li Guodong inquired with curiosity, "Little Chen, why do you wish to acquire this piece of thunderstruck material?" During the checkout, Ho Yuan Ming jovially remarked, "Little Chu, this piece is inexpensive. Why not take it as a gift?" Chu Chen promptly waved his hand, stating, "Brother Ho, that is not appropriate. We are like brothers, and it's best to settle accounts fairly." His insistence was not mere pretense. The nature of gambling on stones is unpredictable. Should this piece yield a precious jade, disputes could indeed arise. Ho Yuanming quickly grasped the rationale behind Chu Chen's stance and acknowledged that avoiding such complications was wise. He proposed, "How about we bundle the 3 pieces together for a total of 1,100,000 yuan? What do you think, little Chu?" This arrangement alleviated their previous concerns, prompting Chu Chen to readily complete the transaction with his card. Once the transaction was finalized, everyone proceeded to the backyard to unveil the stones. Wen Yuting's pieces were relatively small, allowing for a swift reveal. In no time, the results emerged. Only one piece, purchased for 200 yuan, yielded jade estimated to be worth around 6 to 7,000. The other piece, valued at 1,000 yuan, did contain jade, albeit in scattered fragments lacking any processing value. As for the last piece, it was best left unspoken. Upon witnessing these results, Li Guodong appeared rather smug, for the jade-bearing piece had been selected by him. Chu Chen, noticing his demeanor, shot him a glance that immediately reminded Li Guodong that this was not the moment for pride. If Wen Yuting were to catch wind of his gloating, she would undoubtedly think ill of him. Consequently, he quickly donned a smile and began to speak kindly, which, in turn, restored harmony between him and Wen Yuting. Next, Chu Yulan's rough stone was not cut immediately. Instead, it was polished according to the positions drawn by Chu Chen. He had indicated 2 areas. One was the location of a black blemish, and the other was near the pine flower pattern adjacent to the python stripes. The first area polished was that of the black blemish. As long as the blemish did not penetrate deeply, the likelihood of a favorable outcome would significantly increase. The group breathed a sigh of relief as the black blemish merely rested on the surface and vanished with a gentle polish. When it came time to polish the second area, everyone except Chu Chen was filled with trepidation. His calm demeanor stemmed from the combination of the pine flower and a hint of python stripe, not to mention his extraordinary sensitivity, leading him to believe that the chances of a favorable outcome were exceedingly high. Suddenly, green appeared. Indeed, from the polished window, this piece of material was strikingly vibrant, displaying a rich green hue. The qualities seemed to resemble that of icy, glutinous jade. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was certain to yield a valuable result. Chapter 68. The Return of the Glassy Jade, Part 4. Seeing this, Chu Yuan hesitated and inquired, "Brother Chu, what should we do now? Should we continue to cut it?" After pondering, Chu Chen replied, "My suggestion is to proceed with the cutting, but ultimately, it depends on your own wishes. Xiaolan, if you are reluctant to continue, I can purchase it for 5,000, interjected Ho Yuanming. It is worth noting that this rough stone was initially acquired for merely 1,800. To sell it now for 5,000 is indeed a commendable deal. Upon hearing this price, Chu Yuan felt tempted. However, after further contemplation, she ultimately chose to proceed with a full cut. "Brother Chu, this is my first rough stone purchase, so let us cut it all. Could you please assist me in determining the best way to proceed?" Chu Chen, having studied stone gambling for 4 years, possessed ample experience in cutting. He examined the jade's veins and patterns, selecting a spot to slice off a thin piece, which he then handed to the cutting master. With the machine humming, the thin slice was gradually cut away. Chu Yuan and the others fixated on the rough stone in the cutting machine, their expressions revealing their palpable tension. As the cutting concluded, Chu Yuan reached out to unveil the stone slice, her hand trembling slightly with anxiety. Observing this, Chu Chen reassured her, "It's all right, be bold. Just look through the gap, you can see green. This stone will surely yield a good result." Comforted by his words, Chu Yuan calmed significantly, though still a bit anxious. She decisively revealed the slice. Upon doing so, her smile blossomed instantaneously. Li Guodong promptly washed the cut surface, revealing the rough stone's entirety to the group. "Old pit, ice glutinous type, Huangyang green. Xiaolan, this is quite a substantial increase, based on the cut surface and the previously polished window. Although the yield of jade was modest, its potential value could reach 35,000, marking a significant rise from her initial investment of 1,800. The cutting master then effortlessly extracted the jade from within. Despite a slight loss due to natural factors, the overall value still approached 30,000. "Oh, Yuan, how is your luck so remarkable? First, you stumbled upon a bargain, and now your gamble on the stone has risen so dramatically. Are you trying to make it impossible for others to survive?" When Yuding remarked enviously, Chu Yuan cheerfully responded, "Yuding, you also had a successful gamble. Perhaps your next one will yield an even greater return. However, I advise you to heed Brother Li's advice. It may enhance your chances of success." When Yuding cast a playful glance at Li Guodong, pouting, "I won't listen to him. If I must listen, it will be to Brother Chu." Despite her words, her expression indicated satisfaction with Li Guodong's performance, prompting him to scratch the back of his head and chuckle foolishly. "Xiaolan, how do you plan to handle this jade? If you wish to sell it, I can offer 30,000, Ho Yuanming asked with a smile. Without much deliberation, Chu Yuan candidly replied, "Brother Ho, this jade holds significant sentimental value for me. Hence, I wish to have it crafted into a decorative piece as a gift for my family. It is only natural for people to feel this way." After hearing this, Ho Yuanming did not press further and turned to Chu Chen, inquiring, "Little Chu, which piece do you intend to tackle first?" Chu Chen pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us begin with this piece of thunderstruck material. I am quite curious about what lies within." Upon hearing this, Li Guodong interjected with some skepticism, "Little Chen, are you certain that this material contains jadeite?" Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "How could I possibly know? I'm not a deity. I have observed the small fissures and have seen no hint of green. If there is jadeite, it is likely that it has not been damaged, coupled with the characteristics and appearance of the rough material. I'm simply intrigued by what the outcome will be." After listening to his explanation, the others began to curiously examine the rough material, and indeed, they found themselves filled with anticipation. Chu Chen chose to make the first cut, selecting a relatively marginal fissure and drawing a line. Since the stone cutter had already worked on several pieces and was quite fatigued, Chu Chen decided to take matters into his own hands. The stone cutting machine was no stranger to him. Over the past few years, he had operated it multiple times, and it was not an overly complex task to master. He set up the machine, donned his glasses, flipped the switch, and commenced cutting. The piercing sound of the machine resonated, heightening the tension among the onlookers. As the afternoon progressed, the courtyard became more crowded, with other stone gambling enthusiasts arriving, drawn in by the spectacle of their stone cutting. "There's green. It's rising. Little Chun, you are truly remarkable." Li Guodong exclaimed midway through the cutting process. Initially, Chu Chen had intended to complete the cut in one go, but upon hearing this, he had to pause the machine. Ho Yuanming quickly splashed some water on the rough material to enhance visibility. When the observers caught sight of that thin ribbon of green, those knowledgeable in the field exchanged astonished glances. An elderly gentleman even wiped his glasses repeatedly before donning them again and exclaimed, "Is that not emerald?" This utterance sent a wave of excitement rippling through the crowd, drawing even those who had been selecting other pieces closer to witness. Could it be emerald from such a thunderstruck material? While it was indeed emerald, its quality remained to be seen, and given the numerous fissures, the outcome was uncertain. The quality seems decent. At the very least, it appears to be ice jade. However, the fissures pose a challenge, remarked one onlooker. In this situation, both the crowd and Chu Chen himself felt a mix of hope and apprehension. The true nature of the rough material would only be revealed through the cutting process. And so, under the eager gazes of the onlookers, the stone cutting machine roared back to life. As the cutting sounds filled the air, everyone held their breath, awaiting the outcome. At that moment, Ho Yuanming too was engulfed in a wave of anxiety. Emerald, often referred to as the king of jade, is exceedingly rare, whether of glass or ice quality. Such jade, if the piece were larger and free of fissures, could undoubtedly become a prized possession in their store. How could he not be captivated by this prospect? As the wheel of the jade carving machine came to a halt, an enveloping silence fell over the surroundings. In this hushed atmosphere, even when Chu Chen revealed the stone slice, his palms were clammy with sweat. This situation prompted a slight self-mockery. Just moments ago, he had been reassuring Chu Yulan, yet now he found himself equally anxious. It seemed that the world of stone gambling indeed tested one's heart's fortitude. Observing the slice in his hand, he discerned a faint hint of green, and the small fissures on the surface appeared not to penetrate deeply, which immediately alleviated his tension. He swiftly rinsed the rough stone with water and illuminated it with a bright flashlight. The jade within was undoubtedly of a grandmother green hue, exhibiting an aged quality. Ample water content, exquisite texture, and immaculate clarity, adorned with a glass-like sheen. It was the old pit glass type, a glassy imperial green. What a tremendous find. Upon witnessing this, Li Guodong excitedly clenched his fist, his exhilaration mirroring that of Chu Chen. The crowd around them pressed in closer. Had it not been for Zhou Wenping and Ho Yuanming maintaining order, they might have surged forward. What is the verdict? Friends inside. Did the fissures penetrate? An elder shouted. This stone is truly miraculous. It appears those small fissures did not extend inward. This stone could very well yield a significant profit. While it was clear that this stone indeed showed promise, a final conclusion was yet to be drawn. Firstly, they needed to assess the larger green inclusions. Although the green and the blemishes seemed separate, certainty was elusive in this realm. Chu Chen began to rub the stone at that spot. The outcome brought a collective sigh of relief, yet it also elicited amusement. Unexpectedly, the green inclusion turned out to be merely a thin layer, which easily wiped away. At present, it seemed that the jade within the rough stone was confined to the central portion. However, one should not underestimate its potential. With a stroke of luck, this modest amount could be fashioned into a bracelet, accompanied by a pendant and a ring face. Young man, I'll offer one. 2 million for this stone. How about transferring it to me? A voice suddenly resonated through the crowd. All eyes turned to the speaker, an elderly gentleman in his 50s, whose shrewd gaze indicated he was no ordinary buyer. Boss Ming bowed respectfully. This is indeed a rare find. You make no counteroffer, and I see your urgency. Please forgive me. Boss Ming, you're not the only one who sees its value. Ask those present. Who wouldn't find this stone appealing? Little Chu, are you considering a sale? If so, I'll offer one. 5 million. Ho Yuanming chimed in with his bid. Chu Chen promptly replied, Gentlemen, please hold your bids for now. Let me reveal the jade first. I currently have no intention of selling. Subsequently, for safety's sake, Chu Chen chose to slice the stone thinly. The outcome brought him joy, accompanied by a sense of relief, for the slice's position had just grazed the jadeite. Had it penetrated deeper, it might have resulted in the loss of a ring face. This revelation solidified his determination to elevate his abilities swiftly to acquire the spirit treasure eye. Otherwise, he risked ruining a perfectly fine piece of jade in the future. Chapter 69. One Blade to Hell, One Blade to Heaven, Part 1. With two facets for comparison, the extraction became significantly easier, yet due to the preciousness of the jadeite. He meticulously scraped and cut for nearly half an hour before finally unveiling the glass-like emerald. The first impression of this jadeite was its rich, pleasant green hue. reminiscent of emeralds, with a hint of blue undertone that did not detract from its color. It appeared as if the green was glistening, almost ready to drip, and though vibrant, it retained a delicate beauty, exuding an air of nobility. Witnessing the jade's brilliance, Chu Chen felt elated, yet couldn't help but lament that it lacked a touch of the true imperial green, falling short of perfection. Nevertheless, the outcome exceeded his expectations. He initially believed there was merely jade within the rough material, never anticipating such a delightful surprise. Furthermore, upon extraction, the jadeite yielded an unexpected bonus, one additional ring face than he had estimated. Old pit glass-like emerald, a truly splendid green. Young Chu, are you considering a sale? If so, I can offer 2,400,000. What do you say? After observing for a moment, Boss Ming hastily expressed his intent to purchase. Ho Yuanming interjected with irritation. Boss Ming, why are you always so eager? Moreover, your offer is quite stingy. I'll give 2,600,000. With a smile, Boss Ming replied, there's no choice. Good things go to those who act quickly, while the slow miss out. As for the price, it gradually increases. Although you, young Ho, are wealthy, I must still negotiate 2,700,000. Chu Chen, witnessing their direct bypass of him, felt somewhat speechless, yet he refrained from commenting further, as he had no intention of keeping the jade. The bidding continued back and forth, prices steadily climbing until they reached 2,900,000, at which point the pace slowed, for the value of the emerald lay within that range. 3,008,000. A deep, aged voice emerged from the crowd. It was Ho Yuanming's father, who had arrived. Upon hearing this bid, Boss Ming could only offer a wry smile. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a higher price, but rather that he believed his shop was only mid-range and didn't need to incur losses for a mere spectacle, thus withdrawing from the competition. Years later, Boss Ming would lament this decision, never imagining that the appreciation of mid to high-grade jadeite would soar at such an astonishing rate. Akin to riding a rocket, Old Ho approached Chu Chen with a smile, saying, Young Chu, I had heard tales of your exceptional stone gambling skills, but I was skeptical. It appears the rumors hold true. Chu Chen modestly remarked, Old Ho, this is merely luck. I never anticipated that this rough material would yield such exquisite jadeite. Luck is indeed a facet of skill. Turning to Xiao Chu, he continued, By the way, are you satisfied with the price we just discussed? After a brief compliment, Old Ho inquired. Upon hearing this, Ho Yuanming felt somewhat embarrassed. They had neglected to ask Chu Chen if he intended to resell before quoting a price, which seemed rather misguided. Any request within our capability will certainly be fulfilled, Old Ho readily assured. With a light chuckle, Chu Chen replied, Old Ho, let's postpone this discussion for now. First, let us unveil these two remaining pieces of rough material. Xiao Chu, should we set off some firecrackers before the reveal? Ho Yuanming asked from the side. Chu Chen scratched his head and said, Perhaps we should wait until after the unveiling. Very well, Old Ho responded, turning his gaze toward the other two pieces of rough material with surprise. Xiao Chu, you have chosen these two pieces. Indeed, you possess remarkable audacity. Which one do you intend to cut first? Let's start with this smaller one. Chu Chen indicated the piece with an exquisite surface. This particular rough material was of the Yangmei sandskin variety, typically found in older mining areas in the Damacan region, with a limited yield from mana. Its defining characteristic is its surface granules resembling ripe Yangmei in a deep red hue, although some pieces may present with a blend of betel nut water in red and white or red and yellow. The quality of Yangmei sandskin is primarily assessed by the uniformity of its granules. A more uniform texture indicates a superior base. This piece exhibited a commendable consistency, which justified its promising potential, complemented by the presence of snake skin and pine flower patterns. However, it remained a mystery why it had not been selected earlier. Old Ho promptly provided an explanation. This piece was transferred to me by a friend just yesterday. Who would have thought it would end up in your hands today? Quite the coincidence. Chu Chen smiled at this revelation, inwardly reflecting on the irony of his situation. As the stone unveiling commenced, Chu Chen, having already anticipated the outcome, opted not to polish the stone, but instead chose an optimal location for the cutter to make the incision. What do you think of this piece? A man in his 30s asked his companion amidst the gathered crowd. The companion, with a tone of admiration, responded, I hold this piece in high regard. Look at the presence of snake skin and pine flowers. That pine flower resembles the husk type, which typically produces jadeite of excellent quality, coupled with the Yangmei sand skin. If jadeite is present, it could very well be a premium piece. This young lad seems poised to strike it rich today. This individual displayed some discernment, articulating the characteristics of the rough material. Had he not already known the outcome? Chu Chen would have found it hard to believe that this piece would yield a splendid result. With a resounding crack, the cutter sliced through the rough material. Immediately, Chu Chen stepped forward to retrieve the cut stone fragment, rinsing it with water for inspection. Upon closer examination, his expression transformed with excitement, for within the rough material, he could distinctly discern the presence of a red mist. The mist refers to a substance found between the skin and the flesh of jadeite, rough material. Fog varies in density, primarily categorized into white fog, yellow fog, black fog, and red fog. While fog does not directly influence color, it serves as an indication of the quality and age of the stone, suggesting a higher hardness and maturity. Thus, it becomes a crucial parameter in assessing the quality and authenticity of jade, as well as a significant factor in determining the pricing. Among these types of fog, black and red fog are particularly disdainful, as they tend to deteriorate the surface. Red fog, especially, is often associated with materials that have a rather dull base, rendering them largely worthless. Consequently, most individuals shy away from betting on red fog, for it can lead one to a sudden rise to fortune or an equally swift descent into despair. When the extraordinary presence of red fog was revealed in the raw material, Chu Chen pondered various possibilities, yet never anticipated encountering such a rare form of red fog. The manifestation of the material left him in awe of nature's marvels. Observers shook their heads in disbelief, acknowledging the unpredictability of stone betting. Anything could transpire. How is this possible? There's still a significant portion uncut, Zhou Wenping remarked, feeling a pang of sympathy for Chu Chen's loss. Chu Chen explained, Brother Zhou, it's not that it's a definite failure. However, when confronted with red fog, one must be prepared for the worst. Regardless of the outcome, I've already secured enough profit today to absorb this loss. After all, one cannot expect to win every gamble. I am mentally prepared for that. Old Ho chuckled. Little Chu, I didn't expect you to be so open-minded. With this attitude, you certainly possess the demeanor of a master. Chu Chen humbly responded, I cannot claim to be a master. I merely have resources at hand and remain unperturbed. This light jest elicited smiles from everyone, easing the atmosphere. However, the subsequent outcome was already predetermined. The raw material did not undergo a miraculous revival. Resembling most materials with red fog, it not only had a dull base but also bore blemishes, rendering it utterly worthless, a classic failure. This conclusion starkly contrasted with the exquisite glass-grade stone previously revealed, leaving the onlookers momentarily dazed. Zhou Wenping hesitantly inquired, Little Chen, will you still attempt to resolve this final piece? Of course, why not? One cut may lead to despair, but the next could bring forth paradise. Chu Chen declared with audacity. Old Ho, appreciating Chu Chen's indomitable spirit, remarked with a smile, Little Chu, you are brimming with vigor. Let us proceed with the resolution. Due to the uncertainties posed by the blemishes and fissures in this material, Chu Chen decided to first examine the area with fissures to ascertain whether it had compromised the jade within. He held a favorable view of this piece of raw material. A companion of the previous individual initially expressed his insights. Oh, why do you say that? The earlier piece exhibited such promise, even with red fog. This one, with its fissures and blemishes, I certainly would not wager on. Your lack of experience is evident. The gray blemishes and the minor cracks in this piece of raw material fall within the realm of possibility. Moreover, observe closely. This is a tapestry of silks, bands, and dots of python, all manifesting in a single stone. Such a rare specimen, particularly one with its sand skin still intact, is indeed worthy of investment. If I possessed such wealth, I would undoubtedly acquire it. Enough of this futile argument. Let us allow the facts to reveal who is correct. As the surface of the window was gradually polished, not only did the previously visible cracks vanish, but a hint of green began to emerge. Green. It's green. This revelation instantly ignited excitement among the spectators, who began to jostle for prime positions, causing anxiety among Ho Yuanming and his companions. Chapter 70. The Abyss of One Blade. The Paradise of Another, Part 2. Once the window was sufficiently cleaned, Li Guodong eagerly poured water over it. After cleansing, he illuminated it with a powerful flashlight, and in an instant, the green radiance blossomed. This is either apple green or yellow yang green. Judging by its clarity, it seems to be ice type. Li Guodong observed meticulously. The emeralds revealed in both openings appear quite similar, don't they? When Yuding inquired, perplexed. No sooner had she spoken than Li Guodong and the others scrutinized the findings once more, confirming her observation that the types and colors were indeed comparable. This revelation sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. It is worth noting that these two areas are separated by several centimeters, and the connecting region is adorned with ample python patterns and flecks of pine flowers. If one were to boldly speculate, it is highly probable that this entire area constitutes a single piece of jadeite with a significant likelihood of being high-grade ice-type apple green jade. If this is indeed the case, the overall value of this raw material far exceeds that of the previously assessed glass type. Well, it seems the cracks did not penetrate deeply after all. I was right, wasn't I? Boasted the earlier speaker. Even if you are correct, do not forget that there remains another great blemish on the opposite side, retorted the middle-aged man, unwilling to concede defeat. Xiao Chu, what are your plans moving forward? Will you continue to excavate or sell? If you choose to sell, I can offer you 2,800,000. Upon witnessing this display, Old Ho felt a surge of interest. Upon hearing this, Boss Meng hastily interjected, Old Ho, leave some for me. You've just secured a top-grade piece. Surely this one should come to me. 3 million. Xiao Chu, let go to me, what do you say? Boss Meng, while your shop primarily caters to the mid-tier market, you are aware that I opened a new store in the city center earlier this year, and I am in dire need of high-end materials to anchor my establishment. How about you let this piece come to me, and in return, I can provide you with some mid-tier materials? Old Ho proposed earnestly. Old Ho, though I operate in the mid-tier market, I also have high-end clientele. Such materials are rare. If missed, they are gone forever, Boss Meng replied, shaking his head. High-quality jadeite is exceedingly scarce in Beijing. It is a commodity with a price but little availability, and to obtain such goods, one must venture south. Regardless of the location, such exquisite jadeite remains a coveted treasure, and numerous formidable companies abound in that region, leaving no chance for a modest establishment like his. The implication of Mr. Meng's offer of 3,200,000 was not lost on Mr. Ho, who, understanding the stakes, felt compelled to persist. 3,500,000. Dear Chu, I am willing to offer you that for this half-gambling rough stone. What do you say? Mr. Meng retorted, unwavering. As the tension between the two escalated, Chu Chen interjected hastily, Gentlemen, let us temper our tempers. I cannot sell the half-gambling rough stone just yet. Let me fully unveil it first, and then we can negotiate. How does that sound? As his words settled, the others around him wore expressions of astonishment, with Li Guodong casting an anxious glance his way, aware that this was a transaction worth millions. And it is often said that one should know when to collect their gains. Observing the situation, Chu Chen could only offer an apologetic smile. Under normal circumstances, he would not insist on unveiling the entire stone, but given his prior knowledge of the outcome, he felt justified in his stance. Very well, young Chu. Your audacity is commendable. We shall revisit this shortly, Mr. Ho replied with a smile. Mr. Meng, too, found no grounds for dissent. Secretly relieved that in a moment of urgency he had proposed 3,500,000, a figure that, given the rough stone's performance, seemed rather steep. After all, this was a half-gambling rough, and without a complete revelation, inherent risks persisted. He silently vowed to exercise more caution in the future. Having resolved the issue of the blemish, attention turned to the area of gray spots, which were clustered rather densely and conveniently located on the opposite side, devoid of python patterns or mottling. Such gray spots possess a certain degree of gamble. However, nothing is ever certain, and players typically approach these with caution, for the gray spots are known to be quite elusive. Subsequently, Chu Chen opted against polishing the stone, based on the patterns and results of the anomalous energies. He surmised that this area likely held no jadeite, thus he chose to cut the stone directly. Nevertheless, as he had not seen the interior of the rough stone, he decided to make a conservative incision. The cutting proceeded swiftly, and soon enough, the results caused a collective gasp among those present. The blemish had indeed not penetrated. Yet wisps of black mist emerged, a troubling omen. As previously mentioned, black mist, akin to red mist, tends to obscure the surface, indicating that the jadeite beneath is of a grayish hue, rendering it largely valueless. Witnessing such an outcome, both Mr. Ho and Mr. Meng felt an immense sense of relief. While the stone had not entirely failed, its value had undoubtedly diminished significantly, particularly for Mr. Meng. A chill ran down his spine at the thought that had he purchased it for 3,500,000, he would have likely faced considerable losses, a true case of rising prices not equating to actual gains. So, in this world of stone gambling, anything can transpire. Do you still believe this stone will yield substantial profits? The middle-aged man now wore a smug expression. I genuinely believe this stone will indeed appreciate. The mist is a positive sign, but did you not notice it gathering on the other side? Here, There's a notable absence of python patterns and pine flowers. Moreover, with the emergence of the black mist, the gray lesions have vanished. In contrast to the earlier performance at the window, I initially assumed there would be a significant rise. The middle-aged man's companion vehemently countered. Observing the worried expressions of his peers, Chu Chen chuckled. Do not fret. The black mist is, after all, on the other side. So its impact should be minimal. Furthermore, even if it does collapse, it is of no concern. Today I have not incurred losses but rather profited. Foreseeing the outcome, Chu Chen felt no anxiety. The cutting of the black mist assured him that the jadeite within the rough material was most likely intact. This clarity facilitated his judgment regarding the cutting position. Consequently, he chose to make a decisive cut, guided by the trends of the python patterns and pine flowers. As the stone-cutting machine whirred to life, Chu Chen's heartbeat quickened. The value of the jadeite within was exceedingly high, potentially surpassing his entire net worth, which naturally stirred his excitement. His fervent wish was that this incision would not compromise the jadeite within. Even the slightest damage would be profoundly distressing. With a splash, the rough material was swiftly revealed by the skilled artisan. Not only was Chu Chen nervous, but the artisan himself also felt the weight of anticipation. Moments ago, he had witnessed a remarkable piece of rough material disintegrate in his hands. Should this similarly promising piece also collapse, it could jeopardize his reputation. In the world of stone gambling, superstition reigned supreme. The previous owner had extracted a top-grade jadeite from a piece deemed unworthy. And if he were to consecutively falter with two promising pieces, others might question his fortunes and judgment. The cutting surface soon lay before the onlookers. On the half showcasing the python patterns and pine flowers, there was no need for washing. A vibrant expanse of green was immediately visible. Chu Chen quickly grasped the other half, and upon inspection, he exhaled in relief. The cut had been executed perfectly, with the jadeite sustaining minimal damage. Witnessing the scene, both Elder Ho and Boss Meng exchanged glances. Initially relieved, they now felt a profound sense of regret. Boss Meng's heart ached, pondering whether a slightly higher bid might have secured him such a splendid piece. Judging by the current display, the remaining half of the rough material likely contained jadeite. A veritable fortune. In comparison to the previous experience of the black mist, this felt like a gamble between hell and paradise. No wonder others claim that stone gambling is a thrill for the heart. To ensure caution, Chu Chen suggested, "Let me handle the polishing." Noticing the artisan's weary demeanor, he spoke up. Although polishing may seem straightforward, it is in fact a technical skill. Insufficient polishing fails to reveal the jadeite's true value, while excessive polishing risks damaging the precious jadeite inside. Hence, it is advisable for those lacking experience to refrain from attempting it themselves. However, Chu Chen only polished a few windows in critical areas, opting not to complete the process on all sides, as the rough material was quite substantial. Finishing it entirely would have been a waste of time. As the windows gradually expanded, the verdant hues intensified and deepened, causing the value of the entire rough material to rise correspondingly. Ultimately, it became evident that this was indeed a highly valuable piece of rough. Subsequently, based on the performance of the windows, extracting the jadeite became a rather effortless endeavor. An icy apple green, and it was from an old pit. Chu Chen, your fortune is truly remarkable, Zhou Wenping remarked enviously as he gazed at the jadeite in Chu Chen's hands. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy, for he had just unveiled a piece of glassy emerald, and now he had astonishingly revealed this large, icy apple green. This icy apple green jadeite was indeed substantial and of fine quality, even surpassing the previous piece that Chu Chen had uncovered. A bracelet crafted from such quality could be valued at around 1 million. And if this material was processed well, it could yield 7 bracelets, with additional pieces fashioned into pendants and rings, leading to an overall valuation of no less than 9 million. In Chapter 71, The Ghost Market, Part 1, Old Ho noticed Boss Meng intently fixated on the rough material and promptly inquired, "Xiao Chu, what are your plans moving forward?" Chu Chen surveyed his surroundings and smiled. "Old Ho, it's rather inconvenient to discuss matters here. Shall we find another place? Haha, look at me. Come, let us head to the reception room of my shop." Old Ho quickly responded with an apologetic tone. Once Chu Chen and his companions departed, the onlookers immediately began to chatter. The elderly man from earlier exclaimed, "I never imagined that I would witness such a glassy emerald and such a large icy apple green. Truly a feast for the eyes, fulfilling a lifelong dream. Indeed, yet that young brother managed to strike it rich twice in succession. One cannot help but declare that he is extraordinarily fortunate." A middle-aged man remarked enviously. However, His companion countered, "Hey, I believe it's due to that young man's keen eyesight. Relying solely on luck without skill, how could he achieve consecutive successes? Moreover, he possesses ample courage and a good temperament. Such a person is destined for greatness. Make way, make way. Instead of lamenting, you will be better off learning from me and seeking out some rough materials for yourself. Perhaps fortune will smile upon you, and you might experience a small gain." A man in his 30s, clutching 3 pieces of rough material, exclaimed as he hurried to the jade extraction machine, urging, "Master, please assist me quickly." Perhaps the god of wealth hasn't ventured far yet. The crowd could only shake their heads in bemused silence at the spectacle. In the reception room, everyone admired the 2 pieces of jadeite on the table, praising their rarity and exquisite quality. The 2 young women, in particular, gazed with dreamy eyes. For who could deny that jewelry is a woman's best friend? Ahem. Old Ho cleared his throat, redirecting everyone's attention, and then, with a beaming smile, said, "Xiao Chu, let us discuss the apple green jadeite. As you know, my shop is in urgent need of such high-quality jade. Well, I shall not say much more. I kindly ask for your assistance in setting a reasonable price so that we may keep it. What do you think?" Chu Chen scratched his head and smiled as he spoke. "Old Ho, you are more suited to determine the price. If I set it too high, it may hurt our feelings, don't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Old Ho pondered for a moment, then turned to quietly converse with Boss Meng beside him. If Old Ho had not purchased that piece of emerald, he might have been able to manage this one, but now, even a single piece was too much to handle alone. Since one person could not bear it, they might as well collaborate in the purchase and then divide it, which would be the most advantageous choice for both parties at present. Before long, after their discussion, Old Ho sincerely remarked, "Xiao Chu, you ought to be aware of the market conditions in our western region. For this piece, we can offer 10,800,000. How does that sound?" Chu Chen contemplated for a moment and then smiled. "Old Ho, since you were so straightforward, I certainly shall not lag behind. Very well, let us settle on this price. 10,800,000, while it may not seem excessive, could indeed be higher in the markets of the capital or the south. However, within the western market, it was quite commendable and aligned with Chu Chen's expectations. Besides, since this rough material was purchased from them, it was only fair that Chu Chen, having a share, allowed the others to benefit as well. In business, it is wise to foster amicable relations, as one may find themselves needing assistance from them in the future. Old Ho and Boss Ming anxiously observed Chu Chen, and upon hearing his acceptance of the offer, they both exhaled in relief, their faces breaking into smiles. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenping and the others, upon hearing the price, revealed expressions of envy, astonished that in the blink of an eye, Chu Chen had become a millionaire. By the way, Xiao Chu, do you have any requests regarding this emerald? Old Ho, seeing the transaction finalized, hurriedly inquired about another piece of jade. Well, Old Ho, as you know, such glass-like emeralds are quite rare, so I would like to keep it for appreciation. Shall we wait until tomorrow to finalize the transaction? Chu Chen ziplit so mewat bats fuli. In truth, had he not exhausted his abilities today, he would not have made this request, knowing that this jade held nearly 3 million in spiritual energy. Failing to absorb, it would be a tremendous loss. The others, upon hearing this, did not find it peculiar. They would have done the same in his position. Old Ho, relieved to learn it was merely a small matter, beamed with his full smile and said, "Of course, that is entirely acceptable. However, as the bank will not be operating tomorrow, let us sign the contract today and proceed with the transfer. You may deliver the jade to me tomorrow." Chu Chen was taken aback by Old Ho's response, feeling somewhat conflicted. Would signing the contract affect the absorption of his abilities? Yet, given Old Ho's insistence, to refuse would seem overly sensitive. At that moment, he regretted his request, pondering whether it would have been better not to sell the raw material at all. However, it was too late for that now. He could only ease his mind. After all, 3 million was not an insurmountable sum, especially considering how effortlessly he had earned 10 million. Upon reflection, Chu Chen felt a sense of relief and nodded in agreement. When both parties signed the contract, Chu Chen included the black and white jade that Ho Yuanming had previously requested, without asking for any payment, considering it a gift to Ho Yuanming, which made the latter somewhat embarrassed. The subsequent transfer proceeded smoothly, and after the transaction was completed, Old Ho and Boss Ming took their leave to discuss matters concerning the jade, while Ho Yuanming presented Chu Chen with a portable safe, ensuring a greater sense of security. Once all matters were concluded, the clock had already struck 4 in the afternoon. After such an exhilarating and nerve-wracking experience with the stone gambling, everyone felt quite fatigued. Therefore, Ho Yuanming suggested that they all take a break over tea, treating them to the renowned Beijing hotel to savor its delectable cuisine. Everyone readily agreed to this proposal, and Ho Yuanming led them to a charming tea house. As soon as Chu Chen sat down, his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he was surprised to find it was Zhao Chirui. He promptly answered the call. "Hello, Brother Zhao. This is Chu Chen. How may I assist you?" "Ah, little Chu. I was merely inquiring if there were any updates regarding the painting I asked you to find. If not, there's no need to pursue it further, as my friend has already located a piece by Wu Changsha. Congratulations, Brother Zhao. However, I must apologize. I recently acquired a work by Zheng Banxiao, but I intend to keep it for myself." Chu Chen had not intended to bring this up, but after some contemplation, he decided to speak frankly. In the antiquities market, news travels fast, and it was better he addressed it himself than have Zhao Chirui hear it from others, thus avoiding any misunderstanding. "Goodness, you managed to acquire a piece by Zheng Banxiao? I'm gonna see it someday." Zhao Chirui's tone remained unperturbed. "Oh, that is no problem, but I'm curious. Did old Lu not inquire about purchasing it?" "He did express interest, but since I wanted to keep it for myself, I declined." Chu Chen mused that if he had not sold it to old Lu, Zhao Chirui would likely not be upset. "Huh, well, go ahead with your affairs. We shall connect again when time permits." After ending the call, Chu Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Judging by Zhao Chirui's final tone, all seemed well. However, when he lifted his gaze, he found everyone staring at him, utterly still. "What is the matter?" Chu Chen inquit pudao, ligudon, visibly displacea, exclaimat. "Little Chen, how come we had no inkling that you possessed a work by Zheng Banxiao? You've kept such a matter hidden. That is rather inconsiderate." Indeed, others chimed in, nodding in agreement, adopting a mock accusatory stance towards Chu Chen. "Well, I felt rather embarrassed to bring it up." Chu Chen hastily recounted the circumstances surrounding his acquisition of the painting and continued, "What do you expect me to say? If I were to announce it myself, wouldn't that come across as bragging? Even if it were boasting, it is far better than concealing it. Yuan, don't you agree?" Seeing Chu Yuan nod in agreement, Wen Yuding continued, "Brother Chu, how is it that you are so fortunate? Finding hidden treasures has become a routine for you. Do you have good fortune shining down on you every day?" "No, we must see that work by Zheng Banxiao." All right, I promise. Isn't that enough?" Chu Chen, caught between laughter and tears, thought it amusing that just once finding a treasure could render him a class enemy in their eyes. Ho Yuanming chuckled. "Little Chu, your luck is simply beyond words. Even if I wish to be envious, I find it impossible. However, since fortune favors you so, you must certainly visit the ghost market tomorrow." The so-called ghost market is, in simpler terms, an underground marketplace for antiques. Though the ghost market has existed for quite some time, it only became a dedicated venue for antique transactions during the Qing dynasty. When the Qing soldiers entered the pass, they naturally became the rulers. However, as time passed and the wars gradually subsided, many descendants of the nobility, who once indulged in dogfights and cockfights, descended into debauchery, their family fortunes waning. In a state of decline, they resorted to selling their ancestral possessions under the cover of darkness at the ghost market. Eventually, these debauched youths, unable to sustain themselves, also began to part with the treasures bequeathed by their forebears, fearing disgrace at pawn shops, and thus, they too brought their valuables to the ghost market to sell. Additionally, some scavengers would collect items from affluent families or even stolen goods, bringing them to the ghost market to convert them into cash. Chapter 72. The Ghost Market, Part 2. Such transactions often occurred under the veil of night, and over time, the market acquired the evocative nickname Ghost Market. Subsequently, it became a term synonymous with antique markets, due to well-known reasons. The ghost market vanished from the 1950s until the mid-1980s. It was not until the late 1980s that it began to resurface in places like the bustling metropolis and Panjiayuan in the capital, and now only a few major cities still boast the existence of ghost markets. However, unlike in the old days, where the majority of goods sold were secondhand, today's ghost markets are predominantly filled with new imitations and forgeries. Nonetheless, the items available at the ghost market still have a higher proportion of genuine relics compared to regular markets. Primarily due to their more affordable prices, similar items can often be found for half the price of those in stores. In truth, the ghost market is not unfamiliar to Chu Chen. Take Panjiayuan, for instance, which also hosts a ghost market every weekend. He often finds himself browsing the stalls early, not to mention his companion Zhou Wenping. Thus he is well versed in its intricacies. Though genuine treasures can indeed be found at the ghost market, he has seldom encountered significant pieces, and their prices are not particularly low. Additionally, and scrupulous merchants take advantage of the darkness to sell dubious replicas, making it easy for unsuspecting customers to be deceived. Therefore, without a discerning eye, it is inadvisable to venture into a ghost market based solely on the wisdom of yesteryears. Of course, it is also quite common for vendors to misidentify valuable items as mere trash, which is why some enthusiasts remain ever eager to explore the ghost market. Ho Yuanming chuckled. You must be familiar with the ghost market, little Chu. I have visited the ghost market in the capital as well. But the proportion of genuine antiques there certainly does not match that of the Baxian Temple. Tomorrow is Sunday. Would you care to explore it? Indeed. Based on Chu Chen's observations earlier today, the ratio of authentic items at the Baxian Temple antique market surpasses that of Panjiayuan. This is primarily due to the larger scale of Panjiayuan, which, when averaged, results in a smaller proportion of genuine goods. However, a smaller scale has its advantages, requiring less effort, which is particularly suitable for the application of extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, having traveled to Beijing and being in the antique business, one cannot afford to miss the ghost market. Thus, Chu Chen readily agreed. It is a rare opportunity to visit Beijing. I certainly cannot miss the ghost market. However, I'm not very familiar with this local ghost market. When would be the best time for us to go? Anzai, Xiaolan. Are you and the others joining us tomorrow? If so, you cannot afford to sleep in. Chu Chen inquired about the others. At that moment, Chu Yuan and the others had already learned about the ghost market from Zhou Wenping. Their curiosity heightened, and they all eagerly agreed to join. At this point, Chu Yuan asked, Chu Ge, who was that brother Zhao you spoke to on the phone just now? Oh, I thought his voice sounded familiar. He is my uncle. Chu Yuan responded, slightly taken aback. What? The owner of Huitet Trading is actually your uncle? Xiaolon? Li Guodong exclaimed in astonishment. He had previously suspected that Chu Yuan came from a distinguished background, but he had not anticipated it to be this impressive. He had heard in passing that Zhao Qirui's father was a founding general, a person of significant stature. And to discover that he was indeed Chu Yuan's grandfather was quite surprising. Is that Zhao general quite influential? Asked Ho Yuanming, his curiosity piqued. Li Guodong explained. Zhao general is indeed a billionaire, and his family background is exceptionally distinguished. While he did not divulge every detail, it was clear to Ho Yuanming that such a lineage would not be lacking, possibly even belonging to a prominent red family. With this thought, Ho Yuanming glanced at Chu Yuan, his eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. Having once worked within the system, he understood that such red families, as long as they have a leading figure, wield considerable power. Regardless, even a malnourished camel is larger than a horse. Chu Yuan smiled gently. My family is my family. I am who I am. Please do not view me through tinted glasses. Chu Ge, could you tell me how you came to know my uncle? I am quite curious, as he is not one to easily allow others to call him brother. When Chu Chen learned that Zhao Qiru was Chu Yuan's uncle, he too was astonished. What a small world it was that an uncle and niece had each met him successively, reflecting on the earlier encounter at the train station. He found it unsurprising that he could so easily resolve that dilemma. He recounted how he came to know Zhao Qiru and concluded with a chuckle, Xiaolon. Who would have thought our fates were intertwined? Chu Yuan nodded with a smile, contemplating how remarkable their connection was, though she wondered why her uncle displayed such behavior. Was it possible that she had misjudged? Surely not. Forget it. Overthinking is futile. Let's take one step at a time. I just thought of something particularly amusing. Brother Chu, you are called Uncle Zhao by Xiaolon, while Xiaolon refers to you as Brother Chu. Your relationship is indeed quite convoluted. When Yuding chuckled at this, upon reflection, everyone burst into laughter. Observing this, Chu Chen awkwardly scratched his head and remarked, we each have our own titles, all right? Besides, even if I wished to call Zhao the uncle, he wouldn't agree. Brother Chu, the next time you encounter my uncle, do mention it. He might just allow you to call him uncle. Joked Chu Yuan, her eyes twinkling with mischief. I think I'll pass. I dare not. Chu Chen replied with a laugh. Soon, the group engaged in lively conversation from all corners, and when the time was right, Ho Yuanming drove them to a renowned restaurant in Beijing for a meal. The dishes, hulu chicken, sampi si, tuo tea soup, and lotus leaf steamed pork, were all meticulously crafted and presented. Not only were they visually appealing, but their flavors were exquisite and rich, embodying the elegance of Shaanxi cuisine. Just past 3 o'clock, Chu Chen arose from his slumber. He had previously arranged with Ho Yuanming to secure the jade in the safe at his shop. Perhaps this jade, being of his own procurement, absorbed no loss during the process, and the accumulation of progress remained steady, offering him a pleasant surprise. Can you all muster some energy? We will soon explore the ghost market. in this dim light, to avoid purchasing anything dubious, Chu Chen joked. Yet, the truth remained. Under such poor visibility, the ability to discern was significantly compromised, and in such a state, it would be unwise not to exercise caution. The term eating medicine referred to being tricked, or more literally, being subjected to a deception. When Yuding, with a dreamy expression, reassured, "No worries, Brother Chu. By the time we reach there, I will surely regain my senses." As soon as she finished speaking, the other two nodded in agreement, leaving Chu Chen and the others with no choice but to shake their heads in resignation. Upon arriving at the Beijing Temple Antique Market, the scene before them left Chu Yulan and her companions momentarily speechless. The Beijing Temple remained unchanged, yet the streets were now lined with numerous small stalls, each adorned with a dim light. Players had already gathered at the stalls, wielding flashlights to scrutinize their desired items, inquiring about prices and engaging in trade, creating a bustling atmosphere reminiscent of a typical market. When Yuding, bewildered, exclaimed, "Is this truly the ghost market? I sense no hint of anything sinister." Chu Chen chuckled softly. "This is indeed the ghost market. Did you expect it to resemble the haunted streets depicted in movies? After all, we are in the new century. Everything requires a semblance of order. However, do remember not to raise your voices here, lest you disturb others." However, upon witnessing this scene, Li Guodong felt a surge of excitement. Over the past 2 days, he had not made any significant gains, and seizing this opportunity, he ardently hoped to uncover a valuable treasure. Rubbing his hands together, he exclaimed, "Let us proceed quickly and take a look, as the saying goes. The swift shall reap rewards, while the slow shall miss out." Chu Chen promptly restrained him, saying, "Li Gu, please remain calm. Observe the individuals around us. Who among them shares your eagerness? Not to mention the possibility of finding something valuable. With your current demeanor, who would you deceive, if not yourself? Let's stick together." This place is notorious for con artists. Their first destination was a stall selling ancient jade. At first glance, it appeared quite promising. However, after a brief inspection, Chu Chen gathered everyone and whispered, "Did you all catch a whiff of something unusual?" Seeing the nods of agreement, he continued, "Most of the jade here is artificially aged. In daylight, it is easily discernible, but in this dim environment, one must be cautious to avoid being deceived. Moreover, the market is rife with high-quality imitations, making detection even more challenging. Therefore, exercise utmost caution. Should you encounter something appealing, refrain from hasty purchases." After hearing Chu Chen's words, the 3 young men, who had never visited such a market before, appeared disheartened. The ancient jade they had just seen looked genuine. How could it all be fake? Furthermore, if there were even more sophisticated replicas, how could they hope to find treasures? It seemed that this market was indeed not a suitable place for novices like them. Noticing their despondency, Chu Chen quickly reassured them, "Do not be disheartened. My intent is merely to encourage you to observe more and buy less. Should you find something you admire, you have us to consult." Realizing he was right, they felt a renewed sense of enthusiasm. Acknowledging that they had never expected to rely solely on their own judgment and would undoubtedly seek Chu Chen's guidance before making any purchases. Subsequently, the 6 of them perused 5 or 6 small stalls. Although they did not buy anything, they learned a great deal from Chu Chen's explanations. The bloodstone is a type of cinnabar banded gemstone, its hue even more vibrant than vermilion, due to its striking resemblance to chicken blood. It is commonly referred to as bloodstone. The production of bloodstone is quite limited, with the most renowned varieties named after their places of origin, the Zhonghua bloodstone and the Baoan bloodstone in our country. There is also an ancient legend surrounding the birth of bloodstone. It is said that in antiquity, there existed a fierce bird known as the Niao Shi. One day, while searching for food near the Jade Rock Mountain, it encountered a phoenix brooding over its eggs and was overtaken by malicious intent, launching an attack. The unsuspecting phoenix was gravely injured. Upon hearing the distress call, fellow phoenixes arrived to unite against the Niao Shi. Though victorious, the phoenix bled profusely, staining the entirety of Jade Rock Mountain, thus giving rise to the lustrous and translucent bloodstone we cherish today. Due to the high quality and value of bloodstone, it has become a target for counterfeiters. "Xiaochun, come take a look at this snuff bottle," Li Guodong said, handing the snuff bottle to Chu Chen. As it entered his hands, Chu Chen's eyes brightened with intrigue. This exquisite piece is a crystal snuff bottle, characterized by its elongated, flat shape, straight mouth, sloping shoulders, an oval foot, exuding an air of dignity. The interior features a depiction of the Four Kings mountain landscape, with meticulous brushwork and profound artistic conception. showcasing the artist's remarkable painting skills. The base of the bottle is inscribed with Xin Mao Chuan Ri Zhou Li Yuanzhua. Zhou Li Yuan, known to Chu Chen, was active during the Guangxu era. This master of palace lantern painting and adept of silk lantern artistry, hailing from the Jing school of inner painting, possessed profound literary knowledge and exceptional artistic talent. His inner paintings are vigorous in style, with disciplined brushwork, often emulating the renowned techniques of masters like Huang Shigong and Xinlua Shanshi, and he incorporated the brush methods of Gong Bangon into his work. His creations, such as fishing in the cold river snow, returning boat in wind and snow, and bamboo art, are regarded as masterpieces. His subjects are diverse, encompassing landscapes, figures, flowers, birds, insects, and calligraphy, all executed with exquisite finesse. The predominant color palette of his works features soft blues, elegantly complemented by accents of red, orange, yellow, green, and white, rendering them both vivid and striking. This particular snuff bottle, viewed from any angle, is undoubtedly an authentic work of Zhoulin, a conclusion corroborated by expert appraisal, and it stands as a fine example of his artistry. At this moment, others had yet to find items that satisfied them and had already risen from their seats. Chu Chen, pondering for a moment, feigned gratitude and said, "Li Ge, I truly appreciate it. I am quite satisfied with this snuff bottle. Boss, please propose a price." The proprietor examined the snuff bottle in Chu Chen's hand and replied, 5,000. Upon hearing this figure, Chu Chen felt a surge of delight, thinking the owner lacked discernment. He raised a finger in response. The owner, observing this, smiled wryly and said, "My good brother, you are being too harsh. This price is certainly unacceptable. Please offer a bit more." Chu Chen chuckled, gestured for 1,006 and stated, "This is my final offer. What do you say, boss?" With that, he feigned a desire to depart. He then retrieved his wallet, counted out 16 red bills, handed them to the owner, and slipped the snuff bottle into his pocket, cheerfully bidding farewell to the proprietor as he left the stall in high spirits with the others. Li Guodong, witnessing this, couldn't suppress a broad grin, promptly returning the money to Chu Chen, gently caressing the snuff bottle. Observing this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle, while Wen Yuting shot him a playful glare, scolding, "You scoundrel." After the laughter subsided, Chu Chen turned to Chilin and explained, "Xiaolan, you should have sensed the chicken bloodstone earlier. The texture of the blood appears somewhat rigid. Doesn't tea it? This must have been crafted using an embedding technique, resulting in a faux piece. However, this embedded chicken blood, mercury sulfide, lacks layers, and the transition between the blood and Zhonghua stone appears harsh, devoid of gradation." Chilin pondered for a moment, and indeed found this to be true. Realizing why it had felt somewhat awkward to her, Chu Chen smiled and remarked, "Xiaolan, while that material is of good quality, it's worth at most 20,000. Yet he initially asked for 150,000. Such a price is utterly unnegotiable. You must understand that transactions in the ghost market resemble a form of small commodity trade. Once he sets a price, if you counteroffer, he might cling to you insistently, and no one else will come to your aid. In order to avert unnecessary trouble, remember next time, if you encounter exorbitant prices at the ghost market, it is best to remain silent and simply walk away, especially when in unfamiliar territory." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Chu Yulan and the others were taken aback, astonished that such intricate dealings existed in the ghost market. As sheltered students, they could hardly fathom such complexities. Before they could fully regain their composure, they heard a commotion nearby, prompting their curiosity to lead them closer. "I did not. I merely accompanied you to take a look without uttering a word," exclaimed the young man, perspiration dotting his brow. The man retorted fiercely, "What? Do you intend to play tricks? Just observe whether my friend agree." No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 burly men closed in. "Ah, Xiaolan, it would be wise for us to refrain from intervening in such matters," one suggested. "Why? That person is clearly engaging in coercive practices." Indeed, that individual appears shifty and untrustworthy, and the items he holds are tattered and unsightly, unmistakably of poor quality. When Yuting interjected, her face a mask of indignation. Chu Chen sighed. "You too ought to temper your emotions. Consider this. In such situations, each side has its own reasoning. What grounds do we have to intervene? However, rest assured, those individuals will not escalate matters. At most, they will intimidate the young man, and soon market authorities will step in." Ho Yuanming took up Chu Chen's sentiments, adding, "I have encountered such situations frequently. In my view, it reflects the young man's lack of caution. The ghost market is rife with all sorts of occurrences, including numerous swindlers. It is remarkable that he dared to follow someone without any vigilance." Zhou Wenping nodded in agreement. Yet, as Chu Chen pointed out, those individuals would not overstep. The young man would merely incur some financial loss. Moreover, the ghost market is a melting pot of various characters. If intervention were required, it would indeed be inconvenient with you ladies present. If it were just Chu Chen alone, he might have taken action, Zhou Wenping remarked. Chu Yuan and the others pondered this, recognizing the peril of this dimly lit place. If confronted by truly malicious individuals, only Chu Chen possessed the skills to handle them, and even he would be hard-pressed against overwhelming odds. However, given Zhou Wenping's implications, it seemed Chu Chen had indeed dealt with such matters before, which piqued Chu Yuan's curiosity. Chu Ge, have you taught such people a lesson before? She asked. By the way, how many days remain until your grandfather's birthday? Chu Chen in Guit, counting today. There are 4 days left, replied Chu Yuan, her face lighting up with joy. Chu Ge, I truly appreciate your help. As they prepared to resume their previous course, they noticed the young man from earlier approaching, appearing somewhat disheartened but seemingly unharmed. Judging by his demeanor, he likely settled his troubles financially. Seeing this, Chu Yuan and her companions felt a wave of relief wash over them. After all, they had yet to fully step into the world beyond academia, still harboring youthful innocence. If the young man had suffered any physical harm, it would have weighed heavily on their hearts. Subsequently, the crowd continued to explore dozens of small stalls, and nearly everyone found something of value. At this moment, as dawn began to break, Chu Chen glanced at his acquisitions, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. He had recently purchased 2 items, a finely crafted Duan inkstone and a jade belt buckle adorned with its Songlong motif, both of which were authentic pieces. The total expenditure amounted to 15,000, a price only marginally lower than the typical market rate, for the antique trade seldom presents opportunities for fortunate finds. Chu Chen had sufficient capital to establish his antique shop, and while the storefront was secure for the time being, the inventory could not consist solely of decorative items. Thus, he needed to prepare for the procurement of genuine antiques. This is why he had acquired the 2 items in his possession. Having ventured to the ghost market in Beijing, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with merely these 2 small pieces. However, upon lowering his gaze, he noticed a row of bronze Buddhist statues displayed by a nearby vendor. The legacy of Buddhist statues in our nation is profound, with many ancient bronze figures and artifacts, particularly from the Wei and Jin dynasties, as well as the southern and northern dynasties, predominantly showcasing gilded seated and standing Buddha figures. Most extant pieces hail from the Sui and Tang dynasties, with Ming and Qing statues being the most prevalent. The statues before him predominantly exhibited the style of the Tang dynasty, with a few from the Ming and Qing periods, and they appeared to be well crafted. Tang dynasty Buddhist statues are typically characterized by their full features, proportionate physiques, balanced structures, and natural postures, exuding a strong sense of dynamism and displaying distinct characteristics of their era. Considering Beijing's rich historical and cultural heritage, Chu Chen felt an immediate surge of interest upon seeing these statues, disregarding their authenticity as he crouched down to examine them closely. After a cursory inspection, he concluded that the quality of the statues was reasonably good. Although most were modern replicas, there were some older imitations and high-quality reproductions that caught his eye. Nevertheless, upon further scrutiny, he found that many of the figures suffered from either craftsmanship flaws or damage, leaving him without a satisfactory find, which dampened his spirits. Just as he was about to rise and leave, a glimpse of a relatively new-looking bodhisattva statue nestled in a corner captured his attention, instantly piquing his interest. This was due to an inner intuition guiding him, suggesting that this statue might be an antique. Upon grasping the bodhisattva figure, Chu Chen felt a weight in his hand, a tangible sense of bronze that immediately impressed him. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to discover that it was a gilded bronze statue of Manjushri, approximately 25 centimeters in height. Manjushri, derived from the Sanskrit Manjushri, translates to wonderful glory and is renowned among the bodhisattvas for his wisdom, ranking foremost among them. In Buddhist scripture, he is referred to as the Prince of the Dharma. The statue features a 5-flower crown atop a high chignon, with large earlobes that cascade to the shoulders. Its face is square, exuding a solemn demeanor. The broad shoulders taper into a narrow waist, with a supple body elegantly seated on a lotus pedestal in a 3-fold posture. The upper body is adorned with a robe draping over the right shoulder, complemented by a scarf, while the lower half is encased in a flowing skirt, with the drapery of the garments exhibiting a natural fluidity and symmetrical beauty. The entire figure is adorned with exquisite jewels and bracelets. Both hands are positioned before the chest, forming a gesture of teaching, with each palm grasping a lotus stem. The lotus blossoms are in full bloom at shoulder height, with a sacred amulet resting upon the left shoulder flower and a sword placed upon the right. The scripture and sword serve as vital symbols of this statue, embodying profound meanings. The scripture signifies wisdom as vast as the ocean, while the sword represents the ability to vanquish all sources of distress. The lotus base is shaped like a crescent moon, lavishly decorated with lotus petals both above and below. The petals are arranged meticulously, robust, and vibrant, with the head adorned with curling foliage. The base is inscribed in shadow relief with a 6-character mark from the Ming Xuande era, indicating the period of casting, and the base cover is intact. Upon examining the entire statue, one finds it remarkably well preserved, with a dignified form, harmonious proportions, and exquisite craftsmanship, epitomizing the courtly sculptures of the Ming Xuande period. This representation of Manjushri Bodhisattva, in terms of form, artistry, and patina, bears an uncanny resemblance to the characteristics of Buddhist sculptures from the Ming Dynasty's Xuande era. After employing his extraordinary abilities, Chu Chen felt a profound shock to his spirit. "Boss, please name your price." Such a splendid statue, especially from the Xuande period, was not something Chu Chen could easily overlook. The vendor, a young man with a plump face exuding a friendly demeanor, should not be underestimated based on appearance alone. Noticing Chu Chen's meticulous examination and recognizing him as a novice, the vendor immediately quoted a price of 80,000. Upon hearing the figure of 80,000, Chu Chen realized the vendor had likely misjudged its value. Had he believed it to be genuine, he would not have presented it for inspection. However, he understood that such a price indicated the vendor viewed him as an unsuspecting mark. Chu Chen detested being seen as a fool, and though he acknowledged the authenticity of the piece, he was determined not to let the vendor succeed in his scheme, so he countered with 5,000. The vendor was momentarily taken aback by Chu Chen's counteroffer, pondering whether he had inadvertently revealed that he had acquired the statue for 3,000. Rejuvenated by this realization, he quickly perked up. Even a 2,000 profit from the initial counter would constitute a favorable deal. Thus, he smiled and adjusted the price to 70,000. Seeing this, Chu Chen decisively returned the Bodhisattva statue to its original position and feigned an intent to leave. The vendor, realizing he could not let this potential customer escape, hastily exclaimed, "Brother, that price is simply unfeasible. You must raise it a little more." Chu Chen chuckled, gesturing a figure of 10,000, and replied, "Boss, this is my final offer. If we can agree, splendid. If not, then so be it." "Agreed, and I will accept it." The vendor, eager to finalize the deal without delay, promptly acquiesced. Once the transaction was completed and Chu Chen and his companions had departed, the vendor couldn't help but hum a little tune, thinking, my father said I wasn't cut out for business, but look, I just effortlessly made 7,000. For the next few months, I shall be free from worry about food and clothing. Young fools like him are just what I need." Little did he know, his father was at home, rummaging through boxes, searching for something. This troublesome child, I had intended to invite an expert to appraise it today. Surely he hasn't sold it off cheaply. If so, I shall break his legs. "Hey Chu, what prompted you to seek a Bodhisattva statue?" When Yuding observed Chu Chen cradling the statue of the Bodhisattva with a hint of curiosity. As the sky grew increasingly bright, each person made their own discoveries, and the enthusiasm for exploring the ghost market waned. Additionally, their intrigue regarding the Bodhisattva statue in Chu Chen's grasp prompted them to swiftly depart from the ghost market.